Hello and welcome to the official ThePlamzJoker reaction/commentary to the Michael Rosen 73rd birthday collab. Yes, I finally found some time to watch this enormous showcase of talent and creativity all across the board, so I'm gonna watch through them all as I said I would and give my thoughts on each one, just as I did last year and the year before, even though I did those two both last year because I hadn't watched the year before one for ages. Okay, whatever. So, before we get into the whole mix of things, I need to address a few disclaimers. Number one, just to make sure you all know, I've done reaction and commentary videos to the past two birthday collabs, so if anyone here entered the last two, the 71st or the 72nd birthday collab, and you'd like to see my reaction and commentary to your entries and you haven't seen them yet, feel free to go and check those out. They're still on this channel, and all the links to everybody's entries of reaction is in the descriptions of all, and they will also be in the description of this one as well. I'll timestamp each one because nobody wants to watch through however many hours this one is. Some people just want to come and see their entry and then bounce back out. That's fine. I'll leave all the timestamps in the description. So, disclaimer 2. I am a seasoned, I think it's fair to say I'm a seasoned member of the Rosen pooping community, as I've been here for about 6 years now as a pooper, and even longer being a viewer, so it's been quite a ride and quite a time, and I've seen so much stuff that I've become this old curmudgeon pooper who has extremely high standards and a bit of a Simon Cowell-esque critique on the quality of pooping, which I like to think gives me ability to help people, give them advice on how to improve and do better stuff, which is mainly why I'm doing this in the first place, but also means that I can't enjoy everything as much as the other person would because I've probably seen the joke before, or I won't find it funny because I'm all stuck up, whatever. So basically what this means is if I don't laugh explicitly at your entry, or I don't say anything about how funny it was, doesn't necessarily mean it was bad. Usually if it's actually bad, I'll probably say it's bad, but if I don't tend to laugh or make a big deal out of it, it doesn't mean it was bad. It just means that because it didn't please me, it could still please a whole load of other people. Right, got that? Okay. Now, I've been waiting for this one. As soon as it dropped, people have been talking about it. I had to stay off social media and just completely blot out everything because I didn't want spoilers. For the first time with these collabs, I try to avoid spoilers. Yeah, what kind of shit is that? But I managed it pretty much. I've heard some word about other people's entries and how so good some of them are, but I haven't seen anything in detail, so it's all still fresh. I've not seen anything in the collab. This is my first time viewing. I haven't spoiled nothing, including the intro, which we're going to get to because I'm excited to see what the hell's been pulled off. So, hopefully without any further ado, because I probably forgot a bunch of shit to say, but I might address it later, let's get into, for the third time, one of these massive reaction commentary videos for this collab. Here we go. And first, the intro. Oh yes, I was excited for this. Okay. Right, okay, let me just get this shit straight as I'm sorting my shit out. So my viewing interface, I'm going to use spacebar and all that, but people have taught me stuff like comma, and let me just try it real quick. Comma, yeah, comma to skip back a bit, and full stop to go ahead a bit. So that might help me when I'm looking at people's entry-specific moments and replaying it and so on and so forth. But I just wanted to say right here off the bat, this is not gangster tripping. You thought I wouldn't mention it, but of course I'm going to mention it. Where's gangster tripping? That was the tradition, is how it's supposed to be. If gangster tripping doesn't appear in this intro, I'm going to be very disappointed and upset. As a matter of fact, let me just turn off this monitor so I don't get distracted by OBS running on the other screen. There we go. Okay. Okay. Ignoring the fact it's not gangster tripping, I'm hoping that this intro is still going to be a decent showcase, because apparently the collab itself was delayed not just because Aerodynamic Watermelon had school or some other busy real-life stuff to attend to, but also because he needed some help finishing the intro. It was a bit of a problem this year because I wanted them to do Gangster Trippin'. I also wanted to help make it, but I couldn't find the time either to work on that. You guys know Gangster Trippin', right? The music video where all the stuff is like exploding or whatever. No, none of that. I wanted to do that with like Rosen-themed objects, but I don't think Watermelon was as enthusiastic to do something that wasn't so straightforward and easy, even though I thought it was easy. But they decided to work together, a multitude of people, I don't know exactly who, but a few names, work together to create something in the end that was substantial for the collab, and I don't think it actually was that gangster tripping, but I hope it appears in some way or form. Let's go. Okay, we've got like a heist scenario going on. I'm viewing it like it's an entry. It's not an entry, it's the intro, relax. I know I talk a lot, right? That's disclaimer number 3, in case I forgot to, in case you didn't know that already. Disclaimer number 3, I talk a lot, so bear with me, especially at the start, because I don't know what to say properly. But as we get into it, I'll get more comfortable, and then I'll be ready, you know, raring to go for each entry. So the intro is always going to be a bit sloppy. I'll get into it, though.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, I got to tell you about
Aerodynamic Watermelon presents, woo! Another year, another party full of amazing talent. And I got to mention as well, one very key thing about these collabs every year is not just the returning talent and the existing talent in the community, but a big deal of it in the last few years has been the rise of new talent that is on showcase and display here. That's why these birthday collabs are so important, because we find a lot of newcomers across the board who otherwise wouldn't be able to get noticed unless I like beg everybody on social media or something, which is not what you're supposed to do. These birthday collabs, they give newcomers the opportunity to be seen. If they have genuine talent and they got to show on display there, they can put it in the collab and a lot of people can find them from it. That's what these collabs do. And in the last few years, they've been exceptionally flourished with lots of new talent from lots of new people that I otherwise would never have heard of before, never seen their names before. I think that's what I like the most, aside from seeing my old favourites. There's a few of them that might be in here, but here we go, just the names. I actually don't know this video. It better be Fatboy Slim. I don't even know if it is. I ain't seen this. I'm sure it is. Okay, so it's the Rosens planning a heist and they're pretty cool shades. Yeah. There it is. A rather criminal version to be celebrating Michael's birthday by introducing it with him robbing. But okay. Usually it's just the gang having a good time or something, and Michael having, you know, doing something nice that celebrates it or whatever. But here they're robbing a bloody bank. Okay. Okay, here we go, here's the names. Let's see who we got on deck this year. 256 Pi. What if it's going to be in alphabetical order? Yeah, it's going to be in alphabetical order. Is the thing. They tend to do this. It's just easier to lay it all out. Alyx, okay, yeah, some recurring names we've got back here. Oh, you know what? I'm actually excited to see Alyx's one. I feel like I've been publicly tipped off of the quality of this entry, but I think if you remember, for those who have watched some of my previous reaction commentaries, what the hell is wrong with you? If it wasn't just your entry, you know what I mean? But if some of you knew the way I reacted to some of the past collab stuff, you'll know that I found Alyx's work incredible. It was some serious, like, what do you call it? Not pandering, because it wasn't made for me, but I mean, like, stroking my dick sort of thing, because it was all like that GTA 3 one, and it was so amazing. And then recently Alyx made this Terminator 2 thing in 5 seconds, and it was the best shit. It was just 5 seconds, and it was the best shit ever in my life. So I'm really excited to see what Alyx is going to pull out the hat this time round. It's going to be, and I've heard people say how great it is, and I don't want to see. I don't want to know until I'm watching it. So fingers crossed for that is going to blow my socks off. Billy Bob. He runs the Michael Rosen wiki, I think. Blast Souls is back. Okay, recognising all the names. Okay, now I'm not. As I said, I'm recognising every name. There's a name I don't recognise. Canavo 69. Alright. Caramel Mint Cookie. Interesting. CharlotteDupont. Okay. ChattiestDrum. I don't know, some of these names are really good. Like, you get your, like, Plums XD69 or whatever, but then you get names like ChattiestDrum. Like, how'd you come up with that? That's such a really unique name. I love it. Okay. I'm not going to read every single name, don't worry. I'm just too hype. I keep stopping the video and saying shit, because I'm hype right now. I'm going to watch the whole video. It's 2.5 hours. I noticed another problem as well. I just recently clicked on my 10-hour reaction to the 71st birthday collab, and the YouTube player seems to go out of sync towards like the second half of the video, it goes worse and worse out of sync. I can assure you, for any of those who noticed that, if it's the same on YouTube, it's not me, because my render of the reaction is perfectly in sync, all 10 hours of it. Maybe it's YouTube, maybe it's just on my end, maybe it's now fucked like that, but that means, you know, no more 10-hour reaction videos because they will go out of sync after a few hours. I'll try and keep it short, but no promises. It will then mean, for it to not be out of sync, I would have to do this in parts, but I really don't want to do this in parts. I like having it all in one go. I don't know, we'll see how it goes. Dave K, alright, here we go, yeah. Don't worry, Dave K, I've got my tissues on standby. Girl's in another, she's out, I'm in the hotel room, 2 beds behind me, tissues on standby. Looking forward to it. Drafty Shithouse. I'm entertained just by the names alone. Okay. First aid is back, okay. Gardevoir X. I think I recognise Gardevoir. I don't know how to pronounce the shit. Gardevoir X. I think I recognise that name. Was one of the few people who were actually saying, "Oh, I'm excited to see your." I can't believe people are actually excited to see this stupid video of me rambling on, but people genuinely love to hear me try and offer some valid criticism to their work, and that's what I really appreciate. That's why I'm still doing these, because some people, as mad enough as they are, care about this, so that's why I'm doing this. So I think that person was one of them, so I hope you're looking forward to this shit. I hope you're enjoying this shit. HeyApple Studios, okay. The ice cream. That's a classic joke. I know it's just the intro, but I want to point that out. That's an old joke. I've seen that shit like twice, where Michael like sticks his tongue out quickly, like in the outing, complete quiet, and he does that little tongue thing, and there's an ice cream there quickly. That used to be done years ago. That's like a throwback joke. Nice. Joko Perino. Okay. Oh, we got the spikes out. He's got over 3 stars. They put the spikes things on the road, and then all your tires get popped. Where's the helicopters at? Sorry, GTA vibes. Apparently in Atlanta. One of them glasses. Melee Mary, okay. Okay, this is hype. This scene. I will admit, the Rosen faces are animated and masked on the characters really well. Like, I'm really getting into it. Mr. Trollinator, okay. I'm not saying anything about some of these names like HeyApple and Trollinator because I recognise their names from past collabs. I won't say anything else. NangyLOL. Nick Hanson! God, it's so weird because that one collab I hosted, I still remember some of the names like there were students in a class I taught once. That's what it feels like. Yes, I remember some of these guys. Good stuff. Okay, Nintendo 64. Back on the game with this one as well. NoiceDrinkz. NoicePlums! I know it's because it's in alphabetical order, but I feel like that was also intentional anyway. Even if it wasn't, you would have put that shit together. Yeah, I noticed how Michael's heads, all the different Rosens, like the heads are moving to left and right in time with the body's movement as well. That's really good. A lot of attention to detail with the keyframe and animation here. Pizza Pie Overlord. Okay. Turn that up a little bit. Is this all the way up? This is all the way up. Just checking. TenPinChameleon. That YouTube poop guy. Okay. TheEmeraldToad. Oh. Bet you weren't expecting this, were you? What, the king? Who's even walking down the alleyway like that? Yeah, I bet you weren't expecting that, guys. Don't worry, when it comes to that point, I will get to it. I do believe mine is roundabout in the last third or whatever, right near the end. So when I get to that entry, I have plenty to say about that all on its own. But we'll get to that when we get to that. Don't worry about that, it's not important. We're here for the other people's work, alright? God, I do hope it was a pleasant surprise for people to see my name there, though. Because I have been out of the game for a long time now, and missed 2 collabs on the row, and all I've done is these stupid fucking commentary videos to try and keep my relevancy alive. I wonder if anybody was excited upon seeing the name flash up. No, it doesn't matter really, does it? Don't worry about it, though, it doesn't matter. Was that it then? There was a whole intro. Where's Gangster Trippin'? I'm disappointed now. I'm going to send a very angrily, strongly worded letter of complaint to Aerodynamic Watermelon's Twitter DMs. Right, here I go. I'm writing it right now. Ooh, very, very annoyed. I'm probably the only person who gives a shit about this, and everyone else is like, oh my god, that was a cool intro. But I was the guy who was begging him to use Gangster Trippin' because I have a plan. Okay, I have a plan. Look, Gangster Trippin', then Praise You. Okay, I know the video is bad, but it's a lot of people dancing. You could just recreate loads of Rosens or other characters dancing and celebrating his birthday. And then, after Praise You, we're going to switch it up. It's going to be a big, ooh, I've got ideas. Okay, I've got ideas. But because I'm not in complete control and commandeering of hosts, because I'm not the host, they end up doing what they want to do, which isn't what I want to do. So that's why we got an intro like this, which is still good. It was still good. Like I say, I really enjoyed the attention to detail and the animation of the faces, and that was really well put together. So I mean, can't lie, it was good. Still disappointed inside though, but he knew. Watermelon knew when he put this up. He's like, he's gonna see this and he's gonna know it's not Gangster Trippin' and he's gonna trip out. Nah, it's still good. Don't worry about it. Till next year, then I have to harass the next host next year, whoever that's gonna be, to do Gangster Trippin' because I'm not giving up on this shit. Okay.
Alright, Haribo, you were shit. But I mean, everybody else kind of sucked as well.
Wait, what's going on?
Except for Michael.
Is this the first entry or?
Okay, everybody go home. We'll see you next year.
Oh, that's Watermelon. Wait. Okay, hang on a minute. I was originally given some things to help out with, but it got scrapped, and I thought for a moment that Chameleon's entry was up first, that this was the entry. This is still the intro, right? The fact that it's got a watermark on it throws me off, makes me think it's his entry, but I think this is still the intro.
Moment's peace round here.
Okay, where's this going?
Snow in May.
Okay.
Odd. You may
Very
think
odd.
I'm happy, you may think I'm sad.
Oh man, I've missed seeing that, trust me. I know where all these locations are in London. I've been around there and it's weird seeing it was coated in snow. God, I've missed that.
I was born on the 7th of May, I remember very well that.
Okay.
I was in a band playing drums when I was
subtle reference to King and Mick stuff down there, I think, with the picture.
I had a bag of plum. Grey, really grey. Kids like Christmas. Let's play, shall we?
Whoa! This is cool. I like this. Oh, nice little homage to all the birthday collabs that have existed in history. Fun fact, by the way, the birthday cake, like the MLP style birthday cake, was actually used in the 68th birthday collab, and I think Ryan reused it in the 69th. But then when Roots re-uploaded the previous two, the 66th and 67th, she added the birthday cake with the appropriate number in the thumbnail, even though it didn't appear for the first time until the 68th. I feel like it's a fitting tradition, and maybe we should have kept that up, but it could also signal the change of an era. After I took over hosting, things changed a lot in 2016. There was a big shift in the community and the way things were done. A lot of old favourites went, and I just feel like there was a big difference in what was happening. A lot of other people stepped up, and old generations just sort of died out a little bit, stopped making stuff. I don't know, I like this though, because looking at all these thumbnails, you get a good look at how things have progressed over the years. You notice how the party hat has remained a staple for years. I started that. I didn't even realise I started that. Okay, what one are we doing then? We're going to do the 73rd, right? Yeah, that's the correct one. I'd be very surprised if he pressed one of the other ones. Are we going to get like a really outside-the-box time travel entry like It's a Me RBN did years ago in the 70s, if he did like a time travel thing where he went in? No? Okay. Okay.
Nice.
Oh. Is this going to be the transition screen?
You see,
Mega Rosen X. Is that going to be the... Okay.
once I went to the fridge, saw an old sausage roll, and I thought, probably still edible, so I grab it.
Oh man. So this is Nintendo. I almost couldn't tell because the watermark is it's a bit hard to see in the white background. Let me just test something with the player real quick. Yes, okay, so I can use K to start and stop as well, but I seem to think that I like people hearing the big thunk of my spacebar as I pause it, so you know I've pressed it at that time. I don't know. Yeah, obviously we're going to expect some incredible animation. They put him up first because we need to start out strong. when you structure these birthday collabs, it's very important how you structure it in the flow of the entries. You can't just start off with a less good one or put a less good one at the end. The first and last entries are super important. You have a big impression to make after the intro, and as the collab gets started, you need a good one that packs a punch and opens it like a proper kicker. And then at the end, you need a good one to sign the collab off well and do it some... You know, as people have sat through hundreds of fucking entries and material, you want to round it off at the end on a high note and something good and significant, not just have it trail off like piece of shit at the end, you know? Don't do that. So if you have entries that are not as good, it's usually best to put them around the middle somewhere and surround them with other entries that don't immediately go back to highest quality, but like sort of slope up and down. If I got, I can't really explain it properly, but if you have an entry that's okay, good enough for the collab, but not as good as some of the other stuff, don't put like an amazing entry next to a kind of less good entry. Put like a in-between between those, so it's like slowly builds up and down in quality, so it flows better. It's all about the flow, and also breaking it up with YTPMV entries. If you've got entries that are just YTPMVs like we've had before, and I'm looking forward to those as well, you break them up sequentially and have like segments throughout the collab dotted like breaks from a TV show. You have a break, you have a musical break from the story-based entries or the entries that takes a lot of investment, stuff like that. I just have this really clear vision of how these birthday collabs need to be structured, because they're so big and they're so full of work that it's very important how you structure them out. You can't just throw all the entries together and then that's it, because this collab is so huge and long and full of stuff. Like a penis, I guess. You gotta flow it well, and you gotta know exactly what you're doing. That is part of the host's job, and I also advise Watermelon to cut out certain parts if they take too long, or if there's an entry that's kind of good and then there's a piece that's kind of bad in it, that like if it's like a 20-second clip that goes on for too long or something, the host should have full right to cut that out, as long as it doesn't ruin continuity. Like if it's a story-based entry and he cuts out a bit of the story that makes it not make sense. Apart from that, if it doesn't ruin the consistency and continuity, the host should feel free to cut down the entries a bit so it fits better in a collab. After all, when you have YouTube collabs where people just mix everything together, that's what they do. They edit the whole thing together. So yeah, the full entries will be uploaded on people's channels, so I think in the actual collab the host should be able to chop them up a bit and refine them and cut out the bits that might drag on too long or might not be that worthy of being in the collab, for the sake of the entire collab being put together better. I think that should be a thing, and I think Watermelon has done that here and there, so we'll see how that goes. Anyway, I just wanted to get all that off my chest. I should have said all that at the beginning, I'm sorry, but we're already in an entry now. Sorry, if Dom's watching this, he'd be pissed now, because I'm talking about other shit over his entry. I'm going to actually look at it now, I'm sorry.
It was then I noticed it was frozen to the shelf. Then I give a yank with my arm, and that's the way it goes down. Oh no!
Oh no!
Kaboom! I was
so well
crushed
done
by the fridge. I could feel the weight digging into my body. I could feel my bones bursting. I
like the little VHS effect at the bottom there. I think that was intentionally added in afterwards, because this is like the old Rosen from like really old performances years and years ago, like the 80s and 90s. All those old VHS footage things. I do love this. It's got a bit of aesthetic to it. It's a bit like old VHS style, like I'm watching old tape. But it's got the sentence mixing from the 2008 Rosen, I guess you can call it. Yeah, that one.
Anyway, the doctor...
That was his memory, okay.
...mutate my body, so that's why I don't have one at all.
Fucking genius! That's how you explain it! His terrible fridge accident way back in the late 80s, early 90s or whatever. That's why he's just a torso! Because he had a horrible injury that renders him nothing from the torso down. Absolute genius. For years we have struggled with this difficult aspect of his videos where you cut him out and you send him on animated adventures, but he doesn't have any legs, he doesn't even have a waist or anything, he just has a torso and arms. This is what we always needed, an explanation as to how he became this way. I was struggling too. I've got stuff I want to make in the future. I don't know how the hell I'm going to show his full body on screen when you can't, because if you try and put like a body and legs on him, it really just doesn't fit, it doesn't look right. You can never really get it to look right, so I think this is the best route, and it's a great joke too.
That's true.
Wow! But how about this baby picture, huh?
Oh, so...
What did I say about questioning me?
Yeah, can we just... I just prefer to roll with the fridge accident. Like, this works so well. He just had a really bad accident with a fridge and now he ain't got no legs. I like it. Oh, no! Oh no, this is what it just said. Oh god, look at it. I think this is intentionally bad. I think it's supposed to look bad. It looking like fucking the wrong trousers while there's a grommet or some shit, but with jeans. He has no waist or stomach. God. Yeah, are these his replacement legs? Oh god.
I think your ball is dirty. Try cleaning your pouts.
When are your parents or whatever coming to get you again?
Wow. That was it? That was a whole entry? Oh. Surprisingly, I thought there was going to be a lot more to it, but yeah, no, fantastic! No, that is no detriment to his quality of work. That was an amazing little concept that he lost his legs to that injury, and he can also sprout fake legs at his will when he wants to kick someone. Can we all steal that? Because that is a really useful thing. We could all use that excuse now in all of our animated adventures, no matter what it be, that Michael is just canon now, that he doesn't have legs, but he can sprout them at certain points, like a superpower, like Inspector Gadget or some shit. I don't know. That was... I wonder if he's returning again with another entry later on. I don't know. How's this? Yeah, there we go. Let's take that fucking highlight off the player. I have all kinds of problems with the YouTube player. This is, you know, YouTube is terrible. I'm just figuring it out right now. I want it to be as easy as possible. Okay, right. I've got to get into the groove of it now. I'm going to be linking all of these in the description, and MerkatronMcSwag going to be clicking on it, going to his entry, and I'm talking about this. And he's like, what the hell are you talking about? Talk about my entry. So yeah, fantastic work from Dom. That was amazing. Surprisingly short. Maybe he'll make another, because people have done like multiple entries before. I'm not really totally agreed on that, but if that was so short, maybe he'll come back with like a musical thing or something else, or maybe he helped in the entry of someone else. I know a lot of people collabed together within the collab of their own entries, so maybe he worked more on someone else's work than he did his own, and he just pulled the thing there. But otherwise, fantastic. Has to have some of that CDI stuff and all that. It's just great. It was short as well. I like a short, punchy entry that starts off the collab right. This is going well so far.
Said, why don't we do precisely nothing for your birthday treat? We could spend all day at home looking at the telly. It would be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said.
Just like every other day, I suppose.
It would be great. Mum said, absolutely. So we put her on a plane to Jamaica, and then we went home. When we got there, my brother found out that there was this bastard who took our money at the door. Hey, come back here.
This bastard.
We're going to catch the little...
Yeah, catch the little... That is the closest that Michael got to swearing in all his original videos, was when he goes, we're going to catch the little... He does that little awkward look and movement, like, you know he was going to swear, and he, like, cut himself off there. Like, the woman was going to swear. I mean, like, he wasn't actually about to let it out, but he was insinuating that yeah, whatever. Okay, more retro stuff. Sonic now, okay. So we got Mega Man X, and we got Rosen Man X, and now we got Sonic as well. Damn, a lot of, like, retro callbacks here. I'm liking that. Oh my god. Okay. This is all right. I mean, it's not like what do I say? It's not fascinating me incredibly. It's nice to see the old game and that, but it is just like Michael's stuff laid over. I'm sure some people enjoy this, but me personally, it's just like a bunch of, you know, there's video game footage and Michael quotes and yeah, whatever in it. Doesn't really impress me that much, but it's not bad either.
Oh no.
Oh, he died. Game over. I guess he was playing it. Yeah. Oh, I recognise that room. Yep. Oh no, content away.
I don't believe it. I really don't.
Oh.
And then we get the milk. I mean, the money. And everything was lovely once again. Once again. Once again. Michael, that ending was way too anticlimactic.
Yeah.
I don't care.
An explosion, and yeah, okay, and more short entries. I always get surprised on how short these entries are, but you have to remember that usually in the announcement, the rules state like it's got to be usually they used to state it was a certain amount of time for each entry. It's like between 1 and 5 minutes or something, or exceptions for people like me who make ridiculously long videos or whatever, but usually the entries tend to be less than 5 minutes, and if they're under 3 minutes, it usually catches me off guard. Like, I expect more, and it cuts off, and I'm like, wait, that was it? I keep finding myself saying that. To most people, they're probably normal length, but to me, it's like really short, and I'm always surprised that the entries are short. So yeah, another short one. Well, is this it? Is there anything else at the end before I say my thoughts? I'll say my thoughts on the transition screen. That's what I'll do. Just so I'm sure that it's over.
I like
Yeah.
you.
See, look.
You're like a brother to me.
Oh no, Michael just got plum zoned.
So sad.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so when we see the da-da-da-da-da, that's how we know. It kind of looked like Back to the Future a little bit with the shh. I know it's not, but it looks like it. Look at that. So we'll hold on this screen as I talk about the thoughts, just in case people put extra shit at the end of entries like that after the birthday message. So that one was okay. It was very short, but there was more retro game stuff that kind of fits with the Mega Man X stuff coming in here. It just sort of like goes together with the Sonic stuff, doesn't it? I wasn't massively impressed with it, but only because when you have gameplay footage and you just have Michael saying quotes, it's only so entertaining, even with him animated on it. I know he's supposed to be the character and that's the game. It's okay, but for me personally, it doesn't really do anything crazy. It only reminds me of Louis Peels. I have a soft spot for Louis Peels back in the day, because he used to do the same thing. He used to do gameplay footage, usually first-person gameplay footage, and he used to have Michael's quotes over it. If I go back and watch those today, they're probably really, like, lame. They're probably not that good, but I really enjoyed those back in the day. So, apart from those, I have a soft spot for... Usually, if you just have gameplay footage and Michael says stuff over it, it's not really... I know that's hypocritical. I did the same thing once. I know. Okay, shit. But for me, when I'm watching it, it doesn't do that much unless it's really clever or outside the box. This was pretty standard, had some Michael stuff on there. I could see he made the effort with the face, like the breathing, the holding his breath face as he's spinning, the Sonic spinning thing. So, yeah, it was okay. And then joke, content aware, yeah, it was friend zone, you know. There was some good stuff in there. It was okay. It's hard to follow up after someone like Dom, though, who just absolutely hits it out the park with literally everything he fucking makes is incredible. So it's hard to follow that up. So for what it was okay. Improvements. I guess when he was animating on the Sonic thing, maybe, I would say don't do it for so long, but I know he was doing it until Sonic died, so he could show Rosen's character dying, so I know that's why it went on for so long, but maybe make it a bit shorter, and the entry was short, but I mean like that sequence, because it went on for quite a while, and also the chroma keying, I can always say chroma keying, because that's something I can always advise on, was maybe a bit too much blur, maybe reduce the blur a bit, maybe find the right shade of white to key him out, because some parts look less than others, I guess. I'm sorry, I kind of almost forgotten everything I just watched because my attention span is dead today, so I'm trying my best. But for what it was, MerkatronMcSwag, I remember him from past collabs and stuff, and I remember he was fairly decent, so it's not one of them people that desperately needs constructive criticism, but I'll try and give it where I can. But yeah, that's all I've really got to say to that one. It was so short, there wasn't much to say. Some good jokes. Yeah, moving on. I'm really hoping I'll do better than this. This is bad commentary. This is bad reaction shit. No. Can we get an entry that I have a lot to say about? Oh my god! Oh my god! It's Terminator 2! No, stop! No, wait! Oh my god, I'm not ready for this. I didn't realise this entry was going to start so quick. I thought it was going to be like halfway through or something. I thought I was going to watch like half an hour to an hour worth of other entries first I had plenty to say about. I wasn't ready for this. Okay, so it's a backstory. Oh god, I'm gonna cry. No, I'm not gonna cry, don't worry, I'm not that guy. It's not Star Wars Okay, so people be saying on Twitter, I've been trying to avoid spoilers for this whole collab, and for the most part I have, basically. I have no idea what Alyx has made, but everyone was saying, oh, it was so great. Even Dave K, you know, the superstar, mega professional, high budget, any other people can't do anything like him kind of guy. Even he was saying that he was being outshined by this entry. So this has to be fucking good. And I know Alyx didn't like it to be held up to a massive standard, and it won't be disappointing, I swear. I'm not like getting it overhyped for nothing. I'm sure this is going to be incredible, but it just fascinated me. Like, I'm looking forward to seeing this, because if it's even better than anything Dave K could come up with, then it must be. Like, already I love these entries from Alyx, but this must be something, a wonder to behold. There we go, I'm trying to think of the words. And then as soon as I hear that fucking Terminator 2 soundtrack, oh my god! I almost shit myself and jizzed at the same time, but I didn't. I held it in. It's okay. I'm good. All right, let's watch this. Ooh, what if she made like a whole entry? The Terminator 2, like the 5-second Terminator 2 thing that I mentioned earlier. I watched that. I replayed that like 30 times. I loved it so much. It was only 5 seconds. It's so perfect. What if she made a whole entry on that? Oh my god. Okay, tissues on standby for real. They're not for crying. They're for jizzing. Okay, what's it gonna be? Okay, we got a park. I need to calm the fuck down. Okay, cover glasses.
You wanker.
Huh? Whoa.
I'll make you eat those words.
Okay. Oh my god, propeller head spy break. This is gonna be awesome.
Right now.
Oh god. Okay, so maybe it's not Terminator, but it's still gonna be cool. Just have the music.
Stand down now, and we won't have to kill you.
Oh my god. Oh, this is like the Rosen Venture, but with even awesomer music.
It's my power.
Oh! Oh my god. Oh my god, this is great. This is another one of those, his hands look really small there, but this is really, what do you call it? Really good. I'm trying to think of the right word for like expanding your abilities and talent. It's very outside the box. It's very, the ingenuity, I guess, in being so creative as to do the hands thing. We have seen this before. I think way back in the 71st, there was Knight of Rosen's entry where he was holding a shotgun, and I remember being really impressed by the animated arms and hands that were separate from the body that had him hold the shotgun, which is really cool. So whenever you have Michael holding guns and you've gone to the effort to not just have the gun appear in front of his body, but to have his hands separately holding it with even arms as well, oh my god. And like when he moved the knife out of the way and it would push the stuff with his hand and the sight of the gun. I'm only like a few seconds in and already there's like 100 things I could go on about. Okay, let's just watch the rest of it. Jeez, I keep putting my mouse on the screen to click it. I keep forgetting. Okay. Oh, I couldn't read that. Wait, maybe I could go back and watch it. Ooh, hang on. With the comma, I can go back frame by frame. So if I press it enough times, I might be able to read all those texts that people put in their entries that I can't read. Okay, that is really compressed, but I can still read it. Please excuse the tiny hands in the scene. I hadn't come up with the idea to give them hands until after the scene was complete, and let's go back and add them in afterwards. Okay, so there's an excuse for the tiny hands. It's got little hands. But the rest of it should be good, right? Make sure the quality is absolutely... By the way, the collab is on 720p, not 1080p, which I'm just a little bit disappointed about, but it's understandable because it's a large video and people got to render that shit, but come on, guys, 1080p, come on. It's current year, come on. Oh my god, oh my god, I can hear with my head. I'm wearing headphones and I'm glad I'm wearing headphones because I can hear like left and right panning. She even put the attention to detail to have the guy on the right make sounds more on the right side. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Some of them look better than others. Some of the hands, as I know, look a bit small, but some of them look better than others. When Michael was holding the pistol just there, it just looked like a disembodied, like Rayman style hand. Maybe that's the style you're going for, but you definitely need to have the arms involved. I know that's a lot harder than just keyframing and masking out the hands as well. It's a lot harder to do the arms, but it makes it look a lot better. So the hands, good start, and they fit very well. As you can see here, they fit very well on the gun, as you can see. But I think one step beyond would be doing the arms as well. Maybe they were too difficult or something, and just gave up. But still, this is absolutely stellar. Oh my god. Shit. Big fucking deagles or whatever that is. He just slaps him. He's got a gun and he just slapped him.
Send even more.
Oh my god, this fucking music. I know I keep stopping it and I'm sorry. If you wanted to watch the entry, you guys go and watch the collab. Don't watch this to watch the entries. That is not what this reaction shit is for. This is for me stopping every couple of seconds and saying stuff, okay? If you don't like that, don't watch this. I advise you do not watch these unless you actually want to hear this. This Terminator soundtrack, oh my god, so good. Like, I was expecting it to be Terminator at the beginning. I thought it was going to be an extension of Terminator 2, but Rosen thing. This is still fantastic, but the soundtrack, oh, it's so good. It's something I would do. I used Terminator 2 soundtrack before a couple of times, but I would love to do shit like this. There's like cool action scenes, and the tense moments have all these really cool bits of the soundtrack from Terminator 2. Oh, it's so good. Who's he going to bring up? What's he going to do now? Who's the reinforcements to the backup? Is it just more of the same guards, or is it going to be like a tough... Oh my god, car chase. Car chase. God, it's building up. I know it. Oh my god. Got Sanchez's fucking Uzis. Or submachine guns, rather. I don't know what Uzis, but... Oh my god. God! Oh my god! Slow-mo! How does he manage to do that with his hand? Like superpowers, like some Jackie Chan karate, like kung fu movie shit, where he could just stop people's guns just by putting his hand on it.
Can't use the same move twice in one video.
Yeah, man. Okay, this is just Looney Tunes now. This is like Bugs Bunny shit. You just stick your finger in a gun and you can't shoot it. Oh, these animations! And it's easier, it's a lot easier to animate these without the arms. With just hands, Rayman style, it's very easy to animate the gun flipping and catching it in hand. With arms, this would be probably 10 times more difficult, so I get it. And also, nice attempt at cutting that annoying-ass line in the center of his videos in between the two colors. That is always a pain in the ass to get rid of. Oh my god, you gotta be fucking kidding me. This is... I don't want to say anything, but this is... How do I skip back without using... Is it J? Yeah, it's J. Okay, I was going to say, because the full stop and comma are just like frames, like pause step, but this is that. So I just want to point out something that I didn't want to point out, because it's kind of spoilery, but it's not really been made yet, so whatever. Let's get back to the bit that I'm talking about. Right, here we go. Ready for this? Boom. Right there. This is... For those who are still listening at this point, particularly Alyx, this is a nice little surprise secret that I've got written in this big book here. But I've had this exact kind of moment in my head for a very, very long time, and you beat me to it. Congratulations. Michael is on a moving vehicle during a chase scene with the same kind of music, mind you, and there is an opponent, I will not say which opponent because it's not a guard like this one, but it's an opponent with a knife, and the knife gets closer and closer to his face, and something happens. I was going to make this exact same thing, and you did it. But I'm sure you done it a fuckload better than I ever could, because this is just such a treat to watch. Well done, you. That's exactly what I was going to do. Except in my case, a low bridge was going to hit him, and then... No, don't say anything else.
See them down the road.
Copy that.
Oh my god, it's the copy that guy from EB Games. What the fuck? As Michael's hands just like made out of titanium or some shit. Like he's Terminator really, he's got the hands.
And he's what?
Face of facts, Rosen. This is your death.
Oh my god, this is so good. Oh my god, the music is ramping up and everything.
That's a damn minigun.
That's a damn minigun! I'm enjoying this too much. Sandwich. No. Shoot Captain America's shield. RPG. Oh my god.
I've got to do it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. This is, again, the same music. She's used two soundtracks from Terminator here. Used the Escape from Hospital one when the T-1000 chased them in the police car, and then the tanker chase when the T-1000 in the tanker towards the end when they go to the steel mill. Those two soundtracks are both fucking fantastic, and she used both of them here. I only recognise them because I've listened to them so many times because I wanted to do the same thing. I already mentioned this with the knife, but I wanted to do this. God. On one hand, I'm really jealous because I wanted to do shit just like this. Maybe not with all the hands, but something like this. I definitely wanted to do a car chase scene with this kind of music and action and stuff. I've always wanted to do this, but it would take ages for me to figure out how to do it. The visuals... They look great and they're simple enough, but when you're making this stuff, it's really hard to come up with what you want it to look like. Like obviously you want Michael, you want the car or the vehicle, you want the weapon, you want this, you want that, but you don't really know how to put it all on screen. That's the trouble I have anyway. I really don't know how to bring what I visualize onto the screen because there's so much shit you have to account for. This just, it blows me away. It just blows me away. It looks fantastic. Looks absolutely fantastic. Like, it's not the same as the reason why Dave K's work is fantastic, because he does all these crazy professional looking effects that absolutely blows you away in a different way. Like, it's just like a planetarium is incredible to look at. This doesn't have visuals that look like fucking a legit action movie. It still looks like a YouTube poop, but in some ways I kind of like that still. It doesn't have to look like a ridiculously high-end, high-budget production value. It just has to be animated well and made well at this YouTube poop style standard. So it still looks like a story-based YouTube poop, an action scene, but it also looks incredible at the same time. I think this does the balance of both worlds and does it fantastically. This is just such... Oh, what's going to happen to the RPG? It's going to blow them up. Slow-mo again.
Oh no.
This is so... Oh, you got to be kidding me! She used this music as well! Oh my god! I tried to use this music once and I didn't do it very well because the story video that I tried to use it in, it was very rushed and it wasn't conveying the emotion that I was trying to do. That was the Return of the Joke Inspector thing I did that in. It was very rushed and it wasn't played out very well, but you just, oh my god, this is so good. Okay, Okay.
I sure hope that was the last of them.
No, there's more.
Are surrounded from either side.
What's he gonna do now?
Let's do this.
God! So fucking cool. Oh my god. Survival. Please tell me he says that.
What do you say to that?
Okay, you could do one cool one-liner. That is what you need in these.
We're just getting started.
In that case, bring back the Matrix music.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, there's so many different weapons on display as well. It's not just knives and pistols. There's fucking assault rifles, Uzis, submachine guns, them other guns I can't remember the name of right now, but it was in GoldenEye and it was in Terminator 2 when the T-1000 was in a helicopter and he was shooting it with 4 hands, that gun, and then there's a fucking sniper rifle, and oh my god, there's so many. Then it's silence pistol, M4A1. Oh yes. The M79, of course, not exactly the same, but what the fuck? Stormtrooper! There's so much going on that you're able to squeeze in a quick, like, joke like that, but yet you're still making all of this incredible stuff. How... I'm sweating already. I'm fucking sweating. When I did the reactions last year with the last 2 collabs, it was a really hot day and I was, like, soaked in sweat. But I'm sweating now because I'm just so... I'm moving about, I'm all hyped up. Oh my god. What's it now? Oh...
This one's mine.
Ooh, he's the boss. The guy in the red. And remember, the funny thing about this is this whole thing started because he like commented on his glasses or whatever. Like he's not like some big bad villain leader of evil thing. He's just some dude in the park that he dissed his glasses and they had an argument.
Come on, Red. Let's
Red?
do this.
Can I bother reading that? No. If it's like a tiny bit of text like that, I'm not really that inclined to want to go back and look at it because it does take a bit of fiddling, and this J thing doesn't work so well. But if it's like a whole screen of text, it might be important to read it, is all I'm saying. Okay. Whew.
And so my dad says,
Oh my god. Oh
that
my...
was quite rude.
You can do this, Michael.
Oh my god! This is it? No, that's it. This is Tomato 4, okay? I'm not gonna... I've retired now. This is Tomato 4. This is... I have my endorsement of this. This is basically the closest thing to what I can imagine it was going to be, at least the action scenes anyway. This is kind of what I wanted it to look like. She done it. She fucking done it. You can have it. This is it here. You have my full endorsement now. That's it. I'm not even gonna bother now. Why should I bother making anything? This is so fucking good. It's like, you know what it's like? It's like something you've always wanted to see. We've seen Rosen Venture, and it does remind me a lot of Rosen Venture with all this action and stuff, but with the added animations of the guns and hands. But it's also something I've always wanted to see, but haven't really seen yet. Like, you really do want to see a cool action sequence fighting, making Michael look badass, and guns, and Terminator music, and cool stuff. And you get elements of that. And in the Rosen Venture, you get some stuff like that as well. But it's not like this all together in this one fantastic package of just like everything I love. It's like watching the perfect movie or something. It's just got all those things that you've always wanted to see together in one place as is. And it's a culmination of awesomeness. Ooh, this is a good entry. I feel like I'm worried though, because we might have peaked early. This might be the best entry in the collab by a fucking nautical mile. I don't know why it's nautical, we're not in the water, but you know what I mean. By a complete mile, and then everything else in the collab is going to be okay, but I'm still going to be thinking about this entry, like say like at the 2-hour mark or something, I'm going to be watching whatever's there, and all I'm thinking about is that fucking awesome gunfight from the beginning. I feel like that might be a detriment to the collab. You should have put this more in the middle somewhere rather than the beginning, because now everything after it is going to be like, no. Can't even hold a candle to this fucking... Oh my god. Oh my god. He lost. Oh my god. And it's not just fighting as well. That's another thing that makes this so good, is it's not just fighting. Anyone who's skilled enough with the animation and chroma keying and masking can do a sequence where Michael and other characters fight and there's weapons, but it takes another level to remember to stick in all these funny moments like rock, paper, scissors and the stormtrooper and all this other stuff and blocking it with his hand and other little jokes and funny moments that you throw into the serious action as well. It just adds so much more. It's not just cool action sequence. It's cool action sequence with funny moments as well. How do you do all of this? It's incredible. This shit takes scripting. This shit would be something where if I wanted to make something like this, it takes a lot of planning, a lot of scripting. I can only imagine. But you can't just suddenly come up with this and make it on the fly. This is incredible. I've already said that.
What's that? What?
I'm still here.
Oh! It's so quick! Like blink and you miss it kind of action, like a real movie! Actually, it's better than a movie because you can actually see what the hell's going on, whereas a lot of movies, apart from John Wick, it just shakes the camera around a lot and keeps cutting all over the place. You can't really fucking see what's going on. I've always hated that. Oh yeah, there's that obligatory, this cliche. What do you call it? Elevator, action, calm, elevator, funny cliche. It's in like every film. Yeah, you had to put that in there somewhere. Yeah, there you go. Oh my god. Every animation is just so satisfying. The way the knife falls into his hand and it like his hand dips a bit to like hold the weight of the knife as it drops in his hand, and when guns fire and the recoil and all these little movements of animation that makes it so much more satisfying to look at. Okay, so you finally defeated him,
What do you
right?
think of my glasses now, motherfucker? Actually, I was talking to the person behind you. Oh.
All that, and he got the wrong guy. Is that the end? It's one of those entries where I don't really have much left to say by the end because I've already spent the majority of the entry constantly pausing it and going over how amazing it was and how stunned I was at every little thing that I saw. Usually I like to save my main criticisms and evaluation of sorts and assessment at the very end during the transition screen, but there are some entries that just wow me so much that I end up spending the entry constantly pausing and saying it because it fascinates me so much and has me so gripped. So at this point, as we reach here, what do I say other than that lived up to the expectation that everyone gave me on social media when they kept saying that Alyx's one is amazing, kept saying whatever they said. Wow, that was fantastic. And don't get me wrong, like, I guess I could offer some constructive criticism where the arms are concerned, like with the hands and arms. Maybe the hands thing was a stylistic choice, like again, like Rayman and that, without the arms. Maybe it was on purpose to make it easier to animate all that weapon combat and stuff. But maybe I could offer some criticism there. Maybe if you used arms, play around with it, see if you can get that shit to work right. I don't know. But aside from that, everything was just so good. I'm struggling to find somewhere where I can mention what was better. Other than obviously cut out that line in the middle of my... I know it's like a nitpick, but I can only think of nitpicks when it's this good. The line in the middle of his videos where it separates the two colours, and it's really hard to mask that shit out, because if you mask it out, you have to do it after the chroma key effects, otherwise the blur of the chroma key... Yeah, go on, pass it. Go on. No, go on. No, I'm waiting for your cheeky ass to pass. There you go. Yeah, that's it. You have to put the chroma key afterwards, so the blur of the chroma key would be also counted into the mask. So even when you cut out the line, the blur of the chroma key will be visible as the masking line. You'd still have it there. So you have to do the masking after the chroma key, which means you can't do chroma keys for entire video tracks, and it makes it 100 times more tedious and lengthy. So I can understand not bothering with cutting out that line, but I'm way too much of a perfectionist to let that line live. But aside from those nitpicks, that was just all round an incredibly made and incredibly entertaining and genuinely funny story as well. It wasn't just entertaining and action, but it was genuinely funny too. It had its great humorous moments chucked in with the action, and the whole story started because the red guy made a snarky comment about the glasses, and it turned out to be someone behind him that wasn't even him that had the glasses. Wow, that was... I don't know what else to say. It was just absolutely a centerpiece for sure. One of the gems, the star-studded gems of the collab for sure. There's probably going to be one or two other entries that are going to shine like that, but I think we're going to be hard-pressed to see anything of that level of quality after that, because that was just insane. Like I say, maybe that should have gone near the middle, because at the beginning it's going to put a lot of... Everything else after this has a lot to live up to now. A real hard act to follow. I don't know what's... Oh, wow. Getting lost for words oh, I need to take a breather and a break after that, because that was just such an exhilaratingly brilliant ride. Okay, enough with the constant praise. I've said enough good word about this entry. It's time to move on. So as you know, you've all seen it before me, because I'm the last person to have finally watched this collab. I think everyone else has probably seen it already, so you know that was amazing. So props to Alyx for making that incredible piece of work, and I fucking loved it. One of my favourites in the game right now. I mean, seriously, some of my favourite content in the game right now. And like I said, a lot of those moments were just like what I wanted to make myself in the future. I know I barely make shit anymore, but the stuff I've planned out in my books and my scripting, well, not scripting, but just like, yeah, rough planning, and in my head of plot of stuff to make, I had scenes just like that with Michael on the vehicle, not car, but vehicle. I'm not going to give away what it is, with the opponent with the knife, and it gets closer, and the same music was playing as well. I had the same music in mind. It's so weird, it's uncanny. Great minds, eh? Oh, gosh. I have to calm back down now. Calm down. Back to normal. It's going to be hard to get back to normal. Okay. Next entry. This is going to be difficult. Okay. Nice. Okay. Next entry, please.
I saw something else.
Loud. Very loud.
I was sorry.
Look at this shit. I just have to point this out real quick. This YouTube player just keeps bugging out on me with these blue outlines. It happens with the like button as well. It keeps doing that, and I'm trying to figure a way to get out of it, but it's a pain in the bloody arse. There we go. Oh, God.
I had to get to Hempstead, so I bought a pita.
Okay, slow down a second. Just for a second, because I know it's going to speed right up afterwards. This is NoiceDrinkz' lovely entry, and as we can see, it's another one of those attempts at the fast-paced style of things. I was expecting a more drawn-out, maybe a story-based thing, maybe adventure, but no. Last time, I think it was last year's one, as well as hosting, he did the whole cowboy caper thing, which was a collab, a mini collab within like 4 or so people within the main collab. So he did a hell of a lot of work putting the collab together and working on that entry as well. So I can only figure that this year he's kind of laying back a little bit, you know, taking it a little more easy, and now he's going to try his hand at a bit more fast-paced stuff. I've already seen like 10 jokes thrown at me that I wasn't even able to address. I think Peter Griffin was in there somewhere.
I bought a pee. No. So I bought a pee. That's it.
Right, we have to really concentrate. Like, I keep missing stuff. I have to be on the ball concentrating on this because I'm going to miss jokes.
No. So I bought a pizza.
Okay.
I began to eat. The trouble was, I was kind of attracted to the pizza.
Oh, dear.
I don't want to eat a pizza anymore.
Oh,
I want
no.
to make it my girlfriend.
That's kind of like that SpongeBob episode where he fell in love with the Krabby Patty. Yeah, that was gross.
And Harry said, you can't do a way. I mean, you can't catch me. I mean, you can't do that. I'll eat whatever the fuck I want. Thank you.
Whoa. Wait a minute. NangyLOL. When did the watermark even change? I didn't even see it. Go back.
And Harry said, you can't do a way.
I'm waiting for it now. I'm actually going to notice it. I didn't even notice the watermark when it changed. I just looked again and I noticed it wasn't the same one. So I think what we have here is another mini collab within the collab where more than one people worked on an entry, and I think that's quite common in this one. I think there's quite a few entries where people did that this year, so I'm expecting a lot of that throughout this. I remember hearing something about other people's entries where they put a buttload of effort in it and they got other people to help them. So I'm going to be expecting some watermark shifts within entries, but it was so quick I didn't even notice it. I'm watching now.
Catch me. I mean, you can't do that.
Okay, there. It's right there with a trigger thing. That's it. Okay, so far this entry's good. Fast-paced humour is, like all humour, very subjective, but it's particularly subjective with YouTube people. Like, some people, it's not really their cup of tea. For me personally, it's generally not my cup of tea, but there are exceptions. There are some fast-paced stuff, like Professor Meatball / Cheeseball with the He's the series with the angry video game critic and nerd and all that stuff. There are some exceptions where I genuinely find them funny, even if the jokes are really simple and they're not even elaborate. They're just done in such a way with the timing and the way they put out that it makes you laugh. Even if it's really stupid, it still makes you laugh. So I do have exceptions, and so far this is good. Yeah.
I'll eat whatever the fuck I want. Thank you very much. Harry Bones. So here goes. In goes a bit of pizza. Actually, I think I'm allergic. The moment I dread when I can't even eat up my own.
Wait a minute. That was like overlaid on top. The only problem with this collab is because it's 2.5 hours long, pressing the J key doesn't go back to the exact joke I just wanted to replay. It goes back further, so I have to watch other stuff first again.
Goes a bit of pizza.
Just waiting for that one bit. So this might be a bit clunky. This might be a bit clumsy, and I apologise for that, but I'm trying my best. That's what happens when you can't edit the playback.
I think I'm allergic.
Yeah, right here, right here. Yeah, he overlaid it. I didn't even notice it for a second because it fits so well, but he masked the other face talking onto it.
I dread when I can't even beat up my own girlfriend. Yeah, I'll come up with that.
Great.
Hey, Michael, have you tried taking...
There's a song I'm very familiar with, Tomfoolery.
The bones out the pizza.
Oh no, boneless. Are we really going that route as well?
Can the pizza have bones?
No.
I don't know. Just try to take them out anyway. Okay, here goes. Why are you breathing in? Oh no. Oh no, I'm choking. I can't get a moment's peace around here. Does anyone see?
Fuck?
Hey, it worked.
Giant fucking bone.
On one sec, how could bones fit inside my throat? Oh.
That was a very strange dream. Ultimate story ending cop-out, the movie, starring Tom Cruise, Michael Rosen, Terry Crews as Harry... I'd watch that. Michael Caine as Mervyn, Angelina Jolie as Melanie. I thought it was going to go longer.
What's going on?
Sus Jokes, the movie, starring. I'm going to see how many of you pause the video to read this. LMAO, that's really pathetic. You just search around for hidden messages on YouTube, so you. No, I don't, but I saw that, so I paused it at the right time. Don't try and get smart with me, Josh.
Can I just eat my pizza now? Okay, yeah? No!
Oh my god, Bandicam logo! That's a good one.
Anyway,
people don't think of the Bandicam logo. Oh no. Another one?
Pizza, all slippery and sticky.
This is still part of the same entry. The only way I can tell now is because the transition screen hasn't appeared yet. When the watermarks keep changing like that, it kind of fools you for a second, thinking, did he just forget to put the transition screen in? No. This is still the same entry.
Didn't make any noise at all. My mum says, don't you talk like that. So I said...
You know what would have been better? You know what would have been even better? I've just got a really good idea. The watermarks are small enough, like it's right in the corner. You could have all 3 or 4 or however many people are working on it, you could have all their names in the corner, smaller, but when it's that person's bit of the entry, their names are lit up, and the other ones are like black and white, they're like greyed out. So whenever it's like pNsB's part, his name would be in red in colour, and the rest of them, NoiceDrinkz and NangyLOL, they'd be greyed out. I think that would be a better idea, because sometimes it's kind of confusing. I know it's the same entry now, but it throws you off a bit. I feel like it would flow even better if you had all the names in the corner, really small, and every time it was that person's bit, so you could still give each person credit as they make it their bit. You could have their name pop up, maybe their name's bigger, and it's got more colour, and the others are greyed out, when it's not their turn, quote unquote. I don't know. I just feel like that would have been even better, but... You know, because I'm relying on Watermelon here that he put it together so that he knew when to put the transition screens, so he didn't mix it up, and these aren't actually 2 different entries or 3 different, these are part of the same mini collab in the entry, so yeah. Because honestly, the humour is like the same all throughout each 3, NoiceDrinkz, NangyLOL and pNsB. It all looks like the same video. It's like the same person made it. They are very consistent with the humour and the production here.
That was my spine. Deep down inside. I'm okay. A little pizza stuck in my throat. It's sticky. Whoa! So I start to suck. So thinking, well, actually, I make my teeth.
Oh my god!
Pizza. It was then I noticed the woman opposite. It was my closest maternal.
Oh, we got Q-Rad in here as well. I feel like it's just like the cowboy caper people. I don't know if it was exactly the same people that worked on it, because I can't remember every name. I know it was NoiceDrinkz, and I think Q-Rad was in it, but I can't remember exactly which people were in it. I don't know if it was the same people or not, but it seems like they've banded together again this year to do a completely different style, which is great, because I always went on in the last 2 reactions, I went on about variety and the mix-up. I love all the variety, so we need some fast-paced put in here, especially after that amazing action-packed story. We need like to devolve back into just silly jokes. We need a bit of that mixed in, because if it was all stories, it'd be like you would pick out the really good ones, and then the ones that were not as good as Alyx's one would be put to a bit of shame. You know, they'd be okay, but they wouldn't be able to hold a candle. So that's why we need the variety. We need silly, fast-paced jokes, silly YouTube jokes, just crazy shit, and then we need musical YTPMV segments as well. it breaks it up enough so that you don't have all of the same kind of content, because when you have all story-based, or all YTPMVs, or all silly jokes or whatever, if they're all the same, you start really holding the better ones to a higher value than the others, and those stand out a lot more. With the variety, not just comes more entertainment, but it comes a better hold up of each standard of quality. So if some people like Alyx are a lot better than others, it helps with the variety. It really balances it out. It makes you think of other stuff. It's like, oh, there's a nice musical segment here, or oh, there's a nice fast-paced set of jokes here, and it makes you think more about. I'm just rambling too much, but I'm trying to make a point here. It's something like that. Anyway, variety is good, is what I'm saying.
There's one as well.
Oh my god.
Fucking sexy. I never did eat that.
I noticed Q-Rad's... Oh my god, the face I just paused on. I noticed Q-Rad's watermark is like doing a bit of that. That reminded me of Serial K back in the day, a little bit of that TV simulator wavy movement. That's always cool.
Well, actually, I did. But then I remembered this funny little thing. I was still allergic. It was then.
I know some people don't like ear rape at all. I know some collabs people are like, no, ear rape, it is bad. You must never do it. But ear rape is actually necessary in YouTube poop. It's just when people abuse it, like every other effect, really. When you overuse it and then use it when it's not funny, it's not good. And when you use it too much, you set it too loud, and half the video is just really loud. But when you do it like this is how you do it right, and it makes me laugh. That's why ear rape still makes me laugh when it's used in the right way.
I noticed nothing because it's a lazy transition.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Fucking and he's holding his breath and it's red. Mum giving me a lecture on eating my food even though I'm having an allergic reaction to it.
Don't you talk like that. Don't you dare.
Oh my god, it's so loud in my ears.
When I was a girl, I had to eat what... You know, there are some people in the world who give their right...
Go away.
This is the best part of the entry so far, definitely. Oh my god, he's still red. Oh my god, the fact that it was your girlfriend, which would make you gay. Wait, what? No specific ingredient topping, rather the scary thought the pizza was invented by somebody with sort of random foods, a specific way, what it is at the end of the day, just a piece of cooked bread with sauce on it. Okay.
Michael, we have something to make.
Oh my god, look at his glasses. Are those the same glasses as... no, I'm thinking about that entry again. Stop. Don't... Maybe he was the guy who was standing behind Michael that the Mr. Red was talking about. Ooh, crossover entry plot thickens. No?
Are there any side effects? Bag of plums.
Bag of plums!
I think...
Oh my god, this is like... these kind of jokes where they're like overly ironic as much as possible, this is the sort of thing you would see in April Fool's collab, but it comes to a point where I don't find them that entertaining in the April Fool's collab because the April Fool's collab is deliberately bad. So if you do something like this in the April Fool's collab, it doesn't entertain me because I'm expecting that. With the April Fool's collab, I expect people to think outside the box a little bit more and do something very different and very unusual and unlike what anyone's ever done that can technically be counted as bad. But when you do jokes like this in a collab like that, it's kind of, you know, uninspired. But the problem is people tend to restrict it just for like April Fool's or April Fool's video that they would do on their channel on the day. So you never get to see this kind of humour in most of the entries because they try and put in as much effort as possible. So you tend to never really see these kind of deliberately poor, over the top, over ironic, yeah, these kind of things. And for that, I thank you guys for bringing this back because it is genuinely still funny. The fucking Bandicam. Like, unregistered Hypercam 2 is like throwback to like old school YouTube days, but the thing about the Bandicam logo is that it gets me personally because I use Bandicam. I'm not using it now, I'm using OBS, but I use Bandicam for other things, and when I first bought it, I had it for free for a while before I bought it years ago, and it had yeah, so I did record a few things in the past, way back in like 2015, that had the Bandicam logo on it, so I can relate. And I've seen so many people like from other communities like do gameplay videos or whatever from like some games I play online when there's other people and they have their own YouTube channels and they do gameplays they do quick videos that record them doing some cool epic tricks or whatever, you know, and it's usually got the logo on the top because they can't be bothered to buy it, or they're too poor to buy it, or they can't be asked or something. So the Bandicam logo speaks to me on a level above what most people might be having it spoken to. I don't know. god. Oh my god. I didn't realise I was watching the bucket already. Oh god, I forgot to address the bucket. Shit. And now I didn't mention it at the beginning, so I won't get a chance to... Because not everyone's going to be watching this bit, because this is the particular entry. I'll say it anyway, though. I think there's going to be a bucket. I think it's going to be uploaded a week after the day, so maybe 14th. It's the 15th as I watch this, so maybe it's already put up. I don't know. I don't know what Watermelon's doing right now. I'm going to have to ask him again. But I'm pretty sure there is a sort of bucket, although he didn't want to call it that because he didn't want to be demeaning to the entrance. But come on, let's face it, it's a fucking bucket. Let's get real here. We're not going to call it whatever it's going to be called. It's going to be called like the bonus B-side edition. No, we're going to call it a fucking bucket because that's what Ryan coined the term, sort of. He kind of made it the thing. And that's how it's been. And the two collabs that I've done reactions to have not had buckets, whereas the 71st one kind of technically had the bucket in the last third, but I suffered for that. But what I was thinking of doing was doing a reaction to the bucket as well, even though, against all odds of my sanity, I was thinking of doing it just to give fair justice to those people who did kind of try, but weren't good enough to, you know, those people. The bucket is not always full of terrible entries. Usually there's quite a few entries in there that were not god-awful, but just weren't good enough to match the standard of what the collab had to offer and wouldn't have fit in very well. And some of those people genuinely did try, but aren't either very inexperienced with doing the editing, YouTubing and stuff like that, or they just didn't have the time and they made it in late. Like, I think with the last year's one, or the 71st, I reacted to Wacky Weevil and Dizzy and Kaleidoscope because they didn't make it in the collab. Something went wrong and they weren't in by accident or something. So I made sure I took the time out to go and watch theirs afterwards. I might do that for the bucket. If the bucket is lengthy, I'll probably do a separate reaction for that. Oh my god. I just don't want to do parts. That's all it is. But yeah, this is really giving me bucket vibes right now. Oh no, oh no. It's like prepping me for what's coming. Except this is actually funny. God, it's so fucking loud and my headphones on. It makes me wish I was watching it with speakers because it's a lot more tolerable. But yeah, bear in mind, guys, I watch these with headphones on, so when you do those funny ear rape jokes, when you do excessively, when it gets to like, what was it, 50 dB on the Vegas reader, when it goes that high with the red, you wanna, yeah, my ears might be bleeding right now. The inside might also be red at this point with blood. But, yeah, I want to leave it on the screen you can see. Alright, here we go. There you go. Okay, so I kind of want to leave it on that, but it takes too long to get to that screen. It's just doing it's like black screen for a moment. So I might be stuck on that black screen when I talk about these entries. That one was good. It was genuinely funny. Maybe I can tell some people won't enjoy that ridiculous, hyper distorted, like silly, deliberately poor jokes, stuff like ironic stuff. Not everyone's cup of tea, but I personally found it quite funny. The part I enjoyed the most, though, aside from the whole Bandy Campbell mark, was the bit where his face was red from the allergic reaction, and he had the holding his breath face, and every time it cut to him, the ear rape got louder and louder, and his mum was trying to tell him to eat while that part was the funniest. That was definitely my funniest favourite part there. But yeah, well done all around. You guys all worked on that, and I've been out recording for like over an hour now already. I know I need to get a move on, but I don't want to rush anything. How to improve? There was a lot of variety in this. I don't really know what to suggest. The effects were decent. I think the Chroma Keying, or whatever there was some, was okay. There's not really much for me to say. And naturally, fast-paced entries tend to be very short. I expected that to be short because when you work with fast-paced stuff, you're packing a lot of content into just a few seconds. So each second is like a minute's worth of a story-based thing, sort of thing. Because you're making so much in such little time spaces, it's hard to build up over 30 seconds to a minute of an entry of that style. So I get that. I don't know what to suggest for that one. I'm just fucking enjoying it. I'm supposed to be offering constructive criticism, but you guys know you did good, okay? It's NoiceDrinkz, Q-Rad, pNsB, NangyLOL. You guys know what you're doing, okay? You guys know you did good. Maybe my only advice is, I guess, if you're entering next year, don't do the same thing. Do something different again. So you did the cowboy caper, then you did fast-paced silliness and Bandicam logo and ear rape. Next year, do something else. Like do a YTPMV or something. Ooh, mix it up, throw them off. Ooh, that'd be interesting. But yeah, all around from all four of you boys, solid work, and I enjoyed it. I actually enjoyed the fast-paced silliness, and it gave it the variety that this collab most certainly needs. Yeah, moving on. Nice. It's going to be a nice. I notice how there's nothing related to his birthday in these transitions, which is a bit of a shame, because at least in the last two we had the funny and he had like the Hollywood Sunday and the birthday, I guess, and then the 72nd one was fantastic with the music and the pie hat and the blower. It was like exactly as birthday-ish themed as possible. But this one, not so much. In fact, not at all. It's not, only because it says it on the screen, but, you know, whatever, Mega Man X, Rosen X, because he's playing the game and he chose that collab. I don't know, I just feel like maybe the transition screen should have had a bit more of a birthday, should have had like I'm pointing with my finger and pointing with the mouse, he should have had like a party hat on maybe, or something like that, I don't know, or balloons behind him, I don't know, just feel like it's missing a bit of the birthday vibe, but it's not a big deal, it's just another nitpick, guys, chill, just because we have to watch this transition screen like 100 times each entry, but yeah, next. Oh my god. Yes! Yes! I was secretly in the back of my mind hoping that this would come back. Okay, now let me explain again. Every entry when it starts, I have to stop and explain shit. So last year, there was a guy called Mr. Luca, I think his name was. So it's not the same guy. And he made an entry that was basically Michael Rosen version of Man's Not Hot. And it was a bit late because the Man's Not Hot, the whole meme and everything was, if memory serves me correctly, it was October, November 2017 was when Man's Not Hot was like huge. And then by 2018, it wasn't really popular anymore. It sort of died. He had the official music video and then it kind of died out. So by the time the collab rolls around in May, it's a bit dated, but there was nothing Mr. Luca could really do about that, because if the meme is in October, November, then you're bound to, by the time May comes around, it's going to be kind of, you know, I would say obsolete. But because I enjoyed that Big Shaq thing, I enjoy it so much, I fully enjoyed the entry anyway, even if it was a bit dated, it doesn't matter. We have this, I guess, the same kind of problem here, even though, so in case you didn't already notice, this is going to be Man Don't Dance, because of the fucking music. I recognise it immediately. By the way, Bangin' Tune is genuinely a great track. Like, all jokes aside, he really hit it out of the park with Man Don't Dance. But again, that was, I think he did that around summer 2018. I say around that last collab was out. He did Man Don't Dance in the summer of 2018. So this is almost like a whole year later. So again, bit dated, but I'm going to enjoy it anyway. All the same, I love the Big Shaq stuff, so we're going to enjoy it.
No.
We'll see, oh, Big Mike is back with Rosen Don't Dance. We're going to see how this fares up to Mr. Luca, because it's not the same guy, unless he changed his name or something. This is a totally different person doing the same kind of thing. So maybe it'll not be as good as Mr. Luca's one, maybe it'll be even better. Now we're going to find out. Let's see how we do it.
Big Mike.
Big Mike. Sauce is another one, yes!
One and one is two.
Yeah. Look at this fucking, like, cinematic, what do you call this, letterboxing. I think that was on purpose. It's just like cinema style or music video where you have the bars. But I can't say I like that. I would have preferred it just being full screen, like it just as is, normal.
And you, that way, stuck like glue. Boom.
It needs to be... No. You see, here's the problem. What Mr. Luca did with Man's Not Hot was that it wasn't just the lyrics with Michael saying it, sentence mix. It was the lyrics changed up. The lyrics were Rosenized, if you will. So the whole thing was in the theme of him and his crew. So it was still like all ghetto and silly, but the lyrics were changed up to mention like Haribo and other things, plums and other Rosen-related stuff. I think what's going on here is he's actually going to make him do the original lyrics all the way through, which is kind of, I guess, a bit of a disappointment, but no big deal.
My toast. She wants me to be her bloke.
Yeah.
She can't cook Sunday roast.
So I guess the best thing to do here, if none of the lyrics are going to be Rosenized and it's just going to be the original Man Don't Dance lyrics with Michael saying it, the number one thing I'm going to be criticising here is the sentence mixing, and you, boy, do you know, you come to the right place. If Canavo69 watching this shit right now, you come to the right place. My man right here is a connoisseur of the sentence mixing. I know, I don't mean to toot my own horn with anything else. Like, I'm no expert with virtually anything else, but when it comes to sentence mixing, I'm your man. Let's fucking do this.
You looked in my eye.
Oh god.
You know,
God, he's using the same I. Maybe use a different I, perhaps, because it's a bit repetitive. Oh God.
They call me. Let's turn you and I to wait.
To wait. Wait.
Boy, you're silly. Then ran for the bus quickly. No oyster. And didn't chase it. I just jumped in for it and I chased it.
I'm just thinking of all the Americans who don't know what they mean by oyster. Yeah, I get it.
Laughing.
Oh.
What a bitch. Anyway.
No, do the whole song. No, what are you doing? Don't you better get back to it.
Sorry.
Get back to it.
I didn't have time to finish it.
No, you didn't even do the chorus. She wants me to vibe. Man, don't dance. Step to your cribs. Man, don't dance. No, you didn't even get to the best part of the song. You could have at least done the chorus. If you'd have just done the chorus and nothing else and then moved on with jokes, that would have probably been better than just doing the intro and then blue balling us. Oh, Canavo69, you couldn't have found some more time to do the chorus. Oh, or the hook or whatever you call it. Oh, how disappointing is that, man?
And I can't be asked.
Yeah, I figured you can't be asked, but I wish you were asked. Oh, we were so close as well. I'm pretty sure it was like right before the chorus part. Chorus? Whatever. Sick of your shitting in British.
Well, actually, it was due to other commitments.
Oh, due to other commitments. I didn't understand what he said for a second, but when he said commitments, I got it. Due to other commitments. Well, if you were too busy to finish it, then I understand. I understand being too busy to make something. Hence me in the last 2 collabs before this, but I can't lie. It is a bit of a shutdown. Like, you open it so strong with Man Don't Dance, and I'm waiting for the chorus.
Yeah. Not bad for a first time. Hey, yeah.
You're a first timer. Well, there we go. Well, I was comparing him to Mr. Luca, and obviously you could tell Mr. Luca was putting like all visual stuff on screen as well. He definitely had more experience, you could tell. But this wasn't that bad. I mean, the sentence mixing obviously needed improvements, and I was about to start really getting into it, the criticisms, but then it's over before I got... I was expecting the whole entry to be like 2 solid minutes of this, but it... what can I say? But... for first time, yeah, definitely. Canavo, you definitely pull, you know, it's never easy. It's never easy being the guy who has never really made anything before, or you're like, okay, the big birthday collab, here's my chance. It's my big break, you know, it's your big break. Either you're a newcomer who have been making some stuff for a while, and then you use the collab as an opportunity to reach out. But if you're one of those newcomers who hasn't even made anything yet, or at least with Rosen yet, and this was your first thing, was the collab, that's a big deal. That's a big deal for you. That's a big deal, you know, for the whole channel and everything. So major props for that. That was not bad. It was good. It was okay. Anyway. But I just wanted to go further, that's all.
Happy birthday, Michael.
Happy birthday, Michael. I almost forgot about that. We didn't have any entries wishing him a happy birthday in speech at the end. We had a few text ones, but we haven't had happy birthday, Michael.
Good one, mate.
Yeah, mate. Good one, mate. Hey, is he British too? Canavo. Hey, what's up? Yeah. Representing. But yeah, not much to say there, because again, very short, cut off. He didn't have time to finish it, or he couldn't be asked, or other commitments. Probably a combination of all of them, because I know what that's like. But for what it was, you know, you presented the idea and you got me hard and ready for it. Okay, I was ready, but such a disappointment that you didn't even make it to the chorus. Maybe, you know what, maybe just make it. Just when you find the time, make the full version. Do the full version, put it on your channel. Whether that will be your entry, or you just put up your entry separately and then go and work on it separately is up to you. But you know what, my advice to you is make it, finish it, make the whole version, make the whole Man Don't Dance, because you know Rosen's law, okay, Rosen law as I coined, clearly states that if it's popular or a meme or something pop culture, there will be a Rosen version of it, and you are the guy to create Rosen's law for Man Don't Dance, so you need to fulfill your destiny and finish that fucking song. So yeah, that's it. As for the sentence mixing, as I was going to say, it was okay, but for a first time, yeah, brilliant. Great for a first timer, for sure. He was probably using the transcript, but wow, yeah, good job on that attempt anyway. Yeah, so moving on now. What a shame, man. I was getting into it as well. Nice. Why do I keep saying it? I don't know. Okay, Abe Powder, here we go. Right, I always seem to pause it whenever the entry starts so I can make a note about who it is. So just a little fun fact about the Michael Rosen 70th birthday collab that I hosted. I fucked up the names at the beginning in the intro where I accidentally left Abe Powder's name in twice, so it was at the end because I was copy-pasting them all in groups of 3 and then renaming the text accordingly. So this meant that because I forgot to remove the last one because there was that many number of names, Abe Powder's name is in the 70th birthday collab intro twice, at the beginning and at the end of the names. So yeah, there's always that one little mistake, and I did not have time to remove it and render it all again because it took like 12 hours, half a day to render and another half a day to put it up, and we didn't want the collab being any later than it was. So that was that little fun fact for you. So yeah, Abe Powder, special. Got special recognition there with it, double names. Yeah. Okay, so Rosen's poetry attic. This might be interesting. You always love it. That's another one of the variety things where you don't just use the standard sources that everyone uses. You tend to use Poetry Attic or one of the other sources. I remember, I think it was last year, I saw a lot of people using the newer performances that Michael did with like all the warning, this is a horror story, and all them, what, the Bakerloo Flea and all that other stuff, and those, what, the Trousers Down and all them ones. All those new ones I haven't really seen much of yet because I haven't really watched them myself, so I enjoyed that. That kind of variety is what we definitely need in these collabs. I still enjoy the original Rosen stuff, the 2008 performances, but I also like, again, the variety, so this is good so far. He hasn't done anything yet, and it's good.
Black, black, black.
Oh boy. See, that's the problem with the compression. This is why it needs to be 1080p, because people like Abe Powder be making 60 frame per second entries with these heavy effects that will be compressed to shit when it goes into the actual collab. Like that thing you just saw there, whatever the hell that was.
What was described tells us what's important to him, like limp wood coming to sea. And the well.
We actually didn't have a cock. Do we even have a penis joke up until this point in the entries? I know I mentioned penis a bit, but I don't think we did. We had like cock, maybe? I don't know. I think that was a first dick joke. Congrats! First dick joke in the collab.
Well. He describes it.
Fuck.
Helps us feel the cock.
Oh.
Transites are human rights.
Okay, we had to have that obligatory. Yeah, I almost forgot because this year we're gonna see some stuff that we expect to see that's trending. So Man Don't Dance was kind of old, but that's okay because it was summer thing. This year I forgot to mention 73rd, so it's 2019 now. So we're gonna expect, yeah, trans rights. Everyone kept saying that shit, so that'll be in there somewhere. I'm sure there it is. I'm trying to think what else. What else was popular this year? Oh, I can't think of it right now, but I know there's going to be a select few pop culture-y things that are going to be in this. I wonder if politics is going to make a return in this one. Not in this entry, but in this collab, I mean. There's going to be certain things that come back. Ooh. My left ear does not enjoy this.
Hot food.
No pain. Really hard. Do more work. Do to me. Semolina. Subscribe. After
the bastards. Okay. Lime. Okay. Oh, great big cuddle, Rosen. We meet again. I ain't seen him in a while.
Boing, 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 boing.
Okay. Boing.
Okay.
Okay.
If you're making up your own words, the words can remind you of the words.
Oh
Lord, methought, what?
A lot of data moshing going on. Oh, there's some nice effects, but I feel like this entry isn't really my thing. So that's why I'm not really saying that much. I'm just sort of taking it in. I ain't got much to say.
Hello. I'm unexpected. Click nice.
Click nice. Got that.
We're trying to collect together the beginnings of the shit.
So I see he's tried to use as many different sources as possible that aren't the typical ones that people tend to use, which is good. I praise the use of the variety of sources. That's nice. Just in general, this kind of entry, this style isn't. Could you call it, I guess you could call it fast-paced in its own right, but the jokes are very different. There's a lot more stress on effects and plugins and crazy stuff happening and visuals, and that's why the quality needs to be up, because visuals is an important part of this kind of style. Not really my thing, but again, variety. There are probably some people that really enjoy this, and everyone's got something for them in this collab, and that's what's great. There might be some jokes that make me laugh though. Waiting for a joke that will get me. It's hard. Remember, it's hard to get me. It doesn't mean the entry's bad. It means I'm difficult to make entertained, unless it's awesome action with guns. See, I knew I'd be thinking back to that entry. No, stop. There we go. We got YSPMV. That's it. That's it. I was waiting for one. I was expecting one to come. Okay. See that like 3D effect, that was not 3D effect, but that effect there, where you have the great big cuddle Rosens on the background there, where it's like a angle of tiled background, a wall that moves in the background, that's a certain plugin. I don't know what it is exactly, but I'm sure someone will end up telling me. That's something that a lot of YSPMVs tend to use. But when I start making stuff like that, I just can't be arsed. I can't be bothered to do that stuff, especially because you've seen it so many times. It kind of makes it a bit redundant. It looks nice here, but I feel like these kind of special plugin effects get less and less impressive when you see just how many people tend to use them. Just wanted to point that out. It's no like stab at this entry. That this is good, but I felt the need to point it out because it reminded me of that whole. Yeah. Okay. Good. I don't know what the song is, of course. I don't have anything to say. It's nice. It's nice. Again, it's not really. I find it hard to say anything when an entry like this is pressing on styles and interests that aren't really my expertise. I haven't really got much to say because these kind of jokes, this kind of style, even this kind of YSPMV is just so far out from my field that it's really hard to provide, I guess. Ugh. I don't know what to say, Abe Powder. I'm sorry, I'm stuck. It's good anyway, by all means, it's okay. Obviously, if the YSPMV sounded bad, I would have something. If it was bad, I'd have something to say about it, but it's not bad, that's the point. So take it as you will that way. Because I haven't got anything to say, that means it's not bad, it's good then. I don't know. I like the sample of the I like that. That sounds nice. That's all I've got, man. Okay. Sounds even better now. I like that. It's harmonizing. See that what is it? The chords. That part is coming together very nicely here. Visuals, I guess when it comes to YSPMV, I can also give the visual credit. I've never been a fan of the borderlines of each source being like a thick white or black line. It just looks a bit boring, and whereas all the sources are very colourful and all over the place and very different in each other, the thick lines that border them, I can definitely talk about this, the thick white or black lines that border them, as you can see the diamonds here, and earlier on there was like black, like a sort of awning like pattern at the top and other lines. I don't really like those because it kind of removes the creative look of it. I would prefer it if it was just blurred. If anything, I prefer if the edge of the sources were just like blurred out or something. Because these thick border lines kind of, I guess it's just me personally, but it just sort of removes from I don't know how to explain it, but the look of it all, the really pretty look of it all, it just kind of removes me because it looks so standard and simple. And I know minimalism is a thing, but the simplistic style of that doesn't fit well with the fact that we've got all these sources, all different colours and styles and sizes all over the place. I feel like it just clashes a bit, and I don't like it. I don't particularly like it. I would much prefer, obviously none of us like the panel stuff, but I would much prefer maybe blurring out the edges of it or something, or maybe just doing different colours, not just white and black. I don't know. I just... But that's minor anyway, it's just visuals, it's not that important. Oh, I like this bit! Oh, look at them squares, cubes. That part there, that was like a little breakdown. You should have followed that up with something dum da dum da dum, and then come back to the boom after that. That would have been really good. No, you should have totally done that little dum-da-dum-da-dum. That was going to be something awesome. That was giving me a bit of chills. It sounded so good. That should have been a breakdown bit. And then you should have done that for like 10 seconds or whatever. And then gone back to the main after that. And then bring the dum-da-dum back in. Like, so it's part of what you heard before it, but with the extra dum-da-dum-dum. That would have been awesome if you'd have put them together. So again, cut a bit short for my liking. For what it was though, okay. Again, not really my thing, so there's not much I can say other than comments about the visuals and stuff like that, but Abe Powder knows full well what he's fucking doing. Like, as you could clearly see, he is a seasoned and well-known, I would say expert and well-known in the field of YTPMV and what he's doing here with these effects, so I am not one to lecture him. As you can see, he knows what he's doing, but my 2 cents on my response is those lines, I don't know, those border lines maybe do blur, but then I know the blur edges will look a bit messy, so there is that. You want to keep it clean and neat, but I think that's part of it, like the lines make it too neat, I guess, and I don't know, something like that. Anyway, the YTPMV was nice, but I would have loved to have heard it gone further. Like, never mind the visuals, it doesn't matter too much, but I would have loved to hear that dum-da-dum, and then what I said before as it kicks back in from the breakdown. That would have been fantastic. But for what it was, solid entry, obviously. Yeah, and that's it. Moving on. Why? Okay, TheEmeraldToad proudly presents. You know when a collab entry has like an epic intro like this, it's gonna be awesome. The last time we saw thick white capital text on black background, it was Alyx's entry. And you know, this means, look, I'm holding this up to a standard now, but really, when you have an entry that introduces itself like this, it doesn't just start with the watermark in the corner and Michael saying something. When it introduces itself with its own little intro of its own, you know this guy's trying to set a scene. Like, I think I've done it myself before, and then promptly had it cut out. Like, I remember No Swearing 2 had like I made this stupidly long thing at the beginning, and it was like, in the actual collab, it was cut short, because it took too long, which is fair dues. But when you introduce yourself like this, you better be good. That's all I'm saying. You better, TheEmeraldToad, this better be good. Ooh. Ooh. Entry for the Michael Rosen 73rd birthday collab, and what sounds like vaporwave in the background. Oh, okay. This is kind of looking like 256 Pi stuff here. Okay. From the creator of Michael's Big Adventure. I might have to see that because I haven't. Starring Michael Rosen. Okay, yeah, we get it. It's got Michael. I'd be very surprised if it didn't star Michael Rosen in it. That would be a twist. Like the Rosenless collab, where all the characters are looking for Michael on his birthday and can't find him. That would be an interesting idea. I don't know. Under the Desk Lid. Okay, is that what it's called? It's called Under the Desk Lid. Ooh, interesting. When she wasn't looking. I can just hear it in his voice because I know the line so well. Under the Desk Lid. Yeah. Okay. Okay, well this better be building up to something good because that was a pretty lengthy intro, so I'm expecting a very good story-based, because clearly there's going to be like a story. Here we go. Okay. Oh, that sound gives me fucking PTSD. I haven't had an alarm. I know I'm talking about stupid random shit, but I haven't had an alarm that sounded like that for many, many years. Not since I was a little kid, and still that sound fucking hurts. It hurts. It like sets off triggers in my brain. It's like, oh, I hate that noise. I don't know.
Well, anyway. Looks like it's time to go to school.
Okay. Eat plums, eat plums. That's all he ever does every day.
It's my birthday tomorrow.
Does he not eat plums on his birthday? You know what it should have said? It should have said B-Day and then in little letters, plus eat plums as well. Again.
I think Brian told me he was planning something wonderful for my birthday treat. So we've got...
I'm thinking clear criticisms off the bat here. I think maybe Michael should have been higher up because it's just his head, or maybe because he's a kid. He's supposed to be like a child, so maybe that's what's connoting. Make the music a bit quieter. I think it's a bit too loud because you don't want the music... Volume balancing is always a difficult thing to do. You got to balance the volume so you can hear what Michael's saying clearly and also have the music in there as well. You don't want either one to be too quiet. But as a general rule of thumb, you got to make the music rather quiet, because understanding the sentence mixing and the speech and the dialogue is always more important than the music, as cool as it would be in an action sequence with no dialogue. I keep thinking of that fucking entry again. You would want to lower the volume of the music a little bit so you can still understand what he's saying, but it clashes. When both are too loud, it becomes a bit more messy. So it's always important to work on that volume balancing. It's not too bad. I would just say a little bit, just the music a little bit too loud here, that's all.
To be here. Yes, Michael is British, so he should be drinking tea, but that isn't what we're talking about.
Well, I mean, a lot of British people do love their coffee. You could take it from me. I know it's a stereotype of the tea, and we do still love our tea, but there are a lot of coffee. I mean, has anyone been to London and seen all the Starbucks and Costas everywhere? People are digging coffee now. It's the trendy thing to do.
Out now,
so
is it?
I wouldn't be surprised.
And off we go.
I didn't see what message. You know what? No, we're going to give him the benefit. I know I don't want us to keep skipping back with a lot of these entries, but if the screen is full of text, I will give it a look.
So we should be drinking tea, but
right on the mark.
What we're talking about now, is it?
We'll give EmeraldToad the benefit as well. We'll read his stuff. So
and off we go.
Pause at a step there. Right, and then go back one. Ooh, these little shortcuts are really neat. Hey, would you look at that? It isn't the same house that's in like every Michael Rosen. Yeah. The one, I particularly remember the one from Dom's entry at the beginning, looked very similar to the house I used when I made a house for Michael as well. They do, but that's the thing though, because Michael is always portrayed as Michael would be, just an ordinary British guy living in Hackney or whatever in his ordinary looking house. It would either be a flat, or if it was its own house for the sake of the story, it's Michael's house, it would look pretty simple, very simple small house, maybe a little bit of garage, maybe, but nothing like this. This is elaborate. Like this shows that Michael's got all that fucking money. He's been making all that revenue from his channel. Get that house. Yeah, music's very loud. Okay, now that looks more like the sort of... See, look, that house in the background, this is the sort of stuff Michael probably lives in one of these kind of houses. That's more realistic. That's why everyone keeps using those houses. EmeraldToad. Also, another obvious criticism, is an easy nitpick, is to try and cut out the lines around Michael's background. But that so many people don't bother cutting this out that it's a criticism that I can make nearly every single time. It's like the obligatory, oh, you got to cut the lines out kind of thing. So whatever about that, doesn't matter. We'll just try and ignore it because we know he hasn't bothered to cut them out. But that's always a criticism. Hackney Secondary. Is there legit a secondary school, Hackney Secondary? I didn't know that was a thing. Okay, another school setting, okay. Oh, my ears.
Right, class 6. Right, class 6. Okay. I'm talking...
Nice to put some visual to the stories that we've watched Michael speak about so many times, but I feel like there should have been more children in the class than 4, just saying. I know it would be difficult to animate, but maybe you should have put like still frames of people sitting at the back. It would have helped to what do you call it, be a more immersive and more accurate depiction of the class. The fact that so many empty seats are behind them is a little bit worrying. Maybe they're held in detention, I don't know.
I'm talking, I want complete quiet. Right, as you know, it was our plan to go out today to the...
Sure.
I think I left my folder at home.
Oh dear.
I put it in my desk.
Yeah.
Yes, you as well, Abdul.
Okay, so I haven't forgotten the story's called Under the Desk Lid, so what if... Ooh, magic in the desk...
Class 6 as well, aren't you? I saw that, Mark, I saw that.
Ooh, it's a fucking portal or some shit. Doctor Who or, you know...
Blimey.
Oh, no. And he got sucked into it, of course. He didn't just willingly go. He gets sucked right in there. Oh, boy. Makes you wonder why. Maybe that's why all the other students have disappeared, because they all got sucked in that desk lid. Hey, there's a way of explaining out the option of not bothering to animate all those extra characters. Because I was going to say, how come nobody else has discovered this? It was just a simple desk sitting in the middle of the class this whole time. How has nobody found it before? But maybe they did. Maybe that's where all the other kids went. They all got sucked in there with him. Maybe he'll find them in there.
Has anyone seen Michael Rosen today?
Okay. No, nobody gives a shit. No, you haven't. Oh, maybe he has. Maybe it's a time cut. I don't know. Okay. Pleasant surprise. I was expecting him to land in some sort of like space, other planet, weird, hellish, weird landscape that's unfamiliar, but this looks pretty normal, surprisingly okay.
What is this place? So nice.
Just looks like a park. Sounds nice.
Yes.
Yeah, this really does remind me of 256Pi a lot. Not just because of the intro of all those characters that look similar to his, but I think some of the music choices are kind of similar as well. So it is reminding me a lot of 256Pi. But no, we're not going to constantly compare you to him. Don't worry. We'll see how you stand on your own merits. Don't worry. I'm just saying. Music is very loud though, yeah. I could see this shot here of him grinning all over his big face has been masked out rather than chroma keyed, because I can tell how smooth his head's looking at the edges. He masked this one out. Yeah, I notice it. Ooh, here's what I'm talking about. Don't go in that house. More vaporwave in the background. This guy has a very specific taste, I see. It's definitely setting the tone of all these environments, all these backgrounds and places. Ooh.
Now, you promised me plums, so where are they? Look, I'll give you the bag of plums if you listen right here. Okay. I need you to help me escape. What do you mean? I'm being held hostage. Nice try, bitch.
Oh dear, what has Michael gotten himself into this time? What a wacky series of events. Oh shit, it's all the other incarnations of Michael. You could say in this one that he was sucked through either a desk lid or some other place where the portal is, in all his different versions of Michael in different dimensions, and this is all different dimensions, incarnations of Michael sucked through the wormhole thing into this strange world where he's now kept captive. Oh yes. I'm writing a story for you.
Help me, someone.
Yeah. He did do a good job of lowering the volume of the music when Michael spoke there, but I still think even when nobody's speaking, the music is a bit loud compared to the actual dialogue and that. You need to get your volume bouncing on point. I know I said it already, but the music is good, but it's just a bit too loud. Maybe reducing it would help. Okay, got it. He is shocked. Yes. Next scene.
Class is almost over, and I still don't know where Michael is. I remember I saw him this morning, and then he was gone. I thought he'd tell someone where he was going. I hope he's okay.
Oh dear. It's not looking good for old Mick now.
Why did you put me here?
Well, I'm trying to get rid of all the overused TP sources. And you put the last Rosen that I'm dead.
Wow, really? Really? The great big cuddle Rosen is overused? And I understand this Rosen and older Rosen as well, the chocolate cake and all that, but I don't really get the other ones. Not so much, maybe Great Big Cuddle, but all the newer ones. He showed other Rosens there. They weren't as overused. Perhaps you just mean Rosen in general. So his plan was to capture every incarnation of Rosen, because Rosen umbrella term is overused in general. I guess that was this evil Guardian's plan, even though he sounds like Michael as well. Maybe he's also Michael. This is a very strange story.
I just need to turn on my sanitizer.
And if so, where are all the other overused sources, eh? We need to see some of the other guys in here. We want the CDI characters as well. Deditizer. Okay. Very creative.
What's in my pocket? Butter.
Butter.
This really long
spoon. Why has he got that in his pocket? Okay, yeah.
Hopefully that made the bar more slippery.
And sticky. Okay. Well, that was easy. Okay, I like all these environments, all these backgrounds that he's got set up here. Very nice. A lot of world building here.
You press the silver button. Hooray!
What is going on?
Ooh.
Follow me.
All these Rosens. Now what?
You won't get away.
Who is he? I'm waiting for the reveal of this enemy, of this villain. Will he gonna make it? I doubt he will. I bet he's gonna get stopped by the villain. Here we go. He's gonna make it. I'm trying to get invested as much as possible with these stories. Yeah, it's all about being invested. If you're not interested in what's happening in the story, you can't really get into it. It's all about getting into it. So I'm doing my best to get into it. Ooh, good throw. Ow. Okay, how the hell did he fit through that? I know he fit through the bars, and he must, if he has a bit of butter left on him, how the hell he fitting through that? Come on. If he fit through that little gap, then he didn't need the butter in the first place. He just slipped through the bars if he's a 2D object. Come on, man.
Get out of here.
Is that him, or is that one of his henchmen?
Commencing deditizer sequence.
Oh no, this is horrible.
I think that's him, yeah. Like a weird G-majored, inverted colour Rosen with red. I noticed all of these Rosens are animated on the same, I think, same track or same thing. So they're like all one image put together. Some of them are still moving individually. He isn't, but he is, and I think he is as well. But they're all being moved up and down in a running motion together. So they're all running in synchronized movement, because it would have been 4 times more difficult to animate all of them running individually, but it would have looked better. I mean, I'm just saying. Just saying. Sorry, it's like a little shortcut, but there you go. Okay. How do we get back?
What is it?
How to get back? Oh, there it is. That was easy.
Well, see you guys later.
That was pretty easy. I mean, there was just a button in the middle of the park that spawned the wormhole for him to go back. I mean, that was awfully convenient, EmeraldToad. It's almost as if you needed a convenient way to end the story and have him go back home.
Of course, it had to happen just before his birthday. Something always seems to happen on his birthday.
Yeah, it's funny that every year some shenanigans seem to occur on his birthday.
Why?
Yeah, made that observation.
Where in the world? It's a really long story.
Yeah, and that's it, right? Okay, now, right, well, waiting for a little post-credit, post-end title joke or whatever. So loud. That's a neat little effect with the colours there. That's a nice little effect. Yeah. Okay, that's it. Well, Under the Desk Lid. It was a short story, and it was fairly decent. Very simple premise. Michael finds a wormhole, goes to Strangeland with Villain. Interesting idea of him wanting to capture all of the unoriginal Rosens. That's an interesting idea. I feel like you could have gone a bit further with that. You could have done other sources like CDI and Robotnik and all these other sources that you could say are overused that would have also been characters to help him aid his escape. He seemed to get away very conveniently and very easily, probably because he might have run out of ideas or whatever towards the end, or didn't have time and had to wrap up the entry, so I can understand that. For what it was okay. As I said, the lines, you want to cut them out, because especially in the dark as well, when Michael was in the dark, it was all the more noticeable that he had these white lines around him. It kind of ruins it a little bit. But the school part was decent, yeah, that was all good stuff. For what it was, some good stuff there, some talent on display. And music needs to be lowered a bit because the music is a bit too loud. Very specific taste of music there, a lot of like vaporwave and stuff like that there, which isn't a problem. I just think that for like songs when the villain was talking and when they were captured and the dungeon and that, I feel like vaporwave may not have been the most fitting. It should have been something a little more ominous and eerie and villainous perhaps, but if that's what he likes, that's what he likes, I guess. There's not much I could say about that, very subjective. But definitely turn the volume down on the music, because even when nobody was speaking, if the music is really, really loud, it kind of disrupts the average volume overall of the whole video. If everyone else talks and it tends to be quieter than the music, it's kind of out of balance in that right. You want a average volume throughout, so you don't have to keep adjusting your volume or whatever, but no, a constant or whatever you call it. But yeah, for what it was okay, but there's a lot of themes you could have expanded on, I guess. The story, in terms of originality, the cell and the environments, the world building and the backgrounds I haven't seen those kind of places before, so that was original, I'll give you that. The story itself, just to film Rosens, there wasn't much story though. I mean, honestly, there wasn't much to take place. I liked the throwing of the spoon in a door, but I don't know how the fuck he fit through it. I was expecting something else to happen to get him to open the doors back up, but you know, whatever. There were some original moments like that in there, but the story as a plot overall wasn't really that, you know, it didn't really go very far. It was just Michael saves other Michaels, and then boom, he's back in time for his birthday, and that's it. Like, I feel like there could have been a lot more to develop, but perhaps he ran out of time, like I say. So, for what it was, okay, story entries, okay. Yeah, I could see why it got in. But yeah, that's all I really got to say. It was okay. Got invested, but cut short, I guess. Let's hope that the next ones will provide some entertainment that will be a lot more... I can't think of the words. I really need to be on my word game here to think of the right words. Fulfilling and... provides a full experience and doesn't like quickly cop out or anything. But yeah, that was okay. Next entry, come on. I'd like to see something different, not a story, something else.
Warning.
This is a horror story. That was exactly what I was talking about earlier. Well, we got our first warning.
This is a story.
Oh no. I Comic Sans'd myself. Billy Bob. Okay, so this whole Comic Sans watermark of shame. I tried so hard to make this a thing with the 70th bucket, right? I made it a rule that if you don't put a watermark, you will be given the Comic Sans watermark of shame. I didn't coin that term. That term was from a previous collab. I think it was the Anonymous Rosen collab, or one of them ones. And I took it, again, and made it like a thing. And I really feel like it's stuck. I don't know if it really was me that made it stick, but I've noticed it a few times where people do that. If they don't put a watermark, they'll give them a Comic Sans one as like a punishment or a mocking, like, haha, it's just joke's on you. If you don't do it, you have to turn up in the shitty school kit or whatever, you know, you see what I mean? But this guy has gone one step further and be like, nah, fuck that, I'm going to do it to myself. I'm wearing the Comic Sans shirt and I'm proud, sort of thing. Whatever, man. It's all on you, I guess. Yeah, Billy Bob is, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure he is one of the admins of the Plumtopia Michael Rosen wiki, which is nice. I've kind of wanted to get in touch with him a bit more to talk about that, because I've read my page on there and it's mostly accurate, but I think there's a couple of things you could correct, and just generally other stuff that you can write about Rosen there we can actually fix up, and I can work with you because I've got like this ridiculously detailed knowledge about Rosen stuff for the wiki that I could help him out with, but I just need to get in touch with him. So yeah, good work on that anyway. Especially after my whole debacle and incident with the YouTube wiki, where I contributed a massive page full of information and people just sabotaged it, and I couldn't do anything about it because I wasn't in charge of the page. Anyway, let's move on with the entry.
Take a minute, just sit right there. I'll tell you how they made King of the Fools.
That was a really... What do I say? I mean, you got the colour right. The colour is the exact same green and pink, but he just sort of slapped it on top. Oh no. Oh no, I forgot about this. That was it. That was what I forgot. Okay, so we got trans rights. That's one relevant thing. The other relevant thing was YouTube Rewind and Will Smith and Blue Genie and jokes like that. That is going to be in this. I'm surprised I didn't think of that already, because I guess I darred it all out of my system before the new year. But yes, we'll be going back to this now. There's going to be Rewind jokes in this, I know. This is one of them. That's hard. Oh, that's hard, yeah.
That's hard.
Data moshing again. Okay.
Let's make this.
There's a lot more people use data moshing than they used to. I still can't get the fucking hang of it. Like, I watched the tutorial, I got the Avid, whatever the hell that program's called, I couldn't figure it out. And I see so many people doing data moshing, I kind of get a bit jealous. I should be on that point right now. I should have done data moshing by now, but I just couldn't get it.
Birthday.
Fucking crazy!
Fucking crazy! Oh my god.
May, a woman called Mam. But there I was.
Oh my god, the Right Stuff sauce. I haven't seen that in a long time.
Welcome to the last part of the last right.
Yeah, the last part, because he doesn't even do the Right Stuff anymore because of some stupid debacle at the time. The Right Stuff doesn't exist anymore. He left the show. He stopped the show.
The week where I'm joined
Shame,
by
really.
children's Michael Rosen, author of such classics as
NangyLOL, from that one live stream he did where he mentioned NangyLOL. You never live that one down, will you?
The Sad Book, and his latest FCC.
Okay.
Chairman of the FCC.
Oh no, not you again.
One of the great things about butt sex, you know, people sit in airports and you see people starting to kind of go.
Yes.
Tweet. And it went flying.
Oh no, not the Sonson's nongs.
Once my brother said, I like butt sex, and then he just fell over and died. Oh, and
maybe he had too much.
Richard got long and hard.
What is this? What the fuck? Just throw a lot of weird shit on the screen and see what sticks. Blimey. Oh my god. I think I saw Let Me Do It at one point there, somewhere in all this weird, hellish mess. I mean, Ajik Pie is there, so it's gotta be hell. Oh, it is the intro for the collab with the rules on it? Drink Pepsi Man and fucking... Is that Ryan? I see... It's fucking Ryan. I recognise that blob anywhere. I paused it on the right moment that he showed. I just got to keep pausing it because I keep missing stuff. I keep pausing it.
On Pony Island, there's an NPC who states, "We're going on a berry hunt. We're going..."
The way he's reacting to it. What?
Find a big one, which I immediately recognize.
What? That's it. That's like the perfect reaction. That's really good.
As a reference to an extremely popular going on a bear hunt. We're gonna find a big one.
Like, he just sees berry hunt. He's like, what? what's that doing there? That's mine. That's my thing. Like, the way he looked at it was such a perfect reaction.
Now, let me introduce you to 2 facts about me and fact 1.
Okay, go on, go on. If these are legitimate Michael Rosen facts, I might actually know them.
I blocked Billy Bob 125 on Twitter.
I didn't know that.
And...
Oh, there was a little thing there. Hang on, I'll catch that. Let me just step all the way back. Keep pressing comma over and over. There you go. Yes, Mick actually blocked. Yeah, see, the thing is, what you don't want to do for Michael on Twitter, never send him YouTube links. Because he will block you if you send him a YouTube poop or any video. But I think it might outstretch that. He might be a bit sensitive. So don't even send him any YouTube videos, full stop. Even if it's not a YouTube poop, don't send him YouTube links. Because he'll probably automatically assume it's a poop and then block you. Because he don't like that shit. He can be very stuck up on Twitter and very apparent about what matters to him. And he's very specific and particular about these kind of things. He doesn't like being messed around. So it's best to play it very safe with Michael, because it's very easy to get blocked by him. He just doesn't take shit, and it's a shame. I wish he was more embracing of the jokes, but I guess because he works with children and he sees all the obscene stuff and he wants to draw that line, he is very, I would say, militant. He's very strict. He's very strict on it, and yeah, tend to, if you share any links to him or do any kind of jokes like face swaps or silly memes or whatever, he will probably block you. I was even nervous when I wished him a happy birthday. Before this came out, I wished him happy birthday on Twitter. I tweeted him. I was like, happy birthday, Michael Rosen, and hope you have a good one. And I needed to mention that it's the poopers, because he's very well aware of the poopers, but I wanted to say that you know, we're all still thinking of you, you know, us unlikely fans that you've got, us unusual fans, you know, we're still thinking of you and we wish you a good one. I wanted to mention that it's the poopers wishing you a happy birthday without getting blocked. I was a bit worried he wouldn't take it well, but I think he liked the tweet, so he seemed to take it okay. And yes, I am still following him, so all is okay, I see, but it is very easy to wind him up and have him block you, so I am not surprised. There are actually quite a few people in the community who Mick has blocked, so you're not the only one, unfortunately.
And fact 2. I'm Michael Jackson.
Oh, I didn't know that. Hey, that's that Moonwalker game. I love that music. Such good renditions of the song. I'm talking about everything but the entry, and I'm sorry. Okay, is he just going to be dancing to the song, or... Yeah, there's not really much going on here. Oh no. So you really did fake your death like people theorized, MJ. I thought they were crazy. You'll pay for this. Oh no. Oh, here we go. Okay, so before we get into this, I'll have to make the point right now. I do not know virtually anything about Undertale or Deltarune or whatever. I don't know anything about it. I've seen memes and I've seen references all over the place, so enough to know that it's a thing and the basic knowledge, but I don't know anything about the games. I've never played it, never got into it, so this is gonna, if I get something wrong here or if I'm not addressing it correctly, then fuck me, right? I don't know. Okay, yeah, I've decided I'm going to do a Michael versus Sans fight. Maybe in a different... Yeah, oh, thank goodness, because I was about to say I don't know anything, so... Yeah, don't do that here. Do it in a different video that I might or might not be watching. That I don't have to talk about.
Come on. Well, since I'm here, why don't I read this letter for me?
Oh, letter from the poopers. Oh no. The Koopalings and I.
Wrong letter.
Yeah, it's the wrong letter, mate. There we go.
Happy birthday. I went on a bear hunt, found a bear, and it was thick, sweet juice. That was good. One.
I just realised that's the juice on the... I was trying to figure out what those two objects were, but it was because the bottle is so bright, it blends in with the paper.
How wonderful.
Okay.
So now I enjoy my birthday treat. So a nice drink and chocolate cake.
Okay. So it's the usual, yeah. Oh look, the 72nd. Okay, well I guess he had to do that because we didn't have the 73rd out when he made it, so yeah. Whew, happy birthday, Michael Rosen, and thanks for being one of the most popular YouTube sources, if not the most. I think he's only bested by CDI, I think. Aside from CDI, he's probably the most popular YouTube source at this point, after all these years of stuff being made of him, I think. Being one of my favourite memes... I mean, is he really a meme? I mean, I guess Click Nice kind of a meme, but I never like calling him a meme. A lot of people who don't really know YouTube call Michael Rosen a meme. He's not a meme, he's a YouTube poop source, but he addresses that. He says meme and YouTube poop source, so I'll let it slide with this one. And for all of your poems, books, and jokes, yeah, you got to have the wholesome stuff in there as well. It's not just, lol, I find when you say fuck and snatch, it's funny. No, I genuinely like your poems, your books, your stories, your humour outside of the videos. That's what's important as well. So good on Billy Bob that he did that. I can only expect that from someone who manages or is an admin or whatever of the Plumtopia wiki. Anyone who puts that much time and dedication into detailing facts about Michael has to be interested in his stuff outside of the poops, which, like me, I share that passion. So yeah, good stuff, Billy Bob. Not much to say about the entry though. I mean, Michael Jackson, yeah, he was blocked on Twitter and he was dancing to the music, and that's really about it. The cake, just the general birthday stuff where he has the cake, he has the drink, and he says happy birthday. Not really much to say about this entry, I'll be honest. Oh, look, there to push the tempo. That's still the best one. Okay, I know this intro was good, but that was still the best one. I can't lie. It's just so fucking perfect. It's the best hype song. That's what it was. Been trying to enter Michael Rosen Birthday Collab since the 70th one back in 2016. My bad. So finally finishing my entry on time makes me so delighted. Did you not finish yours on time? Did I bucket you? Because I put so many fucking people in the collab and the bucket. I can't remember every name. You might have been in the bucket, I don't remember, but that was me. I was the 70th guy, so yeah, my bad, but if you didn't make it on time or if it wasn't up to scratch, then had to do what I had to do. But good on you for making it in the main collab at last, you know. You got there in the end, but yeah, there's not really much I can say about the entry itself, though. It was okay, it wasn't bad. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so I hate the fact that I'm holding on a black screen every time. I wish there was something there straight away, so I wouldn't be paused on it. Look, it's so fast, I can't pause on it. I can do this. There you go, I can step back a bit. There you go. Yeah, not much to say about that entry because it was very fruit emotions. Michael Jackson joke, blocked on Twitter, haha, kind of. But he danced to the music, and then there was birthday stuff and cake and drink. And yeah, just the general stuff you tend to see at the end of these entries where they wish him a happy birthday, or there's a letter that Michael reads from the poopers. I noticed it was from Billy Bob's dad, which was interesting, but there tends to be a moment where Michael reads a letter from the poopers, or the poopers come and tell him happy birthday, give him presents. We've seen that many, many times, and it's just a very traditional, not bad, but just, I've seen this sort of stuff before, so it's nothing really out of, you know, unique or jumping out at me. It's okay, but it's only okay. So yeah, not much to say about this one. I'm just like, I didn't think I was going to run out of things to say so quickly. I guess it's because I've mentioned most of this stuff in the last reaction commentaries, but I have to mention them again because there'll be people here who weren't here in the last ones who want to hear this shit. So I don't know. I'll talk about the connections when I get to them, don't worry. I haven't seen any yet, any that stand out, so when I get connections I will talk about them again. But for what it was, okay entry, just, yeah, again, like a couple of these entries have been alright, but nothing particularly special about them. But when you compare this, if you compare this entry to something that was made in like 2011, the average good Michael Rosen YouTube in 2011, this will be stellar, because look at all that keyframe, look at all that animation and chroma keying and all that stuff going on. But like we always say, the bar has been set so high over the years that this kind, what we saw in this entry is only okay. It's not fantastic or really out there. For Billy Bob, it must have taken effort to make, sure, but compared to all the amazing shit that we get these days, it makes that standard set so high that stuff like this is only okay. It's okay. You're okay. Also, Comic Sans for some reason. I don't know why you did that to yourself, but there you go. It's okay. Next entry. I'm going to need to take a break because I need a drink and my throat's starting to hurt. I don't know how long I've been recording because I turned the monitor off so the playback of the recording doesn't distract me, because OBS shows the whole thing. Okay, nice. I might get a break after this one.
Cool guy.
Ow, my ears. Thanks for that. HeyApple Studios. Okay, what have you got this time round?
And cool guy.
I dread to think this, but I think he was a guy in the 71st towards the last third who was... I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be mean. I'm not at that point where I've seen so many bad entries that I just start being an asshole out of nowhere with no regrets. I'm still in the zone where I want to be nice, so I want to be nice. I'm sure this entry will be great, because Watermelon did reject a few. He has what we call a bucket, that will be a bucket anyway, whatever he calls it, coming up. So if it made it in the collab, it's not going to be like what My Ties did, where he gave everyone a chance. It has to be a certain level of good, at least okay, like what we just saw before this. So I will hopefully every time an entry starts, no matter what the name is, no matter what it starts with, I will be subjected to at least a fair level of quality. So here we go.
Cool guy met cool guy going down the street.
Okay.
Said cool guy to fool guy.
What the f are you looking at?
Get the fuck down! The guy shouting at his cats.
Said fool guy to cool guy.
Hey, SA, I'm breaking into your car.
Said
Okay.
fool guy to cool.
Rest in peace, proper
Cool guy.
Okay. It's a bit random. Oh no, not Sans again! I bet he put them two together on purpose because they both had Sans. See, they do shit like that. If you have two entries that mention the same sort of jokes or the same sort of things, you tend to put them together. I don't know, maybe he did.
And I thought, what's in it? Syrup, 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 syrup. Syrup. Lift the jug and fill my mouth with that thick suck juice.
I was like to pause it to read that. Okay.
The trip.
I'm gonna get fucking copyright claimed in a minute. I wonder how the collabs survive at this point. So many entries with so many songs. It's a wonder why these birthday collabs don't get immediately shot down with some copyright claims and strikes, because there's bound to be a song in there that YouTube just don't want put up at all. Tip: do not put Yes Roundabout in any of your videos, and not even for the meme, not for nothing, because it will be blocked by YouTube. I learned that the hard way. We've passed the point of copyright no return. If YouTube fucks this video, it will fuck the collab too. And the collab is, as I'm watching it right now, is fine, so hopefully it'll be here as well.
This is a long car journey. I'm dry out, and I can't dry out properly if you two are going in the back, in the back, in the back.
You notice people tend to do it in that pattern when they repeat something. It's da 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 da. They always do it like that. It's weird.
Hey, Mum, okay. Don't worry about it.
12 seconds later.
We start the Momo. Can I have a drink?
Oh, yeah, that was another one. Momo, forgot about that as well. That was another relevant thing that had to pop up somewhere. Whether it's elaborately shown in a story-based entry or just touched upon for a quick second like that, if he just randomly says the word and it shows up on screen for a second like that, it doesn't matter, still counts. It was in the collab. Momo was in the collab as well. Well done. So we got trans rights, we got Man Don't Dance, we got Momo, we got, yeah, Will Smith, That's Hot, we got all them. See, I told you, I forgot about a lot of these, but these are the things that would be expected to come up at least once in this collab. That is it. I wonder if Mark Sabine's going to come back. Ooh, I kind of missed that. I wonder if Mark Sabine and Tim are going to get appearances in the collab. I forgot about that as well.
I want a drink. I want a
Looking forward, hoping there are.
Look out the window. There's a
train.
Anyway. And all the time, my brother is not taking any notice of Michael.
Yes, he says it more than once. Yes.
The front door opens.
Okay, that was an okay reference. I often enjoy a musical joke reference because I tend to do those as well. Like, you just reference lyrics of a song that's appropriate. That's okay. But I'll be honest, the majority of these jokes so far are really not doing it for me. Might be doing it for someone else, but for me, this is... I hate to say it, and I break it to you so bluntly, but it is a bit subpar.
Hello? Oh no! The moment I dread when Dad goes from being cheery to absolutely furious. In a weedy little voice, I say,
Knock, knock. Who's there? That door.
No.
Remember that shit was funny when you were like 10 years old, when ASDF movie was funny, and you look back at it and it's like, yeah.
We saw more planes. And more planes. And more planes. Yep.
That was it? Okay.
I'm gonna eat a lot of peaches.
Continues to be an amazing source of humour for content creators everywhere. Seeing a little wholesome message at the end gets it in. Look, you could just make any old random nonsense, and if you put a nice heartfelt message, oh, you're getting in, maybe. You're getting in. Nah. Contributions, sorry, I can't read for a sec, to the YouTube community cannot be overstated. Naturally. Could you imagine YouTube without Michael Rosen if he'd never existed? Or if he'd made those videos and people just didn't pick up on it? If Insecta didn't make Reed's bedtime story for the kids, and Derry Markson and all the rest of them, Katana Soul and Imperial Lobster, didn't make what they made, or they only made like one video of him and then just moved on? Could you fucking imagine the state of YouTube over all these years, the last 5-6 years, my channel, without Michael being a key figure and it was just like a one-time source that went off again? It would be so different. Oh my god, I just thought of a really good idea for a story-based thing. Oh my, someone make that. Someone do that, because I'm probably not going to do that. I've got shit to do myself. Someone do that. I know nobody's going to be watching this. Only HeyApple's going to be watching this shit. But if anyone's listening else around here, you need to fucking do that. Someone do that, because that's a really good idea. What would YouTube Poop be like without him? That would be so interesting. I don't know how you can make that a story in a video, but I would like to see what you could come up with as what life would be like with the communities and shit without Michael existing. It would be so different. I bet CDI would be even bigger than it is now, because you need to fill that hole that Michael has created there. I don't know. Yeah. So close. It's plums, not peaches. It's so close. That's it. Oh no! Was that in this? No, that wasn't in this entry. That's two. There's two Will Smiths. That the last one was in Billy Bob's, right? Oh my god.
Oh, that's hot. That's hot.
That's hot. Oh my god. So yeah, I think Watermelon deliberately put those two together, Billy Bob's and HeyApple Studios there, because both of them made a Sans thing and both of them did it. Ah, that's hot. Wow. What are the fucking odds of that? Maybe they were in on it, in cahoots. Okay, that is it. I don't want to have to do that every time. I'm probably going to end up talking on a black screen most of the time. But yeah, that was... I'm going to give it to you straight, HeyApple Studios. That was not that great. It wasn't terrible, but I just feel like a lot of these jokes were just... For me personally, didn't jump out at me, not very funny. There were a lot of jokes, there were a lot of random silly jokes thrown in, so it wasn't barren or lacking of material, but I just feel like the stuff that you did make, it wasn't really that interesting or unique. I guess you could say some of the jokes were original, but they just weren't really that funny. They didn't really do it for me. So I feel like that was one of the lower grade, you know, just to be perfectly honest with you, was not really that good. I feel like, as advice... just try thinking of jokes that would be maybe stuff that's less random. Like, you could still do jokes that randomly transition from one to the other, that kind of random. But when the jokes are just so nonsensical and just don't have any real, other than just Plains, Mario's head, I seem to remember that one more for some reason, but when they just come out of nowhere. Some jokes stick and some jokes don't. When you think of jokes in your head to put in the video, I say revise it and try and make sure the best jokes are kept in and maybe remove some of the lesser good ones. I can't really think of anything better to say other than work harder, because what do I say to an entry like that? It's harder to really analyse when it wasn't really much to say. It was very random jokes, lol. I feel like just practice. Just keep making stuff like this and you will get better. From what I remember of his entries before in the other collabs, I think this one was better. So I think he is getting better. He's improving. So I just say keep doing what you do. Just keep working on it. Keep trying to come up with original jokes and ideas and see what sticks, because at the moment it's just not really doing it for me. But yeah, I feel like you can improve there. You're not a lost cause, of course, by no means. There is clearly ability there, but it's just not really enough to get me. What I'm hoping now is that was one of the lowest quality, because that wasn't bad. It wasn't terrible. It wasn't really bad. It wasn't painful to watch or anything. It just wasn't that great. But I'm hoping that's the worst entry. That sounds like an insult, but it wasn't even that bad. I'm just hoping that was the worst entry of the whole collab. So that every other entry is at least like that or better. That would be great, because I don't want to see any entry going any lower than that one. That's it. That's fine. Not trying to stab at him, but I'm just saying that would be great. If that was the lowest it got, that would be fantastic. Next one. Let's keep going.
Nice. The Michael Rosen rabbit.
ItsRezberry. Okay, that's a new name. I haven't seen that before.
You may think I'm happy, you may think I'm sappy, you may think I'm crappy, you may think I'm mad in... I'm telling you, that was a puzzle. One. She said I ate the dog when I was playing 6. I was so fed up because I hate her now.
Okay.
Sus. Bam, bam, boola, balam, da diddy, boom. And there was always a whiny kid going, meh. Can I go? There was a school prison underneath the school hall where they used to string you up from your ball sack. Awful. The little, shiny bum of yours stuck in a chair.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm going to mention it now. Here we go. This is it, the annual connections rant. Okay, so I finally get to talk about this again. The connections joke is what I've established is the joke where Michael says the same word in more than one poem or story, and the joke is that while he's saying a sentence with that word, they then cut to the other sentence from another story where he says the same word, and the joke is literally just that he says the same word and it cuts from one to the other. And that's all it is, and it's just so uninspired and unfunny and unoriginal, and I don't like it. I just genuinely don't like it, and I've seen so many people use this and do this as if it's a valuable asset to your variety and jokes and that, and I just wish less people would do it, because it just detracts from the value for me. I just never enjoy it. I've yet to find a really good connections joke that actually works. It's just such a... It's almost bottom of the barrel as well, because it's like if you can't think of anything to do, you just match the words together. When you're sentence mixing him and you find him saying the same words somewhere else, you just match them. So yeah, the connections jokes, I never like them, and here we go, here's the entry that is definitely using it quite a bit. I'm hoping that it gets better, but so far this seems to be another one of those. Yeah, I think this might be a valley. We got peaks and valleys in this collab, and I feel like we've reached a valley at this point with the last couple of entries in this one. It's not looking so great, but you know, we're holding out hope. ItsRezberry, I've never seen the name before. Maybe you get better.
I like it when you go to those places where I saw something else. It said the Hollywood. So I said, I'll have a Hollywood. Dad said, waste of money.
Okay.
He won't eat it. Mum said, go wash your slime, you cock. If you want, okay, yeah. A Hollywood, please. And we waited for 3 hours, and all the time my dad's saying. And then my mum says,
okay,
once you get that bum of yours stuck in a chair...
These little loud noises that are quick, they're kind of funny a little bit.
You never stop whining, do you? And my dad says, after the war was over...
See, there's another one. My dad says, after the war was over. It's not funny. Stop doing it, because it doesn't make any sense, and the only joke is in him saying the same word together. It's not even funny.
Everyone came, baby, boom. Anyway, happy birthday, Michael Rosen.
That was it?
Bambula,
oh, no.
Diddy.
Oh, okay, right. Well, you know when I said it shouldn't get any worse than HeyApple? Well, that one was, yeah. Okay, this entry better be the worst one in the collab. That better have been the lowest this collab's quality level steps, because I'm not having anything being less good than that, okay? Again, not trying to rip the head off of this guy. I've already forgotten his fucking name. But yeah, new guy, probably first video, maybe, you know, honoured to get in the collab. Maybe it's his first attempt, so it's not, you know, no big deal. If it's his first video or his first try, then it's whatever. But yeah, for the collab, it was definitely so far the least valuable, full of connections, jokes, and little else. It had the Hollywood story where he made a bunch of jokes, a couple of sex jokes and whatnot. Very, very... You know, you don't have to have, like, a story-based visual action sequence extraordinaire. You don't need to do all of that to be an entertaining entry. You just have to have good jokes and good humour and entertainment and something good about it. It has to be of good qualities. It doesn't, don't get me wrong, it doesn't have to be, like, an amazing visual adventure or whatever for me to praise it. It just has to be good in any of these aspects. I can understand the quality from all different ranges. If it's a YSBMV and it's musical, good stuff, you know, or if it's fast-paced and the jokes are on point. Like, the only bit of that entry I kind of liked was where that bum of yours, and there's like little bits of ear rape, like, dashed in there very quickly. That shit usually gets me. I find that a little bit funny. So that was, like, the only good part of the whole entry, was those little stabs of ear rape, just a little bit. I like that. That's a little bit funny, but the whole rest of it was just connections, a couple of sex jokes, nothing really that memorable. I'm not going to remember this entry, of course. When I finish watching this 2.5 hour collab, that is definitely not what I'm going to remember. So, you know, obviously, you got to stand out. But for what it wasn't terrible. It was just nowhere near as good as what we've seen already, and hopefully what we're about to see. Let's hope it picks up again. So yeah, not much to say about that guy other than please make better stuff and stop doing them connections. Don't stop doing them. Okay, watch this motherfucker be like, oh, I don't want to stop doing them. How dare you? Who are you to tell me to stop doing connections, Mr. ThePlamzJoker guy? You don't even make anything anymore. I'm going to do connections if I want. Well, that's fine, but, you know, I'm just saying you better stop doing them because they're not funny. And if you keep doing them, you're just not going to be funny. That's as simple as that. It's just how it is. If you want to get better, you've got to cut out them connections because they just ain't bloody funny. Next, I'm going to try and be a little more swift now. But if it's a really good entry, I'm going to sit there and marvel in it, obviously. Okay, nice. caramel mint cookie, and immediately off the bat, it's like NoiceDrinkz or Ron Mad, or one of them things where they, or even Dave K, where they heavily increase the contrast of the source material for some weird reason. Like, it's not even subtle, like, it's so noticeable that he bumped the contrast right up. I don't always agree with that, because the colour sort of gets a bit ruined. I understand it's to avoid it looking all greyed and washed out, and to make the quality look a bit better, but it kind of ruins the colour, though, because look, like Michael's outfit, for example, you can't really see that it's blue. It's so dark that it almost looks black, and it, you know, a lot of other colours like this, you lose some detail, like his hair or something. You can't really see as many details because it's all, you know, oversaturated in the colour, I guess. But okay, I like the name, Caramel Mint Cookie, new name, nice name, making me fucking hungry. Let's see what he's got. Okay, musical, YTPMV entry, okay. Or maybe it just starts with one.
Could you get me the milk?
Yeah, it just starts with one. I thought the whole entry was going to be like that, but no, it's
What did you have to sing? You know, kind of unnecessary if you ask me.
Yeah. Bit of a fourth wall joke there, a little bit.
I just really want some milk in my tea. Oh.
If you want.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, no, that was it! Oh, come on, man. That was so short, there's nothing to say. It was like 20... Dude, that was like 20 seconds. I could watch the whole entry again. I'm gonna watch the whole entry again. Look, here we go. Ready for this? 10 seconds. 34:10. I'm trying to work out what that song is. Is it Never Gonna Give You... No, it's not. Surely. No, it's not. But I thought it sounded a bit like it for a second.
Could you get me the milk?
Why did you have to sing?
See, that's a good joke. I guess because this entry's so short, I can actually go over the actual entry again while I'm reviewing what was good about it. That was good. The YTPMV wasn't spectacular, but it was okay. It was good. It was all right. It was an you know, it was like he's trying, Caramel Mint Cookie is trying his or her hand at different things. So there's some sentence mixing, there's some effects, there's some colours, differentiated colour of characters, some work there, and there's a bit of YTPMV as well. So it's got a little bit of everything. There's a lot of stuff in it. It's a little bit fast paced too. So there's quite a variety of stuff in this, packed into this like 20 seconds of entry.
Kind of unnecessary if you ask me.
Sentence mixing is okay as well, so everything here is okay. Nothing here is really bad, but it's just so damn short.
Look, I just really want some milk in my...
Apart from the contrast, I think the contrast thing is a bit weird. You need to like not do that. Like it's a bit unnecessary.
If you want.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, that was 20 seconds. I'm actually counting. I want to see how long this is.
Thanks.
What was that? It was just so random, but the ear rape music and that, I don't know, it's kind of funny.
Yeah, a bit short.
That was it. Okay, so that was 30, so that was about 28 seconds, 27, 28 seconds long an entry, so it's just over 20 seconds. That is definitely the shortest entry so far, and probably the shortest entry in the collab. I felt like one of them 5 or 10 seconds of Rosen collabs. It wasn't, it was longer than that, but it felt like one of those compared to everything else I watched. That was, wow, I guess maybe he was hard-pressed for time or couldn't make anything, you know, couldn't be asked and just whacked that in. For what it is, it's okay. It's just a few short jokes. It's kind of fourth wall there, like, why'd you have to sing? What, you just wanted the milk. Why'd you have to do all that elaborate shit about it? You know, it was kind of funny. It was okay. Not really much to say about it, though. I guess my one criticism would be make more. Like, don't make it so short, because it was barely anything. It's hard to remember a guy who just made a couple of quick jokes and then moved on again. But Caramel Mint Cookie, the name is definitely memorable. That's a very unique name. Keep doing what you do. Bump down the contrast. You put a tiny bit on if it makes it look less grayed out, but don't add that much because it kind of looks all oversaturated and overexposed and all that. And make more, because what you did make wasn't too bad. Anyway, next entry. Come on, we've got to get some... We need a banger. We need the next one to be a fucking banger. We want a really good one. What should be Dave K? I'm waiting for that one. When Dave K comes up, ooh. But no, this next one better be a good one. Come on. I feel like we're in a bit of a rut here. Some of the lesser good entries are here, so let's get something better. Come on.
Today I'm talking to
pthooie. All right, that's it. We're expecting a laugh now. Expecting me some funny, good stuff in this. Here we go.
and former Mallory Blackman. Hello. So let's just begin with a very general question. What's a question?
Well, that's a really interesting question because part of the question.
I like how he's using a different source again, because pthooie tends to do that, tends to use different sources in these collab entries. But he's one of those guys who, what he does isn't that elaborate, but you're guaranteed some laughs out of pthooie's work. He definitely does funny jokes, so I'm hoping there's some good laughs out of this one.
That's a question because part of the reason I love my job is because I'm on a new part of my story and I'm excited. Because it was around the time that
what the fuck? What's that background?
And so I
an atom.
And
okay,
if you just do a page a day, in a year you'll have 5 pages. So it is this thing of you just have to sit down and have the discipline to do.
And when you're away from the shitting, so I'm imagining you sitting there for an hour. Let's imagine you're in the middle of a big dump. I mean, obviously you're doing all sorts of other things like eating and breathing, goodness knows what. But do you do some sort of...
Yeah. The majority of I'm kind of just in my own head and in my own head and in my own head and in my own attic. And I remember when I was at school and I'd always be getting told off.
Out of nowhere.
Could you stop looking out the window and look out the window, please? And I love kind of having conversations with
the 2-year-old. See if you can go back to the beginning where a little spark happened in your head and you thought...
There's a little more than a spark.
This book came about because I read a newspaper article. And it was a newspaper article. And it was written by a doctor who... And it was written by a doctor who said that it was a newspaper article. And it said that we'd have to start using animal corpses because there's such a shortage of human pigs. And there was actually a place where they had started breeding these genetically modified pigs, ready to put their pee into pigs.
Amazing.
But they couldn't get a government license.
Oh, government license, pee into pigs. I think I know where this is going. Mr. Cameron!
To do it.
Why?
Because...
No.
So these books...
Okay. I was thinking he might actually go that route. That was very close to that. Very old incident, but yeah.
Most of them seem to be books. Most of them seem to be about a kind of a penis. Tell us about endings.
Well, you know, die, Michael.
Oh, that wasn't very nice. Oh my god!
Today
he was only showed up for a second, but that looked really bad, really gory. He just got fucking... He had a new reason to say why he hasn't got legs again.
Talking to David Alexander. You don't know David. You don't know David.
I don't know who it is actually. I know Mallory Blackman is, but I don't know who's this David dude.
Famously for this book, Skellig.
Oh, Skellig, David Almond. Yeah. I remember Skellig back in school in English. Man, I love that book. I'll never forget Skellig, man. Some of them books that we did in English, like Macbeth and Skellig and Lord of the Flies and Stone Cold and Holes and the list goes on and on, and Of Mice and Men, obviously, because every British kid in school did that shit. But, oh man, so many great books and stories that we did in English. I never liked doing all the work, but man, there are a lot of memorable stories to take home with me from that experience. I remember Skellig. Yeah, that was one of my favourites. It's the dude sitting in the rusty garage and he was ordered that food from the restaurant or whatever it is. I need to read that again. It's been a long time. Anyway, no point in that. So it's David Almond. That's who that is.
Called The Dam. And he's going to be talking about some other Dam books in just a damn minute.
Yeah.
My channel.
Hello, mate.
It's been lovely talking to you.
Cheers, thank you.
That was a bit short.
Hello. Well, today I'm joined by Frank Cottrell Boyce, who, as you can see, is Frank Cottrell Boyce.
No.
So, are you Frank Cottrell Boyce?
I don't know this guy. I don't know those books.
At the moment,
I'm that robot.
I'm immediately thinking, wouldn't it be great?
I love how their backgrounds are simple, plain colours. It's so easy to key it out. I know their skin is almost similar to the white part of the pink in the middle, but I bet it's pretty easy to cut that out.
If I was a robot.
Oh, wouldn't it be great if you found a little boy and it was yours?
Oh, that's a bit gross.
You could do what you liked with it.
Oh no!
What if you were a little kid and you found a massive, you know?
The way it zoomed in, did a close-up on him there, that just tells you all you need to know. He's not saying it, but you know what Pthooie's thinking.
What would you do with it? So we live surrounded by invisible, drunk, rushing robots that we don't really think about.
Okay.
You know, there are robots all the time, doing time, and he's not really a robot. It was just a kind of mechanical robot. But he was really a robot.
Is it naughty?
It's a piece of, you know, it's
Without giving too much away, I can imagine something might go seriously gay. Really gay,
you know?
I bet it does.
You can't really kind of say, just get behind the ass, you know, or I'll feed you.
Little bit of a whirly.
Where did he go? He just went up the ceiling.
Effect there.
Oh, go on, do a swirl on his face. Go on.
Whirly effect. Well, I don't think we have that. We haven't got.
That's a pretty easy setup for like doing Sony swirl on his face. Bit of a whirly effect there.
Whirly effect.
No, I'm kind of editing.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. That's it. That's exactly what I was thinking. Well done, pthooie. You got it.
At the moment.
Oh my god.
Because I came on the train, I found how I thought is I'm making crap on the train. Like have
Let's
an idea.
wave that crap about so people can smell it. I think Liverpool is great.
What the fuck's wrong with this guy?
Oh yes. Do you know I've launched a new specifically aimed at Liverpool? There was me doing a teacher.
We used to do dicks. And the teacher would say...
His face!
You know, choose a place to stick your dick.
Oh no, not this fucking shit again. Dicks, dick jokes. Here we go.
The eye, or us, or whatever.
I did the ducks in the park.
There you go.
Oh my god. He barely edited anything. He just said, I did the ducks in the park. He didn't even edit it, and it just works.
The whole of that opening.
This is very gross.
Opening.
Animal fact.
Oh my god. There's constant innuendos at every moment. I can just imagine pthooie editing this shit and just be like, well, this shit writes itself. I don't even have to do anything. They keep saying all these stuff that you can interpret sexually. This is how Michael's always been, though, ever since the really old source, ever since the beginning. This is why people loved using Rosen so much and did so many sex jokes, because when he's telling his stories, there's so much shit that can be interpreted as a sexual innuendo. Every moment, there's stuff that can be easily twisted to mean something sexual or crude and explicit. It's just, he's full of them. Every time he talks to someone or talks in videos, it's just constant, all the time. It's a walking gold mine.
Oh my goodness, that's awful for them. Because, I mean,
God.
You know,
so yeah, props for sex jokes that are actually funny, because it's always fresh with a new source though. If it was the same sex jokes the old sources, we've seen it all before and it's not original, but there's always something that gets you more when it's a different source that you haven't really seen much or haven't seen at all. I haven't seen this one before. And then do sex jokes there. It's always fresh when it's something new, I think. Especially when you barely have to do anything. He barely said anything different, and he just changed it a little bit, and it's enough to completely put that idea in your head. And it's just, oh, it's so naughty. It's so naughty. Sorry, I keep pausing it.
Because the bathroom's downstairs.
Yeah.
Just trying to
What
think
the
of
fuck?
last date I met. Actually, yeah, your sister.
Did you know that Mike is short for Big...
I don't think
like insulting each other now.
Folks, he knows I'm an asshole.
The other thing, I think, is that you steal from other people and...
I'm distracting you at this very moment.
Yeah, that's why
Oh, took his wallet.
On the train on the way home.
Einstein says, hi Michael, my 4-year-old son Alfred put one of those little chocolate swirls in his pocket.
Yeah, those kind of jokes are like predictable. If he says a name that was in a Rosen story and he just makes him say the thing, that's less funny, but these sex jokes are really like, whoa.
Michael Rosen, do you like trains?
Oh no. Oh no, we know what's coming. We had a bit of ASDF movie jokes in, was it HeyApple Studios? One of them ones?
No. Frank, do you like trains?
I love trains.
Yeah, there it is. Ooh, he stopped on it.
Cliffhanger.
That's a cliffhanger. Oh, it stops right now. Okay. Well, I saw that coming a fucking mile away. And I thought it was going to happen to Michael, not the other guy. The other guy had it bad, man. That other guy was getting slagged off and fucking all kinds of shit. And as soon as he started calling Michael names, ooh, Mike is short for bitch, apparently. I did not know that. Well, what do I say about that? I mean, yeah, funny jokes. It was still quite short, I guess. Kind of short. Not really short, but still shorter than I thought it would be. But no, it was good. pthooie, of course. Every year he does this. You know, every time he joins and makes an entry or whatever video, you know it's going to be funny. There's minimal editing with those sex jokes, but it was just enough for you to get it and get the... And I like that there's so the swirl joke in the editing. I was in the same line of thought there. As the same, so I would have done something similar, but... Yeah, again, as I thought, guaranteed laughs. There are definitely laughs in there. Maybe you really don't like sex jokes, it's not your thing, but I feel like there was some definite funny stuff there. Funny. I'm waiting for laugh out loud funny, like the fucking... When Mainly Mary did the basketball thing last time, that was really funny. I'm waiting for some really laugh out loud stuff, but so far, decently funny, good stuff. pthooie, as always, what he usually does, doesn't usually do too much effects heavy, crazy stuff. See, right there is an example of, you don't need to be elaborate, story-based, crazy visuals or anything to impress me. You just have to be good at whatever it is you're doing, and that was good. It was good. So yeah, pthooie, well done, you know what you're doing, and improvements. It's hard to tell pthooie to improve because what he's best at is making jokes that are funny and I guess sexual as well. I like how he's using the newer sources and other sources where he's talking to authors and shit. Mallory Blackman, David Almond, and I can't even remember who that last guy was, but he did a book about robots or something. And that bit about the boys, oh, that was uncomfortable. That was really uncomfortable. What would you do to them if you found a boy? Oh. Again, didn't really have to say much, but it was all there. It was all insinuated. It was all right there. Oh, God. But yeah, really good. You know what I thought of that. Funny, good stuff. Some classic sexual, immature as shit humour that we used to always see Michael Rosen poops. I guess we don't really see that so much anymore because people, like, the pendulum swung the other way. People are so focused on making story-based entries and stuff that's really full of effort and elaborate production and trying so hard to be decent that they just leave the sex jokes and those kind of silliness behind. They don't really do that so much anymore. We got, like, ironic watermark and oversaturated deep fried jokes earlier with, like, NoiceDrinkz and that, but we don't really get just your typical old rude jokes like we used to. Only few and far in between, and pthooie provides that this time round, I think. People just sort of forgot that sex jokes can still be funny, but you need to be original with it and use different sources, because we've seen it all before with the original Rosen stuff. But anyway, good job. Next. I've got a notification on the corner and it's bothering me unless I look at it, so I have to look at it. 3 years ago, you uploaded this video. Share an update in a post. It's fucking YouTube reminding me about the 70th bucket. That's like a sign, isn't it? I know I uploaded it 3 years ago on the day, which I thought it was on the 14th, but never mind. 15th, apparently. But yeah, I did that, and now it's like YouTube sending me signals. Yes, watch the bucket. You need to watch bucket. It's part of you. Yeah, thanks, YouTube. Appreciate that. Okay.
Nice.
Next. 256pi. Alright, well, we know what we're expecting this time round. It's going to be good. It's going to be... it's going to have a mood and a vibe. It's going to have these... He likes doing this stuff where he has, like, nighttime lit-up city backgrounds. I notice he tends to do that a lot. But yes, 256pi, how's it hanging? It's been a while. We've got to catch up a bit. Hey, let's see what you've done this time round.
Right, Mick?
Right, okay, back to the characters. I forget what the fuck was happening in the story now. I haven't followed it for a little while, so if I'm a bit behind and I'm not getting it, bear with me.
Look for something special to eat.
Okay, so I see this in London. I see St Paul's at the back there.
Your birthday treat. No, yours, you fool. I'm just trying to rhyme things. Just find something.
Oh, I didn't know there was two St Paul's cathedrals. You see, 256pi has this tendency to mirror flip the backgrounds when it's on a different character that's facing opposite. But it doesn't work so well here because St Paul's Cathedral is in the background, and yeah, the Halifax on the side of there. I've probably been down this road many times. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Okay, what we got? What we got? Come on, what is it? The unnecessarily flashy what screen? What was that? No, go back title screen. Or 256pi YouTube. One particularly windy evening. Okay. I like it though. This title stuff is animated very well. It kind of reminds me of Ahoy a little bit with these graphics. These silhouette graphics. Kind of reminds me of him a little bit. Hey. I would love to see someone reference that somewhere. That would be awesome. Yeah, very stylistic.
I like that.
Sherlock Holmes restaurant, yeah.
I got a Benedict Cumberbatch.
Oh, Tim! There's Tim! Okay, I was wondering when we were going to see our characters. Just a moment ago, I was saying, I wonder if Mark Sabine's going to make an appearance in this collab, and Tim, and I know Tim will. He's more likely to, because he's sort of stuck a lot more. Mark Sabine, I feel like people are forgetting. People tend to use him as a side character sometimes, but I get a bit upset, I get a bit disappointed when I see, but in the last, I think it was the last collab or the one before, they managed to squeeze it in right near the end, it was in there. So if we get at least one Mark Sabine appearance, I'll be happy. We got our Tim here, that's for sure, yeah. Whoops. Windmill. Okay.
Prick.
Prick, yeah. It was just a passing by. I thought he was going to be a character. It was just a fucking guy driving around London in a little car like that. Now, as we all know, the driving in London is notoriously bad, so that was realistic for sure. Okay. Oh, look who it is! An old friend, we meet again. Need I explain what's going on here? The most likely people to be watching this is 256pi himself, so I probably don't need to explain everything. But long story short, yeah, this character is definitely part of his cinematic universe. Let's see where it's going with this.
Did you see any takeout box around here?
Now, why?
Something the matter?
I guess it makes sense because Root's in the windmill. That's where she would typically live, because we always knew that was a thing Root loved to do, was windmills, and she's got the laptop. This is looking a bit poignant, a little bit sad. Let's see where this is going.
What do you want?
You heard me, didn't you? Just wanted to know if you saw my dinner.
No.
Dinner. She seems pretty miserable.
You doing okay?
Why do you ask?
Just wondering.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while since I've seen Michael and Root in the high-pitched voice talking and interacting with each other. A long time. It feels like it's been ages. Used to do that shit all the time.
We haven't talked in a really long time.
Exactly! That's what I'm saying. That's literally what I just said. Yeah, I feel like it's been a long time since we had our classic Root interacts with Michael, but there's a good reason for that.
I know.
And I feel like this might be about to be explained here.
Leave me alone.
Okay. Just wanted to know what you've been up to.
That's none of your business.
Sorry, dear. Sorry.
Little subtle movements there was interesting. So this whole entry going to be dedicated to the whole like catching up with Root, where's she been kind of thing, because that's great, but I thought it was just going to be an offhand little moment. But if that's the whole entry, then this better be like really in-depth, deep. What was that? Oh god, is Windmill getting repossessed? What's happening here?
What the hell is going on?
Oh, because it's probably illegal to have a windmill house set up in the middle of the street like that.
Okay, what did I do specifically?
It is illegal to park a windmill here for 2 years. That's how long she's been out of the game, I suppose. Yeah. Great.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it happens.
I live here. You can't just take my house away.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. Okay. Wow. Why is the fish and chips £9,999? What the fuck?
Okay, what now?
No, the okay, we got there. That's what that was from there. Reconcile with Michael. Yeah.
Bloody hell, you're still here.
Yeah. I wonder who put that there.
Who put what where?
You see that sign over there? I don't think it was there before.
Oh, the plot thickens.
Do you want me to help you get that thing back?
Is this is gonna be the story now?
Handle it myself.
Do you even know where to start?
Don't you have anything better to do now? Isn't today your birthday?
Well, actually, it's tomorrow. Something wrong?
No.
Okay. Why don't we go to the station?
All right, sure.
Okay, Bethnal Green. All right. Oh, there's just a policeman standing. Oh, it's been cornered off. What?
Hey, there it is.
That's a big parking boot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, we need to find a way to force this thing off.
Now wait just a minute.
What would that even do? Like, you can't drive the windmill, or maybe you can.
To be an easier way. Maybe there's someone who can help in that office.
But they put up a fake street sign.
We don't know that for sure. It's worth a shot.
Yeah, maybe someone's conspiring to try and get rid of Root, put up that sign and set up this whole thing to frame it. Ooh, there might be a villain involved. What's going on here?
Hey, how can I get that parking boot off my house?
No.
No. Just no.
What do you want from me?
$9,000.
Dollars? And Roger's just there.
What's Rog doing here?
Yeah.
On augmented reality, Rog.
Ah, yes, we didn't forget about that. Little side character of Pi's, augmented reality Rog. Had a brief stint a few years back, yes. I remember.
Future of the future.
All right, lovely. Thank you.
Okay.
Told you.
Shut your face.
Anyway, why?
I do love the amount of variety in Root's expressions and behaviours here, because I remember in old videos when Michael used to interact with her, it would usually be the same few faces over and over. And I know it's the same few faces here, but it's much different. They're used all over, so there's a lot of more animation, a lot more. I noticed the face is sort of masked on the body a bit to add to that, because sometimes the face don't have the same body. But I notice a lot more variety in the character, the movements and facial expressions being used here. Whereas back in the past, it used to be the same couple of things on a loop back and forth as she talked. So I can see the character has been developed in visual a lot more here. It's definitely worked a lot more on the character here. I don't know if people know exactly what I know already, but I'm just assuming that everyone knows the whole identity thing is
what it
is.
Plan to go out today.
What do you have in mind?
Chocolate
cake.
What I
melted.
Okay. Why is he doing that? Is he dancing? Okay. Ah, yes. Older Rosen as a distraction. Enough of this. I remember I keep thinking of that sometimes. The looping backgrounds. I mean, this was always one of my big criticisms with Pi, was the backgrounds looping and shit. I know he blurred it a bit, so it's a lot better than before. Like before, he used to have a thing where he was flying across the sky, and the texture, well, I'd say texture, but the image of the sky in the background would be a very small and short one, and it would loop over and over, and you could see the hard edge of it. And I always said, like, maybe blur the background to make it look better, and it looks a bit better. It looks a bit smoother as you blurred it here. But I think the best thing is to get like an image of a background that's really long, and possibly narrow as well, like a really long image, so by the time it loops, it only loops every so often. But if it's an image that's like the size of the screen or square or whatever, then you'll see it loop loads and loads of times like that. I don't know if this mouse cursor is trying to visually represent what I'm trying to talk about here, but if you use like a really, really long image and it loops a lot less, or you mirror it, and I'm pretty sure he mirrored it here as well as what he's done. So I guess either he took my advice or he just did it anyway, regardless of what I said. But he's mirrored it and he's blurred it, so it does look better than it used to do, but it's still really noticeable. I guess, what else do you do at that point than just like make more in the background? Maybe put like trees and lampposts and stuff to cover up the bit where because you'll still see it mirrored. You'll still see this part here and that part there are the same, but at least at the very point where the two images meet each other, you could put like a lamppost or a tree there and blur that as well, so it looks more natural as part of the background. I'm just thinking of ways you could improve that a little bit. Yeah,
you can drive
and maybe change the background up. I know it's more effort. I know it's easier just to slap on the same background on repeat so you can focus on the stuff in the foreground. But if you really had that attention to detail, you would start like using different backgrounds, and not just because it's significant to the plot that they've arrived at a different place, which you might do, but even just when they're driving like this and talking, you could do all different backgrounds. So that's what I would do. I would do all different backgrounds that look all different nighttime streets that maybe they can mirror and overlap a few times, but keep changing it up every so often within its blurred state to make it look genuine on how variety. You know, I know it's nitpicky, but it would definitely add a lot more to the visual aspect of it anyway.
About the time you thought I was Lollipop Lady, I could drive then.
Yes.
Look at what those guys left here.
Oh, more guns. Oh no, everything keeps reminding me of that entry. No, stop it, no.
Gonna get in so much trouble.
Yep. Okay. Wait a minute. If it might not have actually been the police that put up that sign, and someone else just put it up there one day recently just to fucking get her out of there, why not just take the sign down again? Have I just stumbled upon a plot hole here? Because if the sign might not have been put up by the police, and as Michael said, it hasn't been there long, it's only been there a couple of days or whatever, if it wasn't the police that did it, then why not just take the sign down yourself? Because that's then assuming that the illegal fucking Craven Dish guy only did it because he read the sign. If you took down the sign, then there'd be none the wiser, right? I'm just saying, maybe if you even just change the text to the sign to say no Craven Dishes here for more than 2 minutes or something, and then you could have your windmill. I'm just saying, I feel like that might be a bit of a plot hole there. Unless there's something I've missed in the story because I haven't been paying attention. Sometimes I miss this shit if I'm trying to keep a commentary. But I don't know. Wow.
Let's just find a new spot for my house.
Good thinking.
Okay.
I wonder how many people are going to have a car chase like this in their entry.
Very fourth wall breaking.
What?
Yeah, I like that, because like she has the power. She knows as a pooper she's outside the fourth wall when you're in it at the same time, so it makes sense that she would know shit like that, knowing it's a birthday collab. But Michael would know because he's just the character in the entry. Ooh, that's smart. I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, that was good. That was fucking good. That was some good shit. That was some good shit right there.
Stop!
You violated the law. Oh, here we go.
Well, who could have seen this coming?
Yeah, he can violate this.
Michael, don't do it.
You violated the law. You violated the law. You violated the law.
Oh my god, I remember that years ago. Fucking old Judge Dredd film. That brings me back. Haven't seen that law shit in years.
Yeah, that wasn't so bad, was it?
But why did it shoot the guy from Judge Dredd? I don't know.
Would do that.
I don't know.
All right, whatever. Let's just go.
Yes. No, it's very good so far.
You're absolutely sure nothing's gonna happen to this place?
Yes. I had my brother look at the street sign and he told me I was right. It was fake.
Ah. Oh, the indignity. See, he could have just taken the sign down. Why didn't he do that?
Get out of my office!
Anyway, working on anything these days.
Yeah.
Not really.
Oh. Yeah.
Nothing at all.
I mean, I've tried to get back into it a few times.
Yeah, this is definitely talking about the whole, like, this is not just an entry in a story, this is actually giving some narrative and addressing the whole, where has Root been all this time kind of thing. This is part and parcel of this entry, see.
Haven't been properly. No.
And I guess it's the best way to address it to everyone, because people are bound to watch the entry rather than just a small... If you just do, like, an update video explaining, not everyone's going to see that, and I think it would make more sense to put it as part of the story. That's kind of clever, and also gets across to more people.
Waited for ages.
Jizz.
Yes.
Jizz,
That's a shame.
Although I do have a work in progress from a few months ago.
Oh yeah.
Let me see.
All right.
I feel this a lot actually. I feel that I can relate to this a lot. Oh man. It's been a while since I've seen that, I gotta admit.
No.
Whoa, that's how you transition. Ah, I see what you did there. Very clever. So this is Root's part. Yes, everybody, 256pi collaborated with RootNegativeSixteen on this entry, so it's technically another one of those mini collabs in the entry of the collab. If you know as much as I do, then you know that's only very technically, because, oh, let's just move on. So I guess this would count for 256pi does the story-based stuff, and RootNegativeSixteen does like the take a Rosen source and make jokes with it stuff. So that's fair with the variety.
Some people say roads aren't wrong. You'll never guess who said that. The Minister of Wrong.
Okay.
Zebra, 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 zebra.
This is like a continuation of the Tales of Rosenry that we haven't seen titled for a long time.
Sideways. Look, chum, she said. Haven't you anything better to do than hang about on street corners? No. So
No.
I went off into a street corner and hoped to die, and I never came back from the hospital.
Long drawn out Rip Rosen joke or something. Yeah, let's not do that.
You're a Leroy, you're a lolly, Leroy. They tried to make out, so I went off.
Making out. No, Mark Sabine. Oh, I'm still waiting for him to turn up somewhere. Come on, it's not too late. We're less than a third way through, I think. We can still be in there somewhere.
A bread shop with a duck on it. Bought a hot chicken pie with a duck on it. Went through the gate with a duck on it. Turned left and there was...
Whoa, rude word. Unheard of from Root. This is unbelievable. You always tend to avoid profanity with the Rosen stuff. I am surprised.
Wrong.
I guess once in a while ain't too bad, eh?
We're all going to swear in front of old Grandad. All hell will be let loose on them.
What did that say? Come on, let's go back. Come on, I can do this. If I press it quickly enough, I can get back there quick without having to make people wait while they're watching this. There we go. Whoa, actual swear is in a Michael Rosen poem. Wait, what? Really? I kind of missed it. What? Oh, because he said hell.
Hell will be let...
I mean, hell... Is it really a swear? I mean, hell is describing a place. I never really counted hell as a swear. But I guess he didn't say heck, so... You could say all heck breaking loose. Just sounds like a joke. I don't know. I guess that's the closest Michael gets to profanity in his videos is hell. But I think that's acceptable. Especially British. You've got to remember... Because RootNegativeSixteen / 256pi American, so I see it as like, I feel like it's more acceptable in British literature to say hell. It doesn't really have the same like harshness as it would for maybe American children audiences. I don't know, I just never really saw it the same. Maybe that's that little difference. I don't know.
Hell, hell, hell. The stop children thing. The stop children thing.
The stop
Children thing? What is the stop children thing? What is that?
You look like a fair copy of one. Good. We could do it in 6 different colours, says one of them. Doesn't have to be black and white, does it?
Well, of course it does.
Vi says. And the other thing we've got to do He's fighting the giant truck.
See, this is another one of those entries where when I'm watching it, I'm just interested to know what the source is. I'm interested to watching the source. Like the Bakerloo Flea and all them ones in the last years, I got interested in the actual story and wanted to check it out separately. This is another one of those. Not to say it's bad, but I'm interested to know what the hell's going on. What the hell is going on in this story? Because Michael sounds a lot more laid back and a lot more adult. I know it's not for adults, this one, but it's a lot less childish than the other ones, it seems. It's been a lot more mature in these, so I'm wondering what the story could be about.
And the other thing we've got to do is make a lot. And the other thing we've got to do is make out. Vi, I said.
Come on, more making out, Muxbean, please.
You're wrong.
No.
You're the minister of right. Every now and again, she was having to stop me talking because there'd be a giant...
Because there'd be a guy watching the collab and constantly pausing it and saying something every... I know. You should have made that joke in anticipation of me saying it. You didn't make a joke about me reacting. No, don't do that. Don't do that, because that'll probably fuck something up.
Stripping a great...
Oh, for God's sake. See, the thing about these two characters in Pooping is that they always tend to show... they always tend to show text really quickly, and they do it a lot. So there's a lot you can miss. I don't know, totally ripping off Melly Marrett. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of that entry with the lightsaber, where he's doing something with his action with his body, and then you animate an object onto it. But I always love those. That basketball one never failed to crack me up. That shit was hilarious.
A great white
sword. So please copy it, because I want to see more of them jokes.
Across the giant trucks in the dead of night. Dead of night. Dead of night. Now, what else? We counted up.
No, his nose is gone.
A policeman turned up, went away. 2 policemen turned up, went away. 6 policemen turned up,
went away.
12 policemen turned up,
I assume they went away, yeah.
Here's you need to fill the road. Turned up, when fighting the giant ducks.
Okay. Yeah, and I mean, that was... And the computer is a lololol. A lololol computer, laptop. You know, it took me a while to settle on that. So that was probably legit a work in progress of the next video for Root, and they just decided to stick it in as part of the entry. That makes sense. So yeah, it was good to see what would have been the next RootNegativeSixteen video in the entry of the collab, which was in itself quite good. There were some good jokes in there, like the nose, the lightsaber and all that, but yeah, it was fairly, you know, it was quite standard for a RootNegativeSixteen video. Yeah, pretty standard. She hasn't lost her touch. Okay.
That's pretty much all I got.
Yeah, it's fair.
I suppose that wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
Well, happy birthday and enjoy the other hours of birthday.
Hours! Yeah, because she knows something he doesn't. Because she's on the other side of the fourth wall too. I like that. I like that whole thing about Root saying stuff and Michael ain't gonna get it because it's... Oh, that's...
What?
Yeah, that's good. Shoehorned in birthday message for the real Michael, who isn't actually watching a single second of this collab. If I had to guess, lol. Anyways, I'm not dead. You are exactly 100% right. See, you should just give me a message, because I'm going to be watching... No, I'm kidding. Okay, relax. Okay. Oh, was that it? I thought it would be like a message for Root as well. Well, that's it then. Yeah, brilliant. Decent length as well. It wasn't too short or anything. So, yeah, that was great. Nice little story from 256 Pioneer. Exactly the sort of thing I'd expect, you know. Same level of quality I would expect. There's some good stuff in there. I made a point about the backgrounds and that kind of stuff. You could still improve it. You have improved it, but there are ways of improving it further with more images and lamppost tree or whatever. There's a lamppost, there's a tree, you know, like that. Have that cover up the overlap points and just stuff like that. Generally, you could still improve the visuals a little bit. I noticed stuff like the car, like the images of the car were very low quality, but maybe you couldn't find a high quality image of the inside of a car at the right angle. I get that. I know what that's like. So yeah, not much to say about that, but yeah, I just really enjoyed the whole putting Root and catching up with how Root's doing. You didn't just do an entry 256 Pi, we also got to find out what's happening with Root and the channel, and even get a work in progress video that worked as an entry as well as part of the collab entry. So that was really well thought out, and of course those fourth wall jokes, fantastic. Just really good ideas thrown in there. Well done, Pi, great stuff. Yes, just you. Yeah. Fucking hell. Alright. I gotta admit, this transition screen isn't bad, but again, it's just not, it's not birthday themed at all, and I really feel like it should have been more birthday themed. You almost forget why, because the collab's so long, by this point you kind of forget why. Why is it Mega Man again? Oh yeah, because in the intro it was Rosen X, and he picked the right collab off the select menu. But you sort of forget, because at this point it should just be birthday, it should just be party hat and, you know, just a quick... This Mega Man theme is just like, you have to remember what it was about, sort of thing. It shouldn't have to be related to the intro. It should just be its own little transition that doesn't need any context to know why it is. Because if you didn't watch the intro, you wouldn't know why the fuck this is happening. Why the fuck is it Mega Man? Why is there no birthday thing? You need the context. I feel like the transition screen shouldn't need any context. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't have to be completely separate from the intro, but it should be able to stand alone on its own without any context outside of it. That's what, because you get this far in the collab, all these hours of watching, and you know what, it's like, wait, why was this like this again? But yeah, nice. That's it. But oh god, that is so compressed. Oh my god, my fissued entry, I worked hard on it. Ooh, see, this is the kind of stuff you get in April Fool's. That's what I'm saying. April Fool's collab entry, you got mixed up and put in here. Yeah. Oh, okay, so this is ChattiestDrum, one of the names at the beginning that I clearly pointed out as like so unique. Like, I'm going to remember that name, ChattiestDrum. How'd you even come up with that? It's so original. So yeah, points already for the name. That channel's going to go far. Alright, let's see how his work is though. Is it up to scratch? I really hope. I hope for the sake of his original name that his content's really original as well. I really... Come on.
At school, we were doing... You know the kind of thing. The doings.
Okay.
Transport.
Okay.
Wood. Our project was, and I quote,
to
eat a fucking tomato.
Okay.
There we were trying to work up the courage to eat some tomatoes. It's no good. We can't.
Okay, we got some original sentence mixing here. The story so far is but the sentence, yeah, worked, and I quote, and I worked up the courage. That's pretty original. This guy's good. He's gonna be good. I'm excited. I want this guy to be good because the name is good. If the name's good, don't ruin it. This guy's gonna be good. Watch.
So we went up to our teacher
and
we say, we don't like the project very much. And the teacher says,
I don't care. Okay.
Spots in my hot. So I only put a little bit on my thought. Can I bluff?
Oh, that was good.
Brother, he's doing the same.
Oh my god, that reverb, that was awesome.
Ting ting. And we're
the ting tings. It's sad to see what this generation has become.
And my dad wants milk in his teeth. Oh.
Even a YTPMV segment. All right. Oh, fucking ears though. Oh, that was kind of painful.
Could you get me the milk?
Okay.
Okay. Milk. Okay.
Did he just say it was chocolate cake Rosen? Wait. Oh, my ears again. Oh, the J goes too far back because it's a long video. Oh. Oh, stop. I don't know what that song is. It sounds like some trap song or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Oh.
Milk. Okay.
Alright, that's enough. White BG Rosen. Oh, okay. I thought it said chocolate cake Rosen because it says it there. I don't know.
ChattiestDrum's a sad excuse for a human being.
Damn, why you gotta do yourself like that? I mean, so far you're being alright. I mean, I'm not saying that YSPMV was stellar or anything, but it was really good that you exercised more variety. Like that guy from earlier with the really short entry, but this guy's got a lot more going here. And some really good sentence mixing. Like, some of the sentence mixing obviously can sound better, but the ideas for the words he's coming up with is really good. You've got some good vocabulary going here. Some of the stuff I've never heard Michael say, like, and I quote, and plucked up the courage to do something. I don't think I've ever heard anyone make Michael say that, so that is definitely original. You got points there. No need to fuck yourself over like that with the self-deprecation, sir.
Actually, I'm a cat.
We live in a flat over a cat. Over a cat. Mum
yeah, cat.
At 10 to mums
Some of these jokes are not as good, but they are equally laid out with jokes that are good, or effects that get you, catch you off guard, like that bit, and the clicks and the reverb and all that stuff that's clearly like higher quality than what you'd normally expect from these typical videos. So it seems to me that there's a real smorgasbord of okay jokes and jokes that are not that funny, but then are immediately followed up with really good jokes or good effects and stuff. So it's a real mixture, but even when some of these jokes don't fly and they don't work too well, he's quickly following it up with different jokes, so it works. You've got the rhythm, you've got the flow and the rapid pacing down. This is really good. For what it is, it's a very simple entry. It's just a few crazy jokes, but he's mastering it quite well, I'd say.
That was an awful transmission. Right. We've cooked the dinner.
Okay.
You two can wash it up. I said I don't want to wash my dinner. Then she said,
ha ha ha, you two can wash the dinner up. Huh, I get it. I never noticed that. How did I never notice that when he originally read the okay.
Pneumonia.
Okay.
My brother has pneumonia. And the house can't shut up.
What? That is not where I expected it to go.
The Michael Rosen.
I thought he was going to say H.
That's my friend who came to school crying. He said,
What's the matter? 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 What's the matter?
Oh, God.
And he said his granddad didn't know what to say. Then I said, that's no crying matter. And he said, he has I'm a dick. And then he said,
so he's Alzheimer's. That sentence mixing was pretty choppy, and I almost didn't understand it until afterwards I figured it, but I'd say, yeah, work on that. Sentence mixing is good, but like I say, there are some choppy parts like this, but you could definitely do Alzheimer's. If you're not already using the transcript, I advise you use that, because if you aren't, then you're in for a real treat. You're about to step up your game.
Started crying again.
Oh, and that was it. Okay, so yeah, ChattiestDrum, I pretty much said my thoughts already. Immediate points on the name, because that's a really original name for a channel. So with a unique name, I know it's just a name and I keep dwelling on it, but when you have when you make Rosen Poops, there's so many people out there making shit and you want to stand out from the crowd. First step is having a unique and original name. Trust me, I know. I have to live with this now. I have to live with Plums. I made it years ago, all right, relax. But especially these days, after all these years afterwards, there's a lot more people doing this and you need an original name that really stands out. Like Aerodynamic Watermelon, that's fucking unique. I mean, come on, that is unique. It's a bit of a mouthful, but it's definitely unique. And ChattiestDrum, that is so... it just boggles my mind. I've never heard anything like it. That's so good. So yeah, props on the name. That will help you stick out, as your name is so unique and recognisable. You won't forget that. And also, that was a decent entry. There wasn't much to it. It was just a bunch of random jokes. But unlike an entry that I saw a while back that was also just random jokes, it was actually really good, because even though it wasn't perfect and a lot of the jokes they weren't actually that funny, some of the jokes fell flat and didn't really do it for me, but they were immediately followed up with other jokes that were funny or effects that were satisfying or interesting to watch or entertaining, and it just in general kept the pace speedy. Like, it didn't rest on anything for too long. It didn't make me dwell on a joke that wasn't that funny. That's why I didn't really point it out, but there was a lot of jokes in there I could have pointed out, like, oh, that wasn't that funny, but it didn't matter because he followed it up with a joke that was better. So yeah, definitely. And the sentence mixing, you know, while it could have been improved in places, really good. So making him say really original phrases, which I've never really heard Michael say before. So yeah, props for that. It wasn't anything crazy elaborate or a spectacular spectacle, but in ChattiestDrum's case, it didn't need to be. It was good as it was. So yeah, well done, man, well done. That will be one of the newcomer channels, if he is a newcomer. I've never seen his name before. But if he's brand new, he's going to be one of those people in these birthday collabs where when I finish watching the collab, I go and check out some channels from significant people who I really like their entries from if I've never seen a channel before. That's going to be one of them. I'm checking out his channel later. And I'll remember that. I've got to try and remember that now after I've done like 10-hour reaction. Anyway, good stuff. ChattiestDrum. Next up. What's on now? Whew. Nice. First aid. Oh, Snan State wank. Just as I was about to talk about it, I fucking made a joke already in the first second. So yeah, First Aid. I remember his entry before. I remember he's one of those people who, after the reaction video, I get some feedback from people, not just in the comments of the video, but on Twitter as well. They tell me stuff about how they enjoyed what I said and said stuff, more insight as to what I was talking about their entry, just to give me some more info and whatever. And First Aid was one of those people who responded to me after I reacted to his stuff before. I remember he did that one where he had Sebastian from Tekken Tag 2 in there and some other jokes with the limo and some musical bits and stuff like that. I vaguely remember some stuff like that. You gotta bear with me now, because I've watched a lot of shit since then in the collabs alone and elsewhere, so it's hard to remember since it was almost a year ago what those entries had, because I haven't really watched them since. But yeah, I think his one was okay. There was room for improvement, so let's hope he's improved this time round. Let's see. Okay. Okay.
I'm tired.
Very appropriate music. Good choice of music. I don't know what the music is, but I'm just saying it sounds like, yeah, he's tired.
It's the 7th of May.
May! Yes.
Oh shit, Michael's big day today.
Day!
What am I gonna do? Woo.
Yeah.
You didn't get me any birthday presents.
Oh no. Oh no. The guy's playing the piano in the background.
What are you doing?
What are you doing? That's typical older Rosen humour right there. I know older Rosen's kind of become a typecast character with poopers across the board. I think 256Pi kind of coined it, but he's become like this typecast character where if you use this particular Rosen, he's supposed to be like really silly and kind of immature and lots of sillier jokes involved. And it's like, that's a typical older Rosen kind of joke there. That was good. And it's like something you'd see in a cartoon where like a sad moment and like a SpongeBob or something, and there's like actually a character playing the piano in the background. That's the kind of joke you'd see in a cartoon. So yeah, this is good. What?
Ow! My toes. Choc, 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 choc.
Yeah, and the choc, choc, choc. 256Pi definitely coined that one. That was him. He started that whole thing too.
Choc, choc, choc.
Really shows how much influence Pi has had on these people that like to make story-based stuff with Rosen. A lot of influence, including, look, the colour curves effect on the brown shirt here to make Brian, or it's probably not Brian here, but the same effect. He influenced a lot of decisions and the way people do things here. It just makes you realise. So yeah, he's playing a Switch. We've got to have some Switch jokes, but we already had those in the last couple of years, so I'm not counting that as relevant stuff because it's already been relevant. Okay. What the fuck just happened to that guy?
What's that?
What? No, seriously, no. What was the little Michael flying around the bus? What the fuck was that?
Skyrim.
Skyrim, right.
Shut your bubbers.
The fuck he just jumped out the bus. Okay. Oh, that's that same flat. Nice. First stage YTP wall. Hey, I remember some of the moments. The burger, yeah, I remember that, and the stage thing. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, see, I remember.
Yeah, that'll do.
That'll do.
Did you get Michael anything for his birthday?
2 minutes later.
Quick, quick, quick!
Yeah, everyone's done it. Everyone's done last minute presents, whether it's Christmas or birthday. Yeah, we've all done it.
I can't drive properly.
What?
I'm a shitty 2CV. Walmart, really. Okay, I know what that song is. He's got Ocarina of Time there. I don't know if that would be a good present. Michael might fuck it up and go back in time or something. The map. Okay, America Deluxe. Yeah, get that. That's good. That's good. I played it myself. I know it's good. Get it. I'm telling him to get it like I'm there. Like I'm a character. Get it. Yeah, get that. I'm in the story, right? Wait, is that a fucking CDI on the... Yes, it is, because it says Phillips. That is... I wouldn't recognise it otherwise. That's a fucking CDI on the left. Oh, I know he's going to end up getting it, isn't he? Oh.
This is my Switch. Buy your own.
Nice.
Bakery. All right. Oh.
I've never, ever
what the fuck?
tired as this.
Oh, hi guys. Happy birthday, Michael.
For me.
Yes.
Here, Michael.
Yeah, I'll come off at you lot.
Okay. So here's for first aid particularly. I've got some advice for you right now. I know you're listening to this, hopefully. Here's some advice for you. I'm pretty sure I just saw those presents. Okay, let's go back a bit. Can I just hold it? No, I can't hold it. Oh, yes, I can. Yeah, there we go. Right there. You see this? Right, unless this was intentional, which I'm pretty sure it's not, I've got the tip on how to avoid this. So when you import pictures and I guess videos as well, but when you put images into Vegas and you have the aspect ratio, you need to check certain options. You need to select certain options when you put them in Vegas. If you are using Vegas. If you're not, then whatever. But I'm pretty sure you are. So when you put an image in Vegas, you got to right-click in the pan crop position window when you have the dotted lines and the F and you're moving it around to keyframe it, right? So you position it on the screen. When you have that window, the pan crop position keyframe window, whatever it's called, you have to tick certain things, and one thing you got to do is right-click it where the F is, right-click it, and you choose the second option from the bottom. I can't remember what it's called, match output aspect or source output aspect, or one of them ones. You got to click that, because if you don't click that, when you click it, it goes a bit bigger, so you got to size it down a bit more because it goes bigger, like full size. But if you don't check that, what you'll have is this problem here where it's like 4:3 ratio. So if you go outside a 4:3 barrier, it then gets cut off the screen. I've seen people like TenPinChameleon have this issue. Like when there was one time in an old TenPinChameleon video where he showed like pictures of weed on screen or whatever, and it was cutting off at the edges. So even he didn't know how to do this. But it's a very important thing as a Vegas user. You've got to know this. Always make sure, if the image or video is already 1920 by 1080 or wide 16:9 resolution format, whatever the fuck you call it, ratio, then you most likely don't have to check that option. But I usually tend to find myself checking that option on every single image I put in Vegas, no matter what it is, because it always guarantees that you don't have this shit. So yeah, that's straight up legit criticism and advice for you right now. I'm glad to give it because I haven't been able to give advice that's genuine like this. It isn't just rambling for the last fucking hour of collab nearly, and fucking what, 3 hours I've been doing this already. I don't know.
Oh, come on,
but yeah,
people.
make sure you check that match output source aspect or whatever it's called. It's the last one from the bottom. You don't want to click the one at the bottom, it's the one before it on the right click of the pan crop position window. Alright. Chocolate Swiss roll and a map.
Oh, not another one of those little speech letters again.
Oh, here we go. Text-to-speech letters. Well, it's not even going to be sentence mixed with Michael? Ah.
Happy birthday. We hope your 73rd is another...
Or is it actually an Australian? It's not just like that typical British voice that everyone uses for text-to-speech, like either Daniel or the verbose one.
Filled with lots of love, laughs, friends...
Laughs. Feels like it's an advert.
Most importantly, chocolate cake.
With much love for you.
Oh, you sentence mixed that bit. Okay. It's weird.
Thanks, first aid. Oh,
first aid.
Now, okay.
Yeah, let's see what his one was. Oh, okay, so that it wasn't a map, it was that little letter. That was from him. I thought that was Old Rosen's present for a sec. Alright, here we go, switch. Also, I noticed you got a disable resample. I cannot stress this fucking message enough. What if I just noticed it's a Wii U? I'm not even looking at it. You got to disable your resample, though I'm sure you probably know about this by now because we mentioned it on Twitter a few times. I think Ryan YTP mentioned it and I said a thing about it as well, but I can't stress this enough. Disable your resample, Vegas kids, because it will fuck up the look of your shit. It fucked up the look of my shit for years until I finally figured out in 2015 how to do it. And it was a thing, and now it's for my old stuff, it's too late. It's never too late to disable resample for you newer folks, because it will make your videos look bad when you move stuff around and shit. And every time you sentence mix Rosen and it like switches to a different source, you can see the ghosting between each change sort of thing. It doesn't just cut to it. So yeah, you want to make sure that shit is disabled. I will be trying to make a joke with that eventually, so I'm not going to say anything here about making jokes, because I've got shit written down. I'm going to make that a thing. I'm going to address disabling resample as publicly as I can. One day. Maybe next year, I don't know, but not yet. Just nobody better fucking beat me to it anyway. Yeah, Wii U. Have it, it's nice. Yeah, that's like what fucking aunties and grandmas say when they get you the wrong thing. It's good, have it, it's nice.
Switch. Oh, sorry, you only got 2 gifts this year, Michael. About that.
Well, don't expect us to buy
you presents like that ever again. He's probably gonna be like, good, I don't fucking want a Wii U.
you presents ever again.
Now I'm angry.
Oh.
Okay, we got them.
Oh, okay, we got... you have to always end on that, you know. Well, yeah, there's nothing else here. First aid, that was, yeah, actually was better than the last one I saw. I remember the last one I saw of his was good, but I remember suggesting ways of improving. And I remember there being like just a basic YouTube poop joke segment towards the end of it, and it wasn't that good. But he definitely improved this time round. That was a lot better. That was genuinely good. There was some good laughs in there, some good jokes, and good moments. Some some animated stuff, you know, all that chroma keying good stuff. I remember I kept giving advice on what to do with the chroma keying last year or whatever it was. Like, oh, you should use more blur or less blur or whatever. I'm not really noticing that so much now as I am before, because it's just not that big a deal now. I can't be arsed or whatever. I'm just trying to get invested in each entry as they come on an entertainment standpoint more than those nitpicks. But yeah, aside from that, it was very good. Yeah, I really enjoyed that. It was quite original, last-minute birthday gifts, but obviously mentioning the Switch and the Wii U is not original in itself, but, you know, the whole fiasco about the present and that, yeah, I enjoyed it. And obviously you've got to have a self-insert there, First Aid. That's the guy himself. That is exactly what he looks like in real life, a cartoon character with a deep Michael voice. What? But yeah, good job, First Aid. You did good. And I know he's going to be on my Twitter on this after this, so... Yeah, that was good stuff. I rather enjoyed it. So yeah, well done. It just feels like every time I talk about shit, I'm just rambling. I'm trying not to ramble, but I can't help it. Okay. But yeah, don't forget that... Oh, it's too late now. He's probably not watching anymore. But don't forget that disable resample and that crop key position option thing that you use for images, because that will help a lot. Anyway, who's next? YTPMV entry. What's that fucking... that thing again? Why do so many YTPMVers use that source of Michael looking from behind the bottles or whatever it is? I need to see what the original source material is, because I haven't seen it, but I always see it in people's YTPMVs. They always use it. What is that sample? Is it bass? Yeah, I think it's bass. Like a ooh. I need to know what happens in the original video, because I keep seeing it everywhere. Like, saw it in Abe's entry. Who is this? Who is this? There's no watermark. Did Watermelon forget to put the watermelon mark? Who is this? I hope the watermark pops up in a minute, because this is actually quite good. I want to know who. I know it's using the and I've never been a fan of that, but for what it is, it's not bad. So who is this? Is this? I guess I'm gonna have to look at the description. Watermelon? How could you not? How could you forget to put the comics? I know it's not the bucket, but even in the main collab, if they forget to put their watermark, you either remind them, because if it's the bucket, then you just give them the Comic Sans watermark, like, fuck it, doesn't matter. But if they made an entry that was good enough for the main collab, you should give them that advice, message them, be like, hey, you forgot your watermark, could you add it in? Maybe this is just a YTPMV segment and his watermark comes in a second, I hope, because this is a big deal. I want to know who this is. This is really good. The visuals are very simple, very, you know, panels. I mean, I know he tried with a bit of like shadow shading underneath here, which is nice, but they're very simple four-corner panels, and he's using the sample, which is like, yeah, we don't like that one. We don't like that sample. It doesn't mean you're not allowed to use it, but, you know, you see. But apart from that, it's decent. It's decent. Like the use of percussion there. That shit's kind of good. I like that. Yep, this is good. There we go. All right, there's the watermark. Okay, I'll take back everything I said, because I was hoping the watermark would appear in a moment. I don't know why he left it out for so long, but it's, of all people, maybe that's why he left the watermark out for a while, because he wanted to wow people with a really cool YTPMV, and then it's like, oh, bet you weren't expecting it was me, Nice7. I know it's Knight. I keep calling him Nice7. That's just my thing. But yeah, shit, I remember him from previous years, and I remember it being... I remember like expecting him to be really good, and he was just okay or something like that, and hoping that I think he did improve over the course of 71st and 2nd. I think he did, yeah. I think he was in both and he improved or whatever. And I've since actually watched every video on his channel. Don't ask me why. I just one of those channels where he didn't have that many videos, so it was easy to binge through them all. So as of speaking now, apart from this entry, obviously, I have seen pretty much every public video on Nice7's channel, in case he doesn't already know. And there were some hits, there were a few hits. I think I mentioned to him on Twitter before, there were a few good ones that I liked, but yeah, he's definitely improved over time as we come to this point, and I was not expecting it to be him. I was not expecting that name to pop up. I didn't know who it was going to be, but I didn't think it was going to be him. So yeah, props for doing this, because I've not seen him really do many YTPMVs like this before. I think maybe he did like a Mario Kart 7 thing before, or something like that in the past, or something like that. But yeah, this is not what I'd expect from you. But yeah, you know what? You already know how I feel about the and the panels and stuff. But yeah, I'm not gonna backtrack on that just because it's now I know who it is. Ooh, a bit of vibrato, a bit of pitch bend in there. Ooh, very good. making good use out of that overused sample, I guess, with the vibrato and pitch bending. That is really well done. Yeah, you can tell he put effort in this. It's a catchy tune as well. I find myself humming this. I like this. Very good. And again, it's just the breakup that we need from the other stuff that we watched so far, like random jokes, story stuff. We need a YTPMV segment. I'm glad Watermelon has made use of that and put the YTPMV entries spaced out in between, so we have musical breaks at each, like intervals sort of thing. I like that, and this is one of those, and I'm glad. I really like that. That bass sounds awesome, and I like that sample right there. Those two samples sound great, and he even managed to make the like I said, with the pitch bending is. So yeah, he made the samples sound good, and I'm happy about that. It's a breakdown, like what I wanted in Abe's entry. I wanted like the breakdown with a really cool sounding bit, and then to come back. Oh, is he actually gonna do it? He's gonna do what I wanted earlier. Damn, this is catchy. I like this. Oh, that's good. That's really good. You're earning many, many points from me right now. That is very good. Beautiful. Very ethereal with that reverb, so it makes it all echoey, and because like it's like semi-transparent as well. It's like distant, sort of ethereal, kind of in the back of your mind kind of vibe. I like that. Oh, is that the end? No, you're supposed to come back. You're supposed to bring it back and do more beats with the extra shit that you did. See, you do a breakdown, you do a really nice sounding sample that's all ethereal and really cool sounding like that, and then you bring it back. You bring all the beat back and all the other samples back, and then you overlay the stuff that was in the breakdown on top of that as well. That's how you make it even better. That was already incredible, but oh, it was just missing that. It was missing that extra. Ooh, him and Abe, it was good, but oh, no, but for what it was, you hit it out of the park. That was really good. Like, yeah, that's it. Yeah, fantastic. It was short, but it was sweet. Short was sweet. It was a tune that was so catchy. It was good. I like that. I don't know what it was from. If it was original, then like super duper props, but I don't know if it was original. So if it was based on an existing song, I don't know what it is. But really good job with that, because that was a valiant effort. And I'm guessing you didn't reveal your name in the corner for a while because you wanted people to go, whoa, this looks good, who's this? And it's, what, him? Whoa, like, didn't expect such a work of musical masterpiece from me, did you? Because when I see Night 7's name, I don't expect that kind of entry. I expect, like, jokes, like Rosen and then jokes and some stuff. So that's what I tend to see from him. So yeah, I mean, you definitely subverted the expectation in a positive way. Well done, man. You've definitely improved. Over the course of the 3 years that I've watched him submit stuff to this, he has definitely improved over and over. So well fucking done, mate. You did good. It was a nice little tune.
Nice.
Next up.
The Michael Rosen.
pNsB? What? Nah, you're already in. Get out, get out. You're already here with your Bandicam logo and your fucking emoji faces and deep fried. Get out. Come on, you've had your bit. I know it was just partly in mid, like, collab within collab for the entry, but come on, nah. We had this a couple of years ago where people were making more than one entry, and I didn't agree with that at all, unless to the exception that one entry is like a short story and the other one's a YTPMV, and they're so drastically different that you can treat them as two different submissions. But if they're like more the same material, you should not be allowed to have more than one entry, because we've got so many people joining every year that it bloats up the runtime. If you've got more to make, just make more shit on your own channel. You should only submit one thing to the collab, unless they're so vastly different, or you made a song for the intro or the ending or something outside of that, or transition or whatever. But okay, let's see what it is before we judge any further.
73rd birthday collaboration.
I guess it's fair that, I mean, I'm not saying you can't help people. Like, say if it was NoiceDrinkz' entry, that one from earlier with all the 4 of them, if it was just NoiceDrinkz' entry full stop and pNsB helped him make some stuff in it, you can credit him, but the fact that his watermark was there throughout some of it is like he made everything in that certain part of that entry, so that was technically his contribution. So is it kind of being, I'm not saying cheating, this is no rule, but is it unfair that he's getting to do a separate entry as well? don't know. I'm thinking about this one. This better be good because you're. Ooh, there's no rule against this as far as I remember. But if it was me hosting, you'd be drawing a fine line here. I'm judging. This better be good.
Anyway, stop this right now. Got it.
Oh.
Get off me!
Okay, what happened? What? What? What the fuck? No, we just had him. What's going on? No, it's not the same entry because we had a transition screen. That's the only way I can tell that it's not the same entry. You can't do this. Cheating. Watermelon host, please ban them. No, I'm kidding. Okay, where is this going? What is happening here?
Did you really think I was done?
Yes, I did because of the transition screen, you cheeky bastard.
That wasn't that you're getting from me this year. This
Okay.
following bit is probably going to be the main part of the entry.
Okay.
I don't know, but
Okay, so I guess pNsB helped him in the same way that he took part in... This is getting a bit confusing now. So we got people all across the board helping different people with different entries. It's becoming so intertwined. I guess that makes it more true to an actual collab then in that way, because a lot more people are working together with each other. So I guess it's more true to the nature of a collab being a collab than just everyone makes their own thing and it gets showcased, because that's what these tend to be. So I guess it's a good thing then. But I was expecting a pNsB whole entry on his own. That totally got me off guard. Oh, Night 7, you cheeky trickster. You see, it's because of that transition screen. That's what made me think, like, I thought that was the be-all, end-all. There's not gonna, that's it, next entry, you know? Oh, so I'm sure this is what I just explained. He did a YSPMV entry, and now he's probably going to do an entry of jokes or a story or something else, and that's his separate entry. But usually they space those out. This comes straight after his other one, so that's this whole thing is just like completely caught me off guard, throwing me off.
Good job. Hope to see you.
Oh no! No! Oh god! You did it as well! This is blowing my mind. Nice 7's gonna make me have a mental fucking breakdown now. Enough with this freaking throwing me off shit. Okay, relax. Okay, let's just take it nice and slow the fuck down and just explain what the fuck is going on. Okay, so Nice 7 did a YSPMV entry. Then I think pNsB helped him. I don't think he just slapped his name in the corner and pretended to be him. I have a feeling that pNsB actually did make that little bit for him. Correct me if I'm wrong, and he did just slap his name in the corner as a little trick. But I'd like to think that pNsB also helped Night 7 with his thing as well. But the transition screen threw me off because I thought it was a different entry, but it turned out to be his other one. And now someone finally did it. Someone actually put my stupid reaction in the entry. I was dreading this. I was fucking dreading. Okay, what have you put in there?
More from you like that.
well, ThePlamzJoker are certainly tried.
Ah, isn't that nice? Well, you've already really impressed me with that YSPMV. You've hit it out the park. Okay, so anything else you make now is going to be a bonus. Let's see what you got. I can't read them because they're all blurred. I thought I could read them.
The food and I do.
No, he's got like a random generator. Or which poem, which story am I going to recite today? I think I saw Tomato 2 quickly in that blurred text there. So I think it was like all the titles of his. Okay, that's clever. That's pretty original.
You may think it's a bit redundant to have a birthday collab every year if I look the same age in everyone.
Yeah, but unfortunately this is the way it goes. I could explain this too, but everyone loves to do that source particularly. It's one of those big problems, is he always looks the same every year even though he's supposed to be getting older, but we can't help it because we love using that particular Rosen. Yeah.
That being said,
what was that? What was... I missed that just as I unpaused the shit. Wait, let me go back. Wait, what?
That being said, I don't want to stop using this range of...
Exactly. It's like it's me. It's like he heard what I just fucking said. This is weird. Okay, Nice 7, you're creeping me out a little bit. You tapped right into my psyche. You subverted my expectation, threw me off and caught me off guard. You used my voice. You're freaking me out, man. He's in my... Get out of my head. He's in my head. This entry is like fucking making me having a existential crisis or something.
If you see me staring at a white wall... I mean, if you see me sticking to the same old poems, that's what I'm doing.
That's what I'm doing, yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I can totally understand that. That's like something I would make him say or would explain myself. So yeah, I get you completely. I don't blame you for wanting to use the sources. I just try and encourage people to tend to use the other ones a bit more so we got that variety in there. But if you really don't want... If you're like, no, I like using this Rosen, and I'm going to keep using him because I want to use him, then what else can I say? Just be good. At least be good. And I know he's going to be good because what I've seen so far is going to be good, so it's going to be good. Come on, impress me.
Fridge, but okay.
No. No connections. No, he knows. He watched the reaction. He knows exactly what he's fucking doing. He's taking he's trying to wind me up now. Look, I'm not fucking taking any chances. I know he's thinking about me while he's making this. He's made that clear.
Dad doesn't shave and his prick is all hairy. If they have those hot air things, shall we? Needy little voice.
He's doing it on purpose. He's fucking doing it on purpose. He knows. He's doing connections over and over to try and piss me off. I'm not falling for it, Night 7. You're doing it on purpose. You already mentioned me. I know what you're trying to do. Ooh, he thinks he's a smart boy.
They're nibbling my toe. Yeah,
I'm just going to ignore it. I'm going to wait for him to go, haha, bet that pissed you off.
More and more plane.
His hands.
More planes.
Don't know where I was going with that one. Well, you were going... I thought you were going to troll me because you know I don't like those kind of jokes, and I stated multiple times that I don't, but perhaps he didn't even know because I probably mentioned the connection stuff in someone else's entry that he didn't watch, so I got to try and remember that might be a possibility, but even then, I'm sure he knows I don't find that shit funny, but he just did loads of them there. Oh, I feel like he's playing with me. He's fucking, he's trying to like wind me up, and he's like, ah, gotcha. In a minute, it's going to be a gotcha moment. Wait.
Toenails. More and more people in Britain couldn't be bothered with toenails anymore. Blunt and...
That reminds me, I've got to clip my toenails, so I couldn't be bothered.
Since about 11 years ago, people have started using fingernails. We spoke to hacking the fucking arm off of kneecap. Yeah.
What?
I like fingernails. I've got 5 of them.
Okay.
Be like hack.
Wait, why has he only got 5 of them? He's only got one hand?
Cool. Throw toenails. Out. Tones.
What? Oh, tones. Okay, I got it, yeah.
We sit down, and the air...
No, it's a sit down on the side.
Hot, and I blow till it's cool, just cool.
Cool? Just cool.
Into the mouth.
Special friend. Oh my god, my brain's getting fried. I'm sweating. Special thanks to my friend KRW for donating that joke to me.
Warms your lungs up, that does.
Ah, warms your lungs up, that does. Yeah. Oh my god. It was so quick as well, just moved on.
Ableton is better.
Oh god. Oh.
A girl said, someone told me the joke. I didn't. So I said, was it funny? And she said, I don't know, I won't get it till tomorrow.
I mentioned this before in older commentary ones where I said I like the joke where they're usually quiet and then they raise the background volume right up so you can just hear the background volume really loud. That one always gets me. Oh, this is a great entry.
Said,
oh my
I'm
god.
Really glad my mum...
No, it doesn't matter about them connections. I think he was just doing that to wind me up or anyone else up, but he's really getting into the meat of it now. This is genuinely really funny. That fucking I've lost my voice. Can I just mention that now? He didn't dwell on it. He just quickly moved on from it. Didn't give me a chance to like revel in it, which made it funnier, because if it had held on it for longer it wouldn't have been as funny. He just quickly moved on. I didn't have a chance to... Oh, this is great.
I said, why is that? He said, because all the kids at school call me that.
Best joke in time video, don't even attempt to change my... Okay, I kind of talked over a bit of it. Let me play it again.
I don't know, I won't get it till tomorrow. A boy said, I'm really glad my mum called me that. I said, why is that? He said, because all the kids at school call me that.
Ah, yeah, genius. Called me that. His name is that. Ah, you're so clever. Genius. He knows that's incorrect. With that look.
Useless.
This is fantastic. This kind of reminds me of that entry I did. I don't mean to sound like all ego shit, but this kind of reminds me of that entry I did, because it's kind of like that with all the titles of the videos. It kind of reminds me, it's a little bit like the Michael fails to tell or perform linear comments. It's a bit like that a little bit. I like that. I love that format.
Information.
Oh, God.
Help me, son. Once my friend Harry Boat said he couldn't think of something.
I don't know what it is, but I just love it when people make fun of the titles in particular. I don't know, it's one thing to mention stuff he said in the poems, but I love it when people fuck around with the titles of the videos as well. There's something about that. I like the reading of the title and making a joke out of that in itself. I usually enjoy those a lot more as well. I don't know, it's just, I just really enjoy this.
Talk about. So he didn't know what to say. Then I said nothing, because I didn't want to contradict myself. to own a...
Yes, I get it.
Conversations with a really self-obsessed bugger.
Okay, seriously, this is really like, yeah, I'm genuinely pleased with how it came out compared to last year's mix. Did he make him say the same thing last year? I don't remember.
Do you want to know?
Play it again.
Nothing, because I didn't want to contribute to myself. To own a...
Yeah.
Conversations with a really self-obsessed bugger.
It was okay. It was good. It was good. I feel like it could be a little bit better, but then, you know, you could always improve somewhere. If I was like super duper picky, there's always a way you can improve the sentence mixing if it's not me doing it. If I'm not ensuring that it's as perfect as possible, there is always, you can always say it can be better, but no, that was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Do you want an apple?
Predictable title joke. See what I mean? He keeps fucking around with the titles. I love this.
Me. Can you hear me?
Me. That's kind of started to sound like that when I was mentioning my entry as well from the old collab, the same kind of jokes. No, I'll stop. I'm sorry. I feel like he's stabbing at me again.
Me.
I'm not that bad, am I? Me. I guess you could say he could hear me. Pause now for moment of audience laughter. Basically, nobody will pause. Joke explanation. I did.
The advertiser. Books.
Oh my god! Does it make you want to buy some ebooks? Books? The way he's like questioning it. Books? No, maybe you want to buy it? Skip ad in 214350. Oh my god. And look at the face in the corner. What the fuck?
The woods.
This is fun. Oh my god, this entry is so good.
I went to this tank and I had loads to eat. Well, actually,
you see, again, it's not an elaborate story, action sequence, chroma key, whatever crazy. There are some effects when those jokes come up, but that's what it's all about. In its core, its heart, this entry is still just Michael and a bunch of silly jokes, just a bunch of random jokes, right? But look at this, so good. It's so fucking good. This is great. This is one of my favourites so far, for sure. This is one of my favourites. See, didn't have to be Alyx. Okay, we forgot about that for a while. This is another one of my favourites.
I had one sloppy goldfish dead on my plate. Really, that I scooped together and pushed into my mouth. It was...
Oh.
The simply edited bit to help me get to the 5.5 minute mark.
Yeah, all right. I feel you on that. I know what that's like.
Which was nice.
Huh?
Oh no!
Notepad!
Looks like I'm out of ideas.
Yeah, that's why I put mine as well. I know I keep mentioning me, but it's so relatable. Like, I fucking relate to a lot of this, like, fourth wall breaking.
So here goes. Conversations with a 2-year-old.
Oh no. Almost completely made with poetry-friendly classroom. Oh.
Do you want an apple? No.
See, this is impressive, but I don't find it that funny.
What do you want, then?
I've seen people do this before, where they recreate a story using everything but that one story to sentence mix it, which is an interesting idea, but I don't find it that funny.
I want for you to stop with this rehash of a joke from last year.
Yes, thank you. Okay, good. Oh my god, he is so sharp. Nice7's wit is super razor sharp this year. Like, he ain't missing a beat. I love this.
Just get to the closing message.
Yeah, the closing message. The happy birthday, Michael message at the end. He knows what this shit's like.
Now we'll turn out all the lights.
Oh, shit.
Well, another year's gone by as quick as the last one did.
Oh, don't even get me started, man. It's all so quick. I would feel like it was just the other month I was sitting here sweating in my own juices, reacting to the last two. God, blimey, where's the time gone, eh?
It's funny. It still doesn't feel as though it's been a year.
I know, what the fuck? Take the words right out of my mouth.
Cool. I hope you'll have a lot of presents and have a great time. After all, today is your day.
Yeah.
Maestro, some music, please.
Music, maestro. Say it's your birthday. Yeah. That was good.
Last funny.
Oh.
And then, in the middle of the night, I woke up and I thought, phew, I'm tired. And I go to sleep.
Okay.
Okay, we got...
Oh! Okay, we got there. It's a me RBN saying it. Oh, wow, that was... Yeah, I paused on the frame as well. Good. Wow, one of my favourites for sure. There were so many good jokes. How can I pick them out? I love entries like this. I also love entries that are elaborate and really cool and actiony and shit like earlier, but I do love entries like this, and we finally hit the hour mark, thank God, so I'm about over a third way through it, thank goodness. So yeah, there's just so many good jokes in this. How am I going to pick out what I like? Oh, God. Like I say, I love the titles, when he's messing around with the titles of the videos, either messing with them or creating fake titles. I love the idea that he's like randomly generating all his titles with that lever. That was good. He subverted all my expectations, thinking it was going to be someone else's entry entirely, talking about pNsB and shit, and totally threw a fucking switch guard on my ass. Whoa, Night 7 has really hit it out the park this year. I mean, that is going to be one of the most memorable entries for me by far. That is one of those ones that's going to stand out. I'm probably going to end up watching his entry again because those jokes were so good. I want to... There's so many funny jokes though, and so many original jokes as well. It's so very creative. He really... And I feel like with that notepad joke, when he was holding up the notepad and he said he's out of ideas, I feel like it might have been because he did what I did and he just wrote down all the jokes he thought. Maybe he didn't, and maybe that was just for that one joke there. But if it was, then yeah, you got it, because you see how that works. When you write down jokes as you think of them and then you just make those jokes that you've written down and use all the best ones, it just makes for instant gold. It might sound formulaic if you just make jokes out of shit you've written down, but no, really, it works. For a video like that where it's just loads of jokes and it's not like a script or a story or anything, it works brilliantly. For example, my old entry in the Fails to Fall in the Mere Comedy and Tim Rubs One Out, both of those videos were mostly constructed of things that were written down and then put on screen from what I wrote down. And they are two of my, well, best performed videos. So it just goes to show, writing jokes down and making them, it works. And if you did do that this time around, then my God, did it pay off, because that was one of the best entries already so far. Just fantastic, and made me laugh so many times. I fucking love that entry. Well done. And that YSPMV was great too. It wasn't the best one ever. I had my criticism with the but you definitely did your best with it, with that pitch bending and shit like that. So I could just review both of those right now. It's just, wow, you brought your everything to this year, didn't you? With those original jokes and fucking even having a stab at me with that fucking reaction bit. Yeah, well, you really did. You did do something even better. What I can't even remember what I fucking said that he it made an excerpt of, but I said, like, let's hope you do better next time or something. Well, you definitely fucking did. You absolutely, you killed it, man. You fucking murdered that shit. You did everything. Funny jokes and the YSPMVs and everything. You should be proud of yourself. I hope there are more entries like that, because that was a good laugh and an entertaining experience. Next entry. That's it.
Nice.
And that's... No. Oh my...
Slide round your mouth.
Ting tang, walla walla bing bang. Ting tang, walla... Ooh, no. No walla walla bing bang. Walla walla, wait a minute. What is going on here? Okay, we just saw this. Now, I'm not about to get fooled again. Okay, like the Who. What is going on here? Okay, we saw Night 7. Maybe he was in on it. Maybe Watermelon gave him a little pointer, a little bit. Look, I'm going to put pNsB after you, so you're going to want to do this little tricky thing where you go, haha, gotcha. Maybe he was in on it. Maybe pNsB. Maybe this is still part of it. I'm looking, Night 7. Okay, I thought that was it, but it might still not be it. I'm suspicious now. I'm on alert. Bang. This might actually be his entry though, but even then, if it is his real entry, then everything I said about his entry being separate from his mini collab still stands, because this is actually his thing, hopefully. I'm being thrown way the hell off here.
Okay then. Anyway, today it's the anniversary of the time I got expelled from a birth canal. But now, I need to come up with ways of celebrating it with the poems that I write. Watch out, everybody.
Yeah, it's always a tricky one. Every year you got to come up with a new and creative, colourful way of expressing this joy of this such anniversary, but I can't trust you now, pNsB, okay? You guys have all worked together to completely subvert my expectations and throw me off and throw me these shockers and surprises. So don't be surprised if I'm not surprised at your surprise. Capiche?
The screen's about to turn white. I want to tell you about what cares.
Nobody cares. The way he says that in that source.
And right, left. Who wants to play the original? You may think I'm a he, but hang on to your seat.
See, these people are like very aware after seeing years of Rosen stuff and having made tons of Rosen stuff themselves. People like pNsB and other people are so well aware. So people who might be listening to this or watching these now, who are not as well seasoned with Rosen stuff as these people might be, would be like, oh, what's so special about that? But these people are very are very used to it, so they have to go fourth wall breaking all the time because they're so well aware of what they're doing and how it goes that these kind of jokes are inevitable. They're going to happen because as you're making them, you're thinking, oh, you know, it's so obvious, so you're going to have to address it because it's like, you should know that I know that this joke I'm making is obvious or something like that. So there's going to be a lot of these self-referential or fourth wall breaking kind of outside the box deal kind of jokes where they just really, they know all too well what they're doing. And it shows through the work.
On their own. I'm going to tell you something that'll burn your box. A hip hop, bright green top. And there was a and when you press the silver button, a little disc tray slid open.
Okay, he's clearly proven that he's got some skill here because we got a lot of original sentence mixing popping off here. So I'm hoping it's not just going to be one of those rap ones where they just do the Michael Rosen rap and they just do like word replacements and jokes on the end. Sometimes that can be funny, you can still do good jokes, but I never really like that format of doing just the rap or just the Hollywood or just one story where you just replace some of the words or make jokes out of some of it. Like, I never really like that format. I want it to have a little more to it than that, but you know, I'm still holding that hope. I know pNsB has become quite a name for himself. For me, it's weird because I'm a guy who used to make stuff back then, and since like 2016-ish, I've kind of been out of the loop a little bit, trying to get myself back in the loop with this whole stuff. But since then, anyone who started doing Rosen Poop since then, which is like 3 years ago now, that's a long time for people doing this game. So there could be people who've been going for over 2.5 years, and I still see them as like a newcomer. I know they're not a newcomer, but compared to others, this is how I regard them. So people like pNsB, I remember when he was a newcomer. I remember. And I haven't seen that much from these people because I don't tend to watch a lot of these days. So people like that, he's probably made a ton of great stuff since, and NangyLOL and the rest of them. I've seen a few bits and pieces, but to me, people like pNsB and NangyLOL and that still feel like new people to me. And Watermelon, obviously. People like this, it's hard for me to get used to it and move with the times, you know? If you remember someone like Ron Mad or something, now that's a name that we go back with. Yeah, that's one that's been around for a while, but I don't know, NangyLOL, pNsB, those are newer names to me, you know, and it's hard for me to, I got to try and get used to it now. These collabs might help a little bit as years go by and I see their names recurring and I get used to it. And so yeah, I'm expecting some quality because I kind of know with Twitter as well. I've seen them on Twitter, so you know, with the social media, keeping in touch stuff, you kind of get an idea of what they're like. You can clearly see they're not just some sparky newcomer who likes going plums lol every other minute, you see.
Put the disc in, shut the tray, and then we start the game.
Hello.
Okay, what game is it this time?
We're using Wi-Fi and not mobile data.
Hey! Thanks for a friendly reminder. Let me just check my phone real quick. No, I'm not, but thank you for the reminder. I've seen that a few times, like Reddit and that. They'll be checking you, make sure you're using your Wi-Fi and not your mobile data. And some people are like, thanks for looking out. I almost wasted all my data then, but I don't do that because I have mine switched off whenever I stop using it. I turn it off again because I use the Wi-Fi at home, and I don't use my phone at home, so I never have that problem. But nevertheless, I'm sure you've caught a couple of people out there watching the collab who had their data on their phone. See? Good one. Is that technically a relevancy thing as well, or is it not really memes? So I guess it's just a thing, yeah. I still got that counter in my head, like every time I see some relevant topic in these entries, but no, that was good. Oh.
Pizza.
Oh, no, there you go, there it is. I think we've already had that, though. Earlier on, we had a bone, a whole massive, great big bone in the pizza joke, so, I mean, the other guy beat you to it. I can't remember who the fuck it was, because I've already watched a lot of entries.
Anyway, my mum and dad tried something new.
I think you know what I mean.
Oh, great, blowing.
About sex?
Yes.
Right in the mouth. It was my dad.
It was
my mother. Boom. Bang.
I
have to tell you how to behind
it's gonna be good for a minute.
Behind my dad, behind the door, behind the curtain, behind our desks, behind you.
He's behind a lot of things in these stories. You don't realise just how many times he said that until someone lays it out like this.
Boom.
No.
Fridge. Deep down. God, when I get inside, he's gonna be dead. God, when I... Michael!
Oh.
I'm a bit fucked up, he called. When I one.
Fuck this bit in particular. I can relate. Having to chroma key out and mask out bits of him, and when you chroma key it and there's some stray pixels that just won't allow it, and if you change the colour a bit to accommodate for that bit that won't go away, it then changes the colour palette so that Michael's blue top goes black and you have to fucking fiddle with it again. It's like, I know that trouble, trust me, all too well.
I swam to the fridge.
That's good though. If you ever have like an editing issue, just turn it into a joke. That's a good way of turning it into something that's actually material in itself. You make a joke out of it, and then technically you're glad it's there because it's an extra little joke that people like me might enjoy. So, I mean, in its own crazy messed up way, that little problem there became an asset to your video. See? That's what it's all about. If you got problems, just make jokes out of those as well.
When I was 2, I was a 2-year-old. When I was 3, I started getting back onto the table. When I was 5, I was in a bus playing music really loud, like a little fucker. When I was...
Yeah. There's some relatable moments in this. People who play the music too loud on the bus. We've all had them. We've all had them.
When I was 6, I ate a bag. When I was 7, I was 8, 9. When I was 8, I was 9, 10.
So this is technically like one of them rap poops where he does the rap and he's doing jokes. A lot of these jokes are pretty good though. I'll let it slide if the jokes are really good. And the format is kind of very broken up here. There's a lot of other moments that aren't just the rap. So it's come back to the rap, but it's not strictly the rap all the way through with just some throwaway jokes. This is it's quite varied, so it's not that bad. I just don't like it when it's too formulaic like that, unless it's a story or when it's intended to be, you see.
Well, anyway, I think it's time to wrap the video up.
Already? Alright, well, yeah, happy birthday, Michael. It feels funny saying that when I'm watching this on the 15th of May, and it's like it's over a week since his birthday, and I'm fucking saying it out, happy birthday, Michael. But hey, the collab itself wasn't on the day either. It doesn't matter. What matters is the spirit. That was it? Okay, that was it. Well, pNsB, if that really was your real entry and it wasn't just someone giving me the slip again, I think it really was this time. He already had his bit in what I assume was NoiceDrinkz' entry, but I genuinely don't know whose entry it really was. I assume it's NoiceDrinkz because he was the first one of the 4 who popped up with the names, but it could have been any one of theirs because they had equal amounts of stuff in each part of it. So whoever's that was, he had his bit in that, and now he's got his own entry on his own. And that bit in Nice7's, if he did actually make that extra bit that was in Nice7's bit. So you've been in here quite a bit now. You've had your fair share, I think. So it's only fitting that your entry be kind of short because you had plenty of other stuff to do. So what did I think of that? That was okay. Bit rich, because I was going to say bit rich because it sounds like that. Some of the jokes were good. I like the data one, people playing music on the bus really loud, and the chroma key problem, fuck this bit in particular. Some relatable stuff there. Some relatable stuff that I can enjoy personally, and yeah, I guess sort of, are they kind of references to internet? They're not memes, but are they like references to things people say on the internet, I guess, sort of. But you can clearly see with his jokes that he's got a very good grasp of being like self-aware and humour like that. He clearly knows what's going on kind of thing. There's some good jokes. I think I noticed the visual quality was a bit lacking, or maybe that's just because the collab entry, we had to grab all the collabs together, the entries together and put it together in 720p, so there's like compression and quality loss there, I get that, but I don't know, not much to say in improvements, because the jokes were good, and it was solely a joke-focused entry, so I don't know, just keep doing what you're doing, pNsB, and I got to check out more of your stuff soon because I feel like I should know him better than I actually do. I see him on Twitter a lot, and he's got that decent profile picture. It's like Michael doing the think emoji thing, which is always appreciated when they roastenize something like that and they make it infinitely better. But I haven't really seen many of his videos, I admit, so maybe I got to get to watching some of your stuffs to get a better grasp of your talent, like I did with Nice7 before. I watched all his stuff, so maybe I should watch yours. Yeah, not much to say, moving on. We're rolling along now. I always feel good after covering an hour. Once you hit an hour, it's like, yeah, I'm getting into this. I'm getting through the meaty chunk of this stuff.
Nice.
Really getting there. Oh, here we go, here's the guy. Okay, so Gardevoir, why can't I say this one word? That dare Pokemon character, X, with the green hair and shit, that was, I remember, pretty sure one of the people who said in the comments, I think I mentioned the announcement video, a couple of people there where I said, oh, I might be, put me down as a maybe, I'll be reviewing it, or maybe when I said on the collab itself, I'll be reviewing each entry, and I got a couple of people like Dave K saying, oh, looking forward to it. I couldn't believe that, well, that's an honour, I'm flattered, and I think that was one of the people, so knowing this is one of the people who are anticipating my reaction, for those people I know are looking forward to it, I'll really try and step up the constructive criticism and help you out here, because I know you'd be listening. That's the thing. For other people who are like, you never see them, it's like, but make sure you give these people some decent reaction. That's what I'm talking about. So, Gardevoir X, let's do this shit. Ooh, this music's cool. I like it. Oh, Danny Phantom! Oh my god, I haven't watched that in years! Oh man, it must have been about 10 years since I watched that, no joke, I remember that! January 2009, on a wet, rainy morning before school, I used to watch that shit. Oh, you brought back some memories there, mate. Oh, yes, that was a cool show. Okay, but it's Michael and Plums. Oh god, okay, so this chroma keying definitely needs some work. It appears to me that maybe you're not using Vegas, because it looks like something else. It looks a bit weird. But if it is Vegas, I can definitely help you out. Disclaimer, I can only help people with Vegas things. I can't help with Premiere or whatever else people use, because I don't know anything about those. But as far as Vegas is concerned, you definitely need to add some blur on this. You're doing all right as far as the keying is concerned on baseline, but I can see like part of his body here has been cut out. So I know if you tried to cut out this black bit anymore, it would take out more of his body. So maybe you got to play around with it a bit more and try and like do the color dropper thing on this bit. But as pNsB said, fuck this bit in particular. That's the problem though. You really got to play around with it. I would say the first thing to do with older Rosen, because the background is basically black with hints of other color that it detects, just start with black, like the absolute baseline normal black, and then see how that works. And if that doesn't work or produces this, be more specific and then color drop it, or color dropper, color picker, whatever the fucking tool is called. Use that, and then if this shit is showing, then use it on here particularly and see how that changes shit up. But definitely use a bit of blur, because even with this extra stuff showing that you should be able to cut out, it would make it look a little bit smoother. It wouldn't stand out so much. So obviously, I like it when people chroma key really bad, because it gives me just a really easy thing to like mention as advice and criticize, because then I don't have to really think about it. So just do one thing really badly in all of your entries, so have something easy to talk about. Okay.
His molecules got all rearranged.
Yeah.
When he first woke up, he realized he had snow white hair and glowing green eyes.
Legit, guys, this kind of reminded me of Rosen Venture a little bit, that character. Yeah, okay.
He was much more unique than the other guy, and it was then that he knew what he had to do. He had to stop all the ghosts that were coming through.
So it's basically just a Rosen recreation, not completely Rosenized, only the visuals are Rosenized. The lyrics and the song are still the original rap or whatever, but he's done like Rosen-styled intro visual to Danny Phantom theme, so yeah, I mean, it's okay. It's okay for what it is, it's alright. Oh, what the fuck? Why was he there? Yeah, I remember that. It was so cool. Even at the break. Danny Phantom. Yeah, that was awesome. Was that it? Oh, that was it. Okay. I was hoping that would just be a small joke and there was going to be more, but I always get like that. With like every entry, I'm like, oh, that wasn't. I wanted more fucking more-ish stuff because I want to see more from everybody, really. But yeah, very short, very simple, just one thing, Danny Phantom theme, but Rosen is in the visuals and he is the Phantom, Rosen Phantom. Yeah, I mean, obviously a step further would have been sentence mixing Michael doing the entire lyrics, whether that's the actual older Rosen that you showed or the original 2008 Rosen that everyone loves to use more than anything else for sentence mixing, whichever, that would have been the next step. Obviously that's probably way too much effort to put in. Seeing how short this was, I can imagine you might have been pressed for time or effort or whatever, so doing all that sentence mixing would have taken fucking ages, so you probably deliberately didn't want to do that. But I'm just saying, that is one way you could have taken it further. Visually, I'd have to watch the intro to the show again to remind myself, because like I say, it's been like 10 years, exactly 10 years since I watched that show on TV. Damn, what a throwback. But yeah, I have not seen it since then, so I can't remember what the original intro looks like, and even though you could see kind of bits of the background behind him, I don't know how faithful and in recreating that was to the original show's intro, so not much to really say other than it was okay, but you know, I gave you some chroma key points. I liked all the colours. And why was 256 Pi there randomly? Or should I say the wonky angle was there Was he like one of the villains? Like in the intro, is there like a montage bit where he like destroys villains? I was expecting more than one character, but I can't remember what the show did. I'm gonna have to watch the intro again and figure out who was there, like who he's supposed to be representing. But either way, nice. That kind of took me back a bit there, and yeah, not much to say, but for what it was okay. Yeah, it was all right. Remembering Danny Phantom, well done, Gardevoir. And if you were like a newcomer or whatever, obviously solid effort. I have to judge people based on that as well. Like if it's brand new and it's like their first video and they've never done it before, then you have to give them that benefit of, you have to cut them some slack. If there's someone who's been making stuff for years and you know they're good, then you could be a little bit harsher because it's like, come on, you hold them up to a standard, I suppose. Unless they make like reasons like, oh, I've told you, disclaimer, like I didn't have time to finish this or whatever. But usually you would set your judgment bars on different levels and expectation for different people. So I've never seen your name before, and so if you're new and that was, you know, well done, props for that. But yeah, it was okay. It's going to be really hard to pick out an entry that's just really hits out the park for me after what we've seen so far, so it's not all your fault. But yeah, okay entry. That's the next one. Let's do it. Nothing terrible, thank God. There's been nothing terrible yet. There's been a couple of entries in a row that weren't that great, but nothing bad, which is, I hope it stays that way. I hope the whole thing has nothing bad in it. This is the Skyfoogle. Oh, Paper King. Okay, so I think I missed a few names out of the intro when I was talking about other shit or looking away or whatever I was doing. And I missed a few names that I didn't mention or point out. And I think this was one of them. I don't remember seeing it. So, Paper King 99. Yes, I'm quite a fan of his work. This has got to be good. This is America. I recognise it immediately. Like, it's been so popular and all over the internet that you know, as soon as you see this background here, you know exactly what it's going to be. Oh. Maybe, the sample choice wasn't the best. I'm just saying. Don't shoot me. Oh.
We just want to eat raisins.
Oh, really? Have we now got a Rosen version of This Is America? Okay, so we got Man Don't Dance, we got Danny Phantom, and now we got This Is America. So I wasn't really going to count This Is America as one of those relevant things, because again, that was quite a while ago. Was that like last year? And but because it was after the last birthday collab, anything after last May, you can then bring up in this one because there hasn't been any mention of it in a birthday collab since. If it came out in like June or July or something, then the last collab couldn't have possibly caught up with it. So you'd have to wait almost an entire year to present it in the next one. And as a result, looks awfully dated, but it's the best you could do because it's only once a year on the May in the summer. So that's the problem with these kind of memes, hits, relevant pop culture things.
We just want to grow toenails.
So that's why I don't judge it on its relevancy. If I say, oh, dead meme, I'm not going to do that because I'm well aware that this is a problem with that. So we judge it outside of that relevancy bubble, or whatever you call it.
I know you want to eat raisins.
I actually don't know how the original song goes, so you're going to have to bear with me. I was not... When This Is America came out, everybody was talking about it, everybody was sharing it, everybody was making videos and memes out of it, whatever, but I never actually listened to the song. It might just be me, but I don't know how it goes. So.
And potatoes by the tree. Yeah, we just want to eat raisins. Yeah, raisins just for you.
Okay, raisins.
Yeah, we just want to grow toenails. Yeah, toenails just for you.
Very basic. This is very like, yeah. I mean, if you Rosen has the lyrics, he says raisins, toenails. I'm surprised it's not plums, but it's nothing. It's not really. I don't know what to say. It's just very, very predictable, I guess.
I know you want to eat raisins. Yeah, raisins just for me. Yeah, eat raisins and potatoes. Yeah.
This is my shoot. Okay, so it's older Rosen in the chair that's about to get shot. I know that moment.
This is the Skyfoogle. Don't catch you being cool. My sister is a fool. I don't go to school.
Okay, okay.
This is the Skyfoogle.
Okay, I see how he made it rhyme and everything and made it flow with Rosen stuff. Okay, that's where the effort comes in there.
Don't catch you being cool. Lollipop on the stool.
Oh, okay.
My brother has a cool.
What?
This is the Skyfoogle. I saw him run.
Okay.
Lemonade but can.
Yep.
Unafraid of Japan. Yeah, this is the sky.
Whatever it takes to make it rhyme, man. Whatever it takes.
I saw him rag. I'll be your man. Okay. I like snacks. Yeah.
Oh, really? We're bringing that back? We're really bringing that counter back?
Yeah, this is Hollywood.
Okay, this is fine. This is good, but I gotta say that the sample YSBMVs at the beginning, yeah, it might need a bit of work on that one. Just saying. I know Paper King is a revered and very well experienced YouTuber, but we're not good at everything. Just fucking look back and he's like pointing a gun at me or something. I was like, please, I have to give fair criticism where it is due, and it wasn't that good. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm so boring.
Please don't kill me.
I don't want to breathe.
Okay.
I'm so happy.
This is good though. Didn't want to leave. No? Okay. Oh God. Now, I am not one to talk, because I have used this sample many times. I have used the drink sample many times, but there's a good reason for that. It is an easy C note, at least for the most part. I don't know if you want to pitch it up or down a slight bit, but in terms of whole semitones, the drink sample drink is a C note, so it's very easy to work with all the notes because you know it's a C, which is 0 and all the pitches sort of scale, and so it lines up really easy like that. And it's a really long sample as well because it goes drink for like a really long time. It's easy to use it for long chords and string instruments and stuff like that. That's notes that stretch for longer than a second or so. So there's not many samples you get that are that long without having to manually stretch them out yourself. And even then, when you stretch the drink sample out, it sounds okay relatively, depending on what effects you use to help that. So that's why I tend to use it so much, because it's such an easy sample to work with. But I do understand that it is one of those samples that are the less inspired and the more obvious, and when we really try and go for it, we tend to use samples that are less used, I guess, the ones that are more unique and original. Because even within sample use, it's one thing to do a musical bit, segment or whatever, and judge you on how good the musical part of it is, but you can also judge on use of samples because it's just like source material. It's the same sort of thing just for a YSBMV, so you use different samples to sounds better and it sounds more original. It will always sound different and it will look different too. So I think it's fair to say that the and the drink, those two samples are extremely overused. I too have used one of them many times, and I vouch for more and more people to really push themselves and try and find, I stress that message, try and find more samples that are more original and less used so often. These are the easy routes, the easy way out. If you really can't be fucked and you have to figure out something, you just really want to make it, you can't figure out a better sample, then it's like a last resort. But I feel like we can do better than this. Yes. Yeah, you see, look, there they are, both together in harmony. Look. Not quite harmony, but yeah, just there. Right there, I want Michael's face to go away so I can have like a perfect frame there of like showing everybody exactly what I'm talking about. These two right here are the bane of my Michael Rosen YSBMV interest in existence. It doesn't mean you can't do something good with them, of course, but I'm just saying most of the time when people tend to use them, it usually results in something sounding less good than it might do if had they tried to use something else and really gone for it. I just feel like these are the overused, easy way out, you see. I hope I don't sound too harsh. Being cool. I'm going to try and learn the lyrics now. Oh, King K. Rool. Oh, okay. Different lyrics. I thought he was going to repeat the same thing he did earlier, but never mind. That fucking sample of you. I ran out of words that rhyme with being cool. I genuinely can't think of any that he hasn't used already. Drool, like spit, a baby drooling or something, or a dog, you know, drool or something like that. I'm really trying.
Nice.
A wool, what about wool? The material wool, like a woolly jumper? Did he mention wool yet? Maybe not, no? See, I thought of two already. That's a whole new line you got there. Oh man. Yeah, I feel like, it's like step one It's like entry-level Rosen YTP MV experience where you use the sample that you know is percussion. Like, you know the kaboom and boom, you know those are percussion samples, you know. But it's the next level is finding a sample that actually sounds somewhat similar to what I'm hearing in the original song, which sounds like a more like that. If you could find something that sounds more like that, maybe like a hard P sound or something like that, that would fit a lot better. Because I get why he chose the boom, boom and all that, because it's obvious percussion, but maybe that's too obvious. It's like this sentence mixing, equivalent in sentence mixing would be like using the ah or get off me shouting tones to use for certain ah or oh sounds in sentences where they really wouldn't sound that good and feel out of place and jarring because it's completely different tones and shouty voice or something that stands right out and doesn't really fit in with a speaking sentence, even though it is technically the syllable you're looking for. It's just the tone and sound of the whole sample just is not fitting to what you're trying to achieve at all. And I feel like it's similar vibes here, but it's not terrible, but oh.
Quick!
Yeah.
Get
Oh.
out! Get out of here!
Okay.
The Sky Fogel has escaped.
Okay. Happy 73rd birthday, Michael. Written in very messy, joined up writing that I've never enjoyed because that shit is always hard to read. I mean, seriously, why do people always try and make us write like that again? Can't even read it. Well, I mean, I can, but it's harder to read. Anyway, it's fancy writing. So that was it. I feel like it's another one of those entries where the entrant is trying to do something a bit different, something a bit out of their comfort zone. Because when I think Paper King 99, I think like, I guess some psychedelic effects and stuff and some really creative jokes and visuals and stuff going on. Like, I'm just thinking of some of the stuff I've seen him do. That was not really what I expect from him. It's like a musical Rosenized recreation of a song. So I feel like that was a bit out of his comfort zone, and maybe that's why it felt a little more less, you know, a little more less, what kind of shit? A little less experienced in design and quality than it would from someone who does musical sort of stuff all the time. I feel like there are other people I know that could have done that a lot better, and from what I know of Paper King and his kind of quality, I can kind of tell that maybe that's not the sort of thing he tends to do very often, or maybe it is and he just rushed the shit out of it, I don't know. But for what it wasn't terrible, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't expect something a little better than that. I'm just saying, the idea is there and it was okay, but yeah, just, you know, I'm definitely, one thing I'm not gonna say is stick to what you're good at, because when it comes to doing YouTube stuff, it's always about branching out your abilities and pushing what you can do. Even if you try something different or new and you're not, maybe it's not that good, not as good as what you're usually doing most of the time, which is what you're good at, I would not discourage trying to do different things, even if it isn't that good on first tries or whatever. Definitely keep trying, like do more musical stuff, branch out there, expand your horizons so you can do more variety and you have more abilities and talents. Keep broadening your skills, it's important for that. So for that, I definitely encourage that. But for this entry itself, you know, it was less than incredible, perhaps we could say. I really don't know how to word it without sounding like a real jerk. But yeah, good job. Maybe not for me. Next entry, please, before I really start feeling like a cunt all over again. This is like when I fucking hosted the collab. You just feel like a right arsehole because you basically have to tell people they're not good enough. And now I'm sitting here telling people they're not good. Maybe not good enough, but not good. And it sucks, but you gotta be honest. Okay. Michael's first stream, 6th of May 2009? This is like a recreation.
Hi everybody,
okay.
It's your sauce. Dig in. First of all, random.
Okay, so Pavel Sorokin. I remember this name last time round. Now don't get me, I don't remember which one it'd be, 71st or 72nd, because I watched them both within the same, round about the same time. It's really hard to remember which one was in which. I don't know if it was the 72nd or not, but in one of the last ones, he was in this one, and he told like a real wholesome story of how he actually met the man himself. So from what I know of this guy, it's very like, you know, it's not really crazy or outlandish. It's very simple, more wholesome, and more genuine and heartfelt from Pavel. So I'm expecting something along those lines again this time round, perhaps.
When I tell fibs, she calls me Smelly Mick.
What? What the fuck was that?
When my children's shoes have fart, I start to sing.
Oh, I just set you up as like, oh, it makes wholesome stuff, and that, what the hell is this?
Yeah, Postman Mike, Postman Mike,
Okay.
Postman Mike with his black and white bike.
The fucking like hip hop remix. Hey, hey, hey! What the fuck? Okay.
Right.
I'd say for this chroma keying, naturally, you're using a tad too much blur. I'm getting into the whole chroma key nitpicks again, but yeah, definitely too much blur here. You want to reduce that. I can tell by this spot near his ear here that it's one of the sources where the chroma keying gets to a point where you want to cut out the backgrounds, but then it starts taking away that side of his face. I know a few that have done that before that I've worked with, where this inevitable spot you've got, and the best way of fixing that is to overlay a copy of his face underneath and mask it to that point. That's if you want to be really extra. Yes, I've done that before, but anyway, you could definitely reduce the blur a little bit because it feels like a dream sequence or something. It feels very blurry and it's like he's not really there, I suppose. I get that it's in his live stream setup, it is like his newer streams that he did. This is supposed to be 2009 because this is the 2008 Rosen we're talking about here, so I guess that's why it's set in those times. Pretty sure he didn't do live streams back then, but yeah, where is this going?
I wrote a book called Where B was looking for wood.
Wait, what? Really?
Maybe I should rephrase that. I mean, Dick, what did you lick?
Did he really write those? Shit, I genuinely, I guess, yeah, I think he did actually. There looks to be like actual books that he's not just edited his name on. I think those are actual books he's done. I did not know that, and now I want to go and read them. Thank you, Pavel. See, that was what I expected from him. Outside knowledge of Michael in his books that most people might otherwise not know, see?
I mean,
oh, Mark Sabine, he was in it. No, go back, play it again. I'm listening this time. Listen. He's in it.
Maybe I should rephrase that. I mean, Dick, what did you lick?
I won't translate that.
I won't translate that. Yes! He's in it! I know he didn't appear, he's not there visually, but that still counts. We did it. He's in the collab one time at least to Mark Sabine. That's it. Fulfilled. Die happy now. That's it. It's done. All I asked for was to get Mark Sabine in there at least once. We haven't forgotten about him, folks. There's still a chance to keep bringing him back. I'm glad we didn't forget about Mark Sabine because I still really enjoy that source.
I mean, Haribo's horrible secret.
For God's sake.
Really? That's a very questionable looking... Oh my god. What's with the creepy shit? Okay.
Not long after.
Oh, okay, so this is 10 years later. This is when he actually did do streams, I guess. But now this is set on, well, this, essentially, his birthday.
10 years later.
Just before, anyway. There you go. We're back!
This is the day before lol. Before happy.
I know when he says lol then, it's because he said NangyLOL. I could just tell it's that moment because so many people have brought it up before.
Michael Rosen. I'm very old. But not actually as old as Queen Juliana. Bum, enjoy yourself. Something funny. Dave, what's my name? Hard luck, Dave.
Arnold.
The Hollywood orange. Good. Breathing.
Daffyd. The only gay in the village. I feel like I'm not even going to look at the shout-outs because I know like a lot of people just trolled the shit out of Michael during those streams and made him like say Boku no Pico and stuff like that, and he dabbed and everything, and it was like, oh my god. But I know they made him like shout out a bunch of memes or silly things or whatever the hell references to stuff that he has absolutely no idea, and it's just like really. So I'm not even going to pay attention to those because I know he didn't edit that in just now. That was actually in the live stream, so I'm not even going to count that.
Yeah, sorry. Portuguese sweet.
Yes, okay, so that's it, he appeared visually, so now that's it. We've completed the arc. We have had Tim and we have had Mark Sabine. I would press for it and say, could we get Wilford Brimley in here somewhere, but that's kind of stretching it. That's okay. No, I'm happy. We got Mark, we got Soundbite, we got his face, that's it. We managed to get him in here at least once. Thank goodness. Well done, Pavel. You fulfilled the destiny of a recurring tradition, I guess.
And back off plums. All right. So happy birthday to me, bitch.
Okay. He's really happy with that too.
Okay.
Oh yeah, he's selling merchandise with no breathing and nice and stuff on it. That's about as close you get to Michael actually embracing the whole thing. Is him trying to make more money doing merchandise and t-shirts with the quotes on them.
Big hug, everyone. Big hug.
Happy birthday. Okay, so that's gonna be the whole entry, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, well, that was not really what I was expecting from Pavel, because I know last time he did a little story of how he met the man, and I guess he's already done that, so he's not really got much else to tell for stories. So that was his other go. That's his joke stuff now. For what it was okay. Again, it was all right. Not really sure what the whole like 2009 and then 2019 time jump thing was about, but I guess that was just an excuse to use the older sources for jokes. Maybe there was some okay jokes in there, I guess, but yeah, and I liked the interesting information about the books. That was unbeknownst to me, and well done for showing Mark Sabine and doing them jokes. I always appreciate a good Mark Sabine reference, because they're few and far in between these days, and I'm always glad to see him come back, being brought up here and there for people who haven't forgotten about that man, because he's still just as funny to me. But yeah, it was okay. Definitely work on that chroma keying, as I said, with the older sources. You can reduce that blur a little bit, because I don't think it was supposed to be a dreamy sequence. It was just a flashback, but I don't think that was intentional. And also, it seems like the whole entry was kind of low quality. I don't know, it just looked like it was 360p or something, or 480p or something low. When I know those newer videos and those live streams, or maybe those streams were low quality because they were long streams, they're not like 1080p. I don't know, but that might not be his fault. Either way, some good jokes, not that much to say about it really. There's a lot of entries here where it's just a few jokes and there's not much to say. What can I say other than keep working hard, keep it up, do more jokes, do better jokes? I don't know. What else can I say other than nitpicky advice about technical stuff and effects? Well, I'm afraid that's all I got. If people like him be watching this and be like, oh, I can't wait for PlamzJoker to tell me some really useful tips and information, and all I say is, well, I ain't got much to say. I feel bad now. Not just do I tell people they suck and their entries weren't that good, but I also tell people, oh, I haven't got much to say. Well, I'm sorry, but you try sitting here for hours on end trying to come up with something to say for each and every individual entry. It's hard, man. It ain't easy. It's hard. Nice. I'm trying my best, though. I will at least watch through everything. That is an absolute promise. I'll watch through everything, and I won't miss anything out. If I've got something to say, I'm going to say it. That's my pledge. That's the PlamzJoker pledge right here. Okay, CharlotteDupont, let's do this. Oh god, there's a that kind of takes me back a little bit. I know it's only been a few years, but that takes me back to a simpler time. Actually, what am I talking about? It wasn't a simpler time, but it was a different time. It was 2016, and it was a different time. But yeah, that Macintosh plus the classic, most well-known vaporwave track possibly of all time. Yep. Oh, I noticed the date on the video is when he actually put up those videos of the performances of the old source that everyone loves so much. That was when he uploaded it. So I mean, maybe you could say he uploaded it the same day as he recorded the video. But all right, no, I'm with you on this so far. Definitely a very big aesthetic vibe here, naturally, with the music and the. Oh shit! Oh shit! Wait! What's going on? He's in rubber. What? How is he allowed a TV in the rubber room? That's my question.
What do you want?
Oh.
Take it.
Oh, no. I got to read that. This has caught me by surprise. Okay, so obvious criticism number one. These lines are really sharp and jagged. Like, I know I've seen these lines before, but it appears to me like Charlotte has tried to do masking. I think has tried to mask out these lines and has inadvertently caused what I mentioned earlier. I think I mentioned back in God, I can't remember whose entry it was now, but I mentioned this before with the masking and the effects. If you try and mask out that line that separates Michael in his colours in the background, you try and get rid of those lines on the edges, what you'll find yourself having is if you don't do it in the right order, the masking lines that you put to crop out the edges. What I'm saying is when you, in case you don't get what I'm saying, when you chroma key out his videos, the edges of the videos, at the very edges, particularly on the white side, as you can see there, will have these lines as you blur out the chroma key in that. And you can get rid of it by doing a mask around him, like a square like that. And I think that's what's being done here, unless that is all it is. But if you try to mask it to get rid of it, if your masking is, I think, before or after, I can't remember which order it is, but I think if it's after maybe, then you suffer in the chroma key blur is part of the masking line. So even though you got rid of the edge of the video, then everywhere you move the mask line, the chroma key blur line will follow. And because of this, you can't do chroma key presets in video tracks. You can't set that effect in the whole video track and then mask it without having this problem. You have to do it for each individual video clip of Michael separately so you can put it after the masking line. Yeah, I think that's what it was. I remember having the same problem and having to do that. I know it's a very, very tedious thing to go through that cuts through a lot of possible shortcuts, but this is the problem. This is the problem some of us fellow Vegas users may face. Maybe this isn't Vegas. I don't know, actually. No, I was going to play this back again because I wanted to read what that text said. I am stunned because I think Charlotte was another one of those channels that I watched almost every video from just quickly because it didn't take too long. It was a few videos, and I remember them being not like this. This is taking a dark route. This is very intriguing. This isn't just some silly jokes. Ooh, no, there's a lot more going on here. What does that say? Scientific Atlanta. Okay. I'm going to play back what that thing said. But yeah, he's in a rubber room. I like the little in the background, like the little ambience. Ooh, what do you want? Attention to detail. I think there is, yeah, I think that she is masking lines here because you can clearly see the masking. Ooh, I just accidentally showed off something there. The masking lines here is being done to try and cut out the stuff, but this is what happens if you have the chroma key and then the mask afterwards. Yeah, that's what it was. Because if you have the chroma key first, you do it on the video track and the mask comes afterwards. You have to do the masking first. So on the pan crop position window, whatever it's called, where you have your chroma key effects, you might be using 1 or 2, and they have them in a line like that. You have to just imagine what I'm saying, right, if you understand. And you can move them. You can move them around in different orders, and what you do is you move the pan crop position one, or whatever it's called, that's like a square and it's not rounded. You move that one so they come before the chroma key is, and then you can get rid of all these fucking lines. That's the thing. So yeah, immediately, easy thing for me to explain because I've been through all this shit myself. Now what does that bloody thing say? Oh, videotape. That looks good. That looks good. Okay, the reason the lighting color has changed is because I did a mass delete on my hard drive. I took the original lighting PNG with it. I mean, the recreation's shit, but it's the best I could do. Well, no problem. I didn't even fucking notice.
And why should I trust you?
It just makes him look like he's obscured, like he's a mysterious character. I feel like you should have put the light behind him, maybe? I don't know.
Look, I know about it as well.
About what?
Just take it. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Thank you.
What is it? What does it say? What's the tape? I can't believe he's allowed a TV in his fucking rubber room. That's unbelievable. He could use it to kill himself. Like that. You see how sharp them edges are? He could kill himself with that. They can't let people in rubber rooms have this shit. They could use it to fuck themselves up. Okay, we're just gonna ignore that little plot hole there. Wait, that was it? That was it? No, you can't just end there. What happens? No. See, you don't know how this works. You propose a very mysterious and dark-looking premise with a secret and a mystery and an intriguing plot developing and starting out. And you continue that shit, baby. You don't just end it there. Hell no. We need more. Charlotte, you better fucking continue that shit because I want to know where the hell that's going. I want to know what's on that videotape. I want to know why he's in a rubber room. I need to know what's going on, okay? You put text up there to say, oh, about the light thing or whatever. It doesn't matter. I need answers. I need story. I need this, okay? This was really cool. Way too short. Criminally short. That was going to be something awesome, and no, you can't just stop it there. Oh man, that's such a shame. I really hope Charlotte makes more and continues that because that looked to be the start of something really interesting. I was on board there with the whole rubber room and everything, and him watching his old performances that he first put up, and the music and the ambience in the rubber room and everything, and who's the mysterious guy and what's the tape. Oh, there's just so much to unpack there. I want to see that continued. Please continue it. That is not enough. That's not enough. How dare you make it so short? Yeah. Okay, so for me to try and judge what was actually there instead of what was not there, yeah, really good. What did I say? Very mysterious, very intriguing, very maybe sinister, kind of dark. And you know I love me some dark stuff. I love the dark stuff. I like the edgy, sinister, story-based stuff because there's a lot of happy-go-lucky, positive and wholesome stuff and fun adventures, la-dee-da, you know. And there's a lot of cool action sequences as well. Don't get me wrong. There's also a lot of cool stuff, actiony stuff, hardcore style, very action cliche, make fun of, not taking itself seriously or jokey. But But what I personally love the most is those dark and ambient, edgy vibes. Ooh, there was this one entry a few years back in the 69th Birthday Collab, and it was a guy called Vondich or Vondick or something like that, and it was called Michael's Fear of the Inevitable. And I remember this because I watched it many times. It was one of my favourites. It was one of my favourites, I think. And I came to his channel to watch more from him, and was sad to find out it was the only video he'd ever uploaded on his channel, and he never made anything else, even to this day, which was a real shame, because I wanted to see more. It was a similar sort of thing where, like, it had Michael in it. It was like a dream sequence where he was dreaming, and it was like his birthday and cake and that. But it was such a simple premise, but the ambience and the setting, the unsettling setting and the mood that he created with the soundtrack and the background and the animation and everything that was going on really created this whole vibe and this setting, and I loved it. It was so dark and mysterious. I love that shit. Please make more, because I personally enjoy that more than most people, I think. So yeah, well done, but please continue it. God, I can't believe that was so bloody short. TenPinChameleon. Okay, so we're familiar. Me and TenPin and I have been quite familiar. We've spoken many times before. We've had him on as a guest on one of our shows before, and I've spoken to him on Twitter and other places many a time. So I'm quite familiar with his work, and I remember when I first watched some of his stuff was one of my old reaction videos where he did an entry to one of the past Birthday Collabs, and there was some interesting talent on display there that was early, but could have been developed a lot more. Let's see how much is improved and what he's capable of this time. Let's see what you've done, mate.
Cool guy and
charming.
Okay, we've got
lovely.
3 seconds. Oh no!
What? Why do we have 3 seconds? What? It's not the 5 seconds of Rosen collab. Don't worry, you got time. You take your time.
Don't do it, Michael.
I'm drilling for
I wondered why he was there. Like, don't do it. Don't do what? Why is he in the desert? But then, yeah, it quickly tells me what the show is. Then he's in the prison. That's good. Well, seriously, why was he in a fucking prison when he did that video? What the fuck is up with that? Like, come on, you can't tell me he's not in prison, because look at the background, look at the bars, look at his outfit, come on. He's in prison. I like that though. It's not even saying like help, I'm in prison or anything. It just gives you that complete, like, you know what it is. You know it. Just boogie woogie buggy has nothing to do with what he just did, but you can just tell by looking at it. He's telling, yeah, he's in prison. That's what it is. That's funny. Oh, it's happy birthday.
We're all glad you've got drink. How's the Michael Rosen place?
Oh no. Oh god. Oh, I know how to do that effect now. Resonant filter, everybody. It's a really cool effect.
The Michael Rosen rap. You may think I'm happy.
What happened to the video?
You thought it was duck.
No, I didn't. No. You didn't catch me out there. And I didn't think it was my YouTube, all right? That might happen, but it doesn't normally happen to me. That kind of thing doesn't happen. You didn't get me. I figured it was in the entry, all right? Oh, it's going to take more than that to trick your boy. It's going to take something like Night 7's entry. That tricked me. That shit tricked me good.
How to is ThePlamzJoker coming.
No, it didn't piss me off. See, it didn't get me. I fucking, it's weird. I've created this phenomenon of people doing jokes in their entries knowing full well I'm going to be watching and talking about it later on. So they do jokes directed at me because they know I'll be watching it. I've created this weird phenomenon of people addressing me. You don't have to do this, guys. Please, it's just me giving my thoughts. I don't want to make people like, oh, you better start doing some jokes because I'll be watching it every year now. Oh, God. What have I started? This is so strange. It's become its own layer of humour. Oh, let's make jokes for him because he's going to be doing reaction videos for it afterwards. We all know this now. God. I've had requests to do these for other collabs as well, and it's just like, well, how far do I take this? I don't really want to, but at the same time, I can. I just don't want to become that thing where, like, the only content I pump out is this lazy, really easy, low effort, high reward sort of, like, pumping out this content that's easy to do and sit here and talk about, and then everybody loves it, and it's, like, all I ever make. I don't want to go that route. I want to do it for the birthday collabs because everyone who enters deserves especially all the newcomers and everything, and I want to do the service for the community as well, because I'm a part of this whole thing. This is my contribution to the community. other than the actual collab itself, is giving everyone this feedback and advice and help, genuinely trying to help people and possibly entertain them along the way if I'm pulling a fucking fit over how good something is or whatever. Help people in the community, and that's my little contribution to shit. But doing other collabs is just like, oh, how far do I go with this shit? I don't know if everyone would be okay with that. I don't know if I'd be okay with doing all that. I don't know, I'll have to think about it. But yeah, it's weird how like all these people have become self-aware in their own entries that they know I'm going to be watching this, and it's like, oh, ooh, making jokes at Mike Spence or something. Oh, this is weird. This is really weird, but I'm honoured. I'm honoured that you put me in a fucking joke. Okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, you didn't catch me though. I didn't think it was stuck. Nice try, TenPinChameleon. You didn't get me this time. The way to get me is to like have someone else's watermark and is if it's starting their entry and it's like, psych, I'm not done yet. That's how you get me, as we learned earlier.
You've got jam and you're sat on his orange and box.
Okay. So this is how to piss me off. Got it. God.
Never let
oh my god.
me see you doing that again.
Yeah, that is actually what I look like in real life. Just yeah, I wear a brown cap and I also dress in purple. See, I would like to dress in purple, but it makes you look like a fucking pimp, so I can't really do it. So yeah, but otherwise, really cool depiction of yours truly there.
Okay, don't worry about it.
Far away.
What the fuck is that? What is this? Oh, that audio bitrate. Oh, Jesus. Okay. So what I thought was how to piss me off was to catch me off guard with the stuck player, but no, he was about to do it. It was like the title of what he was about to do, and he just did a bunch of connections jokes to piss me off. I thought Nice7 did that on purpose to wind me up, but I don't think so, maybe. But here, TenPin has clearly addressed that he's trying to piss me off with those connections. Now, I appreciate the good jokes. This is in good nature and good humour, but you don't have to dedicate your entry to poking fun at the guy who's going to be watching it later on. Come on, man. I'm flattered.
Over his big face.
What the fuck was that call, though? Who was that in the fucking call?
Happy birthday, Michael Rosen.
Happy birthday. We've heard this like 100 times now. I wish someone would do it differently, because we always hear it the same way. It's the happy from you may think I'm happy and birthday for birthday treat. Like, he says those words more than once. Should we try using the different ones? Because I always hear it said the same way. Happy birthday, Mick. Always the same way. I'd like to see one person try doing it differently, using different words. And I don't mean like Ola Rosen and that, but within this same source as well. That would be interesting. Just a little thing aside. Okay, very minimal birthday celebrations and stuff there with a little... Okay, that was nice. Yeah, funny entry. Good jokes, not much to it though. Surprisingly short. I remember watching that story-based entry he did a year or two back, and it was quite substantial in length and content, and this was quite short. I feel like that might also be because he helped to work on the intro as well. Anyone who's had to dedicate some of their time on helping the host or other people in their entries as well, their own entries individually would have less put into them because they had to break it up and share their efforts to work on other things, so I can get that. So yeah, for what it was, good stuff. Very short entry. Really appreciated the jokes directed towards me, because I get a good laugh out of that, but I still cannot believe I have caused this, completely created this phenomenon of me starting up people making fun of me reacting to it, or making jokes towards me reacting to it because I've done these. That's fucking weird, man. But yeah, good stuff. Short, but few good jokes. And any advice I could possibly give you on effects and stuff, I've definitely done before. I remember giving you like chroma key and stuff advice before on some of your old entries, and you already know what's up. You help with the intro and shit, you know what's up, okay? I can always... People like him, I could probably talk to him in private. He started messaging me the other day, in fact, just talking about stuff. He's looking to do his own stuff, other content and stuff. So these people, they know what's up. If they want to know more, message me. You know to get more out of me. If you want more advice, just hit me up. You know where to find me. Next entry. For some reason it feels like a sense of progression and completion to be getting through. We're almost halfway through now. I can't believe it. Look, the bar is almost on the 73, almost. Look, it just feels good to be making progress. I hope within that progress I'm not just rushing it and trying to get through it and actually making some good use of reactions on people's stuff.
Nice.
I just really don't want to let people down. I don't want it to be a bunch of rambling and then nobody's satisfied. People be saying, oh, I'm sure it'll be good. But no, this is a lot of rambling. I want to make sure it's good. This is the thing. Okay, what's this one now? Who's
that? I've been looking for some place to go.
Ooh, monologue. Nick Hanson. All right. Ooh.
All my life, I've wanted to become famous.
Yeah, okay.
Famous like Sherlock Holmes.
Okay, I'm liking this so far. Opening monologue. Huh? What?
I wanted to help people. I wanted to save people. I wanted to be someone. So I became an inspector.
Oh, like a chief inspector. No, an actual inspector, not a police officer. Okay. That looks really good. Which coincidentally is the face he's making really good. Yeah, it does look really good though.
But right about now,
if this is like movie quotes from a movie, I don't know what it is. I just assume that this is completely original dialogue. But whether it is or isn't, this is pretty cool. This might be something really good. Story. Oh, it's one of them kind of things, like the movies where they show the character's downfall at the end, at the beginning, and then they go to tell the story of how I got to this point. Yes, I like it. Ooh. Okay. The Skyfoogle 2. Ooh, how about that? The Skyfoogle 2, or... No? It just is. Okay. Okay. Okay, so this is really elaborate. Oh my god. I can't remember. Did Nick Hanson do a thing like last year or the year before where he had the similar kind of like story where there was an inspector and there was like a mystery thing going on? I can't remember whether that was him or whether it was someone else now. Maybe it was him. Maybe this is a follow-up to that. See, the problem is I've watched so many entries in all of these collabs and it's been so long since I watched them, a year now almost, that I cannot bloody remember who did what. So trying to follow up, if you have a story-based thing and it follows up to something you did in the previous collabs, it's going to be really hard for me to bloody remember and catch up with where we left off. That's the only problem. That's why I stopped doing that. I'm not doing any more subplots and story stuff in collab entries. It's going to be joke stuff now, so you don't have to follow shit, because it's really hard to follow shit. I'm just gonna start here, because I'm not going to remember where we were. If this was a continuation, if this is a continuation of something that was before. Murder weapon. Claws. Damn, this is...
What?
It's a bullet! Yeah, this is it, because I remember the outfit, the compressed outfit, the inspector outfit that keeps morphing and compressing and stretching to Michael's movements. Yeah, this was him. I remember that.
Case closed. No.
Is that fucking Michael Jackson outfit?
Sense the hole is too big. It must be something else. Well, it makes more sense.
Gun.
And whatever shit you're writing there.
This is good. This is really good so far. It's like an office.
Your new partner, Jack Davis.
Seriously, he's like Smooth Criminal. What is that outfit?
Oh, what happened to Mervyn?
Fucking outfit! I can't get over this. I know he's trying his best to animate the clothing. But like every time Michael's face is different, there's like a different source and he's like closer to the camera or further away or his head's bigger or smaller, he has to like stretch the look at this shot, the clothing is so wide. It's like XXL and then it shrinks back down to medium in a different shot. It looks good in still images like that, but as soon as he moves it's really hard to accommodate clothing to him.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, is it? Oh, this is so good! This is really good, though. All jokes aside about the silly clothing morphing thing, this is really good. Like, man, look at this. This is trying to be all cinematic and shit, like a TV show or something. Or movie. This is really good.
Drink. No, thank you.
Oh, what if he was the guy behind Michael with the silly glasses, the red man? No, stop trying to piece the shit together. It's a totally different story. Relax. So every time I see Michael with glasses on now, those kind of, not shades, but like reading glasses like that, that's what I'm gonna think. Brian Rosen, okay.
Yeah. So I think I know your brother, Michael.
Yeah.
Oh. how.
If you remember last time, which I bloody don't.
I used to work with him. That Plum Tech.
That's the one. Yeah. Plum Tech and the dark shit. Yeah, I remember that. And the Skyflu escaped or something, and then something happened, and it was dark.
Actually,
I remember now. Yes.
That was what I wanted to talk about. Plum Tech. Yeah.
Yes.
Why?
He's checking nobody's there, right? Yeah, it's really secret. He's looking around a lot.
What are you doing? You know.
Cameras. Okay. It holds on some shots for a long time. I know that's for effect, because like in TV shows and movies, that's what they would do, and you would have, when you make these story-based poops, a big problem I noticed with a lot of people as well as myself is that you tend to end up rushing scenes too much, because in actual TV shows, movies and cinematic stuff, they tend to hold on shots and take their time and everything, and it's hard to do that when you make this stuff, because it's all very, you're always constantly working on it and editing in the process, and you don't realise how fast everything goes by until you watch it back, and it's like, well, shit, that feels all rushed now. So you really have to take the extra time to let things play out and just take its time sort of thing. You let the video take its time in each shot. But even then, maybe holding on it a bit too long. I don't know. No, I'm with it. I'm still on board. Yeah, I'm still on board with this.
What are you doing? Inspector.
Yes.
What? You must never tell anyone about this.
So you write it down, yeah.
What is it?
What does it say? So more mystery. See, I'm loving all this. Yes. It's music, very classy. It's like trying to be like a detective, crime drama, kind of really, it's almost serious tone that he's developing here. You can tell that Nick's really trying to pull this off, and he's doing a really good job. I'll never forget Nick Hanson from the 70th collab, because I remember I put him last right at the end of the collab, because I felt like his entry was good for that, and it ended on a really good joke to close off the whole show sort of thing, before the end credits. And so I'll never forget that. He was a fitting ending, because his was an entry that was just like a bunch of good jokes that were actually pretty good. But he's come a long way from that, I'd say. In 3 years, he has definitely improved so much, and he can do all this stuff now, which is great. This is really good stuff. So where's this gonna go then? What's the inspector gonna do? Oh, he's not wearing his outfit. He took his trench coat off. Where's his clothes gone? Oh, see, it was that little editing mistake, maybe?
Sure? Yeah.
Yeah, this was it. Yeah, I remember this. This footage, yeah. Okay, it's all coming back to me now. So maybe that's what the other thing was, because I remember he had like a separate entry or whatever it was, and it had a bit of this in it, and I was a bit confused or something. I think it was something like that. That's what this was. This was Brian's witness account of what happened. He was there and he saw it. Okay, I got it now. Yeah.
Quick! Get out! Get out of here!
Yeah, that's right.
The sky fogle has escaped! There was an awful yelling and crying. There was the noise of chains rattling and someone shouting.
Yep.
It can turn into anyone. It can be anyone.
Yeah, it's like shapeshifter.
Until all the people who ever worked at Plum Tech are gone.
The music is very classy.
And that includes you, Inspector.
Okay.
Do you understand now?
Okay.
We got to do something.
Yeah, yes. Okay. Again, holding on these shots for a long time. Rosen PI. Just realised that's a good name for this. Where's his clothes? I know it's like a cheap, it's like a lazy way of getting it out. It's like put him low underneath, put the desk in front of him so you don't have to keep keyframing the outfit on him all the time. So you can kind of get away with not showing it some of the time. But I can still notice it. Like you should still have the collar or something. I don't know. You need to keep that consistency, mate. Damn, those faces, those facial expressions really fit. That's exactly, I think that's from Puzzle 2, that facial expression. But it really fits the whole, like, serious tone and confused look. It really feels like a, yeah, I'm feeling this. This is good. I know I kept saying that, but yeah, it's really good. Little attention to detail there. With things as subtle as the facial expression can mean a lot. It's not just a silly face of Michael going, die, that you could use. It's like a genuinely really sophisticated look, yeah. Victim 9. That's a lot of victims. Really dramatic. Really trying to tug on those drama strings there. It's really good stuff. I like it. It's very slow. It might not be everyone's cup of tea who's expecting out some fun jokes and stuff. I know there are some people who don't enjoy story-based stuff as much as the next guy or me, and a lot of people are just looking for funny jokes and humour, and you might not find too much of that here. This is taking itself quite seriously. You could say there's some humour in the clothes moving, but for the most part, this seems to be a very serious story. I like it though. I'm definitely on board with this because I still enjoy this kind of stuff. It's really entertaining. But I can definitely tell you there are a lot of people out there who are not really interested in this, and they might find it boring, especially because this story in particular likes to hold on shots for a long time and take it nice and slow. But I tell you what, I'm enjoying it because not a lot of entries or YouTube peeps for that matter in general do this. This is quite unique in its own. It's its own piece of work and art, really, in just how well it manages to take itself nice and slow and easy, and just really, you know, just take it easy and take its time into getting the story developing. That's nice. I like that. The pacing is good. Okay. Oh, I just noticed his reflection in the gun there. Oh, that's fucking good. See? Detail. Yes. Yes, he wrote that. Okay, so what now? Don't tell me that's it. Don't tell me that's the whole entry. No, it's not, is it? No, it's taken a really long time. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it wasn't going to be the transition screen because it was off. It was on black screen for a long time, so I knew it was still the entry. Okay. Where is it? Ooh, he's at Plum Tech. Ooh, it's going to go down. We're going to get back to the beginning where he was shot. What's going to happen? This is really building. Yeah, military installation. Yeah. Flashlight. Ooh. Those facial expressions. Again, he's really thinking about it. Using the right facial expressions in the right scenes and that really adds so much. This is good. This is really good. I keep saying this is good, but you know, I keep reminding you because it is still good. It was good then and it's still good now. Ooh. Yes. Really fucking the facial expressions. I can't get over this. They're just so well chosen. They perfectly fit each moment he's on screen there. Okay.
Hello, Inspector.
What happened? Who is it? Oh. Hey, a lighter! You're not the first person to do that, but you've definitely done it better. Oh man, yeah, this is... Oh, wow. Fantastic. And notice how there's no music at this point. He knows when to show no music because it's setting the scene and the mood. He's got this all over, man. He knows what he's doing so well here. So elaborately. Definitely just well made. What can I say? Okay. Ooh, 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 ooh. Behind you. Behind you. Wait, what? He's wearing his outfit? What? What is it? Ooh, ooh, this is good. I like this. It's building up, man. It's tense. Ooh, that was good. I keep saying that was good. I got nothing else to say other than how good it was. It was really good. Now what? So he got shot, and here we are. This is where we left off at the beginning. Got it. Right. Don't leave. Don't hang on a cliffhanger. I swear to God. Do not do it. It's good. So what is he? Oh, it's like a T-1000 situation. It's the bloody Skyfoogle has assumed his form and now looks like him. Now because he's disguised as the inspector, he's going to get in on the inside. He's going to use it as a disguise to get in on there. Oh shit. Yep, that's exactly what's happened here. Taken his shape. But unlike the T-1000 and Terminator 2, this is a very different vibe. This is not at all like that kind of movie. This is a very, just definitely oozes with crime drama, very classy, very sleek, very kind of old-fashioned. It should, like, almost like it should be in black and white, but then it would be, no, I think it was a good choice to keep it in colour though, because we need the colour, but it's like one of them old-timey kind of crime thrillers or whatever. It's like one of them. Yeah, but with a bit of science fiction involved with this creature, so but it's definitely got that right tone, that classiness. I love that. It's just so laid back and suave and I don't know the right words for it. It just really, he really knows what he's doing anyway. He's not just a thing that he threw together or worked on, but he really knows what he's doing with this, and he knows exactly what he's trying to achieve, and you are definitely achieving it here. This is really well made. Okay.
Case closed.
Ooh. Wait. So, is that it? Did he assume his form? Or did... Wait, no, now I'm even more confused. Did he kill it? Or did it kill him? Ooh, I'm confused now. Unless I missed it and I made a mistake and I got it wrong somewhere. Is the creature now taken his form and killed him? Or has he managed to successfully kill the creature who did take his form? I'm confused now. That maybe that's not the end. Maybe there's going to be more to it than that. Oh, God, I'm confused. Well, whichever way it was, that was extremely well made. That was it, yeah? Ooh.
Okay, we got them.
Okay, we got there. Come on, they had to put that in there at the end, didn't they? It held on a black screen and I was waiting for something and you fucking delivered with that bloody line again. Everyone loves putting that in now. Well, Nick Hanson, what can I say? I said it was good many times, more times than I'm comfortable with saying, but let me try and use some different words. It was so classy. It was excellently well made. It was masterful. It was... The attention to detail, the facial expressions, the outfits were good despite the funny movements. The serious tone of the whole thing really was what grabbed me. It took its time, the pacing was great because the whole thing knew when to play it out and it didn't rush anything. It just nice and slow. Not everyone's taste and cup of tea, but mine, I definitely enjoyed that. And it was just really just polished and refined. I feel like that's something he went over many times, making sure it was done right, because that was... Yeah, just one of those. One of the best entries, I think. I would say, personally, one of my favourite entries so far. That was a really good one. Definitely one of the highlights of the collab, I'd say. Good fucking job, Nick Hanson. You've definitely improved over the years. You've come a long way. You were good then, and you're amazing now. So, yeah, really good stuff. I really don't know what to suggest on improvements for that, actually, because that was so well made. It's sort of, I guess I didn't want to make anything like that myself that was that kind of style, but in terms of pacing and getting it right and taking its time and visually and the right facial expressions and doing everything right with the details, that is better than what I've already done. So I don't really know what to say to help you there, because you're already on your A game, it seems. Just keep making more, because damn, this shit is good. Yeah. Good stuff.
Nice.
Next.
Suppose there's a first time for everything.
There's a first time for everything, indeed so. If you're a newcomer on the collab and you've joined for the first time and it's your little chance to stab at it, then by all means go right ahead and give it all you got, because you never know, you might be the next NoiceDrinkz or something, you know, or the next Nick Hanson. I mean, look at him. But yeah, the watermark is what struck me here, because I instantly recognised that watermark. I mean, it was in a split second, is unavoidably recognisable for me, because yeah, I'm going to assume you're using... Wait, let me check.
So here goes.
Okay, just watch a bit more. Oh god, okay, well I was going to say, no, I don't think so. Either he is using iMovie and he managed to cut out the fades, or he's using like Final Cut or something. But he's definitely using Apple stuff, because that is... I can tell by the positioning of the watermark as well, because here's the fucked up thing in iMovie. When you put text on, you can't put it anywhere you want. I don't know if you just put the text as an image. If the text is a still image, like a screen cap or whatever, and you put it on as an image, I think maybe you can put it anywhere you want to an extent. But when you actually have a text in iMovie itself, and it recognizes it as text, same as you have like legacy text in Vegas, it doesn't let you put it anywhere on the screen. You can only put it in certain areas of the screen. And there, in that spot there, is the closest to the corner you're allowed to put it. I don't know why, it's complete bullshit, but that just further gives away the whole thing. I know exactly what he's using. So with that said, knowing what terrible software he's using in order to make this, I'm going to give him even more praise if he's really good, because I know how fucking difficult it is to work with this stuff. So King Mewtwo, as I know what song you're about to do, take it away.
Now, a good time.
Yeah.
I feel alive.
I noticed he pitched it up because copyright will kill you otherwise. The song, I mean, not Michael. he did kind of pitch it up as well, though.
I'll turn it inside out. Yeah. I'm floating.
So this would immediately remind me of something like Infection Form with the Michael Rosen Rhapsody, and also someone did... We Will Rock You. I think We Will Rosen You. I think that was like Line Rider or someone like that did We Will Rosen You. So it was like a similar kind of thing. But the main difference that sets this apart from Rhapsody or one of them ones is that the original song is still heard in the background, like lyrics. The best thing to do here would be to have just an instrumental, whether it's the actual song or if it's like a MIDI version, which is what the Michael Rosen Rhapsody did. It did like a royalty-free, like sort of funny, kind of nice MIDI version of it with Michael singing in the foreground. I think that would have been better. And there might be some moments where the sentence mixing is a bit choppy, so you might need the original. But we know how the original song goes. We don't need to hear the lyrics, because we all know how Don't Stop Me Now goes. I mean, but yeah, that's straight up off the bat advice, is maybe you shouldn't use the singing, like Freddie singing in the background, because it will kind of clash with Michael. Yeah.
See, so don't stop me now.
I think I would have enjoyed this more if it was just Michael's voice and not the singing voice behind it. But no, it's still good. Still might be good.
Stop me. I'm having a good time. Having a good
yeah.
time. I should next start pick the sky like a tiger. Find the laws of gravity.
Is it going to be exactly? Yeah, it probably is going to be exactly like the song, because we've got the lyrics in the background. So I was going to say, is any of the lyrics going to be Rosenized? Like, is he going to swap out some of the lyrics for Rosen-y stuff, which is what the Rhapsody also did? But no, I don't think so, because then it would it would further clash with the lyrics in the background.
I'm a racing car. Right, lady, go dive.
Okay.
I'm gonna go. There's no stopping me. I'm going through the sky.
I just gotta say, like, I don't think this entry is particularly amazing so far, but even still, whenever you use this song, there's something about this song that gives me that vibe that I'm having such a good time, because the song really does feel like such a good time. And whenever you play that song in anything you make or do, it just makes you feel like you're having a good time. It's just one of them feel-good hype tunes that gets you all pumped and makes you think that, yeah, it's awesome. This entry's awesome. It's like hypnotism. It's like you've psychologically manipulated me into thinking your entry is brilliant because that fucking song is great. Yeah. Yeah, it makes me think about the whole collab and everything. It's like, oh, are you enjoying yourself so far? You know, is you enjoying yourself? I guess you could call this somewhat a musical break as well, like the YTPMV entries. And in some ways, you could also argue that this is a YTPMV. It's a classic YTPMV. This is how they used to do them. It wasn't just pitch-shifted samples to notes. It was also characters saying or sentence mixing lyrics and stuff like that. That was also used to be a YTPMV back in the day. They did consider that one. Yeah, I don't like I would wish he would stay consistent and only use the one Rosen source, whichever one you want it to do. But if you're going to use those ones and you use older Rosen here and there for a few words, I strongly advise not doing that. And I know some people might have trouble with sentence mixing and can't find it, but I can assure you, when it comes to this Rosen at least, this particular source, you can sentence mix damn near anything with that source and that source alone. You might want to use some of the poetry-friendly classroom sources to help you, but in terms of this particular Rosen in here, there is nothing that you'll need a different Rosen to say. The only exception I can think of is if he says a full word, a complex word or whatever, in a different source and you want to use that or whatever. But when it comes to just sentence mixing and getting syllables and stuff or just simple words, the stuff I've seen older Rosen say in this so far, you can definitely find in this source. So yeah, just a heads up on that. I wish you'd stay a little more consistent with that. It's a bit jarring to cut to this other Rosen that's so drastically different in appearance and volume and style, I guess, to him. Yeah, see, there's another one there.
Don't stop me now. I'm having such a good time. I'm having a ball.
A ball! Yeah, I knew that was coming. I was waiting for that. Those are them obvious moments where it's like you hear, you figure out the lyrics and you figure out, okay, where am I going to make him say this stuff? A ball. That's an easy one.
Don't stop me now. If you want to have a good time, give me a ball.
See, I know that don't is a good one to use. It's always a very significant don't because he actually says it in the title. But he says don't in the other source as well, like don't scratch or something like that.
Stop me now.
Yeah.
I'm having a good time. Don't stop me now.
Okay, he even did the backing lyrics vocals. I should put them words together. He even did the backing vocals. That was good.
I don't want to stop.
Tool.
I'm a rocket ship.
Definitely a good sentiment. It's a good sentiment towards this collab, and it's like, oh yeah, put Don't Stop Me Now in it. I just can't help but feel it's being hindered by the fact that the original song lyrics are behind Michael the whole time. It would have worked much better if it was just Michael's voice on his own. I know the sentence mixing isn't the best, and it's a tad choppy, but it definitely would have held its own and stolen its own merit with the original song in the background, or just the instrumental or something. I really wish he'd done that, because that would have made this better, I think. But it's a nice sentiment towards the whole collab and everything, just having Don't Stop Me Now and that feel-good celebratory kind of music and vibe thrown in here within all this stuff makes the collab just feel that little bit better.
Ready to reload.
It's the right mood for the collab anyway. Yeah. See, he does say burning. London's burning just now. See, that's what I think. I think you may not know about the transcript. So King Mewtwo, if you want to get your sentence mixing game on pro shit, you'll definitely want to get that transcript if it interests you. So that's tip number 1 for sure. Tip number 2 is get Vegas, because iMovie is dog shit. You do not want to be suffering with that. There's this guy called Chuck Steak, and he used iMovie and shit, and I think he still does, at least up until recently. He used iMovie for a very, very long time. And he did his damn best to do what he could with it, and he was trying so hard, but I could just tell by his talent that he was being hindered and held back with his shitty software so much, which was so relatable to me. And I tell you, whenever I see a poor unfortunate soul using the same program or anything like it in these collabs, I feel sorry for them, because I've been there for a long time, and I know how damn terrible it is. You got to get yourself out of that iMovie and get yourself Vegas, alright? Like I should have done all that time ago that I didn't. Do it!
I'm going.
Okay. Don't stop me, don't stop me, don't stop me. Hey! I like it when you go to the... Yeah, okay, that was another obvious. Like, I know what he's going to say at that point. Is he not going to comment on... Come on, Brian, that's enough. There's not going to be like a homage to Infection Form where the music stops and he comments on Brian for a second. No? Okay, it's only me thinking of that.
I think it's time for a little dance.
Okay, dance. That's an awfully fast dance. He's going to mess up his brain from that. That shit hurt.
Oh, my bedroom, the sky. 200 dead weeks, that's why I call these fun. I'm going and want to make a Sonic now. You stop me now. I'm having such a good time.
Just enjoying it. I'm enjoying this, despite the fact that I don't think it's anything crazy good. The song, man, it's just that one simple song choice, and it makes me feel good. I'm enjoying this. It doesn't matter that it's not that good. I'm enjoying it all the same. I'm glad you put this in the collab, Mr. King Mewtwo. This is nice.
Give me a call. start me. I'm having
I feel like this would have fit in very well in like the 66th or 67th birthday collabs. Those ones had stuff like this, not like this musically wise, but like in terms of quality. I remember it had stuff that this would fit in really well in like 2011, 2012. It would have fit snugly in one of them collabs. Again, today's standards and what everyone else is capable of achieving makes this look not that great in comparison, but it would have been fantastic back then. If I can just tell that if this was made like say 7 or 8 years ago, I could regard this as a classic by now. Like I don't know, but seeing it today, it's just not the same. Knowing it comes out, I know it's a really messed up way of looking at it, but I swear it's true. There are some old poops from way back then that aren't, if they came out today, weren't that good. But because they came out then and we all had sentimental ties to them, enjoyed them at the time, they're classics. We love them. It's just one of them things, and I really feel like this is one of them kind of things where if it came out back then, it would have been revered and fantastic and widely regarded as an old classic and a good stuff. I would anyway, but as it is today, I just feel like it's not really up to the standard. But I still find myself enjoying it. And hey, isn't that really what matters in the end? You know, I can sit here and criticize and tell people their entry sucked or whatever and tell you, oh, you missed a chroma keyed line or whatever. But at the end of the day, most people who are watching this collab, who are not me, who are not Mr. Old Curmudgeon Pooper who Simon Cow's his way through all of these collabs and the commentary and critiques, most people watching these are just watching it to have a good time, like the song says, and enjoy themselves. And I do honestly think that is what this entry is getting across. It's making me feel good. I'm enjoying this. So I hope everyone else watching this was enjoying this too, because it's just such a feel-good vibe. Oh man, you definitely should have used a different at all at that point, because it really doesn't fit. Like you could have done like all or something like that, I don't know. Yeah.
Anyway, happy 73rd birthday, Michael Rosen.
Okay. Wishing you all the best here from our folks at iMovie Studios. Oh man, that brings back a lot. Every time I see someone with iMovie though and I see that default text, it brings back some memories, I can't lie. It takes me back to my old days and man, they were terrible, but yeah, it brings me back. Never forget where you came from, man. Is that it? No little final joke? No? Okay, I'm always waiting for that final joke because a lot of people, myself included, we like to do that little joke at the end after you've done your main show and you do that quick little extra silly gag at the end, final gag kind of thing that I say. But yeah, nothing there, but I always wait for it. Yeah, what was his name again? King Mewtwo. I already forgot. Damn, my fucking attention span. Okay, so yeah, King Mewtwo, yeah, like I say, very enjoyable. It wasn't particularly fantastic, I have to be brutally honest with you. It was okay, I guess, but like I say, if it would have come out years ago, it would have been a classic and looked upon as brilliant. But because it came out today, within all the other stuff that we've got to show for it here in this very collab itself, it's hard to live up to those standards. But I noticed he said at the beginning, it was his first time, as a first time for everything, and for a first go, that was solid, especially with iMovie or whatever or Final Cut, I don't know, whatever he was using. I didn't hear any horrible hiccuping fade in and out of the clips, and I think there is a way of avoiding that in iMovie that Mad Moss kind of figured out years ago, but if there is, or if he's using Final Cut or whatever, still, valiant, solid effort on a first go, because if that's how you start out your first collab entry life and YouTube career, whatever you want to call it, that was one hell of a way to get it kicked off and started. What a great tune and what a great vibe that you've given us. I hope you've put smiles on lots of people's faces, because you certainly did with mine. Like forcing a grin now, just to prove the point. Yeah, well done anyways. All things considered, I'm not going to be all fucking harsh oldie on you and just say, oh, that was bad, because it wasn't perfectly sentence mixed. No, I enjoyed it. I definitely had a good time, like the song says. Well done. Nice. Babchak, okay. Formerly known as Barbie Express something, and like 4 numbers or whatever. I remember him being called that years ago. Know this guy for quite a long time. He made a few Rosen poops here and there, and he's been active on Twitter as well. Don't know him as well as some of the other people I've talked about in this collab so far, but I do know of him, and I've known of him for a long time, so I think he's pretty good. So let's see what we got. Let's see what we got to show for this time around with this guy. Oh, jeez.
Hey, Haribo, smell my fingers. Whoosh.
Okay. Ew. Game over, yeah! What was that? That was random.
And your mum.
Oh, okay. Okay. I see he has also not disabled resample. Haha! Another poor soul caught out by that horrible Vegas issue. Not sure what's going on though. Oh.
Got it. In the mouth, it was. That was a bit sick, actually. Your nose is running away. Oh no! Imagine how it would be being at the top, making cash money or all around the world to tell stories about all the young girls.
Yeah. Filling my cheeks. You can still see his head, almost. You can see like an outline of his head. Fuck. Okay. He did? Oh my god, I ain't watched Shroomhead 1 in ages. I've got his videos though. Got them backed up. I don't care. Yeah.
You see that bloke over there?
Yeah, that's him. That's him.
There. Him. He's the elephant as rap. He doesn't get any views or likes in his videos. He should delete his account, drink a peach, and die.
Wow. Damn, everyone's got their haters, man. So sad. Jeez.
But anyway.
Yeah, but that guy, that hater had a really fucked up face, though. Did you see it? It was all chroma keyed out, and his face was all covered in white or some shit. So he's one to talk. He looks terrible.
73rd birthday, Michael Rosen.
Bit of more self-deprecation. We had that earlier with, was it ChattiestDrum, the cat guy? Yeah. Hey, there's another cake. Not quite the same as that old one I was talking about before, but no, it's still a big cake. The cartoony cake. Is that it? Alright, so, Babchak, I ain't got much to say about the self-deprecation humour because that shit, that is not necessary. We do not need... If you made it in the collab, chances are you do not need to make jokes at your own expense about how you're bad or something, because you're probably good enough making it in here. You're probably pretty good as it is. You don't need to be doing none of that shit yourself. This entry was, again, very short. Jeez. Of course, there's going to be a whole plethora of entries that were very short because they either didn't have time or they made it late or they ran out of time. They didn't have they couldn't be asked to finish it or whatever, or they got too busy and last minute or whatever. There's a lot of people enter this collab who are like that, so I always come to expect quite a few short entries, but more often than not, they always surprise me as to how short they are. But I think I'm starting to get used to it at this point because I've seen quite a few short entries so far. So by now it's like, okay, I get it. Yeah, there's a lot of people who didn't really have time or whatever. So yeah, a few good jokes, I guess. I'm trying to think of something else to say than just a few good jokes here and there. Some of the there's more of that quick ear rape stuff and close-ups and stuff, and his nose was running and his nose was actually gone, and that I've already had a missing nose joke, funnily enough, in this very collab that made me laugh. That was also quite funny. Some good jokes here like that, and relatively fast-paced. I would say make sure you check back on your work sort of thing, like when his head exploded, which was a Shroomhead 1 joke or whatever that he'd already done or whatever, it doesn't matter. His head was still kind of visible, like a thin outline of his head was still visible, the masking, so I would say go over your stuff that you've done and make sure you don't miss stuff like that that might look a bit odd, that's not really supposed to be there. I don't know. Other than that, another really short entry of just a few jokes, and there's not really much to say. I hate saying that, but it's true. If we get entries like this that are just a short burst of jokes and then that's it, and it's over really quickly, then what can I say other than what jokes were good and what jokes were not really, and what else what you could improve, do more, make more jokes. I don't know, man. But I know Babchak for a long time. He's been around for quite a while, quite a few years, so He should know what's up by now. He probably just ran out of time, gave himself a self-deprecation thing, and then just bounced out of there. You weren't that bad, man. There was some good jokes in there. Just, if it helps, write them down. Like I've been saying to other people. If you can't think of anything, either write it down or just brainstorm it. I don't know. What else can I suggest? I'm getting too tired. What the fuck, man? I'm trying, man. I feel like I'm working with like bare minimum sticks or something. It's really hard. I'm finding it more and more difficult as the years go on to try and give some criticism. God, I should probably stop doing these then if it's going down that route. By this time next year, for the next collab, I'll just be saying this for every goddamn entry. It was good. But I think it's also because a lot of these entries are minimum good as well. If they were particularly bad or had bad moments, I'd be able to give a clear and concise criticism of what you could have done better with that. But because we haven't really got that, unlike the 71st collab that had a whole section and stuff like that, there are definitely less and less places where I can offer constructive criticism and say, like, here's something you could have done. Especially when these entries are so damn short. I ain't got nothing to say about it. God, I'm trying. I'm really trying. Okay, who we got now? VreyIsGrey, also was previously known as that bloke over there. Him. I'm pretty sure, anyway.
Guess it's that time of the year. This is a very special time, not just for me, but also for my,
poopers.
Fans.
Yeah, fans. I heard that quote. I heard the quote marks on that one.
Speaking of which, hey Ray, you've got something funny for me to say.
Can I be honest? Sure. I kind of wasn't focusing on the birthday collab as much as my other entry. Same. That is me all over. When I get to my entry and I talk about it, I'm going to be talking about the same shit because I was honestly in the same position. I almost wasn't going to make nothing this year, but I'm not going to get to that. I'm going to talk about it when we get to it. Yeah, but I feel you on that right now. I can relate. So any jokes I can make are kind of going to be a bit rushed. Oof. So, okay, what we're going to have? Another short entry, another few jokes. Not much to say about this. The jokes were good. Same old shit. I'm going to try. I'm going to really try here. Because now that we know, with a disclaimer, we are aware of what's going to happen. I am expecting it now. It's harder to react to it when I am not expecting it to be short and just a few jokes, and then I have to quickly come up with something to say at the end. Now that I know it's going to be like that, I'm ready. I do have a few jokes and videos never finished, along with a few jokes I never edited. So there, you got some jokes maybe you wrote down or you had in your head that you didn't make yet, and some jokes from scrapped stuff that you never finished. So you just pull that shit together, man. Like some of my previous collab entries in the past were just jokes that I thought of that I never made and then made them, and everyone loved it. It worked wonders. I'm sure it'll be great. Let's watch. Come on.
Okay.
Okay, we got... No, who's going to say it? No. But yeah, I feel like it's always a good recipe for good quality. You've got a bunch of jokes you haven't made yet, or to write them down, or ones you scrap, part of videos that never made it to the site and never got uploaded. Put them all together, polish them up, and then throw them out there as a collab entry. I'm sure it'll work just fine.
Start reciting them.
Okay, yeah, here we go. Let's do it. Just don't do connections, though. I forgot to mention that. Please don't just be a bunch of fucking connections, please. Okay.
It's funny. Oh, I like it when you go to those places where they have those hot things to dry your hands. You press the silver button, the machine starts roaring, and Hossis rushes out of a silver spout.
Yeah, we never forgot about Hossis and doing it all over again and the George and everything. How many years has it been since that video, and people still mention it to this day? 2019's current year. Has it been like, wasn't that made in like 2011 or some shit? Like fucking years ago. And to this day, we still get people referencing the George and Hossis. It's amazing. That poop has made such a cultural impact on the whole face of YouTube poop as we know it.
We could spend all day there looking at the peaches.
That is almost, I was going to say, because that was almost identical to a joke I made. I hate constantly having to bring up stuff I've made because I don't want to sound all egocentric and shit, but that was almost exactly like a joke I've done before. We could spend all day there looking at the beaches, and I used the song The Stranglers' Peaches, but the thing was I never mentioned to people, and I never realised until way later, that I kind of fucked it up because I was supposed to, as was written in my joke list on the notepad document, I was supposed to make him say, why don't we go to the beaches for your birthday treat? street. We could spend all day there looking at the peaches. That was the joke, because they're walking on the beaches, looking at the beach. But because for some reason I totally forgot to make him say the first part of that line, he does like the of course joke, and it cuts to him saying we could spend all day there looking at the peaches. So it's like half the joke is cut out because I totally forgot to make half the setup of the joke. I couldn't believe I made that mistake, and I never even noticed it for a long time until I watched it back one time, like a year or two later, and I was like, oh shit, I fucked up that joke. It's still peaches, but it's not nearly as good a joke as it would have been if I'd actually finished the entire setup. But yeah, that felt exactly like the same thing, but with different song that's also called Peaches. Interesting. Joke theft. Yeah, I mean, not really theft per se. You did the same joke, but with different punchline. So, I mean, not exactly theft. I'll let you have it, though, because like I said, I cocked up that original joke that I did, so you can have it. You can steal it, because I cocked it up when I made it. So.
After, a few days later...
Yeah, that is Vegas 14. I recognise the icon. I know too much about Vegas now at this point. I still use 13, and 13 has got like a... I'm looking at it now. It's got like a white movie clip icon, or whatever you want to call that, with film reel on either side of a screen. That's Vegas 14 with like the V shape of the two coloured films that are like whatever. And Vegas 15 is just blatantly ripping off Adobe. So yeah, the icon I mean. Yep, that's Vegas 14. I recognise it. I do have 14 and 15, and I tried to use them, but I had few select issues with them. And I know both 14 and 15 and all Vegas's onwards will have disable resample options that you can just select it, and it will permanently have resample disabled all the time. But in 13, you have to go and click you have to highlight every single video clip and disable resample. It's a small price to pay for me because I still like using 13. I don't know, I've never been able to move on from it. 14 and 15 just had their own little key issues for me that I just couldn't get to using them. I had some crash issues with them, and I don't like the interface and the layout. It's hard to, I don't know, it's hard for me to get used to it. I'm still using 13 to this day, after having 14 and now 15 for over like 2 years or something, and I don't see any time, I don't intend to move on anytime soon. 13's got its own share of issues, like when it slows down too much and that, but again, I'll get to more of that on my own entry when I talk about working in the project. But yeah, still using 13.
May, less than a month away. When is the deadline?
It was April 14th, I believe, which I can talk about in my own entry because I submitted it much later than that, but I guess he made exceptions. Pull up the announcement. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was April 14th, wasn't it? Hey, I like this because the thing about yeah, it was April 14th, see? The thing about this is, I like it when some entries bring up the announcement, because after the main collab goes up, we never see the announcement ever again. I downloaded it. I downloaded the announcement video. I know it is just an announcement video, but when you have a legacy of all these years of collabs, and then you'll do like a joke or a reference to them in the future or something, and you like, oh, you know, all the collabs that have passed, sometimes you want to use the announcement. Like, I did that once with the Clean Rosen collab years ago. So it's kind of sad knowing that that little musical interlude and that little shit there that sounds oddly Christmassy for some fucking weird reason would be gone forever and never seen public again. So I like the idea of someone quickly using it in the entry a little bit, so it immortalizes the announcement a bit. So it's never gone but never forgotten. Well done. But yeah, May 14th, April 14th, May 7th. Oh shit! Wait, how long did he have? 10:15 p.m. for fucking retard units, American day, 13th of April. So he has just a few hours. Oh shit! We're not gonna have time to make anything. Yes, you do. Yes, it only takes you a few hours to throw some shitty jokes together. No, come on, they've got to be good. I'm sure the jokes are good.
2 hours to make something. What are we gonna do?
Just throw a bunch of jokes together quickly. This music really gets across that whole like rushing vibe. There's a YTPMV I never finished. Oh, here we go. All right, here we go. YTPMV time. Let's see what it is.
Sounds like a plan.
Please don't be and drink. It probably is, isn't it? Oh,
I drank a lot.
Yeah. Oh, okay, that's an original choice of sampling. Okay, where's this going? Okay! And he even says what song it is on screen. Alright, okay, this sounds good. I hear monophonic pitching there with that sample there. Damn, right? This is good. I'm liking this. Oh yeah, that reverb adds a lot. Chroma Key wanted to be screwy on this bit in particular. Okay, so I think I know what it might be. Hang on, let me check this again. So I think, I thought it might have been like the resample or whatever, blurring between frames. Because when you chroma key Michael and he's cut out and the background's cut out and that with the chroma key, and then you see when the resample blurs him from one source to another as it cuts, the chroma key makes it look all grey as well. So it's like a grey mask of Rosen's body in between those frames. So resample, guys, it's just a terrible thing. Always remove it. Disable it today. Disable your resample today. Oh god, there's a lot on screen right now. Oh, there's the I knew it was only a matter of time before they'd show up. But yeah, the conversations of the 2-year-old, I think I know why. Why is my shit loading? For some reason, my cursor. I think I know why it's doing that. It's because when he says conversations with a 2-year-old, it's still fading in. As you can see, it's quite dim here. His video, the source video is still fading in at that point. So that means the color for all this background is different from the regular well-lit one as it's fading in there. So the chroma key would play differently. As you'd see, as it brightens up, I think this would all start disappearing as the fade-in finishes and it brightens back up to normal brightness. That's probably what that is, I can say. This is... okay. Genuinely a good use for the old sample. It sounds really good. This is really good. What was that? Oh, right. It's good stuff. A nice taste in music as well. A bit of classic craft work for you there. Sounds really good though. I'd like to say I'm pretty sure that main lead sample down there is Tidy Your Room, which I'm going to get to eventually when I get to my entry and I talk about stuff. I'm going to mention how key that sample is in being an alternative to the drink and in a lead sample, and how useful, how great it genuinely sounds when you pitch it around and use it. But yes, this is really good choice of samples here, and it sounds really nice. Yeah, this is good. Very good. Is that it? Happy birthday, dear eldest Rosen. Here's to another year of pooping. I thought he had a bunch of scrap jokes and unfinished video jokes and jokes he'd ever made to put together. Where's all that? Where is it? I guess he decided not to bother showing them, or maybe part of what came before the Y2MV was stuff he hadn't previously. I don't know. But for what it was just mostly that Y2MV and the joke of like him only having a couple of hours to make the entry. Even though in reality the 14th of April wasn't the extreme deadline. Like I submitted mine on the 22nd or something of April, and he just accepted it. Like I didn't expect anything, but he definitely accepted it and stuck it in. And as you know, Watermelon put off the collab a couple of days because he needed extra time or whatever it was. So we had the time to submit, I guess, but he was clearly adamant in making sure that he got his entry in the public deadline. At least you could call it the public deadline. But yeah, wow. I wasn't expecting that. VreyIsGrey, a really good Y2MV segment. It sounded great. I love all that. It sounded so good. Sample choice was great. He did enough like monophonic pitching and adjustments to it to make the samples sound really unique, and use a bit of reverb with some of the other samples. It always makes it sound better. Reverb always makes Y2MV samples sound better. Trust me, it always does. Yeah, just genuinely enjoyable. Good stuff. Very well made. Chroma keying, you did your best. There's always improvements to be made there, but I can't just say what I've already said 100 bloody times already, but the lines in the background and that, and you did what you had to. And the conversations, the 2-year-old one, was because it was fading in and because the grey was darker and it wasn't keying out properly. But yeah, it was good. Another really short entry, but we expected that because he addressed it at the beginning with a disclaimer. And considering you only had less than 2 hours to put that in, I'd say that was a solid job. Good stuff.
Nice. They call me the man without teeth.
ratdoctor, and we got a very colourful watermark there. Never seen this name before. Looking forward to seeing what he's got on offer. Oh, what? Oh god! Oh my god, what the fuck? What? Talk about making a good first impression. Jesus Christ, I wasn't expecting that. With a lot of these people that I don't recognise the names of, usually it starts out quite minimal and very lackluster and there's not really much happening. But god damn, this guy don't pull no punches. Right out the bat, he's off with these crazy effects. What the f... The man without teeth. Oh god. What the fuck? Oh yeah, this is good. This is good. You can tell in like the first few seconds when you know an entry's going to be good. Because there's no way after seeing something like this that it's going to be bad. You know it's going to be good.
Looking for fresh meat. What's he going to find?
Oh, he's like a wild animal. The man with no teeth is like a wild fucking animal.
Lollipop in her hand. The smart grand. That's right. It wasn't me, I swear.
The end. Ooh, that was a weird short horror film. That was it? That was, oh my god, no, not again. No. Oh my god, these short entries, they keep catching me off guard. I genuinely thought it was going to then cut to the guy holding the camera and he was going to put the camera down and then something else was going to happen story-based. I don't know. I don't always expect everything to be super story-based. It doesn't have to be, but I was definitely expecting more than that. That was super short. I only just said you know it's going to be good when you see the first few seconds, but that was the whole entry was the few seconds. It's another one of those where we can watch the entire thing again just by skipping back. Look. This shit. Oh my god. Yeah, look, the whole entry was like 20, 25 seconds long. Again, like that one from earlier.
Without teeth.
You call me the man without teeth. See, this is good. You got good animation there. I like how his face kind of contorted a little bit there to adjust to the movement of the teeth. That was really good little detail. And then this shit, what the f... That was very dark and interesting. Wow, very experimental with all the effects and stuff. That is very cool. I like that a lot. Yeah, this is weird. Why is he like a monster or a feral creature just because he has no teeth? I thought the joke was going to be, before all that, would you believe it? And it gets all loud and all colourful. When he popped his teeth out, I thought the joke was just going to be because he's old, he's got false teeth. I thought that was it was just going to be one of them simple jokes. And I was about to say, oh yeah, that was really well made, how he keyframed his hand and pulling out the teeth. That was good. But then it just does all this crazy shit. And I'm like, what the fuck? It totally takes me off guard there.
He's walking down the street. He's looking for fresh meat. What's he going to find? A lady of some kind.
Hey, it rhymes and everything.
A lollipop in her hand. The smart grand. That's right. It wasn't me, I swear.
Wow, it's like a quick little rhyme and everything. It's almost haunting in how well done that is. It's like whoever Rat Doctor is got a very disturbed mind. It's one of them kind of ones. Another one of those newcomers that I guess if it is a newcomer, another one of those names that I'm interested on checking out their channel and seeing whatever else crazy shit they've made, because I really enjoyed that. Despite only being like 20 seconds long, I really enjoyed that. Short but very sweet, or should I say horrific and sour, but it was just it was very, very good. I just wish there was more of it. But yeah, I can't judge it. I can't judge it purely on length, though. I can't judge the length and say it was bad because it was short. You can't say that. Within its own length, fantastic. Like, you can clearly see through all these little techniques that he's done, like animating the hand, pulling out the teeth. And like I say, when the teeth came out, you masked the teeth out and his face without teeth. But also the way his face kind of moved a bit to accommodate for the movement of the teeth coming out. That was very detailed. And you could see that this guy's got a lot of skill and talent. I really hope he does more, because Rat Doctor, another interesting name as well, Rat Doctor. Like, oh my god, this is really good, man. I love some of this fresh talent. This is what this collab is all about for me, is finding that fresh new talent. And there is definitely some of it in here. Next up. Come on, we'll keep it rolling on. Who's next? Wow. And you know how some people make good first impressions like Rat Doctor did? This is a different kind of first impression.
We eat.
Very loud, very loud. CRJ1YTP, and the watermark is interesting. It's like a sort of ident kind of logo or something going on. I'm not really sure what this coloured thing is in the back, but yeah, we'll let it slide. What is this?
Down to the potatoes a bit hot. So I only put a little.
Why is the source material so loud? Like, even when he's not being, like, jokes and shit, it was just him talking, the background and everything. It's all so loud. Why? Why so loud?
On my fork and I blow. Just cool and into the mouth.
Well, I've seen those kind of jokes millions of times, like classic Chicken Pika or something, whereas the click is I just want to hear something new with it, like some crazy buzz loops or something with the click. Every time he goes to do the click in one of these collabs, I'm expecting it to, like, he goes to move his mouth to do the pop, but it, like, sticks halfway through as his mouth is opening, and it just goes or something like that. That shit gets me 10 times more than any of this kind of stuff does. It's just, I'm a sucker for the buzz looping, and especially when it's very satisfying as well. But yeah, this is a weird one. Robotic voice sound effects. Ooh. Okay. Very experimental, very out there kind of style. Oh, that was it? Oh my god, how many short fuck entries are we going to get in this collab? This collab is long, and it's like 2.5 hours long, but it's not because there was loads of long entries, it's because of the sheer amount of people who do short entries. It adds up, I guess. Man, I wasn't expecting this many short entries that were that short. How many times am I going to say the word short in such a short amount of time? Oh my god, what was his name again? Wait, let me press this. Yeah, there you go, CRJ1YTP. That ending was interesting. He clearly has a grasp of interesting effects, and I guess plugins maybe is what that was. Let's see that again. Yeah, it looks like a very kaleidoscope kind of effect going on there, or whatever you want to call it. Interesting. I wasn't sure what to make of this because I was, again, expecting it to be much longer so I could start making assumptions and analysis on, like, the sentence mixing, because I heard a bit of sentence mixing earlier on and it seemed very bad because he had to put subtitles up, like my cark or whatever that bit was, and I was going to say, oh, the sentence mixing bad, but I was thinking maybe it was just that one bit, maybe it's better later on, but no, there wasn't anything else. That was it. So yeah, sentence mixing wasn't great. The general tip is, if you have to put subtitles in the video for what Michael's saying, then chances are you need to improve your sentence mixing, at least with Michael as a source. For other sources, I can't say the same, because other sources are a lot harder to do, but Rosen is one of the easiest sources to sentence mix with, even without a transcript. It's pretty damn easy, given the amount of overly clear expressions and tone of voice and stuff he says and the way he says it. But again, also, if you're struggling and you're stuck, then the transcript is a surefire way to help you. So I can always suggest that on a whim if anyone's got trouble with sentence mixing. But it was very... It needed subtitles, so I can't really say anything specifically other than, yeah, you just need to really brush up the sentence mixing there if you're going to make him say stuff more. But I think this guy's strong points are in the interesting effects here. Even though there wasn't much to see, that was clearly his side of things. Don't know if this guy's a newcomer or if he's just a guy who tends to do this kind of stuff more. And his Rosen... There are a lot of people who come to collabs where, on the occasion, they are good at a lot of things. Like, maybe Paper King as well is a good example. They do good YouTube poops for other stuff, but they don't do Rosen that much. And even when they do, they don't do it like this. So they join the collab and they do something that they don't usually do. So maybe they don't look like they're that good, but maybe they actually are. It's just not out... It's out their comfort zone, I guess. This could be one of those examples with this kind of effects stuff, because there's clearly salvageable good stuff in here. But yeah, again, there's just really not much for me to talk about. I like that part. No. Oh yeah, that's the other suggestion. Buzz loop the click, because the click would be infinitely better if it was buzz loop to go nice. That would be a lot better. Do that next time. Buzz loop the click. Yeah, if he's actually fucking listening to this, he'll do it next time. There you go. Oh boy. I'll tell you what. It's short as hell, but it's easy to get through them. I'm just disappointed that they're so damn short. This next one better not be short. Don't be short.
The flat earth.
Oh, flat earth. Letycjusz I can't even say the name. If it's all one word, it's Letycjusz S, but it's probably like Let's YCJUSZ. I don't fucking know. Okay, I can't read this name. Letycjusz S. Maybe it's supposed to be like a tongue twister. I don't know.
When I was working in I got down you for
a what? What? I'm gonna have to replay that. Hang on. I'm doing to catch this. This is one of those entries that's got sentence mixing that I might be able to help specifically with.
The flat earth. Some of
it. Flat Earth, yeah.
When I was working in NASA, I got down you.
In ASAP? NASA? Is it NASA? Oh my god. I don't know what that said.
Hello.
Good morning, Michael.
Who? That's a fucking demon on the other end of the line. You better hang up.
My name is Dave. I'm the representative of Flat Earth Society.
Okay.
You're Flat Earth and it's stating the proof of this is
yeah, Satanism. Yeah, it is.
Of your Satanist. Remember that sat your days.
Yeah, it is NASA, because it says it there. Wow. You're not the only person to make Michael say NASA in a very strange voice. Trust me.
Why? You peach.
This music is pretty cool. What's that music in the back? What's that? I like that.
Voice.
On the Samsung Galaxy S3 or S4, one of them shits. I remember that. Shitty phone.
A little pig. We have 200 proofs. It's not our spinning ball. Now, leave them all.
Okay, so this is whole entry going to be based around Flat Earth guy, because I guess you can count that as a relevant thing we haven't seen in the collabs yet, is Flat Earthers. I can't believe they still exist, but yes.
If the Earth was truly a ball, aeroplane pie, a lot, it would have to constantly correct. Adding to its down words.
God, okay, so this sentence mixing is not the best. It's very choppy, but I can understand it at this point. I'm going to put it back a little bit because I'm going to miss some of this. I can understand it to this point. Airline pilots would constantly what?
So as to not fly straight off into outer space.
Yeah, backwards, yeah.
Number 14.
Number 14. I guess the Burger King foot lettuce in number 15, top 15s or whatever his name was. That's another relevant thing you'd be finding in these collabs now that we haven't had yet.
The Morn is only
The Morn?
Because was amazing and he can't suck my dick.
What?
Someone on YouTube said it's impossible.
Someone on YouTube said it, so it's true. Yeah, okay, there's a good sense of humour in this one, at least. Definitely needs improvement. This sentence mixing isn't great, and again, transcript, ahoy. This guy needs to get a hold of the transcript, and it would do him wonders. Because even though the sentence mixing is very choppy and hard to understand at times, you can tell by just watching this that there's definitely potential here. There is clear effort being shown, and there's a good sense of humour, and if it was better made, it would be a lot more entertaining. There's good elements in here. There's good stuff in here.
There's a ton of having things on YouTube. Stop.
Okay.
What? I have one question. Why not sap and all these satanings, the elitists, who can't?
I can't tell what he's saying.
Do everything and control the minds of all people in the world. Don't do anything with flat earth.
What?
Shut up. Yeah, okay. But I have another question. Why won't you accept the fact that rockets round?
The fact. Not the fact, the fact. So this is the big problem. This is the big problem. When you're sentence mixing him, it's not just that it's choppy, it's that when you're making him say certain syllables of words, you have to get the right pronunciation. It's how Michael would say it as well. I don't know who's going to say fact as farked, unless it's a very posh guy saying farked. I don't know. But Michael wouldn't say it like that. It would be fact. And I don't think he says the word fact anywhere, obviously, but he says fan and act. I'm sure he probably says something ending in act at one point, or they're going to come back, or something like that. And you could put them together like that. So even off the top of my head, I'm thinking of stuff that could be. Without a transcript, I have to really rack my brains, but I'm coming up with something that might work a bit better. At least it wouldn't sound perfect, but it would definitely be understandable as to what he's getting at here. I'm only just grasping half the stuff he's saying, unfortunately.
It's because
it does seem like there's some funny dialogue here.
I don't believe anything. What other saints? Wait, remember what you said to me minutes ago. Someone on YouTube said it's impossible.
You just fucked him up, man. You just destroyed. Michael Rosen destroys Flat Earther with facts and logic. Yeah. Oh man.
Hard luck, Dave.
Was that it? No. Oh, what? very demonic. 29 out of 30 people became a flat earther by 1000% proof videos on YouTube. I don't think that many people, don't be like them. Start learning. Okay, this is only half serious, right? This isn't what, like legit, this guy is pissed off at flat earthers and is trying to take the piss out of them, like, just for that, out of spite. I think this is pretty jokey. That it? Okay, that's it. Wow, that little silhouette of Michael, though. That was a mixed bag, yeah. I would say definitely needs improvement with the sentence mixing, so much so that it's a big deal, because I know I'm very particular and perfectionist-y with sentence mixing and all that, and I always expect it to be so perfect, but at least if it's a bar understandable at the very least, it helps big time, because without that, it really messes up your story, because a lot of your entry there and a lot of what you're making there relies on understanding what the people are saying at all times, and the speech played a huge part into what was going on there. It wasn't all visuals. There was some visual stuff, but it was mostly the speech and the interaction between the two characters. So the sentence mixing is super important. You must be sure that it's clear and understandable. Yeah, you definitely need to improve that. But aside from the choppy sentence mixing, from what I could make of it and the scenario and everything, NASA, flat earther, funny, lol, yeah, it was kind of funny. I could see the sense of humour in it. It was okay. But it was only one thing, and that one thing was flat earther. See, what I would have expected was the whole video would be more. Again, more. It's too short. And that was just like one joke or one scenario or segment of the video. But that was, in actual fact, the whole thing. I guess I'm too used to working with extremely long entries or productions where there's a lot going on. So when I see stuff like this, I'm just always surprised that that's all there is. Like, you think it's part of more, but that's actually all it is. So, it was witty, it had its sense of humour, it wasn't the greatest, but definitely room for massive improvement with that sentence mixing. I would say this, if you got yourself your transcript, or at the very least brushed it up so you can make Michael's words understandable bare minimum, you would definitely have something decent on your hands there, because that was a tough one to decide. If you would reject that or keep that, I would think that would be a tough choice, because while sentence mixing is difficult, it's still got a lot of good elements there. So yeah, if you improve sentence mixing, that would make that a decent one. I think that would definitely then transport that quality into decent territory. That would be okay. Yeah, hopefully that was sufficient enough for you. Next.
Nice.
Osip Vayner. Now, here we go. Here's a name I recognise from the constant likes and interaction. Okay, so here we go. Bit of backstory. Osip Vayner is very much one of those people that I recognise from Twitter. I've said that before on some of these commentaries that I've done for these collabs, where I recognise someone more from Twitter than I do from their channels. And Osip Vayner is like the epitome of that. I think he became sort of an in-joke with people, that he was that guy that would constantly like everybody's tweets and like constantly interact. Like, yeah, no, we appreciate you, Osip, because you're always there when we need a bit of an endorphin release, and we need that dopamine hit with the likes on our tweets. So yeah, we appreciate you for that. But it's good to see that he doesn't just dwell around on Twitter liking people's posts and saying stuff. He does actually make stuff too. That's what I like to see. So after seeing him on Twitter all this time, I'm genuinely excited to see what he's got to offer, and I'm hoping there's going to be some good shit. Let's go.
Right. As you may or may not know, I'm a bit new to this YTP is, so please.
Okay.
Go easy on me.
I will go easy on you, alright? I'll bring the bar down. I'll take the bar that was set ridiculously high by some of the other entrants, and I'll take it and I'll lower it down just a bit for you, because I know if you're new, like I've said with some of these entries already, if it's your first try and you haven't done it before, then you have to cut it some slack, because you can't expect a guy to be immediately amazing from first go. Some people were, but it's very rare and it's very hard to do. I sucked when I started. We all sucked when we started. Everybody, you know, most people, when they first start, they ain't all that great. So if this manages to be decent, then you've already done yourself a great service. I was going to say the watermark is nice. I know it's just a watermark, but I notice how good it looks. A lot of people who are new to the game and trying it out for the first time, watermarks is often a thing they don't get right for a while. Sometimes the watermark is too big, sometimes it looks kind of lame or lousy or uninspired and looks a bit weird. You want an original watermark so that whatever entries or work that you do that's submitted to anything else, you have a namesake and almost like a logo. It's not quite a logo, but it acts like a logo in the way that it identifies yourself, and its unique color scheme or font or however way you set it up will be unique to you. So if it's not just like a plain piece of text, it needs to be stylized, your own sort of thing. And I was going to say, I kind of like it. It's a nice little red and green, and it's very simple, and it's down there in the corner, and it looks nice and pretty. It's nothing too crazy. I like it. That tells me that he's trying here, because if it was just some random newcomer going, lol, first video, and it's just a random bunch of Plums clips, then you wouldn't expect the watermark to be, you know, you could see that he gave it a bit of thought there. That's what I'm saying. Oh, God.
Pun. She said, I said, he said, I said, she said, you said, I said, he said. Mum says, she said, he lied. But I said, he lied. Under the desk lid when I was at school. What? I'm telling you this is a long burger.
No, don't do that. Don't do these.
Properly, if Lloyd sat on his lemonade bottles. Do you understand? So we go, okay, Mum, yeah. But hang on to your seat. A hip hop, hip hop, hip hop. I'm giving you all demonetization.
Yeah, there we go. Demonetizing. Yeah, that's another one. There we go. I'm counting them all. For anyone who hasn't been watching me reacting to the past entries, we're counting all of the relevant stuff and pop culture and topical and internet jokes and recent events that would be brought up in this collab. There's the demonetizing stuff. Yeah, it's only a matter of time before we get like a cameo appearance from Susan Wojcicki herself. I have not seen that yet. That would be original. But yeah, demonetizing. We had to have that in there somewhere. And I'm sure if Watermelon tried to make revenue from this collab, it would damn well be demonetized at some point for some sort of explicit nonsense in here somewhere.
Know that, you fool guy.
Yeah.
Whoosh. I don't
Whoosh and facepalm. Clearly a avid Reddit user there.
Understand Reddit.
Yeah. Or maybe not.
Oh, slimy little seeds. Ooh, I clear the fluff out from under your bed in a flash. Faster than an electronic gravity thing.
Okay.
I think my sentence mixing is really bad news.
That was okay, though. That wasn't really bad. I mean, after the entry I just saw that needed a lot of work on sentence mixing, it makes me, you know, in comparison, makes this one seem much better than it might be. I might otherwise say it would be, but I think it's okay. It's not too bad.
So let's try some fast-paced stuff, shall
we? Okay. But yeah, because you were doing quite a few connections back there, and I wasn't enjoying that. He did a few good jokes in between though, so it was stopping me from mentioning it a couple of times, but I gotta put it out there. He started to do connections, and that's why I kept saying, oh no, please. You see, the reason why I find this funny is because this is like when people try what they call fast-paced stuff for the first time, and this is generally the result you get is like this. I can't explain it. It's hard to explain.
Oh no!
But it's not like crazy effects or anything like really elaborate and over the top. It's just like it's almost like a poopism actually. You see it in a lot of YouTube poops where you would have lots and lots and lots of clips cut up and mixed together and shuffled up, so it's all garbled and jumbled up. Yeah, so if he said when I was one, and then you messed it up and it's like that thing right there, when you cut it all up and then you jumble up all those clips that you've cut up in different order, and it's all like a mishmash of nonsense. That is a thing you tend to see a lot, but people often they go, okay, I'm going to do fast pace now, and it's just like that. It's just that and nothing else. I think that's kind of what we got there, but it kind of made me laugh anyway, because the whoa was kind of funny because it sounded a bit funny. I don't know. But like we said before, there's a first for everything, and honestly, this is really not that bad so far. Just stop doing connections and I'll be happier. What the fuck is going on?
Mom. Sus.
Haha, original joke. Yeah.
I need a moment to think. Here.
Okay. Take your time, Michael.
Think.
It's like Winnie the Pooh or something.
I know. I can make a YTP.
Okay, there we go. See, he's trying everything. He's new. The whole point of this entry seems to be like, oh, okay, hey guys, I'm new to the game. I'm trying it out, so let's just see what I can do. Did a few jokes. Tried a bit of fast-paced. Now I'm going to try a bit of YSPMV. It's like he got a bunch of options to try, and he's trying them all one by one. Let's see what he's going to do with YSPMVs now. Yeah. That's always a toughie, by the way. I gotta say, YSPMVs is always one that it's, from my experience, it's not that much harder when you know how to do it. It's not that much more difficult than making a YouTube poop. Sometimes it's actually easier in some ways with the patterns and everything. But I've noticed for people who don't know how to do it, it's a lot more difficult to get into it than it does with when you don't know how to make a YouTube poop and you get into it. It's a lot more difficult to understand and get into. And as a result, I've seen a lot of people over the years who would otherwise be fantastic poopers that make brilliant YouTube poops, but then they try and do a YSPMV and it's either terrible or they just can't get it. They just can't get it right, and they say, oh, I don't know how to do this. I really don't know. You could be a fantastic pooper and you just can't get it. You just can't get that YSPMV down. You just can't grasp it. Or every time they do it, it just, nah, man, I love your stuff, but that YSPMV was just really... So if YSPMV is not for you, do not be discouraged or disconcerted, because there are some legendary poopers out there that I can't think of right now for some reason, who at the same time try and do a YSPMV and it genuinely sucks. So nobody's good at everything, but usually when your YSPMV is often a really difficult thing to grasp. But once you get it, take it from me, once you got it, you got it. You know, once you know how to do it down to a T, you've got it. Yeah, it's one of those things, really. But let's see how you do this. Turret Wife Serenade, composed by Mike Moraski, performed by Michael Rosen. I was going to say, is the mic thing like a joke? No, it's actually... Is it like a classical piece or something? Yeah. Okay. Now I know what we're all thinking here. For anyone who's listened to me talk about YSPMVs and Rosen samples and stuff previously in this and in other reactions I've done, you know what I'm thinking, but I'm holding back because dear Osip is his first time and he's trying, okay? He's dipping his toes into the proverbial Rosen YTP pool, and he made it in the collab, so I mean it's a big deal for him. He got in the big showcase, so I'm trying to go easy on him, guys, okay? I'll be honest with you, I mean, Michael Rosen, look at that guy. I mean, he went on to become a super popular member of the community. He got loads of subs. You just get mad views. He dropped off the map as he went inactive in the last couple of years, but when he was active, people loved him. He used to get loads of fans of people coming to his stuff, and he started out making YSPMVs just like this. Panels, drink, all of those, and it was as simple as you could get, just doing the notes with the and the 4-panel corner, whatever. He started out just like that, but he quickly built up and improved, and eventually, even though he never really did change from that, Michael Rosen never really moved on from the whole panels and and all that, but he definitely got better, and he got to a point where some of them I still enjoy to this day. But yeah, some of us have been there, you know, you got to start somewhere, and this is... I mean, what can I say? When you watch this, you can tell it's not it's someone's first time. Like they haven't done this much. So going easy on you, man. Really trying. It does really remind me of Michael Rosen though. Some of his really old stuff. It definitely. It's not just because he's using or because it's like the panels for visuals. It's also because of, I guess, the song as well. It kind of reminds me, I don't know if it's like a classical song or something, because he did a few classical songs as well. But just the simple way the notes are playing out, it definitely reminds me of some really old Michael Rosen stuff. But yeah, my point is, see how far he got. You could get there as well if you kept working on this.
Get off that!
What the fuck was that?
That was a bit odd, but really brilliant-tastic. Anyway. Thank you for watching this. Happy birthday to you, Michael Rosen. Stay awesome and have a wonderful day.
I'm sure he did. He just fades out. Okay. Happy 73rd birthday to Michael Rosen, our favourite plum cake loving poet. I know this is a weird thing to point out and it's very unimportant, but I love your choice in fonts. both the watermark and the text here. I do like it. It's very, very nice and bold and clear and colourful and punchy, and I like the little shadow behind it and everything. It looks very nice. It's very nice to look at. I know it's a very insignificant thing to point out, but it is the little things that often jump out at me. And it looks nice. When people use nice fonts and text and stuff and visuals like this, it helps. It makes everything look better. Presentation, it's important. Yeah. Okay. I wish you good health and lots of happiness this year. Lovely. There's a wholesome message for you. He's playing the drum. On the behalf of the Michael Rosen YouTube community, thank you for bringing... I can't help but keep noticing the M's and N's and H's in this font. Why are the... I was just commenting about the font, but why... What's with this, like, janky... I don't know, it's like someone bent it or it melted or something. Yes, it melted. Thank you for bringing smiles to our faces every day. To all the viewers, have a wonderful day. Oh, no, I'll take it all back. He's an awful person. He's one of them nasty infidels that uses noses on his smileys. No, I'm kidding. I don't care. That's it. Okay, so, yeah. Quite short, but even so, it wasn't tremendously short because he did try each thing. I commend you on trying everything. He tried a bit of regular jokes, he tried a bit of fast-paced, and he tried a bit of YSPMV as well. So he tried 3 different styles in one entry. That is quite a bold move considering it's your first time, and you know, or, I don't know if it's his very first time, but he said he's new to the whole thing. So being a guy who came from Twitter, I guess, you've been looking at us, you've been looking at people in the community making all this stuff, you've been liking all their tweets and saying, oh, it's good stuff. I'm sure you've been wanting so bad to try your own hand at it and see how, and we've been there, man. I've been there once. I was once a guy who just watched people and was like, oh, I really want to do that as well one day. Look at us, look at me now, fucking sitting here talking about a bunch of entries. Crazy, right? But yeah, we all got to start somewhere, and I commend you for really trying and attempting each of 3 different styles of poo. And I think I would say your best one was the first one with the jokes, like the demonetizing joke and shit like that. Very solid jokes. Nothing wrong with those there. The fast-paced bit was, and the YSPMV bit, I guess, was neither of them were bad. There's nothing wrong with them, but they were as you would expect someone who has never done it before to give it a shot and see what they do. That was pretty much there. And the YSPMV could have been a lot worse. I mean, I've seen people who have never done them before try them and they sound god-awful. That wasn't bad. It was just, you know, it was the basic, you know. It's all up from here, Osip. You can go up and, you know, start using different sample choices, maybe play around with the visuals a little bit, do something a bit different. I know it takes a lot more effort and you're just getting off the ground here, so you just want to get the basics covered before you spend that extra effort and doing all the fancy stuff with the effects and that. I get that, but this is where you can go forward from here. You start like this, and then you do stuff like adding more effects and visuals and making it a little more unique and your own thing, and YSPMV choosing different samples and stuff. Just finding your own path, and also do what you feel most comfortable with, obviously. Whichever one you felt you had the most fun with making, pursue that, I suppose. But never feel afraid to go out your comfort zone to try all these different things, because again, I really like the fact that you tried the variety card there. But yeah, a solid effort from a guy who is new to the whole thing, as he said, and I hope you continue making stuff, and you don't just be a stranger, and you're not just that guy on Twitter, because I'm sure you want a better reputation than just that guy on Twitter who likes all our tweets there. You know, you want to be a guy who makes them videos too. So yeah, keep at it, and maybe I'll check out your channel, see if you've done anything else since now, and I hope you enjoyed my rambling reaction to your stuff. Next up. Wow, I'm really getting through this now. We're almost 2/3 through or something, aren't we? Ooh, 1.5 hours, yeah. Is that less than an hour left? Wow. Oh, ooh, ooh. Okay, I've got the tissues on standby, for real now. Here we go. No, I've got a towel. I've got a little towel. So if I start crying or jizzing or shitting myself or pissing myself, whichever fluids come out of my body, I have stuff ready to take them in. Not tissues, but something similar to absorb the fluids that may secrete during the viewing of this production. So here we are, folks. Here we are. This is it, the big one. Now, I know I'm dressing it up big time. I'm dressing it up. And then I know for a damn fact, he's listening to this right now. I can almost feel him right now because since I've met up with him a couple of times, I know what he's like. He's got this very charismatic presence. I could just feel him watching me, even though he's not. He's doing it in the future, but you know what I mean. I can feel his listening. So I'm ready to give it my all with talking about this one, so he gets as much as possible. But it's fucking Dave K, dude. What am I gonna say? What the fuck can I say to provide constructive criticism? I can give feedback, but I'm gonna end up saying, oh, it was amazing. What the fuck am I gonna be of any use to you in helping? I really don't know. Sentence mixing, that's like the only thing I've got. The only thing I've got over this guy is sentence mixing fluently, and that's it. And even that would be a nitpick. I'm sure it's fine in this. This is gonna be one hell of a show. Oh boy, here we go. Team Snans. Yep, a Rosen Adventure short. So, to my knowledge, this is a sort of, I guess, would you say spin-off? Or sort of, yeah, kind of spin-off short from the Rosen Adventure series. So, remember him from Rosen Adventure 7 and the trailer from Rosen Adventure X. Some of the most mind-blowingly incredible stuff I have ever seen, I'm going out on the record right now saying that, I have ever seen from Rosen YouTube Poop, ever! In my life, and that is a fucking tall statement given the countless hundreds and possibly thousands of hours I have watched of this man talking and saying jokes and going on adventures in the last, I don't know, what is it, 6 years now? Just over 6 years. 6 years, 3 months. 6 years, 3 months of watching this shit, so I have seen a lot in my time, and Rosen Adventure 7 and the X trailer and stuff that Dave has made has been among some of the very greatest stuff I have ever fucking seen. And it's all down to the fact that he's got this crazy professional looking, high budget looking, even though there is no budget, production value that sets him above so many of us regular poopers. Now, it's not all special though, because you could say that it doesn't have the same feel as a YouTube poop. Like, is it even a YouTube poop at this point? Or is it just like what a famous YouTuber would do who's got really good professional editing skills and makes like a, what you would call parody, or one of them ones that gets like millions of views and is like really well made and is well edited or whatever. Whereas a YouTube poop is much more amateurish, and his ones kind of feel like they're so good that they don't deserve to be classed in the same vein as YouTube poop, but he still very much deliberately makes them YouTube poops anyway, so it's really hard to judge and classify these and have them set alongside all these other works from people that are also very good, but are just impossible to compare to this work. I haven't even started the fucking video and I'm sitting here going on, I'm sorry, but he knows, to the point where I was extremely jealous of his work, because some of the really, really epic cinematic stuff that Dave K has managed to pull off is very much so the sort of thing that I wanted to do for several years, and he has done way better than I ever fucking could, given his abilities, his editing skills and talents that I just do not possess. But yeah, I've always been a bit envious of him and his character and everything he's managed to do, and he's a... Ooh. I did catch wind that this was going to be like his last big thing, though, at the moment. He's not like dead or anything, but I think this was a bit of a sign-off. He was kind of retiring sort of thing at this point, because he got sick of doing what he was doing and he wanted to kind of get on with things a little bit. He was getting tired of doing this whole thing, which is a damn shame, because again, one of the best people I've ever seen to make whatever, but at the same time, I totally understand it. I mean, this shit, it's not easy. It looks incredible, but I can only imagine how much painstaking work it takes to create this fucking shit. And the man wants to do something else for a while, I guess. But yeah, this is going to be like a little send-off for him now. So, and I think this was also a multitude of efforts as well. This is going to be another one of those mini collabs, because I think I saw something of that on Twitter and that multiple people helped him out with this entry. So we're going to see a massive gathering of talent here. Dying of the Light. Kind of reminds me of that game Dying Light. It's kind of like that, but not really. Okay. So this is going to be like a story dedicated to... Yep.
I was born again.
Oh my god.
Out of flesh and fire.
I feel like I'm in the fucking cinema. What the fuck? This is so bizarre. Just a minute ago I was watching a YouTube video. Now I'm in the fucking theatre. I swear to God.
I'm impossible.
Oh my god.
I am.
I am. Yep. Yep,
Yes.
there's the sans counter, yeah.
That's my name was. A few hours ago. Wow. To think I was just born from a joke. Someone else's imagination.
Oh my god.
The power of the human mind astounds me. Oh no. Wait, I'm not.
Jesus, are you okay?
Where?
Oh my god. I almost don't want to pause it. I don't have to pause it to say stuff, but I don't want to pause it because it's just, I don't want it to stop. I feel like I'm ruining it by stopping it. It's just, oh, I just want to sit here and just take it. Should I just watch it one time and then go back and pause? No. Oh my god. Oh. Okay, so this is like an in-depth look at that character Lemon from the Rosen Venture who became this ethereal space creature thing. That's a very 2001 Space Odyssey kind of vibes you get here. And it's incredible looking visuals that, and the soundtrack and the ambience and even the sentence mixing is also very good. And just everything culminates, and it feels. I should be watching this full screen. I mean, honestly, I don't watch it full screen because I don't want it to be covering my whole big monitor, so I miss anything that's on the screen. So I watch it in default view, just so it's the same for everybody. But my god, this cinematicness! Oh god.
Poor Michael. Oh, why did you have to be so stupid?
Oh my god! Okay, I need to explain this as well. When you sentence mix him saying stuff, and you have certain... Ooh, most people when they sentence mix him, they just go whatever fits, and it's like, okay, so it sounds like he's saying that, that'll do. As long as it sounds like he's saying the words I'm trying to get him to say, that's good enough. But the next level is when you choose certain syllables and sounds of his speech where it sounds like his tone of voice is accurate to what he's saying, sort of thing, if you know what I mean. So if he sounds angry, then the whole sentence sounds like he's angry, or if it sounds poignant or remorseful, it actually genuinely sounds like he's sad or remorseful or whatever it be. He is fucking doing it here. This is exactly it. In all his choices of the sentence mix pieces, I feel like that audio effect he's doing on the voice helps a bit to mask it, to make it all sound like it's unified in its tone. But my god, this is...
yourself into a black hole.
Yep, I still remember what happened. I have never forgotten because that video has stuck with me after all this time.
You wanted to save her.
Oh my god.
After all this insanity to you, that you want something more than a shag.
A shag. See, he never lost his sense of humour either, that's the other thing. It's not all about flashy, shiny effects and awesome epicness and cinematic masterpiece. There's a bit of humour in there too, don't you forget it.
Now you are.
Oh my god.
Lost.
It's a
Never
fucking movie.
And I'm left here.
Yeah, okay.
With the burden.
Okay, now I would be a lot more impressed with this had I not known how this effect was achieved, because unfortunately I feel like Dave K has kind of spoiled it for me on Twitter previously. I saw him, so in case you guys didn't know, he posted on Twitter where he bought a shirt that was very similar to Older Rosen's flowery shirt. Not exactly the same, but quite similar enough so that when he used his hand on a green screen for effects like this, it would look like Older Rosen's hand, or Lemon in this case, whatever he wants to go by now. But you know, the character of Older Rosen that is representing. So he did that, and it's incredibly ingenious use. Usually we're against showing yourself in YouTube, people showing your voice or anything like that, unless it's like for a very useful asset or purpose, like narration at the beginning as a joke, or for stuff like this. But it works really well here. Usually you don't want to use yourself in a YouTube because it's very out of place and a bit cringy or whatever, but this goes very well indeed. Holy smokes.
Your fears. I am you.
I mean, he is Michael Rosen. I mean, he is him.
All these futures.
Oh boy.
One past.
Oh god. That was the Skyfoogle story back there, old Randomax's old story. Remember that? Remember that thing? Yeah.
I corrupt the order of things, the foundation of their survival.
Fucking hell.
Presence. Humanity is endangered. The dead become a twisted monument. If there's anyone left, it matters not to me. I am one of the stars, raging forces, dancing ways that no poet could understand.
I feel like it's that psychological thing where, like, if you have subtitles of the words, you feel like you can understand it just fine anyway. But now I'm trying to imagine it. I feel like if there weren't subtitles, it would be kind of difficult to understand some of this, just some of it. So I feel like the subtitles are necessary, because I was going to comment about the subtitles just now, and I realised, yeah, I think they are still necessary. The sentence mixing sounds fantastic, and the voice filter and everything, it sounds appropriate to his tone of voice at all times, which is fucking incredible. But I do think that without those words on the screen, I might have trouble understanding a couple of words here and there. So I think that is necessary to keep that on there, yeah.
I have no business with a doomed place.
Oh my god.
So why do I?
Oh my god.
He calls to me.
So this is this
divine
tower. That's not any ordinary tower.
I am beyond the seeds of evil.
Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me.
It means nothing.
There is no life in
what?
the void. Only
shit.
Death.
That's his voice. I'm pretty sure that's his voice. He's doing voice acting for this. He's doing filming, technically filming for the hand shots and stuff. Wow. So I feel like I've been kind of spoiled with some of this now, because I remember Dave K asking me ages ago for permission to use attributes to things in my story, and this is why, because he wanted to do these little crossovers here where you would have elements of Random Access Skyfoogle story and elements of my Tomato story in here, which is an incredible cross-reference of the two and putting everything together, trying to like collect the sagas that the community put together and like sort of have this really epic culmination of it all under this lemon story. It's just really fascinating, but I can't help but feel like I would have been way more surprised about the tomato stuff if I hadn't known, but I know you had to ask my permission, so I had to know, but god damn it.
Did the corrupt god really think he could scare me?
Yeah.
I am beyond immortality.
Wow.
I am as eternal as the universe itself, and so long as there's a star left shining, then I...
Oh my god, it's like he's acting. It's like he's actually acting. It's incredible. It's like, not only is it like a movie, but the dialogue is like actual movie dialogue. Not just in the way it's written and worded, but the way he's talking. It's like a fucking actor doing really good performance. I can't believe it. It blows my mind every time. Like, I knew it was going to be good. I knew he was in this collab, and I knew it was going to be good. I knew it, okay? I was ready for some mind-blowing awesomeness, but even then, even when you're ready for it, he still knocks you all the way down. This is absolutely stunning.
The universe will die.
Okay.
This is happening too fast.
Oh my god.
I don't want to go.
Oh my god.
Okay,
I just thought of David Tennant for a second there. That was a bit of a geekgasm there. He might have been thinking about that too, but I know that wasn't the intention here, but I just had a little flashback to that for a second.
The end seems so distant, so far away.
Oh my god.
Stop it! Why did you have to choose me?
This is
What's so special about being free?
Oh my god.
You hold me. Every lie, every sick joke, every waking moment.
Man, this is unbelievably deep. This is like the Marianas Trench of deep.
The years gone and the memory of you still hurts. Leave me alone.
It feels like I just realised I felt bad about pausing this and talking, because I feel like I'm in the cinema. So if I stop the film and I talk, shh, just watch the movie. Okay, I'm sorry. It's just so good. That's why it feels bad to keep talking here.
Years will be wasted.
Wow.
Any minute now. And all those memories, good and bad.
Who was that?
All the paid. And I die in regret. Any minute now. Any minute.
Oh. That just gave me fucking chills, man. I'm not even kidding. Wow.
10 minutes ago, I was born again.
Oh.
And I have seen it.
What?
Your past. your future.
That's kind of unfitting after all that depth and emotionalness. You just have... Okay.
Tastes like hot sex.
That's just so... It's so, like, unfitting to, like, the vibe that this whole thing has given off. It's so unbelievably deep and emotional and epic. They're just having Michael doing his silly chocolate cake shtick. It's just so out of place.
Because I'm the goddamn universe.
Oh, God.
So, you only live once.
I hate you.
Speaking of, why not let them live longer?
Oh. Oh,
now
boy. Huh. The stance counter being a key part of the story and being an actual focus in some way is something that I think I've mentioned before as would be a good idea. And I was going to do that myself. Like, I was one of the people who were asked to be part of the Rosen venture, but I never really got up to it. But I remember having the idea of making the stance counter a thing, like not just being a joke that's brought back every time someone does their part. It's just like a recurring joke every time I say stance counter. I was going to make it an actual thing, and it was going to be a thing that somehow meant it held power of the universe or something. It's kind of similar to that in that respect, but it was going to be like some important weapon or item or some sort of holy grail kind of idea where every character in the Rosen Venture story would then want to have or attain the stance counter in some way, and the shenanigans that would derive from that, of all of them trying to get it rat race style, would be a thing. That was the idea I had, and I think he's definitely got that idea here of using the stance counter as more than just a joke that comes back as a count, and actually doing something with it, which is nice. I like that. That's definitely taking that idea and running with it. So yeah, good stuff there. Good thinking, indeed. That's it.
Okay, maybe this is too far.
It slips.
Was chocolate I've ever had.
It's them fucking helmets again. This is all starting to look a bit familiar. There are no hands on the guns, though. Oh, but did he do hands on the guns? No.
You are the best of the best of the best of the best. No matter what comes through the portal, you will stand your ground.
Yeah, okay, that is just like a fucking...
Not in my time, like mother.
Okay.
Did we win?
It looks fantastic, but you don't have hands on the guns. I didn't find like one thing that Dave K hasn't got. I will use that because this shit is so good that it's just like, what else do I do but get all cheeky and immature over something that isn't in it? He didn't do hands on the guns, but even then, all the subtle little movements, like the lowering of the guns and the way their heads looked around and moved, all the subtle movements are just so eloquently and perfected in detail of animation. It's just, this is like, again, professional. I keep coming up with that word, but it's just like a professional animator or someone worked on this who actually worked on TV shows and shit. That's what it's like.
We are in charge of our destiny, Michael. No more fears, no more regrets. The future is bright because we own it. Michael?
Look, is it absolutely necessary to hold me at gunpoint every 5 seconds? Hey, yeah? Right, Mick. I think we'll be...
It'll be alright, Michael. Even if this kills me, I will not let you live in regret. Not today. This is only the beginning.
No, that's it. No, I'm not gonna watch anymore now. That's it. I can't watch the rest of this now. You can't just end like that. Oh my god. Oh, gee, you know what? No. I think the credits should have been in this because I need time to take in everything I've just witnessed. Wow. It's like when you watch a really, really epic movie and you watch the coolest fucking movie. It blows you away. And then you come out the theatre, and then it's out of the darkness and back into the bright lights and bustle of the daytime and the city again, and all the people bustling and talking and the commerce and the shops. And you come out in the street, and it's like, oh, and you're all dazzled, and your brain is all fried up, and you're like, you're all like discombobulated and disoriented and shit. You have to realign yourself with reality. I feel that right now. That is how I feel right now. You have achieved the post-cinema discombobulation syndrome effect. I don't know. Wow. God. Where do I begin? I will quickly point out that the ending of that entry had credits, along presumably a lengthy credit sequence, giving credit to all the people who helped work on this, including Nintendo64 and Flame Fire Blast and a couple of other names, I think, that I'm forgetting right now, who helped work on certain parts of it, which I could probably see the work showing through there was really good, but they were properly credited, but Watermelon decided to cut out the credit sequence, presumably because the credit sequence was like a whole long sequence of its own, and he felt like it might disrupt the flow of the entry in the collab a little bit. I feel like what he should have done was, for the entry, if you have credits to give other people who help work on it, show it quickly at the end, or take your time showing it on a slow moment while something else is happening in the background. Don't just do like a black screen with like long credits and give yourself time for that, because I think that's what slows it down. If you want to do credits and you want to play it out, it's not just like a quick snap in a frame and then it's gone and it's like nobody even saw it, blink and you miss it. If you want to give them time and a good few seconds to give them credit, I would say lay it over something happening in the video still, like the ending, like lay it over on the bottom of the screen or something as the video's still ending, I guess, would have been a better way. But otherwise, because that was such a masterfully created and cinematic piece of cinema, it's fucking movie, I can totally see why the credits are put together in that way. Obviously, in his original and full upload of the entry, you'll be able to go and watch it in full and see the people who got credit. I think the credits are now in the description of this collab, so for those people who deserve and had the credits that they so deservedly needed for their work and contribution to the entry, they have been listed somewhat in place in the collab, but I don't know. His decision to remove it, I can't really judge until I've actually seen the full entry and seen what the actual credits look like. For all I know, it could have just been 5 seconds and there was no reason to cut it out, or it could have been 30 seconds for a whole minute, and maybe it was a good choice. But for now, well, I can't say too much about that decision to cut out the credits there, but anyway, I know the people who helped work on it, but the credits were for people who wouldn't know, so those are in the description of the collab, not this video. This video doesn't have that. This video has links to all the entrants. maybe because they helped work on it, I'll put their names in there or something, but for the actual credits, it's in the actual collab and the guy's entry. Please go and fucking give this guy some love. Go to Dave K's channel, go and watch that video, go and like it, go and add it to your favorites like I'm gonna do once I've done with this, and give it the support that it so rightly deserves, because holy shit. But you see what I mean though? You see what I mean about how I feel like Dave K's work is almost too good in a way. It's fantastic and some of the best Rosen work I've ever seen in all of my years of watching all this shit, being Mr. Old Curmudgeon Pooper that has seen so much crap and is so hard to please and stuck up tight trousers Simon Cowell judge shit. This is some of the greatest stuff I've ever seen in my life with this, as far as this genre is concerned. But there comes a point where it's almost too good because it doesn't fit with everything else. And the only way you'd fit in is if he made something much less dramatic and epic to fit in with everyone else. Or if everyone else made something that was this elaborate and this incredible. Because if this wasn't in a YouTube collab, if it was a Michael Rosen birthday collab or whatever, and I just found this video on YouTube, it had like a couple million views or something as you would expect it to, I wouldn't call it a YouTube poop because it's beyond YouTube poop. That's what I say it is. Dave K, beyond YouTube poop. That's what it is. That's his tagline I just made up for him right there. There you go. It's beyond YouTube poop. That's what that is. Because how can you compare that to YouTube poop? It's just... really, it's little like it. It's got the same characters, it's got similar tropes and jokes, but for the most part, it is an absolute extravagant and colossal cinematic masterpiece. So how can I judge and review and critique this in the same way I can critique the other entries? Well, the sentence mixing. Let's go with that. The sentence mixing was fucking amazing. Like I said, some parts that you may not have understood without the subtitles, but that was probably due to the voice filter, the effect that was on there, might have made it hard to understand, so the subtitles were necessary. But I just absolutely adored the way that almost every single line of dialogue that was spoken sounded genuine. It didn't just sound like a sentence, not necessarily choppy, but it didn't sound like when people normally sentence mix a line, where they just make it sound fluent and sound good, and then that's it. But they don't capture the actual intended tone of voice, because that is so damn hard to do. That it's easy to get good enough to the point where you make the sentence mixing sound nice and smooth and fluent, even to the point where you can make it sound like Michael's actually saying it, but it's a whole other level to make a consistent tone of voice and inflection of speech within sentence mixed phrases and sentences. That is difficult, and my God, was it present in nearly every single line there. That was astounding. I keep coming up with all these words to mean good because this entry brings out the vocabulary in me. I mean, it really does. The effects, I'm not even going to talk about the visuals too much because you already know when it's Dave K, his expertise is creating some fucking outstanding, staggering and stunning visuals that are absolutely beauties for the eye to behold. I don't need to go into any detail about visuals. You already know how incredible that was. He was intending to upload an 8K version on his YouTube, which is absolutely ridiculous. And YouTube was shitting itself, or the render or something, so he decided to do 4K instead, which is perfectly fine as is. I mean, seriously, dude, you are extremely ambitious. 8K? I mean, come on. He just wants this. You could genuinely show this at that BFI thing, that film festival, the Institute, that shit, that near the King's College and that cinema thing with the biggest screen in Europe or whatever it is. You could show that there, because it's big enough and it's professional looking enough to show as like a amateur filmmaker's night or something like that. It would go there. I'm telling you, none of these other poops would. Nothing I've ever made would. Nothing these people ever made would ever fit there. But my God, this is colossal project, colossal work, and just sticks right out in the collab. Of course, I have to now go back to watching the Michael Rosen 73rd birthday collab, because just then I wasn't watching the Michael Rosen 73rd birthday collab. I was watching the Lemon Story, okay? I was watching the Rosen... I was watching Dying of the Light. Forget no collab, okay? Now I have to go back to the collab and continue watching, which is very difficult. But we did it with Alyx's entry and we're going to do it with this one. Moving on. My God. Oh my God. And what a way to sign him off as well. I just want to quickly say that was supposed to be like his swan song. He's kind of technically retiring. He's always going to be around, so if you want to get in touch with him and tell him how amazing his shit is, he'll be around on social media, I assume, but that was his last like proper big project, so what a way to go out. I mean, anything he's made would have been what a way to go out, but yeah, even still, what a way to signal your bow out of the scene and then continue watching from the sidelines like some of us old guys. Welcome to retirement, Mr. Dave K. Enjoy your stay. We got the false teeth ready and all that. I don't know what I just said. Drafty Shithouse. That was one of the names I remembered from the intro to be very unique. And I didn't forget that one. ChattiestDrum and Drafty Shithouse. Those two names really stood out to me because of how unique and interesting they were. Drafty Shithouse. Have I ever even seen a pooper with an obscenity and a swear word in his name? I don't think so. I can't think of one right now. There probably is one or two, but seeing shit in his name is definitely original. I would say off the bat, the watermark is a bit too big though. So you want to size that down because it's taking up a lot of the screen. You probably want to make it about a quarter of the size of that. So the house is about this big and it takes up about here, I guess. That's way too big. I know when you're in editing in the timeline and you put it together, it looks a lot nicer than it would do once you've actually got the video out and then you watch the video. It looks a lot bigger on the actual screen rather than the preview. So you got to remember, make it nice and small because we can still see it when we watch it like this. But anyway, the actual entry now.
Rosen funny, but awfully bad birthday disaster.
Okay.
The 7th of May is coming up.
Yep.
You know what that means?
We all know what that means. Anyone who's watching this, and particularly anyone who's watching it this far into the video, knows exactly what it means. Oh yeah.
friends coming with huge presents. And by huge, that doesn't mean so little. It's fucking tiny. Anyway, time to call some of my friends, but, and this is a huge but, I'm not calling all of my friends. Why? Because that's why.
Oh, because that's why. I was waiting for him to say something. I got confused for a second there.
It's because some of my friends are way too harsh. I call some of them dicks. Anyway.
Well, they're not your friends then, are they, Michael?
Call the friends.
Your real friends then. Okay. Okay. Oh, bit of chroma key in there. You definitely need to add a bit of blur, that's for definite. I'm not going to talk about that line in the middle again, because I keep bloody talking about it. And see, if you might be a new guy and you're kind of new to the scene, you don't have to worry about that shit yet. But for one, you definitely want to add a bit of feather, is what it's technically called. I call it blur, but the technical name is feather. You want to add at least 5 or 10 units of feather to that. That would make it look a lot better. Never mind the holes in his face. Because the blur and the feathering would usually fix that. It'd blur it out so you can't really see the holes in his face too much if they're that small, so not that big a deal.
A shit ton of downgraded to a fuck ton. Did I say downgrade? I meant upgrade.
Now, wait.
Okay.
12.50.
Yep. Okay, yeah, that is what it says.
Nothing. Once more.
So this is one of those obligatory entries where there is a scenario where Michael has his birthday and it's either the poopers who come and give him presents or it's his friends that come and give him presents. We technically had that in First Aid's one already, where First Aid himself, a pooper and a friend or relative, old Rosen, gave him presents. But there's always that entry that talks about the poopers wishing him a happy birthday, either on a letter or they come up to his house and wish him one, where they're all different versions of Michael with different colours, or they give him presents, or it's not poopers, it's just his friends. We have this every year. We have an obligatory entry that does this in some way, shape or form. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, I'm just saying it's something I'm used to seeing, so I'm hoping it'll be done in an original way this time round.
To did I say downgrade? I meant upgrade.
Okay.
12:30.
There might not be coming,
Has
Michael.
Father Christmas forgot me?
I mean my friends,
forgot
yeah.
me?
Oh, wait, no.
Not.
Is it them? Or is it just like a
When
paper?
I opened the door, who do you think was the first person I happened to meet? Lollipop Lady.
Yeah.
Lollipop Lady. Lollipop Lady.
What?
Or Lollipop Lady with a lollipop in a huge bot.
Oh, I haven't got much time to choose. No, good thing I can pause it. Haha. I think it might be Lollipop Lady.
Correct.
You've got to be fucking kidding me, dude. I was actually... No, I'm not kidding. I was actually about to... I was going to say C. I had it in my... No, I know I sound like I'm just making it up, but I was going to say C as well, because I was looking at that one when I said it. I pointed at the screen. You can't see me doing that, but I pointed. I should have put the cursor on and went like that, because that's what I would have done casually. I would have been, how about Lollipop Lady? And I was just going to make a joke, because I thought it was going to be that one, and he was going to say it, and then I was going to make a joke like, oh, I thought it was Lollipop Lady, because get it? Because there's 3 of those. But I was actually talking about this one. I swear to God, I was... Oh my... I'm never going to be able to prove that now.
Lollipop Lady came in. She had...
No, I'm happy about it. And I actually got it right, like the exact one. Drafty Shithouse. I got it. I felt like I won the lottery.
Suddenly, someone there at the front door. Who is it? George, Haribo, Eileen.
Okay. So it's not the poopers. It's his friends and the ones from the stories. All right, got it.
Me, May, Shram.
Me? What? Why would he was at the door giving him presents?
And Sheddle. A ball. Michael Rosen, cool guy.
Michael Rosen, so he's there twice, apparently. Yeah, alright.
The hypnotizer, the 2-year-old, a babysitter, no one.
This kind of reminds me of an old Captain Plums, like the what was it, the cafe thing? The Maniacal Parents, or whatever it was called, where he looked to see what there was and he described all the weird characters that were in the cafe or whatever. It kind of reminds me of that, but except back then it was Michael Plumsen.
The Sky, my mum, and my dad. They turned up round my way with great big and great little presents.
Great big and great little.
So now I go and stand by the presents and I fiddle. I play the fiddle round the presents.
Oh, okay.
Well, actually, I open the presents.
Yeah, that's what I expect.
When I open one of the presents, I've got the
What is it?
that looks like a plum.
a grape that looks like a plum, but is not actually a plum. Why?
And it was from Michael Rosen. Next present I've got is from my mum. She gave me a hand job. Actually, she gave me a burlap bag. You know the kind of...
A burlap bag.
Thing. That was a bit odd, but okay.
Yeah, maybe there's plums in it. Maybe it's a bag of plums, though.
Next present I've got is from my brother. What is it?
I wouldn't know how to react if I got a burlap sack bag for a birthday present.
Hot dog.
But it's okay because he's got loads of presents from loads of people on that list, so...
Well, I am a bit hungry, so it's... Got it.
Better than a burlap bag. I'm getting food.
My
That's nice.
that was a really bad gift. Please.
Not really. Why is he complaining about a hot dog? If someone got me a hot dog, I would complain a lot less than a burlap bag. I mean...
No, more shitty gifts, okay? Yeah. Next present I've got is from...
No more shitty gifts, okay. We've already given them all to you, so I don't think we have any control at this point.
My dad gave me a broken down car.
A shitty Sony waved Porsche Carrera.
For this bullocks,
Bullocks.
Lee said no shitty gifts. Does no one listen to anyone anymore?
He's kind of being a bit of a dick.
Next present I've got is from George. What is it? A tomato. But it wasn't any kind of tomato. It was special. It was the tomato. Skin.
Oh, I was going to say for a second there, oh, the skin bit caught me there. If he didn't say skin, it wasn't any kind of tomato, it was special, it was the tomato. Whoa, where are we going with this? We literally just dealt with a bit of that in the last entry. Let's not tugging at collar kind of moment.
Yeah. You heard that.
Just the skin.
I don't believe it, I really don't. If I see one more terrible present, if I see any of it once more, I shall give them to the dull knife.
Yeah, but you don't want to do that. What if one of the presents good though? You don't want to risk that just by getting... Okay. We're not reasoning with angry, ungrateful, present-gifted Michael here.
Present is from Haribo. He gave me
a bag of Haribos. It's gonna be Haribo sweets. Watch.
A bad case of spotted dick.
Oh. Well, I was not expecting that.
Do you believe it, the little pig? Never, and I mean never, in all my life have I suffered such an outrage. I go...
This music really fits with the speech, I just gotta say, like, never, and I mean never, and it's like, duh, duh, the music, very minimal music, very simple, nothing too crazy, but it's rather pleasant and kind of happy sounding, very jolly, kind of light-hearted music. Yeah, nothing dark or sinister or serious. It's very light-hearted music. I think it fits the comedic tone of this as well.
Absolutely furious. That's when my brain
it's gonna be epic though.
Things. I'll tell you what I do. When I go into the kitchen, I pulled out a dull kitchen knife and I get right close up.
Oh, okay, it's getting dark now. It's not so light-hearted anymore. He's getting a knife out.
Then I stab him 28 times.
Oh dear.
I then stab all the other people in the room.
Okay, now the music should have been changed up to something a little darker and more sinister, because now he's stabbing everybody. Fantastic.
Man.
Every time I go to say something about how an entry is seeming at the moment, it then goes and drastically pulls a 180 and disproves what I just said. I fucked up.
I think I murdered everybody inside my house.
Wow, that was bad.
What if I were to tell you I never murdered anyone?
Right, okay.
It was all a nightmare.
Oh wow, Dashi. Oh my god, what? That was... I was not expecting that either. Wow.
Who is at the front door?
So it was a nightmare. I like how he mentioned it was a nightmare as well. It wasn't a dream or a daydream, it was a nightmare. So it was bad. Michael wouldn't stab people like that in this story because he's a nice person. He might be a bit ungrateful to presents, but he wouldn't go murdering people. That's a crazy nightmare. That's nice. Still light-hearted then. Aha. not too dark-hearted. I don't know, the opposite. I don't know. But yeah, the Dashi reference there with it. I was gonna say the ding. It reminds me of something, but I can't pin it. And then I heard the and it's like, okay, it's like a Dashi skit. Wow, I thought I'd be the only person to think of that. Fellow Dashi fan over here. I don't watch him so much anymore, but the skits are timeless. Yeah. Possible cliffhanger. Well, no. What if they're just regular? It just goes as normal, and he doesn't murder everybody this time. I don't. No, that's it. Possible cliff. Okay. Well, Drafty Shithouse. Brilliant name. I mean, make the watermark a bit smaller, but brilliant name. That was a decent entry. I liked it. It wasn't anything crazy amazing, but as you know, if Drafty Shithouse has watched the collab so far, he knows all too well that he has a lot to follow up to, and I'm not putting that against him in any way, because there is no way anyone can follow up with what just happened before it in any way, shape or form without being the same guy making the same thing. So, excusing what came before it and its incredible jump in quality and style, that was very good. It was for what it was, a nice little sorry little tale, very light-hearted until it got a bit dark with the murdering, but it was a nightmare. I was invested. I enjoyed it. Like little Dashi reference there, got that, you know, got that. Not many people would get that in the Rosen crowds, because not many people, but I got that. That was cool. But yeah, it was a nice little tale, and he's very ungrateful about the silly and the choices, lollipop lady, little subvert expectation with the lollipop and a bum or whatever it was, that wasn't actually it, the list of guests and the silly presents and stuff. Yeah, no, it was quite straightforward, but a decent entry. It was nice. I like that one. I may also be checking out this guy's channel later as well. I said that twice. All right, next. Very good.
Nice.
NoicePlums. NoicePlums. Right. No, it's okay. Just because his name has 2 Rosenisms and his plums doesn't mean the entry's going to be bad, okay? It might be really good. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. It's just a funny name.
You know, I want really good and trees.
Can I say okay?
Oh, I just realised that's the host. I was like, what the fuck is that? It's an aerodynamic watermelon. Yeah, it's a flying watermelon, so but yeah, I get it.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Is this your first time?
Here goes.
First time, like it's your collab entry, your birthday collab virginity.
That's when I start doing things, you know.
Yeah.
Murderers and...
A gentle breeze buffets Michael's plums. I never forgot that old Katana Soul classic. I know it's Gentle Breeze from Trauma Center 2, Under the Knife, or whatever it's called. Yeah, but that song always reminds me of classic Rosenry because of that old Katana Soul thing.
Stuff. And off I go.
Mad Moth stuff,
When I was 6, I ate a bag of plums. Warms your nose up, that does. Once my friend Haribo came to me and asked for something rather nice. I think you know what I mean. Yeah, a bag of plums, please. Yeah, that's right, Haribo, you can. We went to the fridge and we looked to see what there was. I frowned.
I'm going to predict and make a bold guess right now that NoicePlums is rendering in WMV. Now, I might be wrong, but I'm going to guess, and I'm thinking very strongly that he may very well be rendering in WMV. Whether it's 1080p or not, I'm not sure. But I remember when I used to render in 1080p WMV like an idiot, because I didn't know anything about render quality settings. This might be what he chooses to render in, but I mean, I was an idiot when I did it because I didn't know anything about the quality settings at the time. But I did that, and I remember the sources and the product was a little bit greyed out somewhat, and I'm noticing that here. I know it's very subtle, and most people might not notice it, but having done this myself, I recognise it, and I feel like he might be rendering in WMV here, because it looks normal. To most people, this Rosen hit, it looks normal, but to me, I notice it's a little bit greyed out a little bit. If you increase the contrast, you'd see what I mean. Not so much like that guy in the other entry earlier on in the collab where it was too much contrast, but yeah, you notice some people with subtle visual differences in quality and colour, you can kind of tell what editing software they're using, or at least what they're rendering in. I can tell. This, I might be wrong, but I have a feeling it is. I would love to be right, because it sounds like I know my shit, but from my own personal experience, when I rendered in WMV, it gave off this sort of more greyish. If you don't know what I'm talking about, watch my Halloween video that I did years ago, The Terrifying Tale. That one's an old WMV one, and you can tell by looking at Rosen compared to, I don't know, Tomato 3 or anything else I've made since with him, or fails to perform linear comedy, one of them ones where you can clearly see the colour is much brighter and fuller, where it's a bit dimmer and a bit more greyed out and washed out here with this WMV setting. It might be, but it's just an observation. If so, I suggest you use MP4. If this is Vegas you're using to render this, if you're not already, and I'm correct, I should strongly suggest you use MP4 to render, because it renders about 3 times faster. You know, it takes 3 times longer to render with 1080p WMV as it does to render at least 480p MP4. It takes a bit longer to render it 1080p, obviously, but it still takes less time than it would do with WMV, because it's an unnecessary format that's really large and not worth using. It just takes up your time and doesn't even look as good in the end, because, like I say, the greyed out quality. So yeah, definitely do that.
And then started looking all around the fridge for my...
And I guess you use less chroma key feather blur on your watermark. I've never said that before about using the chroma key on someone's actual watermark before, but you know, there's a first for that. Maybe the blur was an effect he wants to achieve, I guess, but if not, then you might want to reduce that a bit.
Looking all hoping.
Do an outline or something instead of like a blurred white thing where it sort of blends at the back a little bit. Maybe do like a thicker, colourful outline of some sort that makes it look a bit nicer, a bit nicer, if you will. Whew, okay, let's actually get to the actual entry now.
Look, there's no plums.
Okay. It's all about plums, isn't it?
I am absolutely furious. Yeah, me too. Suddenly he looks pleased. Haribo, what are you thinking? Well, I think we should steal the plums. Wow.
What a great idea. Going criminal, and now we come back full circle to the beginning. He wasn't stealing money, he was stealing plums in the intro.
That sounded terrific.
Terrific. Big Tony was terrific. And that's like that go-kart story. That's one from my childhood, with the book I had, yeah.
Get out of here! Yeah.
Oh. Okay. I see the attempts at the animation techniques there with him like stretching or compressing and moving as he goes to run away. It could definitely be improved, but I like that you thought to put that extra effort in there with that detail. That is good.
Come on, Haribo.
Okay.
Of course, Mr. Rosen.
Okay, they're in the lift, elevator, whichever.
My hands are sticky. Why? I don't know. Okay. And there it was, big and shining, the day. So now I go and stand by the day.
Appropriate music. I like the use of soundtrack. Very, very heist sort of criminal activity, kind of tense action movie. Yeah. With Mission Impossible kind of vibes. Yeah.
Fiddle diddle, riddle diddle.
You press the silver button, the machine starts roaring.
Quick!
Okay, this is pretty good. This is pretty good. It's a very standard, typical chroma key Rosen sentence mix and also adventure. It's one of those typical things. I've seen this from so many people now that it's not as impressive as it maybe once was a few years ago, because so many people have been able to do this same thing now, where you chroma key Michael out, you put him in a different colour outfit as another character, you animate him going places, and there's a character and something happens, and he talks, sentence mix, but it's still a certain level of talent and skill that you acquire to be able to do this full stop, especially if you're a new guy. I don't know if you are or not. NoicePlums, I think he was one of the guys in the comments mentioning these reaction videos. I think it just throws me off because I assume that's what his avatar looks like, is like a plum like that, but I don't think it is. I think it's like diagonally shaped. I can't remember, but yeah, if he is one of them guys, how you doing? Good to hear you listen. Good to know that you're listening to this, if that is you, and hope you getting something out of this. But yeah, this is very standard, but it is very good. It's showing that he's got a grasp of all these skills off the bat here.
Get out! Get out of here!
And it's pretty good. It's a bank robbery. I know you say, I robbed the bank with my sister. We've seen Michael rob stuff before, I guess. So maybe not 100% original an idea, but I haven't really seen it done in this way, so I guess you could say that.
Get that key to work. Fiddle, riddle, diddle, diddle, fiddle, riddle, diddle, diddle. Oh no, this is horrible.
That little shot with the security guy, or security guard, or whatever you want to, whatever that was supposed to be, who's got all the security cameras and everything and pressed the alarm, that room in there was very well made. I like that as well.
That's when my brain starts doing things. When I was 6, I had the back.
Why is he going Super Saiyan? What the fuck?
And if I used to laugh, why did I stop? Rather nice, I think you know what I mean.
What? With Telly? What does that have to do with this?
Toenails.
What do the random story performances have to do with... Oh. Yeah, I think that actually is Super Saiyan.
Got it.
What? Wait, how the fuck did that work? So he just thought of his old performances and then he went Super Saiyan and then he picked the lock? What?
I took the chance.
Yeah.
Climbed in.
Okay.
Through the door. Well, here goes. Snatch.
Huh. Okay. That was nice.
Okay then, Haribo, we're off.
Oh, they just faded out. That was it? No! I thought it was going to be another scene. No, there's going to be something else that happened afterwards. Oh, come on. Oh, well... they just faded out. I thought it was like fading to another scene later on after they got the plums, and then they have to, maybe there was like a chase scene because, like, you know, the alarms were going off and they were still in the bank vaults or whatever vault that is, plum vault. So, you know, upon making their escape they might get chased and caught and shit. So there's a lot more to be made out of that. You can't just stop the story there. I can only assume, again, he ran out of time or he couldn't be asked to finish it or whatever, too busy or whatever, couldn't, so that was all he managed to do. I don't know, but either way I feel like that could have gone on for a little while longer. There was more to be done there, but again, for what it was, I think that was pretty good. I liked, like I said, I liked the shot of the guy in with the security cameras in that room there. That was quite original. I liked the little attention to animation techniques with him moving away. It wasn't perfected, but it was there, and I see you've got grasp of that, like when he went to run away and it did a little stretch and compress and whatever, and when it zoomed in on him as well. That's another one of those difficult tracking shot things that you need to work on. When it zoomed in on Michael before he became Super Saiyan, that part I really didn't understand, but when it zoomed in on him and the background zooms in as well, trying to animate it so it looks consistent, like a 3D plane thing. Maybe you were trying to go for that, where it's like closer on him and the background warps and moves differently to him. But if you want to do it accurately, so it's moving so him and the background are moving at the exact same pace, that takes a bit of work to get it right. Like, I know motion tracking is one thing you could probably do as well, but to keyframe him and other objects in the foreground and the background image together so it looks like they're both zooming in exactly the same is a very tricky thing to do. It takes a bit of detailed work. I think it wasn't too bad there, but I noticed it was very different. But again, maybe that was an effect you were trying to pull off there, like one of them zoom in a movie when it zooms in on the character and the background goes further back or something. I don't know, maybe it was one of them kind of warps that you were trying to... But yeah, I really didn't understand that whole Michael remembers random bits from his performances and then goes Super Saiyan and then somehow manages to unlock the safe lock from that. What? I really don't understand that part, so explanation. I would like an explanation on that one, because I really didn't get that. Maybe I missed something, but yeah, for everything else, it was a solid little thing. Very short, very simple. Could have gone on longer and I wish there was more, but for what you made, it was okay. It was okay. It was another one of those Chrome Keys, sentence mix and animated little adventure there. Very short adventure, but it was alright. It was alright.
No.
What the fuck is this? What the fuck? I've only just started it and I'm already fucking laughing. What the fuck? Dancing baby and dancing Spider-Man and the fucking chicken guy in that gif. What the fuck is this? What? Okay, so this is Otis's entry. This is Melee Mario 720 and this is his entry this year. I remember his stuff from previous years being quite funny, notably that basketball joke when he went back and the basketball was there. I never forgot that. And then when he was going like this with his hand and there was wood planks underneath his hand getting chopped, like karate chopped. Shit like that always cracked me up. I love jokes like that. So I know he's capable of doing both adventurous stuff and story-based stuff and also funny jokes and stuff like that as well. He's got a variety of skill here. So I'm interested to see what he's got this time round. What the fuck is this opening?
Hi, I'm Dominic. This is Dominic, where we talk to somebody...
Who the fuck are you? Where's Michael?
Who you may not know. First question, what were you like? Second question, what's the point? And then the third question, which is... Give me 3 things that you wish was big. This week on the Sunday staff meeting, we're talking to...
Michael Rosen, right?
Michael Rosen.
Yeah, I was wondering, like, who the fuck is this fucking loser? We don't want to see this guy. Who are you?
Well, welcome to
there
the
we
first
are.
ever Sunday staff meeting. And you are? Right, that's your name. Where'd you
Oh god, that is. It's like one of them YouTube edits where they make it feel really awkward.
Michael Rosen.
Oh my god, he made it so awkward.
Right, that's your name. Where'd you come from?
Just sex.
Very nice. And
yeah, I've heard that many times now.
You turned up today. I wasn't sure you were.
I get that though, because I've actually watched the show now, so I get that whole thing.
Well, a writer. How many books?
He can't remember because he's so old.
I mean, do you not know?
No.
Oh, right.
Oh dear.
1,000?
Right. Oh, well, I didn't mean to say that. That's a lot.
Yeah. 400 million expected. Yeah, I used to do a bit of children's telly. I mean, I would do more if they asked me.
Aww.
I used to have a program. It's called Everybody Here.
Everybody here?
And I used to star in it as Dr. Smarty Pants. And then when
Wow, there's a little callback to some of those old VHS sources, because Melly Mario tends to work with those a lot. He had his whole thing where he uploaded all of these like Poetry Attic and all his old source material of him, his old shows he did back in the 80s and 90s on VHS copies and stuff like that, old TV shows for kids and stuff, educational or otherwise, usually about poetry and stuff. There's loads of stuff he did for television back then that you can find if you dig deep enough and find like VHS of it or whatever. And Melly Mario has been a massive contributor to the collection of sources from that kind of realm. He's got a lot of this old stuff and he's quite keen and interested in collecting that sort of stuff and sharing it around. So I know in a lot of his entries and his material he tends to use these obscure sources a lot, so I expect to see those. But so far this is like pthooie. It's another one of those kind of things where you take a different source that most people aren't using and just really do some funny shit with it.
Stop. I became Dr. Smarty Pants in real life.
In real life, spaghetti! Oh my god, this kid. Oh man, I almost forgot about that fucking video. Oh,
that's interesting. And
God.
what you're gonna do.
Great, brilliant.
Yeah, I went to school, the Bulge, in 1954 in Wealdstone.
Still exist?
No, sadly, because a terrible thing happened. The farmer up the road, he started digging under the bulge. The teachers, I think, were very anxious, and they didn't know when they built the school that beneath the school are hundreds of bombs. Fantastic thing for the school to, provided it's safe. The playground started collapsing. Miss Williams stands in the middle of the room, and she says, all of you on this side of the room are going to pass. All of you on this side of the room are going to die. And then we move around the class. 48 kids in the class, too many of us to squeeze into the school. You bet I was anxious. And she's going like that in the middle of the room, and I'm looking at the kids in the next row who are all sitting there going, okay.
Oh my god, his breath.
Them over there, they're not as good as me. I'm okay. This week I'm all right.
It's so bizarre that you actually remember that so vividly.
No, I mean seriously.
And the last one I've got down here is YouTuber.
No.
No, he don't want to talk about that side of things. Very shameful.
Yeah, probably the most experienced and most prolific YouTuber of your generation.
I enjoy.
Did he actually say that? That wasn't sentence mix. He actually fucking said that. What the hell, man?
The idea that if I make videos with me and films Michael Rosen, and then schools can have them without me being there.
Yeah.
If I haven't got the filters on, then there are these people who chop me up.
Oh, there we go. He mentioned us. He talked about us in this source material. Yep, okay. I was expecting that. As soon as he talks about YouTube, I knew he'd mention it. He can't go without mentioning it.
Mashups of my stuff. Oh no, it's him again. Damn.
It's him again. His watermark's actually on that side of the screen where he's pointing.
So I went from nice to just absurd. You can swear and you can put up things and all the rest.
Oh, okay, I'm actually really intrigued to know what he actually said in this source material here, so I'm probably going to go and watch that at some point. So I genuinely want to know what Michael said about us here. It seems kind of interesting. Just want to know.
Pulling silly faces and being a bit of a goon, please only watch the mashups. They are for adult eyes only. I'm looking forward to seeing those.
Yeah, I wish he said that. I'm looking forward to seeing what you've got for me this year on my birthday collab. Wouldn't that be amazing? If Michael actually genuinely enjoyed them. Like I know he said before on record that I've seen some of them and I really enjoy them. He said that just out of goodwill. Like he certainly doesn't want to watch them now by this point. But wouldn't it be great if he embraced it a little bit more. I get the whole reason why he's keeping it, because he works with the children's stuff and the poetry, and he doesn't want to get the obscenities tangled up with like kids and parents and stuff. So he has to keep a fine, strict line between the two fields, but I just wish, at least on his Twitter, he goes on a lot about adult themes like politics and other stuff that kids, obviously not appropriate for kids, a lot of stuff he mentions and talks about. So why can't he be a little more embracing of this? Why can't he be like, oh, you know, looking forward to seeing what, like, he doesn't have to want to watch all of these hours worth of entries and stuff, but at least say like, oh, you know, I know they're going to be making a birthday club of me this year, wondering what they're going to be making of me this time round, you know, wish them good luck, or just, yes, something like that, like I wish them good luck, hope it goes well, something like that. You don't have to be an avid viewer or anything. I just wish he was a little more passionate about it and a little more forgiving of us, because we're not just a bunch of fucking edgelords making Nazi jokes and shit trying to get him deplatformed. Come on, that's not what it's all about. It's about good nature, goodwill, and trying to make genuine creative entertainment. I mean, seriously, look no further than some of these incredible entries that we've seen in this collab. I mean, really. But if you share it to him on Twitter, he will block you, as Billy Bob unfortunately knows all too well. It is so bizarre. This dude looks like such a normie. I bet he doesn't even fucking watch Michael Rosen YouTube poop. What a loser. Damn. Michael's probably watched more poops than that guy has. Come back and interview him when you've watched some proper material, when you become a seasoned guy and you know what you're talking about. Yeah, I should interview him.
So angry. He's going, well, some chicken beach. Afraid of that. No, in fact not. It was covered in snow and there was nobody.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Okay, I'm not saying anything. Okay. I'm very fortunate in that. Almost everybody I know, when they look, they go, well, you're very lucky, aren't you? And I say, yes. And then they thought that this was a new hope.
The Turkish Star Wars.
So weird.
Is that the right way of saying it?
Well, let us go now to the flying machine of Leonardo da Vinci.
Oh. Okay.
No. Hey, what's going on here? So we're going to do a live web chat, though my son does insist on calling it a webcast. A webcast, so whatever that is. Anyway, and if people write to Mike, nice, and to the guys behind the camera.
Nice. Oh my god, see, he's doing it on purpose now. He goes on about how the people mashing us up and chopping up in poems, but he fucking gives us fuel. He goes click nice and everything, because he knows we want to hear that.
Yeah.
Doing it on purpose.
So if you've got anything...
My nice arse. I didn't miss that.
Yeah, so we have a YouTube channel, and it's called Stop Me From Punching You. So people are watching.
Oh my god, he's got a black eye.
We're collaborating, aren't we?
We are indeed.
In fact, this is a collaboration. He didn't know me.
Oh yeah, I mean, even more so than you could ever know, Michael. Little does he know, it is not only a collaboration between him and this man, who is probably a normie who's never even watched YouTube poops, but he is indeed within a collab itself. A collaboration of all collaborations, a grand one held every year. Okay, let's just move on.
Exactly, so we're collaborating.
Say the name of the channel again?
One word of warning.
Oh my god, don't fuck with Michael here.
Responsible. Well, lovely, Dom. Thank you. Thanks for having
How's he able to shake his hand? It would be funnier if he was just dead. If he was just sitting there and you just masked half the room, the middle of the room, so it just looks like he's holding the same pose dead in the chair and he's not moving, and then Michael goes to shake his hand, but then nothing, like he holds his hand still out and nothing happens because he's dead. That would have been funnier. You should have done that. That's what I would have done. What the fuck is this? Okay, so what I think it's the source material he's making fun of here. I don't know, I haven't watched the source, so I don't know exactly what happens normally, but I think the source is like the secret something something, and it has the flame icon on the eye, and it has the same music, but everything else is what Melee Mario has edited in. Secret meat beating. What the fuck? Ugh, that girl with like chocolate hair, it's kind of disturbing.
Die? Why?
Oh, that was from the everybody, rye body, oddie, d, y, die. He said die at one point because of that. Wow. face. Okay, that was it. Oh, that was the frame I want to pause on. Perfect. Yeah, very funny stuff. Like, I pointed out a couple of moments there where you could have gone a bit further with the joke. It would have been funnier if he had stayed dead at the end, because it was the end as well. Like, he didn't say anything else after that. It would have been funny if he went out for the handshake and nothing happened. So, like, maybe he grabbed his dead, lifeless hand and shook it anyway, and it just flops back down to his side as he's dead in the chair with all the blood above him. That would have been even better, but for what it was, still really funny. I will admit there were a few moments that was just more of the source material than anything, where I had to wait only a few seconds, like 5 seconds. I was sitting there not saying anything, just waiting for the next joke. So, but not that big a deal. A nitpick, if anything, but there were still many great jokes in this. Some very funny visual gags, like the hot breath and everything. Just like in some of his past collab entries where he's done the same sort of visual jokes that I love so much. Yes. And I love how he's using these unique sources. I'm interested to go and watch that one now and see what the hell he said about us for real, without all the funny edits. And yeah, him right there as he pointed down to the watermark, that was, wow. But yeah, he knows exactly what he's doing with these good jokes. He's definitely one of those crazy, kooky guys who cut up his poems and make him say crazy stuff in these mashups, as he likes to put them, and is indeed part of a giant collaboration, though little does Michael really know. I don't think he knows about the birthday collabs. I would think that at this point. He only watched them a few times years ago with like Baby Shitter and the Michael Rosen Rape. He knows that, but I don't think he's really watched them since, and I wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't even aware of these collabs, even though they've run for like 7 years now, or even longer. But yeah, it's a decent entry. What can I say? The entry was really good. I've already mentioned how you can improve one of the jokes, but other than that, it's just another one of those full of fantastically funny jokes, and always makes me laugh. I'm glad there's some parts that still make me laugh, because there's a lot of entries in this where it's like, oh, that's impressive, and I'm blown away even, or I really enjoy it and I'm really entertained, but also, I'm looking for laughs as well. I want to laugh, I want to find stuff that's funny, and I know it's hard to make me laugh with these entries. I've seen so many jokes before, and it's hard for me to find anything funny, so it has to be really funny, or particularly tickle my funny bone, and something I personally find more funny to be funny. So it's hard for me to get humour that much out of these, but it's what I'm looking for. It's hard, and it's absolute core when I watch YouTube clips. What I'm looking for is to laugh. That is the number one. It's all well and good that you've got entries that are incredible and so well made and awesome, and I love them, but I think bottom line, I'm looking for laughs, and we still need funnies in this, funny moments in this collab, and I'm glad you delivered with that. We've had others, but yeah, it's always good to have some more laughs.
Nice. Oh no.
Okay, Mr. Trollinator. I remember that guy from a long time ago now, quite a few years ago. I remember him. I think I bucketed him, but that was 3 years ago. I got to remind myself, 3 years ago. So chances are he's changed up a bit now, and he's come back, and hopefully he's got something substantial to show me this time round. Come on, let's go. I believe in you.
Not one of those. Not another one of those shit. Michael Rosen birthday. Why? Peace. Surely not. Oh, fuck it. People sometimes ask me, did you subscribe to one of the ways?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that as well. That's another one of them relevant things, was Pews versus T-Series, that whole thing. I mean, he's since called it off, but again, it was all last year, so we had to have that in there somewhere. Count that one as well.
My answer is no. You fat fuck. I watch Tease. Do you understand?
How dare he? Oh, that's it. No, not supporting Michael anymore.
And you had the whole
that would be my appropriate response to that, yeah.
whole morning to get through.
Oh, someone discovered Vocode X, and always a beautiful sound effect, that is.
My mum said to me and my brother, I can't drive properly if you two are into Hollywood. I'm dead in the back.
Okay.
Do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand? No, Dad. Well, you can fuck off, you fat fucking bitch.
Yeah. I mean, this is quite straightforward. It's not bad, but you just come to expect something a little above this for the birthday collabs. This is what you do when you don't really know what you want to do, and you just make some jokes. This isn't bad. It's okay. I wouldn't bucket this myself, at least not so far. I don't think this is a bucket-worthy thing. This is all right. But I feel like we've come much far above this sort of stuff. It doesn't mean you can't do rude sex jokes, explicit stuff, but it's very basic, isn't it? This is like a filler or something. I don't know. I just get that vibe.
Conversations with myself. When I was 1, I was watching Fairy Tale. When I was 2.
Okay, no more. No, there's your obligatory anime. There's your, your anime insert. No more than that, though. I've got flashbacks of the last couple of collabs and some incidents in them.
I thought my dad's actions 2 and action A. When I was 73, I started flagging Michael Rosen. Why? T-piece for compete, right?
Yeah, flag Michael and the channel flagging them copyright and all that. That fiasco. That's already kind of been covered a bit, I guess, maybe in one of the past collabs. But yeah, it's always a touchy subject to touch back upon.
Everything was lovely once again. Wonderful.
Oh no, there's that again. I'm not going to sit here and say too much about the old sample because I've already gone over it a few times, but this is clearly just one of them instances where you just do the notes for something. It's not a full-fledged YSPMV. It's just like if you take, say, like one part of his voice and then you just pitch it to make a sound or something. It's not like a proper YSPMV where you've got more than one sample and you've got more things going on. It's just one set of notes doing one certain tune. It's like what a very, very basic YSPMV, so it's not that big a deal, but still, every time I see the you know, all that, it's just, yeah. Oh, so that's what the song was. Okay, good. Good for you to show us what the actual song was afterwards. This guy's definitely discovered some plugins by the looks of it, what with the Iowa codecs earlier, and this I don't know what it's called, but it's what makes you, some YSPMVers do it, where it's, you can move it along as well, and it's like background tiles or whatever it is, angle. Yeah. Okay. Bit experimental, like that sphere thing as well, like a rainbow sphere thing that was there. That's another one of them plugins that you can use. So he's clearly discovered himself some new shiny plugins to play with.
You are gay.
Really? That's it? That's how you're gonna settle it? You are gay. Happy birthday. Goodbye. Okay, thank you. Well, yeah, I'm sure he would really appreciate that. That's really heartfelt. You get some entries that have a long screen full of text going on, you know, happy birthday, Michael Rosen, I love your work and everything. I hope you have a good time and you enjoy yourself and good health and blah, 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 blah. Really wholesome. And then this guy's just like, you're gay, lol, happy birthday, bye. Well, Mr. Trollinator, it wasn't bad. It was, again, very short set of jokes. Maybe he clearly has grasp of these new plugins and stuff, which is nice, but it takes more than just showing those on display. You got to do a bit more with it. You got to make sure you keep making funny jokes as well. It's not enough, I'd say, for most people to just show off some of these plugins. You've got it there, which is a plus. You've got extra abilities and shit, but what you want to do is try and apply them more with where jokes count. So if it's part of a funny joke or whatever, ear rape or close up of his face or whatever, and then you use maybe his face as part of the, because it's not just, I just see like the rainbow coloured sphere and stuff like that. It's just there because I can do it sort of thing. Because, ooh, look, shiny plugin, I'm going to show it off. It takes more than to just show it off, because especially since a lot of us are very used to these plugins by now, we've kind of seen this stuff before. It's not that fascinating. It might be fascinating to you when you get it for the first time, sure, but moving forward from here, what you want to do after this is try and use them in a smart way to incorporate them with the source and the jokes that you make, so you can intertwine them together rather than just do jokes like the sentence mixing, the T-series, copyright, the channel and all that, and then afterwards show off some plugins just for the sake of it. If you could mesh them together and make them work off each other, you'd definitely get a better result there. Try and find a way so these plugins will work with the jokes instead of just being a separate gimmick to show off. That's my advice, right? Otherwise, you've definitely improved since all that time ago, like 3 years ago, whatever it was. You're not bucket material now, I'm honest, okay? I'm trying to be nice now. It's all good. And that's about all I gotta say, is just keep at it and try and intertwine what you've learned, new stuff, with existing stuff you've been doing, and put it together. Have it tie in a bit more. Yeah. Again, another really short entry. There's just not much to say about these. I like looking at stuff and having a laugh or enjoying myself, but when it comes to the time where I have to give some advice and critique it, when the entry's really short like that, I find myself being a bit lost. At least I had that to talk about though, the plugins and that. Alright, next. Come on, we're getting there. We're about half an hour away, which means about an hour and a half of commentary, but that's okay, because we're almost there. That Kevin MacLeod music. This is TWMYTP. I don't know what TWM stands for, but I might end up finding out when I go on the channel or something. I don't know. So, The Tailor of Gloucester. Yes, it was actually a book. Yes.
Today feels different.
It's not any ordinary day. See, it just so happens that every single year, something peculiar or outrageous seems to always happen on his day, doesn't it? Just so happens by chance that something crazy occurs on that day every year. You might want to reduce the blur with the chroma key here. Always an easy criticism to make, but yeah, the blur is a bit much. It's making... Because this is what happens when you add too much blur. I've seen this a few times now. It gets rid of all the pixely stuff in the background, but it makes Michael look like he's sort of not there. It's very dreamy and hazy when you have too much blur. So you might want to reduce that a bit. That's for sure.
Makes sense.
Okay.
I wonder what nonsensical things are going to happen to me today.
Yeah, there you go, exactly. I'm thinking the same thing. You know, even he at this point knows that something's happening. He's put up with like 7, has it been like 7 years? I think it's, yeah, 7 straight years of, or 8 now, of something crazy happening every single year. He's come to expect it by this point.
Hi, Michael.
Okay.
Happy birthday.
Well, thank you, Oliver.
Oh, Michael.
Who? Oliver? Is that his name?
There's something else. There's something nice. There's some chocolate cake that I bought especially for you. Yeah.
His face.
Yeah, I know.
It's like crudely masked on. No, you tried. I know you tried. Again, there's still a bit too much blur. Even with older Rosen here, there's too much blur, and it doesn't matter too much because it's the black background, so it's a lot simpler and easier to cut out. I could see that top of his hair here is being cut out a bit, so maybe you want to play around with the shading of the black a bit that you're using to cut it out, but there isn't need for this much blur. You could definitely tone down the feather a bit. The thing is, when you do chroma keying, you only need a tiny bit of feather, a lot less than you think. You only need about 5 to 10 points of feather or whatever, units or whatever you want to call it. Anything more than like 20 and it just gets too blurred. And that's like right at the end of the scale, the slider that you use to change the amount or whatever. So you never really want to use a slider because it's too precise at the beginning. You want to change the numbers yourself by inputting the numbers. 5 or 10 units or something like that is good enough usually. Oh my god, but yeah, the face masked out and keyframed. You might want to sort of adjust the keyframing a bit. You made the effort though to put that face on his face. So yeah, I can see the effort was there. You just maybe needed a bit of a redo.
Why is there a bot on the cake?
Oh, sorry, I can't stop myself.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, that looks like a really nice chocolate cake. I can't lie. I fancy some of that right now. It's not the typical chocolate cake that everyone uses as well, because people tend to use the same image of plums or the same image of chocolate cake all around. This one looks a little bit different though. I like all that stuff on the top. That actually looks really nice. And he animated it going into his mouth as well. Like I remember talking about that one of the other collabs as well, where people have Michael eating something and they animate the thing going to his mouth and either getting smaller and disappearing, or like they mask it, like they mask it being cut off more and more as more of it goes closer to his mouth until it's gone, sort of thing. I think that's what happened there. But instead of it just disappearing when it goes near his face. So yeah, that's the extra effort that I'm talking about. It's like the techniques here, like the chroma keying and a lot of the keyframe masking with the faces and that, it all needs work, but it's good that he's displayed this abilities. They're all there, sort of thing. That all the abilities are there, they just need improving.
Rich, but
so it's good.
Okay. Anything else?
Oh, yes. I also bought a big present that was supposed to be here, but the shipping got delayed, so it's going to be here in a few hours.
Oh, what do you suggest we do?
Oh no, can you do the dance you did at the start of this video?
Oh, the Clean Rosen collab? Damn, that's a throwback. Or was it the second one? I couldn't see.
I know that sounds bad, but I really like that song, and they're danced. So can you please do it,
Are you talking about the TrollLOL song official N4TL remix? Is that's probably what, if it's the original Clean Rosen collab? I need to go back and see if it was, but if it was the second one, then no.
Alright, fine.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, it is. Okay, so it's the TrollLOL song, the official N4TL remix. Yeah, in case anyone was wondering what the song was, because I know I remember a lot of people used to ask in the comments of the original Clean Rosen collab, what song is it? I mean, this is something to do. It's nothing really special. It's just a massive callback to the first collab I ever joined, essentially. And I remember that shit boosted me over 100 subscribers. I'll never forget that collab, man. It was because I joined that I managed. It boosted me past 100 subs, and it was the first little milestone, and it was a good old time. I remember that. I never forget the feeling of participating in a collaboration for the first time with other people, and I was so enthusiastic. It was a simpler time back then. But yeah, if anything, this just serves as a nice little, maybe you could say nostalgic callback to something that was so many years ago now. I can't believe it. But other than that, I mean, in here, what does it have other than just a small song and dance bit? That's not really had. Is he okay? Why is he so shocked? Is he bobbing his head to the music? Why does he look so shocked? Okay, so it's just a dance sequence. There's nothing special about that other than talking about where the song comes from, remembering the old collab, but if you take that out of it and it is just music, if it was just like a different song and different coloured lights, it's just one of those dance sequences that people put in Poop sometimes where it's just the characters move back and forth for a little while. I've done it before, so I'm not one to talk, but generally speaking, when you have these, it usually tends to go on for a little while and nothing's really happening. It's just, once you see a few seconds of it, that's it, isn't it? It's just the characters going back and forth to the music, and so then you got to sit through it and just wait. Now we just have to wait. Okay.
Oh shit, someone...
Okay, good. It didn't last too long then. I was going to say, if it lasted any longer than 5 more seconds or whatever, it would have gone on too long, but he knew when to sort of finish it.
Probably. Yes. Okay.
Fuck's all that noise? What was that? What? It just turned to this? Wait, what? What happened to him in the delayed shipping present? What happened? We're just going to cut to this one now?
Well,
okay. Oh god, that fucking effect.
As I mentioned today, the show is going to be a bit different as we have a very special guest. Maybe as a little hint, you see this? A little hint, a little bit of a whirly effect.
Yeah, oh, he did it as well, the whirly effect. Okay, so you weren't the only one to do this exact same. I think it's kind of obvious, though, isn't it, when he goes whirly effect, and everyone using Vegas who uses these effects are like, I wonder what that reminds me of, But yeah, I'm not really sure why he just suddenly cut to the live stream book read thing source, or whatever you call this, because I thought it was going to go somewhere with that previous, it was a bit of a, not a full-fledged story, but a little moment where like the present had delayed shipping, which was only a few hours, which was quite convenient. They danced for a bit, then they heard a weird noise and went to inspect it, and then it just cuts to this. What does this have to do with it? I want to find out what happened. What was the present? I want to know.
It is. Yes, we do. It is My Toenails.
Okay.
No, we don't have any music.
Toenail. Come in.
Okay.
This is My Toenail, folks. So Toenail.
It's just like it's cut to a completely different entry. That's what it's kind of like. I don't know why. It's very disjointed, disconnected.
Toenails.
No, I bet not, actually.
Give this man a whirly effect.
It is whirl.
What should we do?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, again, you did it twice. Okay, it's obvious. Yeah. No.
What is
downward spiral?
Is it a fort you go to at night?
Is it a fort you go? Very funny.
If you don't know Frank, all right, here's some of his book. I mean,
okay, I guess that was probably one of the relevant things as well. I forgot about that. The whole Forblight and Battle Royale that we would be putting in these ones. I didn't see any mention of that yet. No Rosen Battle Royale yet. No. Okay, someone should have done that with like 100. Ooh, that would have been amazing. Imagine that, like a cool action sequence with weapons and fighting and shit. But it's like 100 different Michael Rosens, all different shirt colours and outfits, and they all fight each other to the death on an island. Ooh, that would actually be kind of cool. I'm not even gonna lie. If someone did that, it would take a lot of work though. They would only show like up to 4 Rosens on screen at any one time because they don't want to show 100 different bodies on screen. That would take a lot of work. Okay. Oh, okay. So that's back to them. All right. So I don't know what the hell that was about. I don't. It was like a bit of an intermission interlude or whatever. But now we're back to the actual. Yeah.
I actually enjoyed that.
Did you? Did you?
Yeah.
Hooray!
Okay.
I get the boombox.
Boombox. Okay.
You go, Michael.
Bluetooth.
I already know what song I'll choose.
Okay.
What is it? Jewish time? Watch it. It's gonna be garden party, isn't it? No. Okay. It was just a random guess. For some reason, I was thinking, because he was thinking like old collabs and old classic stuff with the music and that. For some reason, I thought of Jewish time because he was. I don't know, but no, it's not that. It's just like when a pooper inserts a song that they personally like and they put it in the video. It's like, yeah, hey guys, this is my music taste, and they put in like a song in a particular genre and shit that they like, and they have Michael dance to it, and all it tells me is just like, oh, this person likes this kind of music. Yeah, I've seen people do that a lot. Oh, okay, this is a bit crazy. Oh, Tim! I didn't put Tim in there for literally no fucking reason, but he's there. Okay. Like, literally every other character is Rosen, and then out of nowhere, Tim in the middle, just Tim and his car. Okay. We've definitely got a couple of Tim references here. See, he never died. Things like Moxabine and Tim, they stick around with us, you know? Some of us never stop using them and never forget these people. They're not just fads that come and go. They stick, man, and I like that. God, I see him dabbing in the... There's a huge amount of compression with this sequence, but that's what happens when you got to download people's... Also, I suggest more people try and find a way to send them on like Dropbox or Push or one of them ones. They send the host their entries from that, so the host can directly download the files instead of downloading from YouTube Converter of their unlisted upload and then putting it in the collab and then uploading that, because you get like double the compression or whatever from YouTube's and downloading it, put it up again. That's why what I did with my entry was I put it on Dropbox and I sent it to Watermelon in like Twitter DMs, and he downloaded the file straight from the site. So it's the exact same the exact same amount of quality, bitrate, etc, as the video, even though this is in 720p and my entry was in 1080. So there's going to be a bit of reduction, but not as much as this. I mean, look, this is a shame, because it would otherwise look really nice and colourful with visuals, but it just looks like a garbled mess now because of the massive amount of compression here. It's a shame. Okay.
What happened?
Oh my god, the face. Wait, let me go back on that, because I can say something about this as well. It looks like he's got a bit of facial hair or something. I mean, he's got a beard there, but I mean, like, it looks like he's got... Oh god. Okay, here's how I explain this one. Basically what this is it's very clever what he's done. He's tried to put the mouth on it. I appreciate the effort, but the problem here is that the masking line is coming after the chroma key. So again, we've got that problem where the blur, the feather blur of the chroma key is showing up on the masking line. So you can see exactly what his masking line was, an oval shape around the mouth here. But because the chroma key came before it, you've got like the blur line all around where the masking line is, and the way to avoid that is when you're on the plugins and the pan crop position window, whatever you call it. I've said this with another entry, but I'm going to say it again for you, TWM. You've got to move them, change the order of them, so the pan crop position, like the square one, goes to the left. And the chroma key effects that are like rounded rectangle shapes, they, in the chain of plugins that you've got on the video clip, put them after the masking. And then what you have is that the blur isn't visible, and then it'll blend in a little more. And then what you want to do as well is use a little bit of feather on the mask, not on the chroma key, but on the mask itself, on the dotted lines and the anchor points and that. And then you go to feather, and where it says none, you do both, and then you go to like 1 or 2 or something. What that will do is blend in the edges of this cut out mouth that you've stuck on his face, and it will blend in with his skin behind it, sort of thing. So it won't look like a sharp edge, and it will blend in a bit better. That's what you want to do. So there's some masking pointers for you there. See, I can help you sometimes. It's not all about, oh, it was good, but it was a bit short, not much to say. No, sometimes I can help. Some technical stuff I can help you with.
Tonic immobility.
I could try go at doing that. 1, 2, 3.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
You know, I've launched a new YouTube channel specifically aimed at teachers.
Yay, new source. That's how we all react.
It says
Skyfoogle.
Oh yeah, there's a Skyfoogle again. Oh my god.
Then he said it was you. Oh, I thought the people...
More Vocodex.
Coming in there, didn't you?
I thought it was going to be Vindaloo.
Vindaloo! Yes! I didn't even know he said that in this. I haven't watched this live stream source or whatever this thing is where he's talking to this author. I haven't seen it, so I didn't know he even said that. Wow. Wow, we've definitely fulfilled our Tim and Mark Sabine criteria. Special props to TWM, because he's shown Tim and Mark Sabine in his entry alone, so clearly this is one of the guys who never forgot about those sources. Good stuff, man. Oh my god! Oh my god!
They are.
This is a good entry. This is a good fucking entry. There's good laughs in this one.
Yeah,
but they're not.
No, they don't. I think that means you're
You're fine.
superior. I think you're the next stage in evolution.
Wow. Oh my god. And that's why almost every civilian is Michael Rosen. Yeah, it makes sense. That explains it. Whenever you have a story-based entry and most of the characters is just Michael with a different coloured outfit, yeah, he's the next step in evolution. That makes sense. I know this is fucking dumb, but I can tell just by the silhouette that that's the face. I can tell. I can just tell by the shape of the body. Don't ask.
Yes, this just reminds me of when in Bear Hunt when I go. Yes, can you do that, right?
Very experimental effects. There's a lot, see, look, there's a lot of effects here. Some of them are funnier than others, but they're all very experimental. I see TWM is really trying to go outside the box, and all the it's not just a swirl or a pinch, punch, bulge, or spherize, whatever you call it, or wave, or all the simple Sony plugin effects. He's trying everything. He's trying as much as possible. There's ear rape. There's crazy weird effects. There's where his head got shot off by a Skyfugel who disappeared, masking and keyframing animation, and all kinds of shit going on. There's even vocodex. And all, there's so many different kinds of effects and joke styles displayed on here, and he's really put his all into doing as much as possible with it.
My turn. All right.
So actually, even though it's a bit disjointed and it's weird how it keeps cutting to this other source that he's just pooping just to do jokes, and it keeps cutting back to these two guys in the birthday scenario where it actually tells a bit of a narrative and a bit of a story, even though I find that a bit disjointed because it keeps cutting to and back and forth between them, it's still very good what they are. Maybe you should have made them separate. Should have made the birthday thing with the two Michaels there and the present and whatever separate, and then just done that poop of the live stream chat source separately, to have it before or afterwards or whatever, or have separate entry. I don't know, but I feel like because it keeps jumping back and forth between them, it's a bit jarring. But what they are, when you're watching them within themselves, they are really good. This is a good entry. There's some good laughs in this one.
What is this? What's the matter with it? It's nice.
No.
Fine, I guess. Diane, see, with May. After all, see, it's good. Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum. Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum. Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum.
Okay, he's getting a bit out of time now. He was in time for like the first couple of lines. Now his yo ho ho and a bottle of rum is kind of going out of time. You need to start speeding up or slowing it down accordingly so it stays in tempo. Not quite my tempo.
Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum.
This is really loud.
Nice. And now I'm going to put on something random. Okay.
Oh, random? Oh god, what's it going to be? See, this is the fun part though, because if it's going to be random, you never know what it's going to be. It could be anything. It's going to look like a meme or something. Sparta remix. See, I knew it! I kind of got it right, I didn't I? It's kind of an old meme, yeah. Yeah. Wow. Great. What was that? His hand. Okay.
Off with that. I don't yell at this. That's seems to be over 10 years. Oh, but as long as they don't hurt anyone, it's...
The sentence mixing could be better. It's kind of hard to understand, but I'm loosely grasping what he's saying. It's a very old meme. It's over 10 years.
All good and fun.
All good and fun, yeah.
I think you'll like this. Next song.
Okay, yeah, and just songs. To be honest, the constant, like, just showing one song after another isn't really that entertaining. I'm only enjoying it because I'm looking forward to what song it could possibly be next, sort of thing. That's like the only good factor out of this. Otherwise, I think this is going on a bit long. It's just showing a bunch of songs, and I guess the two Rosen's reactions to the songs is what's making this, really, is when they're dancing, or when they fell over, or when they're talking about, like, reacting to the song, whether they liked it or didn't like it. That's kind of the value here. Aside from that, it's just like showing a bunch of songs. There's only so much you can do with that, I suppose.
Oh no.
You said "oh no" before the song even bloody started. He was quick to react, wasn't he?
That song. Oh yeah.
What song was it? Yes, that's... oh, okay. Yeah, that song. I mean, he's definitely getting down. A bit slow, but he's looking like you tilted his cartridge, if you know what I mean.
And now we've got a straight.
See, now it's back to this source again. It keeps jumping. It shouldn't do that. It wasn't even a transition or anything. It's like, oh, and now let's find out what this Michael's getting up to. No, it just cut to it. I would much prefer they be separate, because I was enjoying this part of it, of the entry, and I was having some really good laughs out of this one. The other one with the songs is okay, but this one's got some really funny jokes in it, and I'd rather just sit and watch this one without constantly going back to the other one, you know?
I quite like doing biology, and they went. Did you become a doctor?
Oh my god! What the fuck?
Who's your favourite poet?
Michael Rosen.
No, stop it.
A man
Oh, stop it.
once knotted 39 cherry stems.
Wow! Thank you. People and doing faces and moving. Quite often we don't.
What is that effect? I need to know what that effect is. I've seen some people do it before, and it's always provides some really funny results. I don't actually know what it is, and if it's a plugin or something, I've got to find out what that is. Oh my god.
Woo, this is great.
Oh, this is a good entry.
Don't leave us. Don't leave us. Stay with us. Stay.
See that, stay, and I'm begging him to stay because it keeps cutting back to this other one. No, please stay. I want to watch that one some more. This one's not bad, but it's just annoying that it keeps cutting away from the other one when I'm enjoying the jokes so much. Okay. Okay, enough of this now. Come on, let's move on.
Present on a blood plane. Yes.
Okay. Shit, golden private jet? Here it comes. What's it gonna be?
Michael,
gold present. Oh, it's gotta be good. What should just be like a stone or something?
That was the right plate.
It's a golden plum. Shit. Now I've seen mentions of golden plums before. This has been done a couple of times in the past. There was a game. There's a Flash game one of our community members in the past made called Michael Rosen and the Golden Plum or something. Quest for the Golden Plum, and then. Another person in the community who has since been gone and retired, an old person by, I think it was Inspector Plums, that guy, and he did something called Michael Rosen and the Golden Plum or something like that, and it was like, I think it was to do with like Indiana Jones style Michael Rosen or something, or either that or he did something like that with Golden Plum in the title, and then there was someone in one of these collabs that then also did an Indiana Jones style Golden Plum thing, and he went and, yeah, that was like a whole entry and it was all animated and everything. So the idea of a Golden Plum has been done before, but it's always like this speculated, this like idea of like the heavenly plum, the holy grail, if you will, of Michael's desires. Yeah. Why is he so shocked? What do you think would happen?
Well, it's not my problem. Cool.
What, so no, it wasn't his present? So what was his present then? We didn't get to find out. That was it. Oh, okay. And nothing happened. I thought something would happen after he ate the plum, like because it was all heavenly and shit. Maybe he'd turn into like a god or go Super Saiyan or superpowers or something. I don't know, but no, he just ate it and it ended, and that was it. Well, that was a bit anticlimactic, but I will say this: TheEmeraldToad, your entry was definitely one of the better ones because there were a lot of funny jokes, particularly like the bit with the presents and stuff. The main, I guess you could call that the main part with Michael and the presents and that, and the music and the dancing was okay, but the part with the part where Michael was interviewing the other author and he made all them crazy jokes and used as many effects as he possibly could, that part was brilliant. There was loads of funny gags in it, and I can't even name off the top of my head, like when the truck hits him and he hits the screen, and loads of bits where you did like ear rape or demonic sounding voices, and it like all the zooms in and the close-ups and like the shaking of the camera as something's louder, stuff like that. That shit always gets me. It was really, really good. And the amount of different effects that he attempted to use, where some of them weren't hollowed out perfectly, they yet to improve the way he did the effects, but the fact that he had the grasp of all of these was great. This is a good example of using all these effects that you've learned to be part of the joke sort of thing, which is what like Mr. Trollinator didn't really do as much, where he showed some plug-in effects that were fancy but didn't really, just showed them off and didn't really tie them in with the jokes. This is a good example of doing that and actually using all the effects that you know of your knowledge and abilities to incorporate with each joke, and it makes it really funny. There was loads of funny bits in that. So yeah, that was a really good one. Good stuff. Obviously for improvements, I'd say next time, if you've got ideas to do a small kind of story-based-ish part with Michael getting a present and dancing to music or whatever, make that separate from the part of the entry where you're just taking a source and making funny jokes with it, because the fact that you kept cutting back and forth between them was very jarring, especially when there was no transition between them most of the time. It just cut from one to the other, and it's like, wait, I was enjoying that bit, why are you going to that bit? It's like you keep changing the channel sort of thing. I'm trying to watch 2 shows at once. It's not. So I would have preferred you either do one or the other, or do both and just cut from one to the beginning of the next halfway through or whatever. So that's definitely what to do next time. I would have preferred those 2 styles separate. But all in all, one of the better entries in terms of humour. Very funny. A lot of funny jokes in that one. Good stuff. So I might be checking out his channel as well, because he's probably done a few more funny gags in other videos. So yeah, good stuff. Well done. Next. Nice. Here we go. Blast Souls. Okay, so this, an old friend of ours, Blast Souls 1234. I've known him for quite a while now, quite a few years, and he's been quite a staple. I don't know if he's been in every single Birthday Collab, but I'm pretty sure he's been in most of them over the years, and he's been quite he's not a massively popular name, but he's been around. He's always been there over these years, and I've seen him improve over the years as well. He was okay a few years back, but he's gotten better and better each time, and I know his skills and abilities have developed massively, and I always love seeing that over the years, when someone I've once seen was all right and then they get better and better, and it's like, yeah, they're great now. So I think he's one of those people. So let's see what he's got to show for us this time round. Very nice lounge. Just another one of those setups where it's his birthday, is indicated by the balloons and the streamers and whatever you call that on the walls, and it's like, yeah, it's one of that typical scenario where Michael's just having a cup of coffee or tea and just like nice and peaceful on his birthday, and then something crazy happens any minute now. Yeah, here we go. The cup just teleports to the thing. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, good. Yeah, okay, that was good. The hands and the finger and everything, that was well done. The iStock photo on the letter. Dear Michael Rosen, I want to thank you for your wonderful works that make us laugh every time. Have a nice birthday, you deserve it. Happy birthday, Poopers. There's the obligatory entry that has a message from the Poopers. I wonder if the Poopers are actually going to show up in the house. This is going to be interesting.
Again?
Yeah, again.
What the plum is this?
What the plum, huh? Oh, okay.
What a stupid present. Whoosh.
I guess he doesn't really like doing that stuff, does he? Oh. He's watching Hotel Mario on TV. I like that. It's a funny idea.
Time to fill you up again.
Okay. Yeah, okay, I see. The hands were like different colours, but I see what he's going for here. It's hard to do different shots like that. It's easy to show Michael as he is, like this, as a background, on a background as he is in this angle, but it's different angles that's the problem. It's hard to do any kind of other angle, like a first person angle where he's like looking at his own hands and shit. So that was very ambitious. Good attempt there.
Press.
Okay, fridge. Oh, is it the ice maker or something? Oh, wait, was it not the fridge? There's like a coffee maker next to it. I can't see because the room's really dark. It must be.
No.
Yeah, I think there is a coffee machine there. It's just so dark I couldn't see. Okay, later. Very minimal so far.
Oh, it's getting a bit woozy.
Okay.
We do not promote the use of legal or illegal psychoactive substances. This video has been created. Boring.
Feel a bit sick, actually. Harry Potter.
What? He's getting high, isn't he? Drug Souls. I just noticed it changed to Drug Souls. When did that happen? Was it just then when he had the... Wait, let me look now. Yeah, right there. I didn't even... Every time people change their watermarks, either to someone else's name or they change theirs in a funny way, I never notice until shortly afterwards. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. So... Was the joint was in his coffee, tea slash? It doesn't say if it's coffee or tea. I guess it's coffee because it was a coffee machine. Yeah, maybe. Did the did the joint go in his coffee or something? I mean, what's going on here? Or maybe he just drinks so much that the caffeine. Okay, this is like LSD or something. Like, what the fuck? Fucking hell.
Louis Liar.
What? Why did he say that?
Dopey dog.
What? Why?
Gary Gobhouse.
Very bizarre. I like the effect of the room twisting and contorting though. That's quite a nice effect.
Wally Telebrain.
Hmm.
King of the Bone.
Okay, what's going on now? What was? Okay. Okay, so he's fucked. He's high as shit or something. His eyes should be all pink and shit. That was a loud doorbell.
Haribo. Hello! Michael, happy birthday to you. Oh, do you want to come in? Hey? Yeah? Yes.
Okay. Very
Oh,
straightforward.
do you want some tea? Yeah, no, surely. Okay. Which one?
Oh, it is tea. Oh, okay. But I thought it was a coffee machine. Okay.
Please. Oh, could I have some milk with it? Yeah.
Okay.
That's right, Haribo. Yeah. No, you can.
You can, yeah. Right. Get it then?
I'll have some tea now. Do you want some as well?
Oh, that's from his perspective. That's cool. I can see the other side of the sofa. That's good. I can see how he did this effect. I don't know how he did like the whole room warping earlier because I couldn't tell. But this effect is clearly Sony Wave because what happens when you do Sony Wave to an extent is when it reaches the edge of the source and it has to stretch it, it automatically stretches the image on the screen to make up for the missing space that it might use. So that's why it's doing that there. It's like stretching the room image there. Oh my god. Yeah. That sound effect is so weird.
Okay.
What the fuck? This is like some 420 shit. Like, it's such a bizarre video. He probably could have submitted it in 420, April 20th, I guess. He is tripping balls, man.
Oh, Haribo, you'd like some tea too? Oh, no, thanks.
No? Okay.
By the way, it's getting a bit late, isn't it? I think we had an amazing night.
He's only been there like 5 minutes. He ain't even done anything. He didn't even get any drink.
Haribo. Good night.
Good night. Yeah, using the nice to say night. Hey, that's a very smooth way of putting it.
This is a Tesla valve. Very strange.
Tesla valve. Yes, is watching Grand Illusions. Another Tim reference. See, I told you this shit sticks, man. We never forgot about it.
1920s, and this is what it does.
And it is the morning. He slept on his couch till morning and it is actually morning. I like this idea of Michael watching stuff like this on TV, and I noticed he did the little I can't remember what is it the flange wah-wah effect where you do a certain preset on it and it makes it sound tinny like it's coming off a TV. I noticed he's done that here and that's a really nice detail there. It's not just like low volume and it's quiet. It actually sounds like it's being played on a device. It's good. So it's very immersive, realistic. I mean, as realistic as he's trying to get Michael on this couch, but he's really trying with other details like the sound effects and the design like that. It's very minimal, this entry. There's not a lot happening. It's not crazy, wacky adventures and shit. It's very minimal and there's not much going on. But for what it is, it's a really good stuff. It's good stuff here. It's a more minimal entry.
I'm trying to. Oh, Michael, I can see that you retired yesterday, weren't you, Michael? How about we do that once again? Yeah, but I thought we had a lovely time. Yes?
He didn't do anything. He was only there 5 minutes. He didn't even get him a drink like he wanted.
We did for about 3 minutes.
Oh, 3 minutes, not even 5. See?
What do you mean, 3 minutes?
Ding, 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 ding. Sample text, 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 and that was it. That was the whole thing. Okay, so the whole thing was just basically I was expecting something crazy to happen, because that's what usually happens when it starts out like that. Michael just having a peaceful time, nothing happening at home, sipping something, whatever, it's his birthday, and then bam, something crazy happens and he goes on a wild adventure or some nut shit, something. But here it was very minimal, very, very simple entry, not a lot going on, but for what it was happening was quite interesting. I enjoyed it. He gets high. I can only assume that that spliff that he threw away, he went in his drink or something and he drank it by accident, or the fumes. I don't know. I'm not quite clear on what happened there, because I thought he just threw it out of the way over his shoulder or whatever. But it must have gotten in the drink or something, and he got super high and he was tripping balls, and there was some nice effects there when he was tripping. I particularly liked the bits where it showed Michael's perspective, like when he looked at the cup in his hand and it was empty and he goes to fill it up again because it's empty. And when he looks at Haribo and he's all tripping and the whole shit's going... I like that, though, not just for the effects, but because of the idea of showing Michael's perspective from his eyes for a moment. It gives it extra depth and layers of like, I don't know, cinematography, I guess you could say, is the way you've edited it that way. That was nice. There wasn't much to it, so maybe some people might find it more boring, although it had its humorous moments. But for me, I always enjoy this kind of stuff, because I like the attempts to create this kind of environment, and like I say, the TV and the audio on that. I like the stuff, the silly things he was watching on TV, like Hotel Mario and Grand Illusions and CDI, other CDI stuff, and yeah, shit like that is funny. So yeah, it was a neat little entry, nothing crazy, but it didn't need to be crazy. It was a nice little thing there. Blast Souls, also known as Drug Souls, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm sure he had good fun doing the whole tripping ball stuff, but maybe that's the closest we're going to get to gangster tripping in this collab, is him tripping balls in entry. Yeah, I'm still salty about that. But yeah, good stuff. You definitely, to improve, I would say, when he's sitting on the couch, I feel like you could have made it look a little bit better by masking out his body a bit, because obviously the corners of his body that's sticking out the torso there, maybe you can do it so that obviously it still doesn't look like he's sitting on it because he hasn't got an arse and legs or anything, but you could do it so like when Haribo was on the other side of the couch, you could still see part of his body on top of the chair arm sort of thing. So you could probably cut bits of his body with masking so that it fits snugly in the chair a bit more, I guess. You could sort of do that. And obviously, as always with everybody, he's trying to cut out them lines on the edges in the middle of his videos, trying to cut out all them fucking lines. I've noticed those lines on nearly every entry that uses chroma keying now, and sometimes I've just not bothered to say it because it's just so obvious now, and I've mentioned it so many times. But if I'm pressed to say something to improve, then I'll mention it. Then yeah, you want to get rid of them lines if you can. Other than that, though, it was a nice little short piece. It was good. I liked it. Nice little obligatory drugs reference somewhere in here, so we got that included, and another Tim reference, always appreciated. Yeah. Alright, next entry. Almost there, guys, we're almost done. Nice. Bet you weren't expecting this, were you? Oh yes, your boy is in there this year. Oh shit. I'm hoping that I made a massive surprise. I'm hoping that I gave a big surprise to people, because I didn't give any indication until the last minute that I was going to be in it. Not until the collab was up did I actually mention that I had an entry and I was going to make it public afterwards when it came up later that day. But I said nothing to anybody. All I said was at the beginning, maybe, I'll join as a maybe, and really, honestly, I wasn't going to join it this year. That was honestly the way I thought for such a long time, but somehow, through the miracles of something or another that's just so happened to align itself and had good timing and stuff, resulted in me actually managing to join it this year. So what I'm going to do for this part is I'm not going to just skip it or get someone else to react to it or whatever, because I've actually got plenty to say about this. I found that as I was watching it back the other day, I was actually thinking, okay, there's a lot of things I could say about this and explain, because I can't explain why I'm in this and why it has nothing to do with any birthday themes whatsoever. So I think I owe it to you to explain what the hell's going on here and why after 2 years of absence from these collabs, suddenly I'm in it again. So, right, the backstory. I wasn't going to join this year, as with the last 2 years. I just couldn't think of anything. The thing I really want to join with these collabs to enter with would be another one of those Michael Rosen fails to etc., where it's a bunch of jokes where I really try my hardest to make as many good jokes as possible, because I don't want to do any more story-based stuff that's like confusing and people have to follow it and all that shit. I don't want to do that anymore because it's hard to keep up with all the story and explain everything. But I also wanted to do that, and because I didn't have the time to make something that elaborate, I was deciding, okay, I'm not going to make anything this year. I'm done. All right, I'm just gonna do what I do every year, and I'm gonna do the reaction and whatever, and have a good time and enjoy the collab. Maybe next year I'll do a fails too, because by then I might have the time. But for this year, I'm gonna have to give it another miss, and that was exactly the way I thought it was going to be for months. And I originally commented on the collab announcement video, put me down as a maybe, and I said that like half serious. It was sort of a joke, because they know I'm never gonna be in it. I never make anything. I never have the time to make. I'm always too damn busy these days, and I never make the shit. So it's like, yeah, right, put me as a maybe. He's not gonna be in it. But would you, what do you think these people were thinking when they saw my name pop up on here in the intro and in the collab itself? And of all things for it to break, and the best thing is, it's the most unexpected thing as well, because it's not like what you'd expect from me. If you see ThePlamzJoker, what do you think? Story-based stuff, jokes like the fails to perform linear comedy, like that kind of stuff, you know, really good sentence mixing. There's gonna be a lot of sentence mixing and fluent, really realistic sounding sentence mixing in there, of course. No, not a single essence of that in this. Well, I guess maybe they're technically sentence mixing, not really. There is one instance of sentence mixing in this, just one smidgen, but it's barely anything really. You don't really count it. But yeah, this entry is completely unlike anything I've submitted to a collab before, and yeah, this is how it was. So upon watching this for the first time, you'd be thinking, hang on, this looks a bit familiar. This reminds me of someone. Yeah, this reminds me of someone in the past. So I'm just so smug as fuck right now, because I made such a good impression here and actually managed to join it. After spending months thinking I'm not going to join it, and then in the end, right near the end, managing to join it anyway, it's made me all smug and shit. It's like, yeah, I finally managed to be a part of it again. See this as a signal of me managing to get back into things again. I really hope so. I hope I can keep this up and maybe next year make something more elaborate and substantial than just a musical piece. But yeah, so what happened was I wasn't going to join, and then I made a thing on my second channel here on the second channel. If you go down a bit, it's I've always been a massive fan of Telstar Logistics stuff. I don't know where to start with this explanation, so my words are all over the place, but I've always been a big fan of his stuff. His Rosen YTP MVs has been some of my favourite musical pieces in YouTube and YTP MV ever, and definitely some of the best Rosen YTP MVs I have ever seen and listened to, and I still enjoy listening to them to this day. Sometimes I listen to them all on a marathon in order, like all together, because they're not only fun to listen to and good production, but they're genuinely good tunes as well. They're really good music, because as far as I know, most of them are original compositions as well, which is what makes them so genius as well. I always wanted to do something like that. I used to look at these for years and thinking, oh, I wish I could do something like that. I love these so much, but I wish I could make one just like this. And because Telstar has been inactive for such a long time now, I miss him. I miss these, and I always wanted him to come back one day and make a new one. I always wished he would. And so it's like, why don't I do it? Why don't I try and, as accurately as possible, create something that would represent what a new Telstar YTP MV would look like and sound like if he actually did come back from the dead and make a new one? And to practice making one of my own that I was thinking of doing, you know, one day, just off in the distant future. I don't know when I'm going to do it. I didn't think I was going to make it this soon, but I did practice for this by remaking the beginning of his last YTP MV, Turn on the Telly, which is, you can see on his channel, and I remade the first bit of it and fixed up the visuals a bit with a high quality and everything. But I basically proved to myself, if I can recreate it exactly, which I was really surprised in how accurately I made it sound to the original, to the point where if you close your eyes and just listen to it, you might not even be able to tell the difference, because it's louder, I guess there's that, but it sounds almost identical. And I was so impressed with that, I thought, okay, I'll just upload it on my second channel to show people, because I want to show people what I've managed to achieve here. It sounds the same, so technically, in terms of originality, it's not like an original piece of content, but it's just proving the point that if I can do that, and it was just the beginning as well, it's like the first 30 seconds, it wasn't the complex melody further on, that was very, I wasn't about to do the whole video, I was just proving I could do the beginning bit, but that proves that if I can do that, I can definitely make one of my own. All I need to do is come up with an original melody that's different, and then just work off of it with the same kind of rhythms and tunes, and that's exactly what I went and did. Originally, I was just going to do that practice, put that up, and then fuck off again and do whatever, and do, you know, wait for the collab to come out, but I had the taste for it. I was working on my next YouTube poop as well, which probably won't come out for a long time now because I got a lot of shit to do for the ending of it. It's going to take time. But I've been working on a next YouTube poop for quite a while, since like Christmas, on and off. And while I was doing that, I then got the passion interest. I wanted to keep doing this. So after I did that practice run, I thought, yeah, I just want to fucking do it. So it took me about 3 weeks, roughly 3 weeks. The first 2 weeks was more intense, but I spent the last week just sort of adding to it and finishing it up sort of thing. It was a tad rushed, more rushed than I thought it would be, because what happened was I noticed the collab deadline had just passed, but there seemed to be still time because I was still talking to Watermelon. And I was thinking, you know what? Now that I'm making this, and it's something Rosen style, it's going to be like the Telstar Logistics tribute that I've always wanted to make for years, why don't I just hand it in as an entry to the collab as well? Because it just so happens that I'm getting the motivation to make this at the same time as this collab coming out. So I thought, there's probably still time. Why don't I just send it to Watermelon and just chuck it in as an entry as well? So double it up. Not only is it a special video to pay tribute to Telstar, and it's the first time I've ever done a full-length YTPMV video. I've always done YTPMVs as segments in YouTube Poops before. I've never done a video that's just a YTPMV on its own, and that's the whole video. I've never done that before, and I never really intended to either, aside from this. So I thought, why not just chuck it in as an entry as well? And that's why it has nothing to do with any birthday themes. There's not even a birthday message at the end or anything, because I wasn't thinking about any of that. I just last minute just chucked it in, gave it to Watermelon to put it in, because I thought, it's a plus. If I get in the collab, it's a plus, because I get to show off some stuff there and more people might see it, and I get to say that I took part in the collab as well. I managed to become part of it in some way instead of just being absent again. So yeah, I just thought chuck it in, and there we go. It's a +1 doing that. But that unfortunately means that it was a tad rushed. If the collab wasn't a thing, and say I was making this in say August or September or something, and the collab was nowhere near it, I probably would have spent more time on this video, and it would have been not longer, because I think it was long enough. It was about 3 minutes and a bit, 3.5 minutes or whatever, and it was long enough for a good song. But I think I would have done more complex melodies as well, because the thing about this YTPMV is I'm proud of it, but I don't think it's still quite as good as Telstar's melodies. Visually, I made it as perfect as I possibly could, but in terms of the original tune, I still don't think it's as good as the stuff Telstar came up with. That's the problem. So I like to think I came damn close as I possibly could, but the melody just isn't original and complex and varied enough, because it repeats a lot of the same stuff. I tried to vary up a bit, but yeah, I'll just start playing it now. So as you can see, there's a lot of things I took into account here to try and make it as accurate to Telstar's work as fucking possible. You have no idea how much work. The funny thing is, the actual production of the YTPMV, once you've got the samples down, and you've got the hardest part really, apart from getting the samples, is the original melody. Coming up with an original melody, at least for me, is so fucking hard, it's almost impossible. When I finally came up with that and I'm like, okay, that's good, I'll work off of that. And then when you take away or add extra samples in there, it changes the sound of the melody. So instead of you've then got and that's like, whoa, this sounds really good. Ooh. And I'm like bumping to it, and I'm like, wow, this is actually a really good little beat or something. So I could work off of that, and then I had those breakdown bits where it's like and I was like, okay, I've really come up with some good stuff here. It's like, it just takes me back to my childhood, like Music 2000. You remember that game on the PlayStation where you're playing, making all them tunes? It's kind of like that. But the actual production, once you've got the samples and you've got the notes and you've got your original melody, once you've got those, it's actually really not that hard to make this. It looks impressive to some people, I'm sure. Some people have given me really positive comments of praise, but I'll be totally honest with you, a lot of this is just like repetition. It's all repetitions and patterns, and it's a lot easier in some ways to make that than to make a really elaborate entry with loads of good jokes or a story-based adventure where it's not all patterns, it's all different unique things that you have to construct and do effects with, whereas this in comparison, it's just a bunch of patterns that you put together. So yeah, technically in some ways it's easier than others, but I'd like to think that it paid off in the way that it does still impress people with how clean it's put together. It's very clean, there's nothing messy about it, it's as clean as it can possibly be. So yeah, I took a lot of, the thing I worked hard on, not necessarily the patterns and that, because that was kind of easy. The thing that I put the most effort in was trying to make it as accurate to Telstar as possible. And in doing this, I went back to his old YTPMVs and I analysed all of them. I looked at them all and I thought, okay, what what's similar between all of them, and what would be the natural progression. If he made a new one, what would it have from the old ones, and what would it add, and what would be different? So naturally, we have to have the same kind of samples. So that's why there's no drink, and there's no, and there's none of that. There's none of those samples here, because he never used them. That was the genius thing about Telstar. He never used those 2 overused samples that I also, because I always use the drink one, have used a lot. He never used them. So I looked at them and I analysed them. I made sure, as I recreated Turn on the Telly, I had all the samples already. So I just used all of those and any extra ones that I hadn't used from that one, from the past ones, and constructed those together. And of course you need the lyrics, because it's not a tune without, it's not a Telstar tune without the lyrics in the middle, of course, with the song, so to speak, which is one of Michael's short poems or stories set to the music and whatever. So I went through them and I was looking through Michael's stories. I'm thinking there's not that many left that you can use. So I'm thinking, because if Telstar came back, he would use a new one. He's done Quiet Please, he's done Eileen, and he's done the Michael Rosen rap, and he's done Toenails. I can't believe he's done something like Toenails. Is, how would you turn that into a musical melody of lyrics? But he did it, and he did Telly. So he's done all of those. What would he do next? What would, because there's only so many before you run out. You can't do the Project or the Hollywood or something where it's a long story. It doesn't work. It has to be one of the short ones, and it has to be the ones that sort of follows a pattern, not necessarily rhymes. I think it does, but it doesn't have to rhyme, but it has to follow a sort of simple pattern, and it's short and snappy. And I was thinking, okay, so I had 2 ideas. I had Puzzle 1 or Headache. So She Said, I Said, He Lied. So I kind of played with that a little bit, tried to do that, but it didn't really work so well, and it was harder to time it to the beat and that, and I wasn't really into it. So when I used the Headache one, I was like, okay, this one works a lot better, especially when you could do the breakdown. You could do, it's the blade, it's your veins, and like that. You could do like that. That's really good. That's a lot better than the She Said, I Said, He Lied shtick. So I went with the Headache thing. So I'm like, okay, I've got my lyrics as well, and it kind of works with the breakdown as well, where it goes because it sounds like it's a headache, you know. It kind of goes with that as well. I was worried that the lyrics, so to speak, would kind of cover the melody too much, and you wouldn't get to enjoy the melody as much, but it has to go together well. So I had to try and make it go together as good as possible. And then, of course, there's visuals. I've criticised in the past with Rosen YTP that the lazy visuals of just doing panels. Now, I get that. I have made that criticism in the past, and I always encourage people to do more interesting visuals than just putting the squares or rectangle panels of Michael on the screen. But the thing about this is it has to be like Telstar. So I try to make it as much like Telstar as possible. And even though he was never really creative with the visuals, he always had a nice set of colours to do. It always made it nice to watch because of all them lovely colours that he would do with the panels. So I, again, tried to do the same thing and tried to do as many different colours as I possibly could. And it was kind of hard. I was starting to run out of fucking colours for 8 different panels. But yeah, I managed it. I actually used pink and purple and light blue and dark blue sort of thing. But I managed it in the end. So I managed to pull that off as well. So everything just sort of comes together. Whereas visual is concerned, Telstar never really got the alignment of the pieces up right. So I really fucking tried to line them up. I even used like an image of a 3x3 grid sort of thing with like a thin line of a grid, and then used that with widescreen set to try and position them as much as possible to fit. But even then, you can never really get it perfect because every single one of Michael's performances are slightly different in shape and that. You know how some of them have like this thin black line at the top and stuff like that. So none of them are shaped quite that right way for them to fit perfectly. So that's why I did it as good as I could do it. But it's still not quite perfect. It's like a couple of pixels off here and there, but it's better than Telstar ever lined it up. So essentially what this is everything about this is technically better than Telstar ever did, except for the actual melody itself. He was still best at coming up with original melodies or really nice sounding melodies that is catchy. But I hope I did it justice here and gave people, not just for myself, but for anyone else who was a big fan of Telstar, gave them a little, you know, here's something. Because if he never does come back, at least you've got this sort of thing. Something of his essence to enjoy for those who miss his work and wish he'd come back like me. So yeah, that's that's basically the gist of it. It sounds a bit, I feel like the sound is a bit off, like the quality of the audio. The video seems okay. It's been downscaled to 720p from 1080, but it looks okay. But the first thing I noticed was that the sound sounds a bit off, and I think that's probably because I gave Watermelon the Dropbox link. Instead of uploading it unlisted, I gave him a Dropbox link of a version with the watermark, because I wanted to upload it without the watermark, because I felt like the watermark kind of got in the way of the panel a little bit, and I wanted it to be Telstar tribute, so I was going to do it like that. So I uploaded it without the watermark in full, and gave him a copy of it with the watermark, and I sent it on a Dropbox link instead of uploading it unlisted, so that you don't have that compression or loss of quality by downloading it off YouTube and then putting it in the collab and then putting it up again. Only half of it, because he downloaded the raw file, so you've got the full quality 1080p video there, render, but then he goes and puts it in the 720p collab, and then he goes and uploads that, so there's always going to be a bit of loss of quality and compression in that. But I'm hearing the audio, particularly the sound, is a bit off. I don't know, it not off as in it sounds wrong, it just like the quality is a little bit less. I think it's noticeable, because I've listened back to it so many times, I can tell. But it's okay, it doesn't matter, you know, as long as people's got their full version on their channel, you know, it's good enough.
It's a headache.
But yeah, the thing about this is, I didn't know whereabouts in the collab he was going to stick me. I was like, please don't just put me right at the end. Like, don't make me the last entry or something. I'm quite near the end, but I can only expect that, because he's not about to start rearranging all the entries just to stick mine in the middle or near the beginning somewhere. It's not fair, and it'd take too much work, because I'm pretty sure I was one of the last submissions he got. I gave him my entry on April 22nd, which was 6 days after the deadline, but he clearly made exceptions. I was still talking to him, and he was still trying to work on the intro, so I was thinking, okay, well, if you're not finished with the collab yet, I can still send you my entry, right? And well, lo and behold, yes I could, but it would have to go near the end. I'm glad he didn't put me right at the end, but yeah, I take what I can get, really. But the thing about this is, how can I look upon this and be proud after the crazy amount of talent that we have seen on display previously to this work? We have seen, even YTPMVs, we've seen a couple of good, not that many YTPMVs this year, unfortunately, but at least 2 of them. I saw 2 good ones, Night 7 and Abe Powder as well, towards the first half. There was some good stuff in there. So we've already seen good musical stuff, we've seen good production, quality stuff, adventures, action, all kinds of talent. And then you have me after all that, and it's like, well, the main appeal is that it's just like Telstar. That's basically my main selling point here with this entry, because nothing else is really that outstanding, at least as far as I can see. But I hope you all enjoyed it. That's what matters. I don't think it's the best thing ever, but I hope that it's a nice little tune and that you all enjoyed it. That's really all that was mattered here. Is that you just enjoyed it. Yeah.
It's a lump. It's the blade. It's your vein. It's your skull.
Yeah. I don't know what else to say at this point, because I've kind of said everything I wanted to say already. If I remember something else as we go on, I'll just let it play, and if I think of something else.
It's your skull. It's a headache.
Actually, I don't think I've listened to it with headphones on before. I might have done for a sound test once, but I don't know. I always listen to it with my PC speakers. I always edit with my speakers rather than my headphones, and what I tend to do when I make a video is near when I finished it, like for example Unfinished Business, when I made that, when I finished most of it, I then went and did what I call a sound test, where I put my headphones on, switched to headphones, and then listened to the entire project, because sometimes there's some edits or sentence mixing or sound effects or volume balancing that sounded okay with the speakers, but then when you hear it with headphones, you notice all the extra little details and you think, oh, okay, hang on, I can make that a bit better, I polish that up a bit. So I always tend to do a headphone sound test before I finish my videos, but I don't remember listening to it with headphones that much. I think I mostly just use speakers on this one, so I hope it still sounds good. I'm using headphones now, that's what I'm saying.
It's a lump in your head. It's the blade.
Okay.
Of a knife.
Okay, like I've never seen it. Yeah.
Bursting.
It's just weird. It's weird seeing... It's always like a weird feeling seeing that video that I've worked so much on. I've played it back to myself like 100 times, and then seeing it alongside all this work that I've never once seen before in my life, and it's like brand new. It's just weird. It's weird. I don't know. It's always got that weird feeling.
It's your skull, squeezing your brain.
But yeah, this is...
It's a headache. It's a headache.
Yeah. Just try to make it as varied as possible, because Headache is a very short one and there's only so many things you can do in it. even like Turn on the Telly had varied things where it's like, what's this here, 6 o'clock knows, that'd be cheeky and that. So you could do 3 different breakdowns and parts of the song. That's the way Telstar did it. Whereas Headache only has a few lines and then it's over. So trying to come up with extra shit was kind of difficult, but I made him like say Headache in all the other times he mentions Headache. I thought I would add to it. And then the breakdown as well, where you sort of have him say it's the lump, it's the knife, it's the, you know, it's the blade, all that sort of thing. I thought that would be the best I can do really for extra, because other than that it's just the same few lines and then it's over. I really tried to get as much as I possibly could out of it for this song. And the other that's the other thing I just realized. Yeah, so the other way I tried to make it as accurate to Telstar as possible is not just to make it just like his past stuff, but to also go beyond and predict what would it be like if he made a new one. What would it have? It would have maybe Headache. Maybe that would have been the next one he would have chosen. Imagine if Telstar does come back and he's like, oh shit, you've already done Headache, shit, now I've got to think of something else. But try and think of what he would do next as well. What new things would he do? So I'm thinking that, and I'm thinking in your head, shit,
it's the blade of a knife in there. It's your veins bursting.
Yeah.
It's your skull squeezing your brain. It's a headache.
Only thing that happened was I got a rotten headache.
Love that part. That's my favourite part though. It's like when you hit you with it. The way I did it is I built it up. I built it up so that you're only using the 2 ors. By the way, I gotta say that Tidy Your Rooms sample is fucking brilliant. It's such a good sample. Holy shit. It just sounds so good. I love it. But yeah, you pair those 2 up and then you hit them with the 3rd one, and then you come back again after another breakdown, you hit it with the 4th one, and then all 4 of those samples together sound brilliant. And that's why I did that little pause. Only thing that was got rotten headache. You did a little pause and then bam, you hit him with this like a big drop. I love it. And it's just like, I hope that wows people, because I feel it when that bit starts. It's like, yeah, that's awesome. That's that bit. That's my favourite bit when I show that 4 bits for the first time. Yeah.
It's a lump in your head.
So the other thing was not just the sample use as well, and the story you want him, the short poem or whatever you want him to use for lyrics, Headache and that. What would Telstar do next? I included other details as well, like the BPM. How I managed to keep in time so well with this was not just patterns, but also I downloaded like a fuckload of metronome stuff off YouTube to keep in time and figure out what beats per minute I'm using. So this song right here, A Pain in the Cranium it's called, is exactly 125 BPM. And I worked that out by looking at Telstar's past stuff, which was either 100 BPM or it was like 130 or 110 or 130 or something like that, or 150 I think at one point as well. So I looked at all the BPM of his past musical stuff, and I was working out, okay, what would be an accurate one for a new one? So I went in the middle. I went 125, in between 100 and 150, right in the middle. Because I originally, when I started this project, it was about 130 BPM, and it felt a bit too fast. So I slowed it to 125, and then it sounds much better, sounds much nicer. So I settled for that because it's like an in-between. Again, it might be what Telstar would come up with if he ever came back. It was all about finding that middle ground. It's like having a graph of all of the properties of Telstar's previous stuff and then working out an average. What would be an average for a brand new one? It's all very calculated, is what I'm saying. And another little detail is the thumbnail. I'm not going to talk too much about that, but the thumbnail choice. Telstar seemed to never use custom thumbnails. He seemed to just pick one of the 3 that YouTube automatically gives you, which meant that where he has all these panels, usually the thumbnail's like halfway through or something when there's only a few of the panels on the screen. So I made sure to go one step beyond that and take a frame where all 9 of the panels are filling the screen at once, which doesn't happen often here. There's only a couple of moments where it actually happens, but I made sure to use that for the thumbnail because it always kind of irked me, the Telstar's video. I wanted one like his where the thumbnail was all of them filling the screen. I just felt like it needed that, so I did that. I don't think I'll be able to pause it on that right moment. Look, it's hard. You can't. It's not possible. Oh, hang on. There you go. There it is. That's it. There's all the frames, all the samples together in one place. Lovely. Yeah.
It's your skull squeezing your brain.
And I hope it didn't go on for too long. I didn't want it to go on for too long because I know I'm well known for making extremely lengthy content, but I also calculated length as well. I looked at all the lengths of Telstar's previous YSPMVs. They're all around about 2 to 3 minutes, almost 3 minutes or just over 3 minutes, like 3 minutes and 6 seconds or something. So I thought, okay, it needs to be round about 3 minutes then. If it's going to be just like Telstar stuff, it needs to be about 3 minutes, not much longer, not much shorter. And as I made these lines where I did the breakdowns and then I did the drop and it all comes together like that, with the big, what you call groups of patterns, as I put this together, it went to around about 3 minutes, so it kind of worked out for itself. But I think it was about 3:30, so it was longer, but it was still within like the 3 minutes-ish range. So I thought that was decent enough. That was in the right area. Because any longer than 3.5 minutes, if it was like 4 minutes or more, it would have felt too long. I feel like if I'd have made any more than this, it would have gone on for too long. So yeah, I'm quite satisfied with the way I made this, is what I'm saying. Alright, so here we do the breakdown again, but I need to come up with something else. I've used all 4 of my Tidy Your Room samples at all 4 different semitone pitches. So it's by 12. So that one's the extremely high one, that one was the high-ish one, that one was the medium one, and that one was the really low one. So you put all those together and you can't go much higher or much lower without sounding too similar. So I've used all of my cards, essentially. I've used all 4 options for pitches of the Tidy Your Room. That's basically the lead sample there. So I've had to come up with a different thing for this next breakdown to give it one more like stab at it. This is like the final block of the song we're approaching, or whatever you call it. I don't really know many technical musical terms, so forgive me if I'm using the wrong terms or whatever, but I'm just using whatever I think is right. So here I just tried to do it a bit different, and here's where I tried to switch up the melody completely. Whereas I said earlier I had the and then when you take out bits of that, it's like and that sounds like a completely different melody just by removing some of the samples from the line. But here I tried to do something entirely different here, and then there's the solo as well. Every Telstar song had like a solo sort of way where the lyrics would stop and then the instrumental would like reach like a really complex and over the top crazy awesome bit, and all of his would do that. So I knew I had to do that as well, and that was technically the hardest part really. But here I'm trying to do a so I'm using just the high-pitched one at the end there, like that, and doing a little thing with that. And for a bit here, it copies the same notes as the other ones, but then I change it up a bit. See there, now it's going and I was semi-inspired by Don't Stop the Rock by Freestyle, if anyone knows that song. Yeah, I was kind of inspired by that a little bit, but it's not the same notes, it's just like a similar sort of groovy, yeah, that kind of vibe. But this was towards the end, so I was starting to, like, I would say run out of ideas, time or effort, because I was nearly done with the video, so I just wanted to wrap it up sort of thing. But I knew I had to switch it up a bit to make it, yeah. So here's the solo part, as you can clearly hear, because I raised the volume for the lead samples for this, because now that Michael's not speaking over it, you can kind of make it a bit louder. One thing I noticed was I couldn't make these samples too loud, because with Michael's speech, it kept peaking in Vegas, and that explains why a lot of Telstar's stuff, a lot of his later stuff, was a lot quieter than his early stuff. You notice I wished he made them a bit louder, but now I get why, because when you have all these samples all playing together, you have to start turning them all down equally, because if you have them all a certain volume, they get too fucking loud collectively. So I had to turn down these lead samples quite a bit to accommodate for the speech. So really the at the very beginning and very end is actually quite a bit quieter than what I originally wanted it to be. So if I made like an instrumental without the lyrics, it would be a bit louder than that. But because he wasn't talking during the solo part, as I call it, all 4 of these samples I could boost the volume back up a bit to make them sound like they're taking the lead now. They're taking the forefront of the song that the lyrics once did, sort of thing. So this solo part was incredibly rushed. It was basically the last thing I did, and at this point I actually had to do this very solo part, just this bit only, in a separate project, and then put it back in the existing project, because Vegas 13 is not perfect, and I have this issue where, like some of my previous videos, like In Dashi We Trust, I remember did that as well, when it gets, and my current YouTube as well, the one I'm working on, when it gets to a certain point where you put a lot of clips, and particularly YSPMVs do this, where you put a lot of clips in the project in certain audio and video tracks, the project starts becoming very unstable and very slow. Unstable, yeah, it still crashes, but I mean, like, not so much prone to crashing, but more prone to just freezing and taking a long time to do anything. So particularly pasting copy clips, when you copy and paste some clips, like a group of clips, and you're waiting for it to paste, and it will take up to like 10 or 20 seconds to fucking paste, even minutes. I remember waiting minutes for something to paste. So pasting clips, and also the A key, which is the shortcut for putting imported media onto the timeline. So you import a video, like a sample, Michael, whatever, and then you want to put it on the timeline, a piece of it. So you press the A key for that in a highlighted piece. So both that action and pasting copy clips would then take fucking ages to actually appear on the timeline, and it would say not responding at the top, and you just have to wait like a whole minute or something for it to finally give in and paste the shit. So that's why at this point the solo was one of the last things I actually did in the entire project, and I had to do it in a separate, new and clean project because I couldn't do all these notes and work with it when it was this slow. It was so slow that I was legit waiting like 2 minutes for a clip or group of clips to paste, and it was ridiculous. So I made the solo in another project and then finished it, grouped it, and then pasted it back in the original project, waited like 5-10 minutes for that to finally paste, and then finished it. But as a result, this was the last thing I did, and the deadline, you know, I wanted it to, I was thinking, okay, I might as well put it in the collab then, so I was starting to rush it a bit. And if I'd had more time, if I'd had like another couple of weeks or even a month, I would have definitely worked on this solo a bit more, because I feel like the notes are not that good. They're not as impressive as Telstar for sure. They're okay, but I was playing with those notes a lot during that. I was going through it multiple times, trying to make sure, okay, that note needs to be higher, that note needs to be lower. It's all about patterns. Each line in this solo segment, it's following like certain patterns, whether it's going up or down in pitch, and it can't go too far up or down the pitch as well. It has to remain a certain pattern of repeating the same sort of notes. It's the same 3 or 4 notes all jumbled in different patterns is basically what this melody is. And I knew not to stray too far from that because it would sound a bit weird or off. It has to keep following the patterns. So yeah, it was really hard to get this shit right. So I settled on this, and I don't think it was as good as I could have possibly made it if I'd have tried a bit harder and had more time. But yeah, it is what it is. I did what I could. See right here, yeah, that part still doesn't sound perfect to me. I feel like you could change it and do something with it to make it sound a bit better. It doesn't have the same awesome impact that the solo parts in Telstar stuff did, where it sounded genuinely incredible and then goes back to the main beat and it's just like, whoa, that was awesome. This is okay. I'm saying that like I'm reviewing someone else's, I know, but I look at it and I'm like, yeah, this is okay. I accept the fact that I can't be as good as or better than Telstar, but I can at least be damn close, and that's what I settle for, is a damn close. Because I'm not him. I had people joking, like, I thought you were actually Telstar, are you actually him? And the whole time, Mad Moth situation. No, I'm not Telstar. I've been a big fan of his for many years now, and I have all his videos backed up now. He's American, I'm pretty sure, you know, because he did a bunch of, like, videos where he was talking on microphone about, Operation, what was it called? Operation Introduction or whatever. It was his own little personal project to try and get mainstream people outside the internet to know what YouTube poop is or something. And it didn't really go anywhere, but he made like a bunch of updates for it with his voice and that. So you can hear him speak on his channel. He's clearly, I think he's an American guy, so definitely not me. So just got to put that out there in case anyone was thinking, wait, what if he actually is Telstar and he was just gone all this time because he was doing other stuff and now he's come, this is his return. No, I'm not him, though I do really wish he would return. And you know what I'd love best of all? If Telstar could comment on my collab entry, that would be like the ultimate blessing, because this whole video isn't just to try and be like him, it's more like a tribute to him. It's a tribute in memory of Telstar and his great work, and a homage, a perfect recreation and homage of what could have been if he made one, and homage to his work in general. It's not like I'm trying to be him, I'm trying to make something that's paying a lot of respect to him and his style is what I'm doing here. So I hope that one day, if he ever comes back, he'll find this video that I've done on my channel and comment on it and say he liked it or whatever, or have his support or his approval sort of thing. That would be the #1, that's all I really want on this. I don't care how many views it gets, I don't care likes, whatever, it doesn't matter. If I get Telstar's approval, that would just be the #1 thing. That would just be the one thing that I'd be looking for. that I wish I could have, you know. If he ever comes back, please Telstar, watch this entry. But there you go. So this part here with all the additional... I'll let it play a bit. So this part with all these random clips of him going ah-ooh and saying various quotes, I was kind of lost on what to put here because I didn't want to just put the breakdown, it's a lump, it's the blade and all that all over again, because I did that so many times, and I did the main lines as well. I wanted to do something a bit more where it's like building up and it's building up and it's building, it's like becoming a bit of a cluster of different lines and speech clips, and it builds up and it becomes, what did I say? I said, and then he does the line one more time to out the end of the song, and you know, it's a lump in your head, and it just builds up so that you can do that line one last time is what the point of this bit is. But it's supposed to be like a culmination of all different, and I tried to set it to the tempo as well, but yeah. I don't know if it just seemed like a bit of a mess, but I tried to get everything that was relevant, like feeling the feeling of it, like he's feeling the headache and ah, ow and all that, like he's feeling the headache and it's hurting, and yeah. It's, ooh, blimey, it's hurting, like the headache, that's like what I'm trying to do here. Anything that's related to, that can be related to him having a headache and being in pain, I put there to try and build up this part of the song to get you set for the final, for the last like line or whatever you call it.
What did you say? I said.
And that's the only bit of sentence mixing I did do this year, was I said, because actually the original line is it said. So I said, I put it together so it sounds like he's actually saying it there. I'm quite proud of that. Okay, there's a little tiny bit of sentence mixing, but I'm proud of that, alright? That's little, I just realised I managed to put just one example of a little bit of sentence mixing in there. Even though the entire video was a YSPMV, I still managed to incorporate my #1 talent somewhere, you know?
It's a
there you go. And that boom, 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 when it like what did you call that, drum fill or whatever, when it's like gearing up for the next line, it's boom, 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 boom. I wanted to do more of that, but I felt like it didn't work in other places where you can hear Michael starting to like, it's a lump, because he's saying it's a before the line actually starts, so it's sort of like covering the fill of the instrument. So I didn't do it as much as I wanted to, but I definitely did it there because I know it needed it. Yeah. But there's just a lot I can say and analyse about this one video, and it's so simple, but there's just so much I can break down and analyse about the making of this. I know I've talked a fucking lot, but I hope some of you may found this interesting. If any of you really enjoyed this entry, which I fully appreciate, and you wanted to hear a bit more, see this as like a one of them DVD bonus features. We have like the director's commentary and shit on their production. I've always had the idea of doing that, you know, ever since like Tomato 3 and shit, ever since then, which has been like, what, nearly 5 years now, I've had the idea of doing like this kind of video, but for all of my old story stuff and all my YouTube poops of the past, and just like giving more information and how it was made, and little known facts about stuff I did in production and stuff like that. Just little tips and shit and information that you might otherwise not know about the making of all this stuff. This is what I'm doing here, and I've always had the idea of doing it with all my old videos. I don't know if I will do that one day, maybe, I don't know, 10-year anniversary of Incestfoogle in 2033, in 2023, Jesus Christ. Maybe, I don't know, maybe if I get 25k subscribers or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, I've always had the idea. I just never really went ahead with it because I thought, what if it's too extra? I don't want to be too, like, you know, it's not really that big a deal. I don't know. But here I am doing this collab stuff, and people seem to find that really useful to give them feedback. So I don't know, maybe they'd find it interesting if I rambled on about my old stuff and cringed at how fucking embarrassingly bad the old stuff was, and pined over how I wish I could have started from Vegas really early, that I could have, but, you know. We're here we are now. That was then and this is now, sort of thing. Yeah. So yeah, as you can see, the majority of this musical piece is just it's just that over and over throughout 70% of it, and only certain bits of it, like the breakdown bits and the bit where I had that one high-pitched one doing the funky alternative melody. That was like the only time I managed to make the melody varied in some way, because that's what I was trying to do, but I couldn't think of any more original ideas. Like, I would need like another few weeks to a month to come up with more. I didn't want to make the video longer, but I wanted more melodies in it. I wanted more than just the same over and over. But I tried. I did what I could. So with that said, I think it could have been more, but I'm still satisfied with what it is because I think it's a nice little tune. It's decent, and it's a nice little a nice little homage and tribute to the great Telstar Logistics Inc. There you go. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed that. Oh wait, we were watching the collab. Sorry, I was just talking on and on about my own shit. Right, enough of that. Now back to the collab again and back to other people's stuff. Never mind mine. Here we go. Who's up next after me? MorimotoYTP. Morimoto. Can't say I recognise that name.
Brian, don't you dare open the bathroom door. I'm changing my clothes.
Another story base. You know, it's just how many people do this now. Like I said, 256Pi has kind of got a massive influence on people with like the characterization, like the typecast older Rosen and the color curves, the Brian outfit and stuff like that, and just generally the way that a lot of newer people tend to go this route with Rosen Poop. They don't just make jokes. Some of them do, but I've seen the majority of them tend to go this route where they do chroma keying and sentence mixing and they have multiple characters and they go on animated adventures. This seems to be like the baseline now. The majority of newcomers tend to go this route, and as much as I like them, I just feel like it's maybe getting a bit oversaturated. I want more people to do like what was his name, TMW or whatever, TWM or whatever it was from earlier, where he was doing that bit where Michael was interviewing the other author and he was doing all them genuinely funny jokes. We need more newcomers who would just make funny jokes like that. I feel like that's becoming a lost art now because everybody just wants to do this really impressive looking story-based stuff, and which I still enjoy them, but I feel like it's becoming a bit of an oversaturated type of style here, yeah. But it's okay, I'll watch another one.
Oh no! I forgot the bloody bathroom key.
Bathroom key? Was he locked in?
Get that key to work.
Who's that?
Is
it Brian?
Leave it, the little peeping Tom. Oh, he's gonna be in for big trouble.
Oh guys, Ashen's laughing at the violin. I know exactly. I know it's the violin one. Yeah, when he was coughing. Yeah, that was the violin. Oh my god. And it was still from Ashen's and the Quest of the Game Child. Oh god, yeah. I'll never forget that fucking violin shit. I remember there was this one like AMA he did on Reddit years ago, and then someone asked him, what is the funniest video you've ever done and why is it the violin? And then his response was, the one with the violin because it's the one with the violin. We never forget that one. You know, wonderful sounds, strange shape. Oh man, yeah. I remember that. But yeah, I recognise that laugh immediately.
Oh, fuck. What are you wearing?
And that's from the movie as well. Yeah, well, we got Ashen's in here. I almost forgot about him, actually. We went through, like, the whole collab. We had a couple of Tim references. We had a couple of Mark Sabine references, which I always appreciate. But I totally forgot about Ashen's. I said maybe Wilford Brimley, but that's pushing it, because Wilford Brimley doesn't really have anything to do with... Whereas Ashen's, yeah, I like that. I'm glad you put this... I can't really read his watermark because the white background of the bathroom door is like kind of in the way. Morimoto, I appreciate you bringing Ashen's back into this because I've kind of missed his character too.
Yeah,
and he's got funny potential as well.
Wearing Michael. It's my new horrible floral shirt that I don't want to wear.
Floral shirt, yeah.
Says
shitty shirt. Oh god.
Millennials. They're wearing
the millennials, yeah. Hipster Rosen.
Like that now. Very well, Michael, but go change.
Ashen's face.
Like this instant, you look like you're wearing Haribo's granddad's curtains.
He's wearing Haribo's granddad's curtains. Yeah, it does kind of look like an old person's curtains. You know what it's like. Everyone's at their grandparents' house with them funny, funky, flowery curtains. Yeah, hey, that's a good joke. And Ashen's laughing at it.
It's no laughing matter.
This is really good, actually. Yeah. Why is Ashen's even there? Like, is he the guest? What?
By the way, Brian, the funniest Haribo, is he the man who makes the gummy bears? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about now, Michael.
So is that Brian then? That's Brian in the blue. Okay.
I read useless information on Reddit. I learned.
Yeah, Reddit, there you go. I mentioned that just a moment ago with the old Ashens AMA. Wow. That's 2 Reddit references in this collab, by the way. I keep counting all these things, but I'm just surprised. Like, I don't think I saw any Reddit mention of Reddit in the previous 2 collabs, and then suddenly we get 2 in this one. Weird.
Free gummy bears can cause flatulence and die.
Okay, well, this sentence mixing is very ambitious. I feel like he might have the transcript. I can sort of tell if someone's got the transcript and if someone's not. Whether they're good or not, I can tell if they've got it or not. I could just kind of tell, you know, that I feel this is good shit. I feel like he might be using the transcript and he's doing a good job at it. There's always room for improvement, and it sounds maybe a tad clunky, but he doesn't have to. I don't expect everyone who sentence mixes him to make Michael sound naturally like he's saying every line, you know, that's a high fucking standard to set. This sentence mixing's pretty good. So yeah, Morimoto's doing a pretty good job so far.
I don't believe it, I really don't. Brother. And get us some Haribo so we can see if they're gonna destroy our butts. Do you want to come with me, Brian?
Yeah, sort of like, okay, so here's one tip for sentence mixing in this instance. The sentence mixing in terms of choice of syllables and shit you're using is good. Like, I get you're making it, but I think the problem here is it keeps jumping to each one because you've kept all the clips very separate. I think a lot of people, with Vegas especially, they put the clips end to end. What I've always done for years is I crossfade it by 1 frame. That's the way I've always done it. So like 30 frames per second, and I always crossfade it by 1 frame. That's why in a lot of my old stuff with the resample, you can see it like blurring between each one as it cuts because it's 1 frame of a crossfade. But yeah, what I would suggest for you is that you bring the clips closer so they crossfade by like 1 frame if you're snapping, or if you want to turn quantizing off. And you don't quantize the frames, and you just make it overlap and crossfade by less than a frame, then that's up to you. But I think that's what you need to do here, because a lot of that sentence that he just said there was very disjointed. It was very William Shatner kind of disjointed and jumping around. I feel like if you'd have brought the clips together and crossfaded them all a bit by a frame or less than a frame, it would have sounded a lot smoother and a lot more fluent. Because otherwise, the actual choices of samples for words you're using there are actually quite good. They just need to be brought a bit closer together. So there's my advice for you.
Yeah, we could use.
I'm just checking. Yeah, I don't think it's got resample either, which is good. Oh, that's a fucking shit old car. Oh wow. Okay.
Brian.
Okay, so there's very ambitious animations here. Okay.
Music. No.
Oh, he's just facing the other way.
In my car, I'm driving. And I can't drive properly. Let's remind ourselves of what happened.
See, and look, see what Morimoto's done here. I think 256Pi can actually learn a couple of things from him rather than the other way around. I mean, see this? The background of the traffic and the sky and just the background in general of the roads and stuff passing by. It's easier for him because it's the front of the car facing forward. So you could just do like a first-person car driving forward thing, but even if it was from the side, I feel like you could learn from this, because he's just using like some footage of a car driving down a motorway or something. But in doing that, it's not just a still background image that loops over and over. It's actually footage that would last as long as this clip showing this shot would last, I guess. That's good. I like that.
Yoko, oh no!
Yoko, oh no! Screaming, making Brian angry playlist.
What's that noise?
That's why he's got the shit Fiat Panda thing, because he made him crash the Lamborghini. Oh, that's sad.
No, the moment I dread. That's a shame.
Yoko, oh no, I like that. Technically, like, I think that's like purposefully silly sentence mixing to make it sound funny.
That's Lambo. Now I have to rent arching curching hole, and it's all your fault.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
That's why his car's shit.
Brian. Turn on the music. I want to play some Green Day.
Green Day, Basket Case and Dookie and that.
You haven't heard a word I've said, have you, Michael?
Yeah, but Green Day's okay. I mean, it's not Yoko Ono screaming to piss off Brian playlist. I would say Green Day songs can be better than that. Road Trip.
Michael, I have the time to listen to you.
This motherfucker is not looking at the road. He is gonna fucking crash. He's spending every time he talks to Michael, he's not only looking away from the wheel, but his whole body is facing the opposite way. He's going to crash.
About nothing and everything all at once? No. So if I hear about Green Day.
Oh my god, he's talking for so long, he's gonna crash.
Shove our basket case really hard in your butt. Do you understand? Okay.
Okay.
No need to get your knuckles in a tit.
In a tit or a twist. I saw a little, I can skip back for that one. I bet it was going to say, I couldn't make him say twist, or no, get the reference. I don't get the reference, actually.
What? Look, it's pound land.
More Ashens references?
Get Haribo. Okay then, just get out of my sight. I don't want to pay the parking, so don't you...
Parking! So that's another one of those sentence mixing things where it's like, you don't want to use the ah, when it's like, that was the mistake, ah, for ah sounds, and you don't want to use the get off me for like oh sounds. You don't want to use the ing, like I'm talking, you don't want to use that for usual ing sounds if he's just talking normally, because it sounds like he's shouting and it's over enunciated and exaggerated. It doesn't fit very well. This is where the transcript would come into play, and you would find other examples of ing somewhere else where it would work a bit better. It doesn't just sound like he's randomly shouting and not shouting halfway through his sentences like he's got mental issues or something. But yeah, that's definitely something to work on. But for the most part, sentence mixing is pretty decent.
Whatever you say, Brian. All right.
Yeah, that's a familiar sight for me. Got Poundlands all around. I've actually got Poundland on my local high street now, where old post office used to be. The post office moved because Tottenham riots, but now there's a Poundland there, so we have one very local.
Must be in here somewhere. I got to start looking.
Yeah. See, I feel like when you said I got to start looking, it would be so much better if you could crossfade all those clips together, so it'd be more tighter and it wouldn't be so jumpy like that. Yeah. Zelda shop. Oh, I saw I recognise like every sweet.
9 minutes later. What is taking him so long? He's in there for 1 hour. Oh, no.
I mean, the thing is, when you go to Poundland, you see all them cheap sweets and that, you just can't decide what to bloody get.
No! The security guard is coming. Right, okay. Michael Rosen, you fucking prick. Have you
you fucking prick! We're supposed to be getting Haribos. Why did it take so long? We get distracted.
I knew it. This is a big waste of my time.
I mean, a whole hour. Yeah.
Have you tried looking at eBay? Michael, who in the world would be crazy enough to get food on the internet?
On the internet? Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Don't want to get everyone, huh? Okay.
Whatever. Let's just go.
Whatever.
To London Market, shall we?
I see he's making use of the poetry-friendly classroom sources as well, which is good, because there's a lot of words he says there that he doesn't say in the original performances that you can probably pick from there as well. That's good.
Where do you think you're trying to go? Pay the parking.
So you couldn't be bothered to try and sentence mix that source of Rosen. Just keep using the Rosen that we've been using for all the others, I see. Because it is easier to sentence mix that one than it is to sentence mix older Rosen. But yeah, there is also transcript for him, so just a heads up.
Oh.
Don't I pay nothing for the first hour?
You're late by 1 minute, so
yeah, it's a bit weird. It's a bit jarring. He should be talking in his own voice.
The parking right now.
All right. Fiddle, riddle, diddle, diddle,
empty
fiddle,
wallet.
Riddle, diddle, diddle. Oh no.
No money.
No money.
Money. Oh, no, the collab's going to get blocked worldwide now, that's it. I'm surprised it hasn't been, because I'm sitting here watching it right now, but I watched this fucking reaction video, going to get blocked worldwide. You can't use roundabout, it's going to get, YouTube going to block that shit. Trust me, I know. Okay, just hurry up and play it, If I keep stopping it and talking over it, maybe the copyright detection won't get it. Okay, so yeah, old meme. Just keep doing that, just keep talking over it as well.
Way to end the YTP, I guess. The story will continue in part 2.
Okay, so it did actually say to be continued for a good reason, because it will actually be continued in a part 2. Yeah, I mean, happy birthday, Michael Rosen. So he's probably going to continue that either in another entry or just separately on his channel. I'm probably going to watch that because that was very good. I really liked that. That was good. Obviously, my main criticisms and advice was, as I already said, you know, the sentence mixing, try and bring it together and crossfade it so it's smoother and it's not all disjointed and spaced apart like it was. At least it sounded like that. And if you're not already using the transcripts, use them and use the older Rosen one, because it would sound better if you actually just used the actual voice instead of dubbing older Rosen's voice with the younger version of Rosen instead. It's kind of weird. But aside from that, yeah, there was some really good stuff in there. I liked the Ashen stuff and the genuinely funny jokes that in the dialogue. That was... And the car scene, even though it was funny, he kept turning around. He should have crashed again because he kept facing Michael half the time. Now, is he driving on the motorway? He's not even looking at the traffic most of the time. Come on. That shit don't make no sense. But I like how he used the footage masked outside the windows of the car to represent that. And I think the car and the footage is from something, but I don't exactly know what it is because I haven't seen it, whatever it is. But yeah, that was really good. That was actually really well made. So when I say that a lot of newcomers are taking that route, that like 256pi style stuff that they seem to be going after, I say him. I know a lot of people do it as well who are notable, but I feel like it's Pi who's the influence, because a lot of newcomers and that tend to look up to him and mention him a lot. So I'm pretty... and tend to do things similar to his as well. So I see him as like the guy who influenced a lot of new people to do that sort of style. So as I'm saying, there's a lot of new people trying that, and it's a bit oversaturated a style these days. That was still a very good work on it. That was a good one. So if you're a new guy, feel proud of yourself, because yeah, that was some good shit. I hope there's more Ashen stuff as well, because that was funny. I like that. Well done, man. That was a good entry.
Nice.
Is it kind of significant that if he doesn't appear in the very end now, but the only time Ashen's appeared in this entire collab and it was just after my entry? Significant maybe? Trying to give me them hints.
For coming to my birthday party. As you know, I am turning 73.
3? Yes, that YTP guy. The name, I have to admit, is like... I don't know, maybe he likes that, he might like using that name, but I'm just saying, that YouTube guy, I just feel like it's a bit like general, it's not very specific. You might want to, that something YouTube guy that specifically defines you, because we're all YouTube guys and gals, really, aren't we? I'm that YouTube guy, but which one am I? I'm that Joker YouTube guy, right? You might need like a second word in between there to define who exactly you are, because we're all YouTube guys and it's not really specific enough. Just saying, just the name.
Trillion years old today. I wish I could stay and talk, but I am starving. All I had for breakfast was 1 week and 15 hours.
What? He ate time?
It was # eternity, and I had to get to the 7th dimension. So I bought a whole dinner.
As you do, you know, we've all been there.
Began to eat. I scooped together 203 years and pushed into my mouth, blob by blob.
I wonder what years taste like.
But if there's one thing I love, it's a fat red planet. So now I get some cosmic.
This is like the really low budget version. This is like the really low budget version of Dave Case. No, I hate to, like, I don't want to insult that YouTube guy, because this is actually okay. This ain't that bad. The sentence mixing is quite good. It's kind of interesting, a bit bizarre, but it's not really comparable to what Dave K made. But I'm saying it's like, because he's like eating time and planets and all this like really out there shit. It's all like it's cosmic and shit. It just reminds me of the Lemon story. It's like a really, really low budget and simplified version or something. You should have put this entry straight after that one, because it would have been even funnier. I don't know.
A few grains on the crust.
I don't know. No offense to the YTP guy though. I don't expect any of us to be able to make anything like what Dave K made. This is okay as itself, but I hope it actually goes somewhere and it's not just him eating time and planets for a minute.
Cut into the crust so the love jumps into my mouth.
Love?
Spiciness.
Oh, the lava, did you mean?
So now I get the milky way and drink.
The milky, he's eating the fucking galaxy. He's drinking the entire galaxy.
Drink the lot. Then I got to the Big Bang, and it's...
Big Bang!
It's a bit hot.
It's a bit hot. What about the sun? The sun's a bit hot.
I only put a little bit on.
How are you eating the Big Bang if you've already eaten the Milky Way? The Big Bang already happened. What are you talking? Oh, because he ate time as well. So I guess he's going through time and space willy-nilly. This is very nonsensical, YTP guy.
Can I blow till it's cool, just cool.
Yeah, he just blows it and it's cool.
Into the mouth.
And that's how the universe started. the YTP guy's trying to tell us that Michael Rosen's click created the universe. Wow, that's one theory. This is under the belief of Rosenism, the religion. That was it. That was it. And so on the I don't know what day, on the first day of eating, the universe was born through Michael's click of eating the Big Bang. I don't know, that was weird. That was a very bizarre short story. That YTP guy, I don't know where he got the inspiration or ideas to come up with that, but yeah, Michael is eating time and space itself and then creates the Big Bang when he eats it and clicks. Points for originality, I guess, because nobody's described Michael eating space and time before. I don't think so, anyway. Wow, that was very strange, but for what it was, very simple. It was just a bit of sentence mixing, and there was an image of like the big bit of space and that at the end, but aside from that, it was just Michael talking for a minute or whatever, so not much to say other than sentence mixing criticisms, which was okay. Obviously, a staple is, like, if you don't have the transcript already, then I advise you get it and use it because it will help you and aid you. What I would advise is, I want there to be more, because just him eating space and time and then Big Bang, click nice, whatever, that was it. I wanted there to be more. I thought it was going somewhere. Like, he's eating space and time and then something happens. And something happens after that. Not just that was it. So maybe if you're going to come up with a really bizarre setup like that, really weird, like nonsensical kind of tale, make it go further. Take it somewhere. Like, go through history. Like, he snaps, calls the Big Bang. And then start going through, like, world history and shit. Like, the forming of planets and stuff. And, like, he has some influence on world history and the natural world and the artificial world. Something like that. I don't know, just food for thought. Food for thought is certainly what Michael has been having in this entry. Well, but yeah, that's how you could do a bit more. But otherwise, an okay entry. It's okay. Yeah, it's not bad. But yeah, it was alright. We're reaching the end, folks. Almost there.
Teachers sometimes ask me.
Okay, Jacob Perino. I think this guy was in... I think he was in the 70th collab. I think I put him in there, and he made a surprisingly decent entry, because I remember, I'll never forget this, I'm pretty sure it was him who said it. I remember he commented in the announcement videos for the 70th collab, what's a watermark? And it was just like an example of, like, this is what I'm dealing with as a host. What's a watermark? I don't know. Maybe he was just joking, I don't know, but it was funny in its own way. But I wasn't expecting anything crazy out of someone who asked what a watermark is, but he ended up producing a decent entry for the 70th collab. It was quite simple. It was just a story-based storytelling, not any visuals, just Michael tells the story kind of thing. But it was a decent entry for, like, Captain Plum style, just Michael telling the story. It was quite good for what it was, and I was surprised. So that was 3 years ago. I don't know. I can't remember if he made entries in the last two since, and I've just forgotten. But otherwise, he's kind of decent, so maybe he'll be telling a story again this time round, and it'll be kind of good.
Please, Michael, what's the best way to get college students to behave? I can't teach properly when the whole class go mad like a bloody circus tent. No need to shout, no need to yell, no need to...
Another tomato.
What you had to do is to show them that...
That little subtle V sound, so it's not had to do, it's have to do.
You don't take shit from anyone. Now,
okay.
Here's some things I suggest.
Just like his tips on how to be a badass teacher that don't take no shit rather than poetry friendly.
You know those girls that won't stop talking to one another? Why not give them 1 hour of detention for every time you catch them?
Wow, that's a bit harsh.
Really shuts them up. Here's the second thing. How about that red ball who likes putting his feet on the table like...
Red ball. This is really good.
Place. If you want to show Mervin, I mean that little funk A-lesson.
Yeah, Mervin.
Just try stringing him up from the wall barb.
The wall barb.
You may think I'm going a bit over the top. But
perhaps.
If you have a better idea, do let me know.
Okay.
Now, one...
Fucking pressing keys. It does actually sound like that. What the fuck?
To do when everyone is going absolutely crazy is to fire a gun in class.
Oh, that's a good idea. The American way.
You're probably thinking, what the fuck, dude? Fair enough.
Fuck, dude. Every line is funny.
I haven't had to deal with the little shit.
This is like Sire or something, where it's just sentence mixing. There was a visual earlier on with the tomato in his face in the class, but it's mostly just, again, like Captain Plum style, sentence mixing stories, but it's genuinely really funny because the shit he says is so sophisticated and dynamic and clever. There's so many good funny lines in this. Love it. This is kind of like Captain Plums or Sire or something. I really like it.
My class. This is how it usually goes down in my lessons.
And it runs a theme as well. It's a continuous. The whole entry is based around this theme of like he's giving classroom tips on how to be a teacher that don't take no shit from the annoying students in college.
Right, classes. Right, classes. I'm talking. I want complete quiet. Oh, you've gone all quiet. Right. As you know, it was our plan today to learn about the First World War because you never take time to read his story on your own unless it's got dragons or some stupid shit in it. I had hoped really good. It wouldn't be necessary for me to replace Mr. Lockhart, but unlike your other teacher, I'm not a little wimp.
Wimp? Oh my god, I did that once. Shit, that took me back for a minute. Yeah, I made him say wimp once in the exact same way with windmills and the rap, yeah.
I'm telling you this, if you try to be loud, annoying, or
annoying. Just the way it sounds when it's sentences is funny in itself.
I'm going to make your day so bad you're going to wish you were homeschooled as I speak.
This is so good.
Believe it.
Some people might not enjoy this as much as I do, but I love this shit. Because like I say, Sire, Captain Plum, some of my favourite stuff is just like this. I love this stuff.
I can see that Louise has her cell phone turned on. I don't. Really don't. Do we have cell phones turned on at 2 o'clock in my lesson? No, we have cell phones turned off, but Louise, you don't even put it on silence.
On silence?
Leave class to go to the bathroom and then play with your phone or your dick for 20 minutes.
Dick?
Classroom. And you stay here until that going in bell goes boing, boing. And that includes you.
What do you mean the going in bell? But they're in class. It would be the going out bell, right?
Bernie Sanders. Yes, you.
Oh, Bernie Sanders. We've had that before. I remember that was a thing in the 70th Club. Someone made him say that once as well. So that's been done before.
No need to turn around. There aren't any other social lists here, are there? Right.
Political, that's it. Tick, tally off your checklist, folks. We were looking for a political one somewhere and it was right near the end, but we still got it. I said that right near the beginning. There's probably going to be some political guff somewhere. It was short, but it was there. That counts. The socialists and Bernie Sanders. That's it. There it is. This collab now officially has everything. It's got all the relevant topics and memes. It's got politics. It's got the musical stuff, the story stuff, action stuff, emotional stuff. It's got everything. It's got everything, and Mark Sabine and Ashens and Tim and everything. The only thing is really missing is Wilford Brimley, but we don't really need Wilford Brimley. I don't think he was in the last ones either, so it doesn't matter. But aside from that, every single thing has been hit upon at least once in this collab. Fantastic. And this is a great fucking entry, by the way.
And tell the days of the Battle of the Dun. Of course, you're not listening, are you? Charmaine and Donna. That's 1 hour of detention.
Damn, he's one strict bastard.
If this was like when I was at school,
you wouldn't be even breathing. You wouldn't even be breathing.
You wouldn't sit round tables. You would sit at desks. And some of you may not know this, but we had a teacher who was so strict.
That fucking whistle. I've heard people make fun of it so many times. It still gets me when people like ear rape this.
You weren't allowed to. I saw that, Mervyn. I saw you flipping me off anymore. And if you no trick to Mervyn.
What did I say? No, I'm reading that.
You weren't allowed to.
The fucking middle finger.
I saw you flipping me off. And if you no trick.
Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Why is the video creator censoring this one F-bomb all of a sudden? Yeah, why are you? Why is that? Because he's been swearing before this and now suddenly you censor it. What's going on here? Well, I need to ask him why he did that. There's no point putting the text on there asking why, like it's a joke. Why though? But why though?
Tooth, Mervyn. That's enough. I'm very sad you've got homework to do, Mervyn. We're all sad you've got homework. I'm very sorry, Mervyn.
Yeah. I think, okay, I'm trying to tap into the psyche here, but I think the reason why I enjoy these so much is because it's not some of the sentences are entirely constructed and made up on themselves, sentence mix, but some of them aren't. Some of them are like altered versions of what Michael says in his stories, like this, where he just changed it from glad to sad and homework instead of sandwiches or whatever, whereas the majority of the rest of the sentence is kind of the same, so it's believable as something Michael would sort of say. A similar example would be, from what I remember of my old stuff, the reason why I like my old Halloween Terrifying Tale video, the reason why I like that one so much still is because there were loads of moments where I had Michael describe stuff, but it was similar to the way he would describe it in his stories in a way, because there were some completely constructed sentences, but then there were other sentences where they were just word swapped to fit what's going on in a situation, and it was still sort of whole lines that he would tend to say. It's hard to explain, I don't know. It's hard to explain without direct examples, but yeah, it's something like that, and I'm seeing that here, and it just really works. It's a blend of both. I love it.
This close to decapitate you now.
See, that was completely constructed. He ain't saying nothing like that in the poems, but what I mean is like other stuff that he does tend to say with a few swapped out. It just intertwines really well.
Yes. Of course, it was in World War I, but when? 1916. Correct.
Okay.
Now,
I learned something.
Perhaps I thought when I got...
Did his mouth just get bigger? Wait, I'm playing that again.
Of course, it was in World War I, but
probably
when?
Didn't, but I just thought for a second that... Wait, let me watch it.
Correct. Now, perhaps...
Yeah, his mouth got bigger. He made his mouth a bit bigger. Just a bit. Just so it's barely noticeable, but he did it. These little visual gags. Oh, this is a good fucking entry. There's a lot of good laughs in this.
When I got up today, I won't have to look after missing students in my classroom. But then I remembered David's little gang who decided to sneak out of class and look into the girls' dressing room through the hole in the wall. They even drilled a glory hole in.
Yeah, he has to use older Rosen sorry to ruin the immersion. Yeah, that's exactly what I talk about with the other entries that have done it. It kind of ruins the immersion and the continuity of the style of Rosen because it's so drastically... It's still Michael, so to people who don't usually do Rosen, it seems like what's wrong with that? But because it's such a different look of Michael, it's so drastically different that it kind of ruins consistency and immersion, yeah. But if you want to make him say drill, I'm sure you can get this Rosen to say drilling. I'm sure there is... I could do it.
And before we all knew it, David...
It's like you couldn't resist because you know he says drilling in the other one. So it's like, why bother making it up if he says the entire word in that one?
His little gang got their dicks stabbed with box cutters by Marcia, Charmaine, and Donna. Lol. Now...
LOL! And it said it on the screen.
Is there anyone in the room who would like to have a go at answering what it was that started the war? Yes, George.
What the fuck was that? The quality...
The Nazis
were...
Why did you cut to older Rosen for the word the? He says the loads of times. Why did you... You didn't need to ruin the immersion with that one. I don't know.
World War II, you fool.
Yeah, that was...
Didn't your parents teach you anything? Oh, that's right. Your mum don't live with your dad because they divorced.
Don't say don't, say doesn't. Oh my god, imagine if one of the students is going to correct him like that to try and be a smart ass. Oh, that should be here. Please.
Really? Nobody knows. Do you know that if you don't learn...
I was hoping that one of the students... Because he did say your mum don't live with your dad. I was hoping what he would do would have a cheeky student ask Michael to put up his hand or something and then say to Michael, don't say don't, say doesn't, with like a smug look on his face, and then Michael gets pissed off because he's like being a smart ass. Don't be a smart ass or something like that. He should have done that. That would have been another good joke to throw in there because he had the opportunity, but never mind, it's okay.
Reader grow up to make video games for the girls with prosthetic arms. Yes, I know there were girls in the Russian army, Zoe, but that isn't what we're talking about. Isn't what we're talking about now, is it? Mervyn, if I hear about what you think of my lessons, my uniform, or the whole of school...
His uniform? What uniform? He's wearing a blue jumper.
If you don't shut your loud ass fucking cake hole, I shall send your sorry ass home so you can tell your parents that you did nothing but waste my time and their money. Would you believe
what a rant.
I can see that Mervyn is being a fucking crybaby. Take it to class.
It's almost Mecha Ouija levels, almost. It's still like Sire and Captain Plums, but it's like almost Mecha Ouija. I feel like there's some magic that Mecha Ouija had that it's not quite, but it's almost. This is really it's really outlandish and really harsh and like, really, he's really going balls to the wall with this one. He's not just making him say some funny shit, but he's really like having him have at it with his kids, man. Really letting rip with the dialogue here.
This is what a fucking crying baby looks like.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so stop that stupid sobbing all over my expensive desk, will you? Why are you even here? It's not like...
It's like sarcasm and stuff like that. When it's one thing to make Michael sentence mix him to say stuff where he's angry or happy or whatever, but it's another. It's definitely a lot more difficult to convey different emotions, like sarcasm. It makes it sound so much more clever. Okay, this is one of the things like Mecha Ouija and Sire and even Captain Plums tend to do, where like their sentence mixing is so clever and ingenuitive and intricate, where they make them sound, they can do like sarcasm and other tones of speech and stuff like that, that makes Michael sound really clever, or makes the video seem really clever. There's something like a depth of intelligence and sophistication where Michael talks in ways that's not just happy or sad, or angry. It's also like sarcasm and sort of different tones or subtlety and stuff like that. Being a smart ass or something like that, you know, or like making fun of some, I don't know, just there's something about the way the sentence mixing goes. It's like an extra depth of intelligence or something, a layer of sophistication. It's just such a clever and smart piece of work. And it makes Michael as a character seem smarter as well, is what I mean.
I'm asking you for the last time.
It's like one of them old fucking ringtones that you get to choose on the old Nokias or something, isn't it?
Well, Louise, are you going to pick up that call or not? Go on, put it on speaker so that the whole
oh my god!
can hear.
Now, this guy is a fucking ruthless, savage teacher, man. He's not taking... I can't lie, I would kind of enjoy, if I was in a class of a teacher like this, I just wouldn't get on the wrong side of him and I'd have a laugh. This dude would be funny as shit. No. Apart from the firing the gun thing, that would be kind of concerning.
Give it to me, then. Nice phone.
Nice phone! Oh my... It's like one of them teachers, you know what I'm... Apart from the shooting the gun and the swearing, it's one of them teachers where, like, they act like an arsehole there. They're not just like, come on, I need to confiscate your phone, you're not allowed to have it in class, come on, that's it, you can have it back at the end of the day. Not just like that, but like, oh, nice phone! Like, being a right cunt about it. Like, we've had some teachers like that.
Watch me throw it out the window.
Okay, that's taking it a bit far. Oh my god.
Maybe now we can have a real lesson.
Oh my god.
I forgot what the question was. Louise,
it was who started the war, right? See, I remembered.
People actually travel a long way to have a proper education.
Yeah.
Like my exchange student Hans from Holland. After smoking weed just before class, tried to hide his joint in the hamster's cage, and yes, it got hide. Yes. Anyway, after the war was over,
fucking great.
Everyone thought there weren't going to be any more wars. Boing. Okay then, classes, that's enough for today.
Barely taught him anything. He spent most of the lesson just slagging all the kids off.
Hey, why not buy a new phone, Louise?
Aww. And that was it. Oh. Wow, yeah, one of the best entries as well. Another one of my favourite entries, one of the best entries in the collab, I think. That was fucking hilarious. I loved that. I loved every moment of that. Like I say, it was so smart and sophisticated. The extra lengths that Michael will go to be such a ruthless, savage person and such an asshole to the kids. To be a teacher that don't take no shit sort of thing, and all the horrible things that he would say, and he didn't even get to teach enough in the lesson. He asked like 2 or 3 questions, and even get to answer them and shit. He didn't teach anything in the end. He just spent the entire lesson slagging the kids off and ruining their property. Oh, but my god, that was funny. That was, yeah, one of the funniest entries as well. I love that one. Well done, Jaco Perino. That was... You're definitely good at this shit. You could do the sort of thing that Captain Plums and Sire aren't doing because they're so like inactive at the moment. You can fill that hole for us by making stories like that, because it was genuinely really funny. Sentence mixing was great. At times, obviously, you can do better choices of samples than others, but for the most part, that sentence mixing was, yeah, I mean, there was a lot of it. It's very intricate. He probably is using the transcript, but yeah, I mean, where can I say for improvements? That was really just something else, and there was no visuals or anything because it was that style. I won't encourage him to try and use visuals to improve because there's certain styles like that, like Captain Plums, where you deliberately don't do anything visual. It's all spoken. Apart from the very beginning when he was in the class and he got tomato thrown at his face or whatever. But apart from that, as like demonstrating a joke in play, the whole rest of the story was just spoken and narrated. There was nothing visual on screen apart from the middle finger, that as well. But that was just for the added effect. Other than that, it was just entirely told by Michael and nothing else on the screen. So that's the particular style of itself, and I know that because I've kind of done similar in a long time ago. But yeah, I loved that. I loved that. That's exactly the kind of stuff I wanted to do when I first started doing Michael Rosen poops. That was exactly the kind of thing I wanted to do. Not chroma key animated 256 pie inspired adventure or whatever. That kind of stuff right there that Jaco just did. That was the sort of thing I always wanted to do when Michael is the sophisticated, intricate sentence mixing that tells a really original story and is actually genuinely funny as well. Fantastic work. It's right up my street and I had a blast watching it. Well done. Almost there, folks. Almost at the end now.
Birthday
Pizza Pie Overlord. Birthday treat. It's like MechaWouija. I was just mentioning MechaWouija just a moment ago. Yeah, it's like MechaWouija did with the titles, and like he's doing something stupid with his head shaking back and forth. Title or something like that. Yeah, I remember that. The big crap. Or just one of them things. And he's like, yeah, your parents. That's the one. That's the one with your parents. And he's like shaking his head around on the other side.
I was exhausted. All I did at work was type.
Oh my god, this is just like the last entry. This is a similar sort of thing.
For the paper, but when
Am I going to get more of the same good shit?
Home.
Oh, okay, here's some visual stuff here. Yeah, there you go.
I couldn't believe it. Right, party for little old me. Everybody was there. Brian, Haribo, George,
what?
Joanna, and older
Rosen. Joanna looking kind of... No, let's not go there.
Hi, everybody. There was food on the table. There were presents.
Yeah, you want to use a bit of blur on that, I see. I don't know if he's... I think he was using Premiere. I can't remember. But whether you are or not, if there is a way to do feather blur on keying out in Premiere, I'm sure there must be. You want to add a bit of blur, a bit of feather to that, because that, again, will cover up those little holes that show through when you're trying to cut out all the background. You get a piece of his face cut out. When you add a bit of feather, it usually works well to cover it up. Although, yeah, but otherwise, really good chroma keying, but you just got to get them holes covered up with a bit of feather. That's what it's for, because otherwise, the problem is, I understand that when you use feather, it creates like a white halo around the edge of him, but it's either that or have holes in his face, so you got to pick your poison sort of thing.
On the table.
And I would much prefer to have a small glowing edge to him than holes in his nose, cheek and teeth. Oh my god, half his face. Okay, let's ignore that for now, because I've already mentioned how to improve it.
The DJ was playing my favourite
Oh my god, no way! Look! It's fucking Telstar. That's amazing. Someone actually referenced him in this. I had no idea, by the way. I had no... That's a complete coincidence. I did not know the Pizza Pie Overlord was going to do this. This is total coincidence. That's amazing. And that's the electro-funk rap as well. Wow. It's a genuinely really good tune as well. I love that one.
Thing was going really well.
I would play, I mean, if I had a Michael Rosen birthday bash, I would play Telstar songs. I mean, that's a fitting, yeah.
But then we all heard a terrible scream.
Ah, get off me!
It was then
what was that?
I noticed George had gone.
George fills the whole screen.
Michael.
Fuck is that?
Oh no, this is horrible.
Oh, not him again. I think, is this tying back to his last entry, or last year, or the year before, where he had like a situation with a Mario head and it was like a sort of story? Because again, I can't bloody remember. This is the problem when people do an entry each year and it follows a story that the last year's entry had. Because by then, I can't bloody remember what it was. It's easy for the guy who made it, because he made it and he knows what the story is, and any of his really big fans. But for someone casually watching like me, who just watch the collabs each year, I can't bloody remember what happened. So it's hard to follow it.
What did I do that bugged him so bad?
The Arthur flashback sound.
Something to drink?
Yeah.
I've got peach.
I vaguely remember this.
Can I have it?
Of course. Not.
Aww.
Nice plums you got here. Can I have it?
Give them yourself, you greedy little kid.
Yeah, I remember that.
Ed. Oh, that's right. What are you talking about? Let's just rescue George, hey? Yeah?
Why? It's not like that last to do anything for.
Damn, her voice is really high-pitched. I mean, like, really, it's like chipmunk shit.
True, but he's still got my present.
So this is what true friendship is.
Ay, 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 ay.
And off we go.
Okay. Yeah, see, this Chroma King, it looks okay in this shot, but in the last shot, yeah, you could tell it definitely needs work. And there's something wrong with the Mario head. Why is there, like, what's it called, like, interlacing or whatever it is, when you have those lines all over the, but only on the edge? Is that like it in the original source or something? I don't know, I've never used the Mario head source, so maybe that's how it is, but
you know,
I feel like even if it was in the original source like that, you could use, like, masking to smooth out the edges so it wouldn't look so jaggedy on the edges. I don't know, I'm just thinking.
We ran and ran as fast as we could. By the time we got ourselves together, we noticed the pizza place. Turns out my head just wanted a wee. I mean, wanted one of those pizza pies.
Okay, good, because there has not been a single wee joke in this collab yet, and I'll be fucking damned if there is one right at the bloody end. You know what I'm talking about. I know there was a Switch and a Wii U in First Aid's one, but I didn't count, because I don't think he even said the words Wii U, so it doesn't count. It's just the image of it. So we haven't had a Wii joke anymore, and I'm hoping that that's the end of the fucking Wii jokes, because Wii has been a thing for years now. We've got the Wii U, we've got the Switch, and we've got whatever else is coming out after that. I do not expect to see the stupid overused Wii joke 100 times more. Not one single time more from now on in these birthday collabs. No more. They better not have one at the end just to piss me off. Don't do it. Look, those people who made entries where they did specific jokes just to wind me up, like TenPin or something, are probably going to stick a Wii joke in next year just to take the piss out of me. But if then, it doesn't really count because he did it specifically for me. So don't even try it. If he's listening, don't try it.
Any money. So what does he do? He steals George and tries to make him pay for it.
Would you believe it, the little bitch? I cut that out.
Sorry, yeah, sorry. Anyway, my contract.
Yeah, that sentence mixing could be better. It's like Mario. It's very jumpy. So again, transcript. Maybe the rest of the sentence mixing sounds okay in terms of like close together, crossfading smoothness or whatever. But maybe work with that a bit more with the bits like Mario that are kind of harder to do, I guess.
That he will never bother me or my friends ever again. That's enough.
Okay.
Anyway, that present from George.
George! Why does it fucking, like, do an effect every time he says George's name?
It was absolutely nothing.
Okay.
I had hoped that it wouldn't be necessary for me to kick George in the balls.
Now it's like hell.
But
in the balls.
And everything was
Don't be like George.
Lovely once again. Wonderful. And then I start doing the Michael Rosen rave.
Oh, the Michael Rosen rave. Yeah, there's an old throwback reference for you. Yeah, we never forgot about the Michael Rosen rave. It's an iconic joke that has lasted so many years. And we're still bringing it back to this day. It's like a canonical term, really. Happy birthday, Michael Rosen. Okay, well, is that it? Okay, well, yeah, okay, this is probably the outro right here, so I'm not gonna... I thought I was waiting for a transition screen, but I think this is the ending now, because we are basically at the end. Yeah, about that entry, that was okay. Yeah, that was alright. You have to kind of follow the story a bit with the Mario thing. It didn't rely too heavily on the previous entry that he did with the story to understand what's going on, luckily. I was worried it was going that way, but it wasn't, because it gave you a quick flashback and just what you need to know as why Mario stole the thing. But yeah, it was okay, but obvious off the bat, the visual criticisms with the chroma keys and possibly the sharp edges and shit like that, and some of the sentence mixing as well. But aside from that, it was okay. A bit of a song and dance and everything. It was quite neat, yeah. I noticed, and when he kept saying George, and it was like a different effect each time. Those extra little jokes you throw in, even though Michael's just talking or narrating something, and you always tend to like chuck in little extra jokes in between it that don't distract too much from the telling of the story, but just adds a little bit of humour in there that's like not relevant to the humour of the situation sort of thing. I like that. That's nice that you got that in there, but yeah, it was okay. It was okay. It's... yeah, I got not much else to say about that. If Pizza Pie is listening, I've just watched 2.5 hours worth of material, and I'm running out of things to say. So I'm sorry. If you want me to say, if you're expecting me to say more, then hit me up, because you know where to find me. I don't even know if he is on Twitter or whatever. I don't even know. And anyway, never mind. So here we are. At the very end of the collab at last. I've probably done about 6 to 8 hours of this shit, and if it's out of sync at this point, I'm going to have to do a thing where I upload the second half of it separately and unlisted so you can watch it without being out of sync. I don't know. I think it's an issue with the YouTube's new layout because it's a piece of shit, and after about 2 or 3 hours it just completely goes out of sync, which sucks. So bear with me on that. I might upload a unlisted version of just the second half to make up for that or something. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'll do that if I have to. And yeah, hopefully everybody enjoyed my silly ramblings and nitbits and getting way too overexcited at the good entries. Let's just watch this outro before I give my thoughts. Okay, yeah, so this is the end of the Rosen X, or whatever it is you want to call it, yeah. That's it for this year's birthday collab. Wow, fucking what a marathon. It didn't actually feel that long. I'll be honest with you, it didn't feel as long as the other ones, I think. It was longer than the last of the 72nd, right? The 72nd was about 2 hours something, right? I don't know. I think it was longer than that one, but I don't think it felt that much longer. It felt a hell of a lot shorter than the 71st anyway. But there's a reason why that one felt so long. Okay. So yeah, there's all the names. Blast Salts 1, 2, 3, 4. Look, the fucking mistake. Look, every single collab, you do all these names and all this text. There's bound to be a mistake somewhere. Right off the bat, you spelled Blast Salts wrong. I'm sorry, but if I see it, I'm gonna notice it. But yeah, yeah, quite a lot of people, quite a lot of names that I don't know. I mean, look, ItsRezberry, King Mewtwo, Letycjusz S, Gardevoir X, and Morimoto, he was really good. So, a lot of names I had not previously recognised, and I'm really happy about that. Good stuff. And some names that I do recognise that I enjoyed watching. Also, massive thanks to 256Pi, Dave K, Dr. Hotel Mario, My Ties, Nintendo64, and TenPinChameleon for helping me put together the intro. That many people helped work on it. I'm surprised. I know TenPin did because his name was there, and I know Dave K did because he told me he was helping, or I found out he was helping. But I didn't know 256Pi, Ryan, and My Ties, I didn't know they were all working on it as well. And Dom, Jesus fucking hell. I didn't realise just how many people were helping make it. Well, it was good anyway. I know I was salty about it not being gangster tripping, but it was still a good intro. It was hype. I forgot to mention at the beginning, the whole car chase scene stuff, it was good. I don't really remember the music so well, though. The music wasn't as memorable as the tracks from the previous years, but the video was good. It was a hype, getting you hyped up for it, which is the whole point of the intro, is definitely the most important thing, is to get everyone hyped up for the big birthday celebration. So it did its job. It did its job, and it was well made. So, well, yeah, well done all these people, yeah. And also the people who should be credited in each person's entry where other people helped them or took part in their own entries together, sort of thing. So like Dave K's entry or NoiceDrinkz' entry, where multiple people helped out. All those people as well, well done for their contributions. And fucking Night7 trolling the shit out of me with the collab thing, making me think pNsB, and then it actually was pNsB afterwards. That was freaky, but yeah, there was some great stuff, yeah. Furthermore, I'd like to thank former hosts NoiceDrinkz and ThePlamzJoker for helping me out. Yeah, we're on the secondary bit because we didn't help out as much. I wanted to help with the intro, but I didn't have the time. I didn't know what was going on. I wanted to do gangster tripping. I wanted to make it, but I didn't have the time and I didn't know where to start. And every time I talked to them, it seemed like they didn't even want to do it anyway. They wanted to do something else. So I wasn't getting my way, essentially. I wanted my way, I was being bossy, and I didn't get my way. So that's how it ended up. But I tried to help him out as much as I could any other way, because I felt bad. I felt bad that I was pressuring this whole tradition on him, that he wanted to do something else. And I didn't want to just sit there and order him to do something and not actually help him do it, sort of thing. So if I wasn't going to help, he was going to do his own thing, and then I could at the very least help him do something else. So I was on call in messages for any advice or help that he needed with hosting and setting up the collab and entries and structuring and anything in general, queries for past hosts, because me and NoiceDrinkz hosted before as well, and My Ties and Dr. Total Mario were all past hosts, so we've got the experience and can give him the advice that he might need. So we were like on call, I was just willing to help him out with anything I possibly could that I could, advice wise, and I'm glad. I think I did as well. So I hope it all came together and made the collab much better than it could have been without all of our help, because we all chipped in some way and contributed in some way or another, even if it was very small. Whether it was big or small, we all played a part in putting this thing and making it as good as we could make it, essentially. Anything else? Big thanks to everyone who participated. A big thanks to everyone who participated, as well as everyone who submitted something but didn't make the final cut. That is what I'm thinking about. I'm mulling over, should I do a reaction for the bucket as well? If the bucket's like over half an hour long, and it's like another hour and a half of watching entries that are very subpar, I want to watch the entries that didn't make it in that are good though. That's the thing. Anything else? Make sure to make sure, I can't speak anymore, I've been watching all this shit, I've lost my words. Make sure to subscribe to everyone involved, links to the channels are in the description. I mean, I don't know if that's exactly what you should say. I would say check out the channels of all those you enjoyed or something. If you liked if you liked certain entries, be sure to check them out and consider subscribing or something like that. Telling everyone make sure you subscribe to everybody is a bit like, well, no, I mean, I didn't really like that entry over there, so I don't really want to subscribe to that, but I just feel like the choice of words, I don't know. Too late though, it doesn't matter. It's not that bad, it's not that big a deal. You get what he's trying to say, like give everyone support and that, but I think it should have been worded like, make sure you check out all the channels, the people, in the channels are in the description, check them out if you liked their stuff or like what they made, and consider subscribing or whatever. But anyway, see you next year, and hopefully we will, because Watermelon, he didn't make an entry because, of course, he was pressed for time and he was very busy and had a lot of shit to do working on that intro. He needed help with the intro, and even uploading the collab itself, it came out late because he needed some extra time. But so as a result, he didn't actually have a full entry to himself here in the collab. And I know what that's like. I was in the same position. I needed extra time, not just because I was busy, but because of copyright that fucked over the collab on the day it came out. So I had to edit some shit and then render it all over again, put it up. So that's why my one was 2 days late, because of the whole copyright issue. And also I didn't make a proper, I made a thing at the very end, that little joke thing, so technically that's kind of a short entry, but I didn't make a proper full-length installment entry to the collab I hosted, because the sheer amount of shit that I managed, there was just no fucking time to work on an entry as well. So I totally get it. Watermelon, it's a-okay. There was a lot of talent here and some really good stuff that I'm going to be checking out the channels of later. Is that it? Is it going to fade out? Is there anything else? Final gag? Anything?
I'm really glad I didn't have to do a Fatboy Slim song this year.
It wasn't a Fatboy Slim song Oh, no. No! I thought it was. I thought it might have been Fatboy Slim and it was just a song I didn't know. Oh, no. Okay, that will not do. That will absolutely not do. It's one thing for it to not be Gangster Tripping, but it's another thing altogether for not be Fatboy Slim. You done fucked up. What about Going Out of My Head? You mentioned Going Out of My Head or Demons. That was Fatboy Slim songs. Why didn't you do those? Ooh, you've rustled my fucking jibbies all the way now. You shouldn't have even said anything, because I was about to say that was a nice Fatboy Slim song. I don't know what it is, but it was okay. But now you've told me it's not Fatboy Slim at all. Now I'm pissed. Okay, what have you got to say for yourself? Yeah, there's the song that I wanted you to use. Because listen to it, it's so good. It's me! It just ends like that. It's like fucking ear rapey, you know, the bass boosted. Is that it then? It's just me crashing in at the end there.
Nobody at all will get that joke.
Hey, there's another little reference to something I did. Nobody at all would get that joke because I was the one guy who kept going on about it, and and pressing him to do gangster tripping, and nobody else really knew what was going on outside of that until they got taken on board to help work with him on the intro. They probably found out that I was trying to get him to do gangster tripping, but aside from that, nobody else had any idea that this was happening, because I wanted to be a surprise for when the collab comes out. So nobody at all will get that joke unless I explain that it was all me trying to press this tradition, and I am very, very upset that he did not do it. That little gag at the end, that does not redeem it. That is not complete redemption. It was nice, and I liked it, and I found it kind of funny. It was a nice little thing, but it doesn't redeem the fact that you have ruined the yearly tradition, Watermelon. You are now on my bad people list or something, and I'm going to unsubscribe or something. Yeah, you just lost subscriber. No, okay. God, someone's going to do that in a video as well, aren't they? Bro, you posted... They're going to do that in a video at some point. Rosen's Law. But no, I am a bit gutted about the lack of Fatboy Slim, the tradition that I started, and I was actually planning to end the tradition myself as well one day in a couple years' time and round it off and do something else and really just bring it to a close. I just really, really wanted it to be done a certain way, and obviously I can't control this shit. I can't control everything, so I just have to suck it up. And to be honest, it really wasn't. I mean, the intro that we got was good anyway, so I mean, it wasn't that big of a deal. I could have been fooled. I thought it was a Fatboy Slim song, but apparently it wasn't. So well, there you go. So that was the main part of the collab. Now I give my thoughts on the collab as a whole. Like, what did I think of the whole collab compared to the previous year's ones and how it held up? Well, I will say that it was good, but there were an abundance of entries that were okay. And this is the thing, there were a lot of short entries that were a bit too short, and there was a lot of entries where I was hard-pressed to say anything because I was like, yeah, it was okay, but it wasn't fantastic. It wasn't bad, but it was okay. And some people could describe that as mediocre, I guess, but none of the ones that were okay were what I'd want to insult-wise or say anything negative. They were just okay. But the problem is, okay's not good enough for these collabs. Every year the talent steps up and up. And within this very collab itself, we had about 4 or 5 entries max that were stunning and fantastic and just really knocked it out of the park. And the sort of thing you'd expect from a growing community of talent that rises and continues to grow each year and chops and changes with new people, new generations and waves of people come in, and old people getting better and better and skills building. And these collabs get bigger I feel like they don't get longer every year, but I mean, like, the amount of attention they get, I feel like they get bigger every year in that regard. A lot more people get involved and a lot more people are interested in looking to it. I know it's only got less than 10k views right now, but it will get like 100,000 within like a year or so, something like that, right? That is just how it's going to be. But yeah, there was abundance of entries that just, it should have been a lot better than they were, really, to hold up to scratch. Not to say this collab was a downgrade from the last two. The last one, the 72nd, was a fantastic, you know, it was all-round brilliant collab. It was hosted and set up brilliantly. You can't get much better than Your Mama. I mean, even if you kept doing Fatboy Slim after that, it was just the best hype song to get you all worked up and ready and geared up for the collab. It's going to be hard to top what NoiceDrinkz did. It was just so brilliant. It was so perfectionately done. I don't know, but and the entries were all very consistent and solid. But yeah, it was more of a mixed thing, because I don't really remember many entries last year that were fucking amazing. Like, okay, let me tell you my favourites, obviously, off the bat. Alyx, Dave K, Jacob Perino, Nice Evan. Obviously, those are the 4 that I know straight away I can say. Those ones were my favourites. But then there were some other ones here and there I kind of liked. Yeah, I kind of liked them. I like that ambient. I like CharlotteDupont's one, particularly because the ambience, but I just wish it was a bit longer and there was more to it. And, yeah, I'm trying to remember something. I liked, Nick Hanson's one with the Inspector, and that really, really well-paced story that took its time and played itself out. That was very good. So those were some of my favourites, those ones there. You might think differently, of course. You might think completely... And there's probably a few I've forgotten about and missed here and there that I also really liked. But... Oh, yeah, and Melee Mario is a funny one. And also that TWM guy when he was doing all those funny jokes as well. Those ones were my favourites. And what was that guy's name? Something Mario, whatever it was. MorimotoYTP, him as well, he was really good, because I enjoyed a lot of the Ashen stuff and all that. That was decent. I wasn't expecting it to be as good as it actually was. So those ones were my favourites, personally, and there were some really, really fantastic entries. But then because there was so many okay entries, it kind of levels it out. It makes it peaks and valleys, like I said earlier, peaks and valleys. And unlike, I say, like the last year's 72nd collab was more even all the way through. It was just very, very solid and good entries all the way through. None of them were particularly incredibly mind-blowingly good, and none of them were like okay. Maybe there were some okay ones, but not as many as this year, I think. But there were a lot of newcomers, a lot of people trying their hand, first time for everything sort of thing. I like the Don't Stop Me Now, that I won't forget that as well. That's really memorable. Even though the entry wasn't like fantastic or anything, the song is so memorable that I'll always remember the Don't Stop Me Now, the Michael Rosen, that guy. So that was another memorable moment for sure, a highlight. I'm not going to say anything about my entry because I'm not going to put mine on any pedestal. You can decide how you feel if that played a good part in the entry or not. Entry in the collab, I mean. As I said, with my entry, I just chucked it in last minute to double up as a collab entry and a Telstar tribute at the same time. So it wasn't made to be it wasn't made with any intention to be in the birthday collab until near the end. That's why it's got no themes of birthday or messages or anything. So that probably doesn't even fit in that well, but I hope it made a good addition anyway. So that's that. So now, it was a good collab, it had its rise and falls, but my god, this is the thing though, maybe it's still not the best birthday collab overall, but I think it might be the birthday collab was the best entries I've ever seen to birthday collabs in all of the birthday collabs. It's confusing saying that, but that's how I feel, I think, because like Alyx and Dave K and a couple of others, some of the very best entries I've ever fucking seen, and that's easy to say. If anyone's seen those, they know, they would agree, most people would agree. So yeah, for now, that's my thoughts on the collab, and yeah, I hope you enjoyed this rambling, and I hope you found it useful or entertaining in some way. Till next time, till next year.